Chapter 21. New Professors. Chapter text. Everyone was exhausted after such a full day of practicing magic, and having it capped off with a late night of astronomy, so no one in the second year showed up to breakfast until the other years had finished. They all had a free period to counter the late night of astronomy, so they took their time eating and spending a little more time relaxing before setting out to defense against the dark arts. Their schedule for the class simply said, "Third floor, find me." They found numerous other second-year students wandering around to locate the room, opening random doors and peering inside. Not wanting to wander around aimlessly and remembering the invitations to Alessandra Zabini's wedding, Lyra placed her wand on their schedule and cast the modified compass spell, which pointed the way. The spell directed them to the third-floor section that was under construction at the beginning of the previous year. There was a line of students outside waiting who had also discovered the location. "It only lets 3 students in at a time," Shirley Baker told the new arrivals. Just as she finished telling them, the door opened, and she entered with Ginny Weasley and Alyssa Sweetleaf from Ravenclaw. The door closed after them. Lyra immediately latched onto Harry so they would stick together and looked around for a third. Most people already had groups, but Harry spotted Luna starting at a wall and talking to one of the suits of armor. Harry pulled Lyra over to her. "Luna, do you want to join the 2 of us?" She turned around and gazed at them with wide eyes. That went on for nearly a minute before she nodded and smiled widely. "I would be delighted, Harry Potter, Lyra Black. It will be a grand adventure, I am sure." When it was their turn, the door opened, and they slipped inside. The room was devoid of any furnishing, fixtures, paintings, or windows. Half the room was blocked by iron bars with nothing else behind them, just a small torch on their side of the room next to a trapdoor on the floor. With the rest of the room so dark, Harry pulled out his staff and used it to illuminate everything. There was no difference, and nothing new was brought to light. Luna started to advance to the trapdoor. "Wait!" Lyra put her hand in front of their third member. She drew her wand and incanted, Serpensortia. A 3-foot-long cobra jumped out of her wand and slithered to the door. As it arrived, a pool of purple goo seeped out from the stones around it and stuck the snake in place. Moments later, it vanished. Lyra conjured another snake and made the approach, no purple goo this time. She wedged the door open with the snake and let it drop down the hole. "It's gone," she told the others. The snake spell vanished. The 3 of them approached the hole, and Harry tried to light up what was below. It was only darkness. Whatever the magic below them was, the light of the lampung couldn't pierce it. Deciding to go one at a time, they jumped down into the hole. Halfway through the fall, Harry felt his body get light, and he floated to a floor below. It was still dark, so he tried lighting up this room. This time the light spread to every nook and cranny of the room to reveal it was another space without windows. But on the far wall was a large door with dark green vines covering it and most of the walls nearby. It seemed to be retreating from the light, but had nowhere to go since the light was everywhere. "That's Devil's Snare," Luna pointed out. "Quite a large amount of it, too." Lyra smiled with glee, which the plant seemed to react to, and started to shrivel up even before she called out, "Incendio." Flames coated the wall where the door was. If a plant could look like it was screaming, the Devil's Snare did as it was burned away. When it was all but ashes, Harry sent another snake to investigate the door. No traps this time, though it was locked. It took the 3 of them working together with unlocking charms to get through. On the other side, the door closed behind them, and Harry lit up the room again just as he heard a flurry of wings. "Darksies," Luna said with a bit of fear as a mass of black, furry fairies flew in their direction. Harry wasn't sure what they were, but seeing Luna's reaction, they must be dangerous. Lyra had wasted no time and was already casting fire spells at them as the swarm split up and tried to attack from multiple sides. Harry opted to push them back here, and there while tagging them individually with punches of magic. Luna opened her bag and let loose the Cornish pixie she had befriended, which went after them like a hobo on a ham sandwich as she cast a pinkish spell at them in a language Harry didn't recognize. Whatever it was, it seemed to stun them. It took them nearly 3 minutes until they were all stunned or dead. While Harry began to investigate the rest of the room, Luna collected the dead ones as her pixie continued to gorge himself on the ones that were just stunned. To their questioning glare, she told them, "Lyra cooked them. I'm sure Murray will like them crispy if he tries them." She nodded to the feasting pixie that she must have named Murray. The next room was through an already unlocked door and had a giant chess board in the center, though there was only one piece on the board. It wasn't even a chess piece, just a tall bronze monster, larger than Hagrid, with 6 arms, 2 heads, and a spiked tail. Each arm had a different weapon in it as it stood there, motionless. Lyra readied a knife and her wand, while Harry pulled out his new spear and used a sticking charm on his back to hold it in place while readying his knife and wand. While they were busy prepping for the fight, neither of them noticed that Luna had crossed the board and walked right up to the monstrosity until it began to move with the sound of grinding metal joints. Harry and Lyra were both about to charge when Luna asked the creature, "Can we please pass by?" Harry and Lyra froze in place as the giant metal warrior stood up and took 3 thundering steps to the side to reveal a human-sized door behind it. Luna skipped by, waved, and thanked the monster, though Harry and Lyra moved by much more cautiously. It still made no move against them. The next room was a large stone amphitheater. Remus Lupin sat in a chair down in the center, reading a book, as those who had already finished sat around the room in silence. There were a few elves delivering treatments for burns and bruises and other various ailments to some of the other students. When Harry started to ask Colin how he did, Lupin looked up and made a shushing noise. When the last group of students came in, Lupin stood up from his chair and addressed them. "Everyone stand up." The whole room stood. "Sit down if you didn't make it past the first room." Nearly half of the class sat. The second, most of the remainder. The third. Surprisingly, everyone who had passed the Devil's Snare had also passed the Darkseas. The last room. Everyone except Harry's group sat down. "Of course, Harry Potter beat that monster," one of the Slytherins spoke up. Lupin just raised an eyebrow toward Harry. He and Lyra sat down together, leaving Luna standing alone. It was Miss Lovegood that was the one who got past the golem for her team. 5 points for everyone who got past the first room, 10 for the second room, and 15 for the third. Harry Potter and Lyra Black also both will get 15 points and 25 points to Miss Luna Lovegood. Would you like to share how you defeated that obstacle? She just smiled, twirled her wand, and stuck it behind her ear, then replied in a joyful tone, "I just asked it very politely to let us by." The rest of the room looked on in shocked disbelief. Lupin garnered their attention as he addressed the room again. "I am Professor Remus Lupin. I was a Gryffindor, prefect in 5th and 6th year, class of 1978. I graduated Hogwarts with newts in defense, charms, runes, arithmancy, potions, and care of magical creatures. Until Headmaster Dumbledore asked me to take the position this year, I was employed at a winery run by Druids in southern France as the chief warder for the property. My primary responsibility was to defend the grounds and surrounding countryside from malicious wizards, dark creatures, and werewolves. During the last 8 years, we had not a single breach of the walls surrounding the property, though there were many attempts. He observed the room's reaction to his credentials, then continued, "As I am still employed at the winery, I will return there once a month for 2 days before and after the full moon to check the enchantments and maintain the wards. During that time, Professor Snape will take over your classes." Harry and Lyra both shared a look of eagerness at their favorite professor teaching another class. Many of the other students groaned or started complaining. When Harry looked back at Lupin, he was staring right at him with a perplexed look on his face that he quickly shrugged off. "Now, I see that you covered a lot of dark creatures with Gilderoy Lockhart last year, with one exception, Boggarts. That will be the first subject we will tackle in this class, and will take the entire month of September. Following that, we will study warding, from misdirection fields to basic blood protections. We will also cover combat spells, and I will be taking over for Lockhart to supervise the dueling club." All of that garnered chatter through the room as he spoke, but he continued to teach, despite the whispers and side conversations. Most other teachers would shut down that kind of thing, but he didn't seem to care. While people continued their own conversations, he pulled out his wand and levitated a large trunk out from the darkness behind him. Harry recognized it as the one that had been in his train compartment, wrapped up in iron chains. Now, on closer inspection, it also had 3 locks, similar to the one he had purchased for the giver's Christmas present. When the trunk settled on the ground, it shook slightly, like there was something alive inside. The room hushed itself into a scared silence. Does anyone here not know what a boggart is? No one raised their hand. Great. I can skip the basics and just award all of you 1 point. Now that you are in your second year, I expect you will all start exploring the castle more, especially at night. I am not encouraging you to take advantage of your astronomy curfew breaks. I am just saying many of you might find yourselves in unfamiliar parts of the castle or random broom closets in the next few years, and you will probably run into a boggart at least a few times each year. There were assorted giggles throughout the room. Who knows the first rule of dealing with a boggart? Both the Caro twins raised their hands. When Lupin pointed to them, they had a quick rock, paper, scissors match, and Flora answered, "Never face them alone." "Correct. For the other Miss Caro, why?" Hestia smiled. "Because they will be confused about how to scare you." "Correct. 2 points each." However, a better answer would be that one person could be used to banish the boggart with a clear head while the other draws its attention. "That's a Slytherin answer," someone in Gryffindor commented. "That doesn't mean it is wrong. 2 points from your house," Lupin scolded him. "Now, from recent studies into boggarts, there is a substantiated theory that they grow more powerful with age. Can any of you tell me the standard physiological reactions to frightening or stressful situations?" There was silence across the room until Jason Middleton from Ravenclaw raised his hand and was called on. "Fight or flight, sir." 3 points, though there is one more. Anyone. After a moment, he answered for everyone, "Freeze, flight, freeze, or fight. You should all be writing this down." There was a scurry for paper, parchment, and writing tools. When everyone had stopped writing, Lupin continued the lecture. "Mr. Middleton said fight or flight. However, I said flight, freeze, or fight in that order. This is because boggarts feed on fear and get stronger with more feeding. Younger boggarts, or ones that have been recently banished, will seek to rebuild their strength. They will first seek to simply scare off their victims, drawing on a fear that will cause the flight response. More mature boggarts will try to shift into something that will cause a person to freeze, allowing for longer feeding. The most dangerous boggarts will try to engage you in a fight with your greatest fear, then feed on all 3 types of fear after you lose. Why would they try to fight with you? One student asked. Normal spells cannot harm boggarts. By taking the guise of something that can be fought, they are trying to trick you into spending more time near them. Every moment you are perceiving a boggart, they are feeding on your fear. The longer you fight, the more they feed, though the longer you fight, the more likely it will be that you will realize that they aren't your greatest fear and merely an imitation. However, if you don't realize that they aren't your true fear, the futility of fighting against something invincible will only increase your fear of them. That is why only the strongest boggarts will seek direct confrontation. "Can they kill you?" Toby asked timidly. "They are non-corporeal, so they can't physically harm you in any form," Lupin replied. However, continuous exposure to boggart replicates some of the same psychological effects as a person who has been through other traumatic experiences for many years, such as people who have been abused, fought in wars, tortured, or seen someone they know killed. It will depend on the boggart, the length of exposure, and what it shows you. People who have experienced that kind of trauma in the past are also more susceptible to falling prey to a boggart in the present. He watched the horror on all the children's faces before continuing. "This is why it is one of the most important lessons you will have this year. If it were up to me, students would have a refresher course on this every year of their studies. Now I know that some of you may wish to face a boggart alone so as not to reveal your deepest fears to others, but that will not be allowed. You must pick at least 2 of your other year mates to face each boggart with, and you may change with each encounter. I have 3 boggarts in this chest." He pointed to the trunk next to him and kicked it. It shook slightly in reprisal. "I have tested each one and shown them to be boggarts of flight, freeze, and fight. You will face each of them. However, first, you will learn 3 spells: the Scourge Jinx, the Cheering Charm, and the Ridiculous Hex." When asked what the Scourge Jinx did, one student was called on to answer, "It's normally used to clean up residue from ghosts." Why would we need to learn that? 2 points for you. Since most spells do not affect non-corporeal beings like ghosts, this is a good starter spell that does, Lupin replied with an eye roll. Ghosts occasionally leave gunk behind when interacting with living objects, but that gunk is a part of their spiritual body to begin with. The same goes for non-living beings like poltergeists and boggarts. What about Dementors? Harry asked. No, Lupin told him flatly. It will affect them, but it would be like blowing in the ear of an irrumpent. It's stupid and will probably get you killed. Facing the rest of the class, the incantation is simply Scourge, and the wand movement looks like a three-leaf clover. He demonstrated for the class and shot a purple blast of bubbles at the floor, which didn't appear to do anything. All of you can try now. It won't affect each other or anything in this room, so have at it. The next half an hour had the entire year throwing purple bubbles at each other. None of it did anything, though Harry felt a small tingle on his forehead when one student's spell hit him in the face. He shrugged it off and continued practicing. Next, Lupin brought out a barrel of green sludge, identifying it as ghost residue from a Death Day party. Ghosts had gorged themselves on rotten food and then left residue around the area afterward. Lupin dumped it around the room for the students to clean up. The spell worked just like the scouring charm and took the class another 15 minutes to remove all of it. When it was all gone, Lupin went to his desk and pulled out a large paper bag, pouring it all out on the desk. There were all sorts of pranking materials inside, enough to last the Weasley twins a solid month. Oh, look here. Fireworks, dung bombs, and so much more, Lupin called out to the empty air. All Sue unattended and could be stolen by anyone who comes upon it. Then he just sat down and pulled out a novel to read. Whenever someone started to speak, he just held up his hand to silence them. 3 minutes later, Peeves floated through the wall of the room, sniffing around like he was looking for something important. He spotted Colin and yelled out, "Cece, you're back," flying straight towards the young photographer. Colin whipped out his wand and cast a massive flash of light which made Peeves recoil and fall to the ground, flopping around like a fish out of water. Lupin started to laugh at the sight. Peeves turned to the laughing professor, and his eyes widened. "You are back. Peeves has missed the big bag." A multicolored bandana appeared and shoved itself into Peeves' mouth, conjured by Lupin. "No nicknames, Peeves, or no treats," he gestured toward the pile of pranks. Peeves coughed out the bandana and shoved it into a pocket before miming his lips being zipped up. His actions actually created a zipper across his lips as the action was performed. Lupin addressed the class. "Peeves here is so old and strong that the Scourge Hex would affect him only slightly more than a Dementor, though he will be a nice test subject for a moving target for each of you to practice the spell on. In exchange, he will get this pile of pranks which will cause substantial chaos in the school over the next week or two. Is that a good deal, Peeves?" Peeves accepts. The zipper on his lips vanished as he spoke and nodded. Then in a deep and evil voice, "Kitty's attacking me later on will face my full wrath." After a pause, he burst into laughter. Peeves proceeded to fly around the room as the class tried to tag him with their new spell. When it hit, his reaction ranged anything from a flinch to pretending like he had just died. Harry found it hard to aim the spell at first because it would arc over long distances and move slower than most spells they had learned so far. However, by the end of the class, he had it down. Professor Lupin seemed to be counting every hit that each student landed and writing them down on a checklist. When Lupin called for the class to stop, Peeves wasted no time in scooping up the pile of prank products and vanishing through the wall. There was probably a reason for how he was able to take a corporeal object through a solid object, but Harry put it out of his mind as he wouldn't be happy with someone answering the question with magic. As they started to file out of the room, Lupin called for their attention one more time. "For your next class, use the door on the second floor below the one you entered this time. However, in the first class of the month, unless it is one of Professor Snape's classes, you will have a new obstacle course. Choose new partners each time." Following lunch, they made their way to the new history class taught by Senior Undersecretary Dolores Umbridge. Harry was dreading the situation because of all the warnings he had received and the reactions to her presence from those who knew her. Despite that, he did want to keep an open mind. Every other room for their new classes was designed in some way to allow everyone to see the teacher. This new class did not. The room was narrow and had probably just enough seats for their entire year at 6 students per row. Each chair had a desk attached to it, with the nicer and larger desks near the front. There were a few students sitting at various places around the room, none of them looking happy. Umbridge sat at the front of the room in a pink wingback chair with gold buttons. She had a house elf standing at attention next to her, holding a teapot. She smiled as Harry and Lyra entered the room and took a sip of her tea, and then lowered the cup for the elf to top it off. As they didn't want to have one of the bad desks, they both cautiously approached the first row and sat down. However, as they started to take out their books and paper, their professor called for their attention. Hem hem, she waited while they looked her in the eyes. Those are not your seats. Harry looked around the desk he was at and saw no markings for someone else. Where are they? He asked. You will address me as ma'am or Professor Umbridge. There was silence for a moment before Lyra asked, Professor Umbridge, would you please tell us where our seats are? Harry could feel her eyes rolling as she spoke. Why, of course, Miss Black. Your seat is in the back row, and any will do. Mr. Potter, yours is in the 6th row, in the middle. She was splitting them up and giving Lyra the worst spot in the room. They both stared at her for just a moment before heading to their desks. Lyra didn't seem to care, as she was just planning on using history to work on other classes or sleep. Harry focused on Snape's instructions that even teachers can be threats and what he should do about this one. Other students trickled into the room, many getting the same treatment if they sat in a place the teacher didn't want them. When the room was full, it was very divided by house affiliation. Each section had some of each, though it was mostly Slytherins and Ravenclaws at the front, followed by Gryffindors, Scamanders, and Hufflepuffs at the back. Good morning, students, their professor greeted them. There was a scattering of responses in return. No, no, that won't do at all. You all need to reply with, Good morning, Professor Umbridge. Again now, good morning, students. Good morning, Professor Umbridge, the class echoed back. Better, she said simply. It is good that you all only had one previous year with Professor Binns and haven't fully fallen down the hole of endless goblin wars that he teaches. That is not to say that goblins aren't disgusting little menaces that cause constant chaos with their little uprisings that we have to put down every few years. But they are not all you need to know. My name is Dolores Umbridge, Senior Undersecretary to the Minister of Magic. I am one of nine Hogwarts students in the last 30 years to have received a newt in magical history. That isn't that surprising with the abysmal teaching that Hogwarts has had in this and other subjects. It is for that reason that all of you will receive a crash course in both political and world history, starting with the Statute of Secrecy. One of you, give me a reason why the statute is needed. After her tirade, the class was silent. Professor Umbridge glared at everyone, trying to encourage one of them to speak, though no one wanted to be the first. A Ravenclaw near the back finally got the courage and raised her hand. Because of the witch trials, she asked more than told their professor. No, Umbridge replied. 2 points from your house. Any witch or wizard who wanted to could stay clear of the trials and inquisitions. Maybe 300 years before it may have been a problem. In the 17th century, however, true wizards were organized enough that muggles couldn't touch us. At that point, they were just killing themselves and pretenders. Does anyone else have a guess? No one dared to answer now. Greed. The main reason was greed. Muggles are greedy and could start to see the benefits of using magic, on a larger scale, for their own purposes. They want everything instantly in ways only magic can provide. It was in our best interest to remove ourselves from a society that would try to take what could never be theirs and try to force magical society to further theirs. Lyra raised her hand, only to be ignored. Who can tell me what is the biggest threat to the Statute of Secrecy? Umbridge asked the room. Lyra's hand was still up and was still ignored. Harry raised his hand and waited. Yes, Mr. Potter, Umbridge asked him. I believe my sister has a question, he replied firmly. And I chose not to call on her. 5 points from Scamander for pointing out the obvious. She looked at the first row, composed of Slytherins, and asked, One of you must have an answer to my question. A boy with a unibrow raised his hand and asked as an answer, Is it Muggles, ma'am? Close, 1 point for Slytherin. The correct answer is Muggleborns. There was an immediate noise of dissent from many toward the back of the room, which was met with the docking of points from their professor. Your interruption is without merit, she chastised them, when finished taking off 3 points to each who had spoken up. While you Muggleborns might disagree, you are still wrong. You perform accidental magic as children before Hogwarts, which requires a substantial effort by the Ministry to cover up. Also, you can eventually be placed into our world later. When you go home each summer, you do little bits of magic which still need to be covered up, And don't think we don't catch a few of your muggle parents bragging to their muggle friends about your achievements of doing magic. After you finish your schooling, it gets even worse. What happens then? Hestia Caro asked without raising her hand. Excellent question, Miss Caro, Umbridge replied. 5 points to Slytherin. Many Muggle-borns try to use their magic to improve the lives of Muggles. When they get caught, the ministries have to deal with them. How many of you know what the Chunnel is? That rang a bell for Harry. He remembered Liz, who he went to the fun fair with, mentioning it, though he still didn't know what it was. He had sent her one letter after that, thanking her for a fun time, and even though she had sent another one back, he hadn't replied. Other students near the back of the room raised their hands in recognition of the term. Their professor didn't call on any of them to explain. The Muggles built a train tunnel under the English Channel and thought of the not-so-clever name of the Chunnel. The original estimates put the completion for next year, though it was finished a little over a year ago. How was this done? How did they defy expectations so greatly? Muggleborns decided to steal a government contract and perform the task with magic. There was silence in the room as everyone, even the Muggleborns, realized what a large breach of secrecy such an endeavor would be. You may look up this information yourselves. See, where the drills that the English used all had technical names, the French drills all had names of women. Those were, in fact, not drills, they were witches. Bridget, Europa, Catherine, Virginie, Pascaline, and Savarine risked breaking the statute of secrecy to make money. All of them were Muggle-borns. Professor Umbridge went on for the next hour and a half, telling them stories of various breaches of the statute of secrecy, committed by Muggle-borns, all of which had to be covered up by the local governments. In some cases, like one where an enterprising young man tried to sell magical healing salves on the open market, the International Confederation of Wizards had to step in and deal with that. I think that's enough for today, the pink woman addressed them. You may all leave 15 minutes early. Your assignment to be turned in on Thursday is to read the first chapter of When Muggles Attack and make a list of 10 potentially dangerous encounters a wizard might have with a muggle that aren't in your reading. Lyra waited for Harry as they left the room, with their teacher calling out, just as they left, "Miss Black, do give my regards to your uncle." Harry pushed her out the door before she could make a retort. "If we are going to do something, it's not going to be here," he told his sister before she could yell at him. "So far, she's just put you at the back of the class and deducted points. Brant told me that we just need to redirect her to a better target. She doesn't like Arcturus. We just need to aim her at someone she hates more." Lyra thought for a moment. She definitely hates Muggleborns. That's why they were all at the back of the room with me. She already seems focused on them, and I wouldn't do something like that. It's only the first class, and we have plenty of time to deal with this. He spotted some of the other students from the class grumbling about class, and it looks like we will eventually have assistance from anyone else who hates her too. Lyra began to smirk at the idea, and her hair gave off a few sparks in recognition of whatever she was imagining. "Fine, we can wait," she agreed. "I promised Whispers I would take him and Sylvie flying. You need to practice with your spear." He did need to do that, so as Lyra flew out over the lake with 2 silver animals on her broom with her, Harry set himself up on the shore to practice. Going through his forms and postures was pretty routine, though he kept at it, feeling a squeeze from magic around his heart when he felt like taking a break. He didn't have any weights for the spear like he used to have for his knife to increase the difficulty, but then he remembered something that Araden had told him when he had met the boy in Turkey. The Lamashu in their family, Hamidreza, used to weaken them while training for more effective gains. This was the same ability that he used to weaken and intimidate people through his staff, and the fang the flying lion chimera had given him. Taking the staff from his pouch, he planted it in the ground and twisted it in the same way he did when he wanted to intimidate someone. He could feel the magic in the area, but it didn't affect him. After staring at it for a minute, he thought of something else. When he scratched himself with the tip of the fang, he would get a temporary boost of strength, so maybe the other end. As soon as he rubbed the root of the tooth on the other side of the staff on his arm, Harry dropped to one knee at the sudden loss of strength. He was able to stand back up, but was a bit shaky. Not knowing how to adjust how weak he became, Harry just picked up his staff and went through his forms again. Now it was difficult, and he had to stop and make adjustments each time to make them correct. After an hour, the effect finally wore off, and he received a large boost of strength which was actually just going back to normal. It was getting colder now, and he was covered in sweat, so he decided a bath was in order before dinner. During dinner, Cedric informed them that as the newest Quidditch team, they had gotten the two worst spots for weekly practices, tonight at 8 p.m. and Friday at 6 a.m. For full light, they did draw the spot for Sunday at 10 a.m. Grumbles were heard everywhere, but Cedric refused to hear it. "We'll be the best trained team through adversity. Games can happen at any time of the day, so we will have training in every light condition," Cedric told them. "We also have 2 weeks before the game that the Harpies Chaser set up with her old school, and we need to make a good showing." Cedric worked them until exhaustion that night, and when they finally got back to the common room, they were all ready to go to sleep. Gurion and Janena Scamander had different plans. The team arrived to a fire blazing in the pit, and their two new heads of house were waiting for them with a few housemates who weren't starters, secondary players, or spectators at the practice. "We've heard a few complaints about your new history professor," Gurion began once everyone was sitting. "She's not the nicest person," Luna said with a tone of irritation. "She's a bigot," Megan said louder and angrier. Few more insults were thrown around, with even the first-year students chiming in a little before Gurion raised his hands for silence. "We've heard from many of you, and despite her obvious preference toward wizards of established lineage, you still have to attend her class." He has to raise his hands again for silence before continuing. "She is not presenting factually incorrect information, just an incomplete story. What do you all think is a bigger threat to the statute of secrecy than Muggleborns?" Cedric raised his hand and replied, "Dark Lords." "Yes," Janena replied. "Criminals, in general, look to profit off those weaker than them. Most situations that Professor Umbridge told you about would be perfectly legitimate if there were no need for secrecy. Only a few of them were actually criminal acts outside of a potential secrecy violation. Many wizard criminals choose Muggles to exploit because they can get away with their crimes with greater ease," Gurion told them. "Each one of those crimes against a Muggle includes a possible breach of the statute. She also told us Muggles were greedy," Harry spoke up, "that this was one of the primary reasons for the statute to be established in the first place." Gurion and his wife shared a quick look before he told them all. "It is. However, the largest push for the statute to be put into place came not from people who thought that Muggles would take advantage of wizards, but from people like me, Janena, and my parents." "What?" "Why?" Lyra asked, confused. "Occasionally, for breakfast, you get served Diricol eggs. Muggles believe they hunted these birds to extinction. They now live only in areas secured by wizards. Nearly every magical creature on the planet, from dragons to pixies, lives in areas governed by magical beings. We are entrusted with ensuring they thrive, as they wouldn't if they were out in the world where Muggles would hunt them." "That is ridiculous," Greg said with an air of superiority. "What could a Muggle do to a dragon?" "Mr. Goyle," Janena addressed him, "your father is a large man, is he not?" He nodded. "How many Krupps could he beat in a fight? 10, 20, 30, 100. Eventually, he couldn't win. Muggles fight in numbers, and dragons never retreat. It's one of their biggest flaws. Not even if they know they are going to die, they never stop fighting. Muggles also used to possess dragon parts to make armor and weapons. Every dragon they killed made the next fight easier. One of the biggest tasks for the statute was taking back all the magic that Muggles possessed from before secrecy was necessary. Not all Muggles would do this," Gurion added. "Just like not all wizards become Dark Lords. Though with 6 billion Muggles, there are nearly more bad ones than all wizards combined. It was enough 300 years ago for animal conservationists like me to push for the move to secrecy." "We are getting off track here," Janena tried to steer the conversation back. "We wanted to talk to you about your history professor. She is biased, and she will teach how she sees fit. It will, unfortunately, be up to you to see if you want to supplement your education by determining how much more you want to know in the areas she is deliberately avoiding. She might be teaching an incomplete picture, but as long as it fulfills the requirements for the end-of-the-year tests and it isn't factually incorrect, we cannot do anything about it." She left that last part open as the two of them got up to leave. Just as people started to leave, Cedric called them back. Do your best in her class. Work hard, and if you want to study the subject outside of class, do it. If you have an issue with her or think she is teaching something factually incorrect, bring it to me first. Do not confront her about it. Let the adults handle the adults. I will pass it to the scaramanders if a complaint merits that level of action. Does everyone understand? Good. Chapter 22. Chameleon. Chapter text homework in the first year of classes had mainly been repetition, doing spell work over and over or memorizing potion ingredients or other information. The assignment from the Unspeakables had been fun but not required. From being told by their friends in the years ahead of them, that would all change in the second year with essays and special projects for all their subjects. The first one was the assignment they had for history from Professor Umbridge. The book When Muggles Attack seemed to be written to scare wizards into keeping away from muggles, though much of the first chapter rang true to Harry. It spoke of the many ways that muggles had tried to cure children of witchcraft or stories from newspapers of encounters between muggles and wizards that ended in violence. The chapter wasn't very long, but ended by posing. What would muggles do to you if they knew of the great feats you could perform? Harry followed the assignment and listed potentially dangerous situations he might experience with a muggle. A relative could punish a magical child for performing magic. A muggle relative who knew about magic could refuse to tell a magical child they were performing magic. Thinking about his childhood made him realize how much easier all of his chores could have been had he been able to use magic as well as he could now. Cleaning would have taken no time at all. His aunt would probably cut off a finger to have some magical fertilizer in her garden. She always wanted to win the neighborhood prize for the best garden, but never came in higher than third runner-up. A muggle takes advantage of a naive wizard to win a competition. A wizard uses too much magic in a single area and attracts the attention of the police and auras at the same time. Harry was almost certain that his incident with the washing machine must have brought auras and obliviators to Privet Drive, even if he never saw them. He continued the list, basing most of them off his childhood experiences and a few on his time at the fun fair with Liz. He tried to ensure that the situations involved adult wizards so anyone other than Lyra wouldn't think they were his own experiences. When he finished his assignment, Harry picked up Lockhart's book and found the next chapter already filled in. Lyra must have already read it, so he didn't bother looking for her to join him. He climbed his favorite tree in the common room to read it himself. Chapter 3. The Feast of a Severed Bond, one of the more common encounters that a wizard may experience with a being that feeds on emotions, is a Veela. Veela are some of the most beautiful creatures in the world, though I have met many other women, wizards, and muggles who are far more so. Veela are almost always taller than the average woman and have silver hair that sometimes glows. Like many magical demi-humans, they also will always have daughters, never sons. Most of us already think that these creatures feed on the lust they inspire in men and some women. I don't believe this to be the truth. I believe it may appear this way to a casual observer, but a more sinister secret lies beneath. Mundane mosquitoes and some magical variants will feed on your blood, but also leave behind some of their saliva, which causes an itch, and the bump that signifies it has been there. I believe that the Veela engage in a similar practice. Veela emit a magical allure that inspires lust or envy in those who come close to it, so it is a common belief that they pursue anyone who falls prey to it. However, my research has led me to think that they target those who can resist it. The ability to resist doesn't come from someone who is magically powerful, as some of the strongest wizards have been seduced by a Veela. The power to resist comes from the strength of their attachments to others. Typically, this is a romantic bond, but it could be any bond between a group of people. Veela will get power from the destruction of that bond. First, she will put herself between the people in the bond. Usually, that means with sex. She feeds on the emotional bond between the people involved as if it were a tangible thing. Though, like a mosquito, she will also leave an itch behind. While she damages the bond, she will fill the void left behind with guilt. The guilt will remain there until the infected person ends their bond with their partner, and the Veela will feast upon the severed bond across any distance. Most Veela I have encountered have been very polite, and will take a strong rejection as reason enough not to try to engage with a wizard. Like a vampire, though, there are people who they will deliberately avoid or seek to keep for themselves. Vila have no interest in those who are self-centered and do not connect with others. If the only person you care about is yourself, or you do not inspire loyalty in others, you are about as appetizing to them as a puke-flavored Bertie Bart's jelly bean. Alternatively, someone who inspires true devotion or faith in others is someone a Vila may seek as a lifelong companion, as the loyalty they inspire in others would be like ambrosia to them, and severing that would be like destroying a priceless work of art. One final note on the subject: do not anger a Vila. While they are capable of using a wand, they do not require it. They can transform into a form similar to a harpy, capable of flight, and will conjure fire in various forms. Harry put down the book. All of Lockhart's information matched up with what he knew about Madeline from the mercenary group that Brant had hired on the island. She had only engaged with those whom she had not been forbidden to be near or specifically told her no. Both Tristan and Tonks felt a strong desire to tell their partners about their affairs, though Tonks's relationship didn't end for that reason. Harry was curious about how that affected the feeding, assuming Lockhart's theories were true. Transfiguration continued to review their previous year's lessons, ensuring everyone could reach a benchmark level of ability in each. Harry and a few other students were given larger objects than the rest of the class to transfigure. He was the first one in their year to transfigure a wooden branch the size of his staff into a giant needle, and the reverse of a sword into a broom. It didn't seem like Professor Flitwick was bothering to review old material like McGonagall, though he did start instructing them on more uses for the animation charm. Instead of blocks or pineapples, he brought in mannequins for them to charm. Each was smaller than a house elf, but they still required incredible concentration to work with. None of the wooden figurines had a solid structure, with string keeping all their parts together. But without magic, they just lay in a heap on the floor. Their professor quickly displayed a complicated gymnastics routine for a full-sized figure, and then started them on their own. Harry and Lyra were two of the first few students to get theirs to stand up straight, though the heads rolled to the side, and they couldn't get the arms to do more than twitch. Still, it was deserving of points from their teacher. They were all given one of the puppets and told to practice for homework. At their detention for causing chaos in the Slytherin common room, Harry and Lyra had to harvest new bezoars along with the rest of the students who had used them. However, at the end of the punishment period, Professor Snape called for their attention. During your class, Mr. Quincy's spell failed only partially, which is still a complete failure in my book. Leonard hung his head in shame at the statement. Mr. Potter tried to save him by grinding up a bezoar and using the vulnerability in the partial success of his partner's spell to save his classmate. This kind of thought process and experimentation is something that I encourage before your owl year. Leonard whispered a quick thanks to Harry, and many others looked at him and smiled. Mr. Potter's attempt was an even bigger failure than any of you realize. Snape grabbed their attention back and shocked Harry. Professor Sprout told me you were informed about the nature of the poison I used in the class, so you all know that it causes convulsions and sleep. Mr. Potter's attempt was a novel idea, but it failed because a bezoar needs to be ingested, not aspirated. You will learn about treatments that need to be inhaled, injected, or applied topically in your owl year for poisons that a bezoar does not counter by ingesting. Additionally, Mr. Potter's attempt caused additional treatments in the infirmary to remove the crushed particles from Mr. Quickney's lungs. Harry whispered to Leonard, "Sorry, I didn't know, and I'm fine now," he replied with a shrug. "Just to be clear," Snape told them, "I will poison all of you multiple times throughout your time at Hogwarts. You will all visit the infirmary for different reasons while you are here, and there is a great likelihood it will be as a result of not paying attention." He delivered the last statement with a loud and forceful voice. "If you manage to make it through your 7 years here without such an incident from a potion-related mishap, it will be because you took my warnings seriously, studied hard, practiced, and were not a complete dunderhead. I can count the number of students who have achieved this on one hand. However, if you think you will be someone who is not one of those people, you should start stocking up on bezoars and other antidotes on your own." He waited for a moment before telling them Dismissed. Friday started for most of the second-year Scamanders with dread. After astronomy the previous night, the Quidditch team needed to wake up before dawn for practice. However, despite the lack of sleep, Harry was still full of energy from the night and used it to power through the warm-up exercises while most of the others complained. Greg also seemed somewhat energized, and the two of them sparred with his boxing gloves while they waited for others to finish their own warm-ups. The boxing gloves still did little to affect Greg, but were quite a workout for Harry to punch the larger boy while ducking and dodging his larger and stronger swings. Lyra had been flying around the pitch as soon as she finished running up and down the stairs to the stadium seats. Harry had to look away many times. She seemed to be daring herself to do more and more dangerous stunts between the towers that surrounded the area. However, when the sun began to peek over the horizon, she stopped and stared at it. Staring at the rising sun, she spread her arms to seem to absorb the light and heat from sunrise. As it finished rising above the horizon, her hair burst into flame, and she took off, flying laps around the stadium, trailing fire like a meteorite. When practice was over, despite the early hour, everyone was charged with energy, and few bothered to take baths or showers for fear of cooling off from that feeling. That didn't stop any of them from gorging themselves on breakfast and preparing for defense against the dark arts, which would certainly be interesting. Somehow, on the way to the classroom, Harry got separated from Lyra. He found himself in a long corridor, completely alone, heading towards the entrance to the classroom on the second floor. Harry suddenly grew alarmed at the disappearances of not just Lyra, but literally anyone and every sound that normally accompanied the middle of the day at Hogwarts. As he looked back the way he came, the corridor seemed to turn into a long tunnel, putting the main staircase further and further away from where he was standing until he couldn't see the end. There was no light at the end of this tunnel. Looking back toward where the classroom was, the hallway seemed to shrink, and the walls became more narrow. Panic began to creep into his mind. Harry immediately shut his eyes, and the panic slowly receded. As an experiment, Harry opened one eye, and the feeling of panic returned almost instantly. He experimented with opening and closing his eyes, then adjusting his occlumency to see if he could block out the emotion. Sadly, that did not help. He couldn't just walk around with his eyes shut, so he tried to think of another solution. Trying to remember where he was, he knew he had barely started down the corridor before whatever happened to him began. Focusing on his memories, which he had made after dozens of explorations around this particular castle section, he knew the classroom was 6 doors down on the left, next to a particularly short suit of armor. Taking an experimental step forward, Harry slowly worked his way forward with his eyes shut, feeling his way along the wall and counting the number of doors and suits of armor until he got to the short knight. Feeling the handle, he opened it and stepped inside, then braced for when he would open his eyes. Surprisingly, there was no overwhelming panic, just the stone amphitheater from the previous class. Professor Lupin sat in his spot at the center with a surprised look on his face, with Luna Lovegood sitting in the first row playing patty cake with Murray the Cornish pixie. "Mr. Potter," Lupin addressed him, "how on earth did you get past the fear ward so quickly?" Harry ignored the question and demanded, "Where is my sister? What did you do with the others?" "They were all there," Luna replied. "You were all wandering around and staring at the walls." "Miss Lovegood was seemingly unaffected, but speaks the truth," Lupin told him. "As soon as you entered the corridor, you were completely isolated so that you couldn't perceive anyone else, but were all still there. That, combined with a fear ward and an endless tunnel enchantment, put you into a panic. Everyone in your class is fine." Harry turned around and opened the door to look back down the hallway. For a brief moment, he saw dozens of students wandering near the staircases, mostly standing in a line and refusing to walk forward, with a few others closer. That moment passed quickly before they all disappeared. The hallway began to lengthen, and the walls started to close in. Harry quickly shut his eyes and pulled himself back into the classroom. With his fears assuaged slightly, he told the professor, "I closed my eyes. Whatever was happening seemed to be related to me looking at it. Then I just remembered where the classroom was and counted the doors as I moved forward." "That is a good method, though the fear ward should have still affected you even if the tunnel enchantment was not affecting you," Lupin questioned. "Closing my eyes helped. Harry shrugged. Darkness has always been comforting to me, and I've always felt more alive at night. Over the next several minutes, other students stumbled into the room, some limping or bruised, others with a dazed look on their faces. Colin arrived in the first group, stumbling and blinking, with his wand lit right before his face. As they traded stories, Colin had taken a similar approach as Harry, though he had put a bright light in front of his face that obscured his vision, but allowed him to see through the enchantment, and then just took little steps forward as he pushed through the fear. 20 minutes after class started, Lyra stumbled into the room, holding Toby by the back of his neck and poking him in the back with her wand. As they collapsed into the room, he turned around and gave her a big hug, which she returned, and then they split up, with Toby stumbling over the other side of the room, holding onto his back where Lyra's wand had been poking him. To Harry's questioning look, Lyra replied, "We found that pain beats whatever the magic was, and even though we couldn't see each other, I just held onto Toby's neck and hit him with pinching jinxes as we moved through." Harry shrugged as she sat down. 30 minutes into the class, Lupin pulled out an object that looked like a compass and twisted it. A minute later, the remaining students pooled into the room, looking haggard and scared. Lupin let them gather and speak about their experiences for another 15 minutes before speaking. "You all experienced a stacked set of wards and enchantments designed to deprive you of your friends, trap you, and instill fear in your minds. Those of you who got through before I dispelled the effect did it through further distorting your senses, using discomfort to overcome the effect, simply pushing through the fear, or using different innate abilities to beat this test. You all get 15 points to your house." "Said you wouldn't do something like that until next month," someone accused their professor. "Technically, I said the next group obstacle course wouldn't be until next month. However, if you still feel that this was breaking my promise, you can tell yourself that I lied," their professor told them with a shrug. "You can also assume I will surprise you with other situations like that through the year, though the only three-person obstacle courses will be at the beginning of the month." Happy? No one seemed to be. "What else are we doing today?" Luna asked in a cheery voice. Lupin clapped his hands twice, and 9 podiums appeared behind him. Each had a round red stone on the top that seemed to glow slightly. Harry and Lyra immediately and instinctively jumped back at the sight of them. "Each of these stones is enchanted with a different type of ward that affects your senses." He clapped his hands again, and tables appeared near the door along with different teas and treats. "All of these are real and have various flavors and temperatures. Go eat or drink something now and remember it. They will help you regain your senses if you feel confused after being too near each of these wards." All of the students approached the table, and Harry picked up a small cookie with what looked like a red jam in the center. It had a sweet smell of a freshly baked cookie, and when he bit into it, he found the jam was cherry. When he was done savoring the snack, he moved to the first podium. When he got right next to it, he felt like his feet were yanked out from under him and jammed into the ceiling. His arms were thrown upward as they were pulled toward the floor. As vertigo washed over him, Harry looked around to see the podium still in front of him and pushed his arms back down until he could grip the sides of where the gems sat in front of him. He couldn't shake the feeling that he was now in the ceiling, but as he looked around, the room hadn't changed at all. Nothing else was falling or moving the way he felt. With great effort, he took 2 steps backward, and the feeling vanished, falling on his rear as he regained his sense of up and down. Needing a break, he returned to the table and had a snack while watching other students on the other stations. He couldn't tell the effects just by watching, but they all looked disturbing. However, after the first encounter, he knew that all he had to do was step away to break free from the magic. When he felt ready, he went to the next one. The other effects turned out to be smelling rotten eggs, like there was a spider in the back of his throat, hearing panicked screaming all around him, seeing ghostly apparitions with weapons all around, going completely blind, and going completely numb starting from his feet and spreading up his body until he collapsed and rolled away. The last 2 were the worst. The 8th gem, Harry could swear he could hear his Aunt Petunia chatting with her friends about nothing in particular, just random gossip that he used to hear while locked in his bedroom. No, it wasn't a bedroom, he reminded himself. It was a boot cupboard. The final stone made him jump away as soon as he touched it, having heard his sister's voice as she whispered, "Freak." With cautious and fearful curiosity, he reached out again and heard the voice of Severus Snape, which sent shivers down his spine as he said, "Disappointment." Harry retreated back to the refreshment table as quickly as he could and stuffed himself with biscuits and tea to try and forget what he heard. As soon as Lyra was done, she came to him, and they shared a deep hug as she cried a little, saying she had heard him calling her a squib. The deepest insults they could have given each other was what they had heard from that stone. The snacks continued to refresh themselves as students gorged themselves after completing each station. Many were also overwhelmed with emotion and were using the food and drink to try and stabilize themselves. I'm sure you all figured out what the wards were. However, in case you didn't, they were vertigo, a random smell of decay, the feeling of something trying to escape from inside of you, panicked screaming in your ears, illusions of ghostly warriors, blindness, losing feeling in your legs, a random pleasant childhood memory, and the feeling of betrayal, Lupin informed the class. All of these feelings can be resisted, he continued. You can learn to isolate reality from what wards like these can show you. No points for anyone now. However, I will keep these in the hallway outside the classroom, and any time you want to test yourself, you will get 1 point for your house to try. You will get 5 points every time you try the betrayal ward, as that is the most emotionally taxing. No one replied. Harry assumed with great certainty that no number of house points was worth going near that last one again. It also made him a bit sad to think that hearing his aunt gossiping with her friends while he was locked in his cupboard counted as a pleasant childhood memory. With no one replying to him, Lupin let them out of class early. After turning in their homework for history, everyone took their seats while Professor Umbridge looked through their assignments, only stopping to shush anyone who started talking and deduct points from those further back in the room. Nearly 20 minutes into the class, she shuffled through the homework assignments and started reading off random responses, either praising them for their insight into how dangerous muggles could be or scolding them for naivety. Harry acknowledged that many of the ideas of some of the students more fearful of muggles could be accurate, though there seemed to be quite a few students that took it way too far, though they also seemed to be given the most amount of points by their smirking professor. When she read off a few of Harry's answers, she gave him a quizzical look and smiled before moving on. The lesson of the day continued from where they had left off with Muggle-born breaches of the Statute of Secrecy, and moved on to breaches committed by the parents and relatives of Muggle-born wizards. Most were just spreading the secret of a magical world hidden beneath theirs, and others were involved in using magical items of their children in their lives, or getting them to procure more for them. The worst breaches had the Muggle-borns using magic on their behalf for various benefits. The lesson made Harry imagine what his Aunt Petunia would have done with magical fertilizer, or his uncle with anything that might coerce customers into closing larger sales at his job. Dudley would use prank products as a means of torture for weaker children in the neighborhood. As their assignment for the next class was brainstorming such situations, Harry was halfway done before Umbridge let them go for the day. Saturday was more Quidditch practice. Cedric was forcing them through drills and instructed them on how to play a half-pitch match. Since they still only had one keeper, he hovered at the posts as they all tried to score on him. Each set of chasers and beaters were attacking him and trying to unseat the others, with their captain only allied with whoever wasn't shooting at the goals. Harry was amazed at how Cedric could keep track of which team he was defending and which team he was working against, as he called out plays to whoever he was currently working with, and then ceased advising them as soon as the quaffle had a change of possession. When they took a break, all the beaters got an earful from Cedric when he told them they should be attacking him as well any time their chasers were shooting at him. The best bet you have of scoring in a real game is when the keeper has to dodge instead of staying at the posts, he told them. We are only using trainers, so you should have no reservations about hitting me or any of the other players out there. Harry shared a look with Greg, Millicent, and Neville, and they all got back to playing. Again, Harry was a bit awed at how well Cedric was able to keep track of the plays and when a bludger was aimed at him. He rarely moved more than a few inches to either side to avoid a strike, staying firmly rooted in his position, guarding whichever hoop he was currently guarding. Finally, the snitch appeared, and the game ended quickly, with Lyra grabbing it out of the air. Cedric gathered them around afterward to discuss the practice. "You all did well," he praised them. "We have 2 more weeks before the exhibition match the Harpies set up in Y Valley. I don't expect it to be as one-sided as the game we played against the professionals, but it will be against a team with at least a few years of experience playing together and against more than just one real match." "Do we have a strategy?" William asked. "No," Cedric replied with a shrug. "We don't know enough about ourselves yet, and we don't know anything about them. That's why we are playing this match, to learn about how we play against a team that is made up of other children our age before we go up against Gryffindor. We will build our strategy from this game." "What if I catch the snitch before we can figure anything out?" Lyra asked with a smirk. "It's an exhibition match," Cedric told her with an eye roll. "We will be playing all day, enough time to rotate in all our players, and if a game ends too quickly, we will just start again. This isn't part of a tournament, and no one advances for winning, though at least one win would be nice," he told them hopefully. After a few more questions from the other players, they returned to the common room to soak in the grotto. Whispers was trying to teach Sylvie how to swim, but the Kneazle was reluctant to get wet. She was eventually thrown in by the exasperated Demiguise to learn that Sylvie could swim instinctively and move quickly to enact her vengeance. Sylvie hunted Whispers around the common room. Harry and Lyra decided to take their homework up to Ravenclaw to complete without needing to deal with silver animals jumping through the trees where they liked to work. Arriving at the door with the eagle knocker, Harry almost bumped straight into it, as it didn't open on its own. After a second of waiting, he shrugged and used the knocker. "Welcome to Ravenclaw Tower," the pleasant voice came from the eagle. "I look forward to seeing what you may accomplish this year. Though you must now answer a riddle to enter." "What?" Lyra looked confused at such a direct statement from the knocker. "A man has a fox, a chicken, and a bag of grain," the knocker began. It took them nearly 10 minutes to figure out the brain teaser presented to them, and the knocker would only repeat the problem, not mentioning anything about its previous statement. The room was primarily filled with other Ravenclaws, with the usual assortment of other studious individuals from other houses taking advantage of the library or the smarter students in the house. Finding a spot at an empty table, they got to work on their assignments. When everything was done and the ink had dried, Harry went to Hermione's shelf to pull Return of the King from the shelves. He had finished the Two Towers, but hadn't gotten to the last book in The Lord of the Rings because of the mess with the basilisk. Also, on Hermione's shelf was an empty spot with a note. "Coming soon, Martin the Warrior." With a smile, Harry returned to the couch to read as Lyra continued with her assignment from Umbridge. He was nearly 2 chapters in when he felt the hair on his neck twitch slightly. He quickly glanced at his side and saw Penny, in her wolf form, curled up by the fireplace. Whoever was stalking him didn't feel malicious, but it was still stalking. Harry reread the same page a few more times until he could feel the breath of the person behind him. Checking reflective surfaces near him, he saw the sparkly distortion resembling a disillusionment charm behind him. Quick as lightning, he reached behind him and grabbed the person by the shirt, throwing him over his shoulder and onto the ground in front of him with a terrified scream from the perpetrator. Nearly every student in the room turned to look as Harry slammed a now visible Rolf Scamander down onto the floor in front of his couch. He was stunned into silence as Penny rushed over, shifting back into her human form. "Harry, what's going on?" "He was sneaking up on me," Harry defended himself as Rolf stayed silent, still pinned to the ground by Harry's hand. "Let him up," Penny said in a forceful tone. When he was standing, she asked him in the same voice, "What do you have to say for yourself?" "I just wanted to see what he was reading," he said, looking ashamedly at his feet. "You could have asked," Harry replied, holding up the book. "I'm sorry," he said sadly, and then ran off. He seemed to vanish again before he could even get around the corner. Lyra joined Harry on the couch and got a retelling of what just happened before snatching the book from Harry and starting from the beginning again. They were right up to the end of the second chapter again when Lyra pointed out someone approaching them again, disillusioned. When he was a few feet in front the couch, Harry just declared, "You're doing it again, Rolf. Do you want to join us?" "How did you see me?" he replied, fading into full visibility. "No one sees me," he added with a touch of sadness. "We live with a demiguise," Lyra explained, not wanting to reveal their secrets. What you are doing isn't even close. What are you doing anyway? Harry asked. It's not exactly disillusionment, and it's not invisibility. Rolf looked embarrassed. It's not something I like to talk about. Lyra looked even more interested and scooted over on the couch to make a spot between her and Harry. She patted it until Rolf sat with them. So, tell me, Lyra prompted him with a smile. Rolf still looked a bit embarrassed, but then laid his arm on the table, and it slowly shifted until it became the same color, and then so close that it appeared to vanish completely. No matter which side or from what angle Harry looked at the younger boy's arm, he knew he wouldn't be able to see it if he couldn't already see the hidden. It's my family, Rolf told Lyra. Everyone is amazing. Vavo is Newt Scamander, the Newt Scamander. Vavo was a chief aura and a war hero. My dad wrestles trolls with his bare hands, and my mom, well, everyone looks at her, everyone. He looked a bit ashamed at that statement. We went to all sorts of events, parties, and balls when I was younger, he continued. Everyone wanted to talk to them. I was just there in the background. One day, a few years ago, I just faded into the background. He sniffled a bit. It just happens now. Whenever I'm around other people, I just fade away. Without prompting, Lyra gave him a big hug. His arm, which had still been blended into the surroundings, immediately snapped back to visibility. Rolf was a bit shocked, but relaxed into the hug as Harry put his hand on the boy's back and rubbed it, not wanting to interrupt Lyra's moment. Rolf's magic had granted him an ability like theirs from similar circumstances, not from needing to be hidden, but from being ignored. Harry's anger at the situation started to bubble forth, breaking Rolf from the hug he shared with Lyra. It's not right, Harry told Rolf, feeling anger towards his new head of house. They shouldn't ignore you like that. They don't, Rolf defended his parents. It just happened. When they saw it, they tried everything to stop it, but it kept happening. I can't stop it, and sometimes I don't even realize I've vanished until one of my family points it out. Harry's anger fizzled a bit at his defense, but stayed on edge. If they had been paying more attention to him, it wouldn't have happened to begin with. They continued to talk for a while. Rolf told them about a few of the adventures he had been on with his parents. The most recent was to find an earth elemental. Elementals, apparently, were magical creatures that could manipulate specific elements in their environment outside of their own bodies. Lyra asked and clarified that firebirds did not count because their fire originated inside themselves. The one they were looking for was a mud eel. Despite the name, it was a mammal and had more in common with a mole than anything else, looking like a fat, 30-foot-long eel with front legs and long claws. It made its home in vast, muddy swamps and would construct tunnels under the muddy water to live in. While it had long claws, the tunnels were constructed simply by moving the mud and earth with its magic, and the claws were used for defending itself from predators. Rolf started to fade a bit as he spoke about how his father had wrestled one in the mud that was half-grown. Lyra pinched his arm so he wouldn't disappear in the middle of the story. When he got done, Harry and Lyra told him a bit about the basilisk, where he admitted that his father had told him that, under no circumstances, he would ever confront one without a rooster, and now the situation was made even more frightening that they all knew that roosters were useless. As it got close to dinner, Hermione joined them. However, before they could introduce Rolf, he had vanished and was no longer sitting with them on the couch. After spotting him running off, they decided they would have to bring him into the light slowly. A quick look at his sister showed she was on the same page as him. They would give him his own legend so he wasn't part of someone else's. So when is Martin the warrior coming? Harry asked their friend. On my birthday, Hermione groaned. My parents told me I needed to wait, and they'd get me a hardcover copy. When is your birthday? Lyra asked curiously. November 5th, Hermione began tapping her feet, thinking about it. 2 months. They have it now, and they're making me wait. Focus on the new school year, they told me. I've got my classes, projects, and helmets, and they don't think I have time for a short story. I'm guessing you'll just lock yourself in a room for the weekend to read when you get it, Harry smirked. I've already told Professor Flitwick, Hermione smiled back. He told me I need to get permission from all my other teachers of the days I want off. Following dinner, the Scamander students gathered back in the common room for Janina to instruct them on the spell to walk on water. All the students were in clothes they could get wet except for Gurion, who was just lounging, fully dressed, in a chair to the side with Whispers, Dougal, and Sylvie. Harry's vision of the two brave and bold adventurers had been slightly cracked by Rolf and his story, so he just looked to the two of them as professors, for now. Janena went into a long instruction about how the charm worked. The spell was cast on your footwear and would not work on bare feet. It could be used on sandals, socks, shoes, high heels, or anything else. It required forward momentum, so the moment you stopped moving, you would sink. Walking in circles works just fine, but going forward and backward wasn't. She demonstrated the spell and showed what failures looked like. She also applied an advanced version of the spell, which gave her the appearance of ice skating on the not ice water in the grotto. When they finally got time to cast the spell, all the students failed spectacularly. Only Cedric and Patricia managed to get a few steps in before sinking. They continued to try repeatedly, while Lyra dried them all off with a stamp of her staff in between attempts. It was long past curfew before they had all mastered it well enough to cross the grotto completely. This drain on their collective magic caused nearly all of them to fall asleep in moments. Chapter 23. Cultural Differences. Chapter text, Thrust. Darshan, he commanded Harry. Harry had been standing still for the last 15 minutes, spear in hand, posed in the exact position he needed to be to make a firm strike on the target in front of him. It had been immensely tiring, as he needed to tense all his muscles for the moment that his teacher gave him the command to move. In the last hour, he had been through several similar drills where his instructor would give him a position to stand in and what he would need to do for his next movement, then have him hold it for anywhere from 2 to 5 minutes before changing. He was given small pointers and adjustments to how he was standing or holding his spear, but mostly he was just standing still. The last pose had been the most challenging, and it certainly seemed like Darshan was just seeing how long he could hold the position before breaking down. Sweat was dripping down his face and body as he held the spear in the pre-thrust position, waiting for the command to proceed. The thing that made it the most difficult was Lyra's instruction happening on the other side of the training area of the building they were in. In stark contrast to his training, Ransom was drilling her without respite, forcing her on the offense and defense constantly with attacks, so she never got a moment of peace. Not even when she would get a small cut or a tear in her clothes would he stop his assault. If she actually got injured, Harry planned to rush to her defense, but after resisting the urge to constantly be by her side while playing Quidditch, he continued to do that here. Finally getting the command to attack from Darshan, Harry plunged his spear into the target in front of him. Most of the sweat that had accumulated on his arms and face flew in the same direction as his thrust, splattering the target moments after the tip of the spear had sunk into the center of the post he had been aiming for. Harry let out a long breath he had been holding as he relaxed from the exercise. Darshan stared at him. "This is not possible," he told Harry in a bewildered voice. "I've had adult students that such progress wasn't achieved in 4 months. You achieved it in a week. Is it because you have magic?" Harry wasn't sure what to say. His teacher's tone was approaching the kind he didn't like from his aunt and uncle or Liz at the fun fair. His expression seemed to show on his face. "Don't get me wrong," Darshan said apologetically. "Your progress is incredible. I just want to know what you're doing that's different than other students I've taught. Is it just because you have magic?" "I use my staff to practice," Harry explained, walking over to his things at the side of the room and picking it up. "I can make myself weak to focus on my flaws." His teacher looked curiously at the staff. "Show me." Harry reached over and scratched his teacher on his arm with the root side of the Lamashu fang. Immediately the man staggered and nearly fell to the ground. It looked like he had 10 years added to his face as he righted himself. His hands shook as he looked at them and flexed his fingers slowly. Experimentally, he picked up Harry's spear and moved it quickly through the different forms, adding some more artistic spins and thrusts to the routine. The whole thing wasn't nearly as precise as it had been the other times he had shown Harry his drills. Harry explained, "It lasts for me around an hour. I can also make myself stronger, but it won't cancel the weakness." "How does strength not cancel weakness?" Teacher asked in a confused tone. Harry twisted his face in thought. "It's hard to explain." He scratched his head as he tried to put his thoughts into words. "Taking away my strength doesn't take it all away. If it did, it would just leave me collapsed on the floor. The Lamashu Fang takes away. He stopped to think again. Like if my body is like a spear. He picked up one of the spears that he had been training with. The magic strips away everything until I'm like a blade of grass attached to the spearhead. If I strengthen myself from there, I'm still a blade of grass, just a strong one. When I train, I'm making the blade of grass stronger on my own, instead of using magic. Then when my strength returns, I have a stronger core inside the rest of my power. Darshan, he took his words like they were coming from a sage, tried to flex his arms, and looked confused at the results. Harry's instructor continued to test and experiment with his newfound lack of strength, leading Harry through some other drills here and there. When the man's strength returned after an hour, he groaned as his body adjusted to the change. That was like 3 days after a workout, all hitting me at the same time, he commented as he stretched his arms and legs. I feel stronger than I was before you weakened me. It sounds like you are cheating. Ransom had walked over to the two of them with Lyra, having stopped their training to watch Harry's. Muggles should not even be seeing magic. So you admit that using magic is cheating? Darshan raised an eyebrow at the other man, that you give yourself an easy life every day. It is not the same, he replied fiercely. I was born with this. Magic is mine. You are stealing it from us. Despite the verbal attack, Darshan remained calm. I was asked to be here. Is it possible for you to teach Harry what he needs to know? I'm sure if you could, Mr. Brant would not have asked for my services. Showing great frustration, Ransom reached for his wand in his pocket, but before it had even been halfway removed, there was a spear tip sitting on the top of his hand. The other end was held by Darshan. I'm sure we can settle this like adults if you would like. He smiled calmly. Augustus Stevens had escorted the children to their lessons and had been sitting in a corner of the room juggling balls, swords, beaters' bats, and something that looked like a wrinkled leather basketball with sharp teeth on one side. For the first time since they arrived, he spoke up. I can set up some dueling wards. Ransom seemed to back off a little. Not today, keep away from our magic. When you finish with Mr. Potter's instruction, make sure you never come back. Darshan shrugged and turned to Harry, saying, I think we can jump ahead a few lessons. Both Harry and Lyra were physically exhausted as they left their training area. They walked slowly as Stevens kept his head on a swivel as he followed up behind them. I'd like to see which of them would win in a fight, Lyra told Harry enthusiastically. Darshan already won the first round, Harry told his sister with a smile. Fear, anger, anxiety, Stevens spoke from behind them. These things cloud the mind. Keeping calm keeps you focused. Master, he seems to know this well. Juggling and acrobatics always were my favorites for keeping me calm and focused. Harry and Lyra shared a look. Darshan seemed relaxed and focused in everything he did, while Ransom seemed to have a great deal of hostility. He was still a good teacher, but it made them both want to see a sparring match between the teachers even more, to see which way of doing things would be better. They were almost through the village before a chill swept over them. While Harry and Lyra were quick to draw their wands, Stevens was already focused on the direction the chill came from. Down the street from them were 3 auras, all with patronesses out, but pushing against them, and towards Harry and Lyra was the Dementor. It didn't seem to be attacking the patronesses of the auras, as it had done with the ones belonging to Tristan and Remus Lupin, just moving consistently to push them back. With a flourish of his wand, a silver peacock appeared in a shower of white sparks in front of Stevens. The air of despair vanished as the white light of the spectral bird washed over the street. The tail feathers of the bird moved as if they were being blown by a wind that wasn't there, and all at once moved towards the Dementor. A large pulse of magic from the guardian creature stopped the Dementor where it was, but it seemed to radiate its darkness back to them in return. Harry felt pressure on all sides of him from the evil magic, and was reminded of being shoved into the clothes dryer when he was a kid, just before his uncle sent him off to be sold to the evil men on the ship. His brain continued moving along that timeline, but stopped when he remembered that was where he met Lyra. Looking over at his sister, he saw she was experiencing some kind of mental trauma as well. He reached out and grabbed her hand. Warmth spread back into his body and jerked Lyra out of whatever was filling her thoughts as well. There was a sound similar to a growl that came from the Dementor, and a writhing mass of smoke appeared in its bony hand, solidifying into one of the kissed prisoners that had come along with it. The Dementor's fingers clenched around the next, and the soulless man cried out, "Give us Black." "I don't have him," Harry screamed. Then he slashed with his wand to send a large punch of magic at the creature. The magic impacted the creature's hooded face, and for a moment he saw something that resembled a skull underneath, with only solid bone where there might be eyes or a nose. It also was pushed back slightly, as if it had just been slapped, and it let out a small shriek. The momentary change in its concentration gave the auras an opportunity to push harder and start to drive the dark creature back down the street and away from the town, dropping the prisoner it had been holding along the way. Stevens dismissed his patroness and conjured metal wires of many colors that twisted around the fallen prisoner, turning him into some kind of modern art masterpiece, like some kind of strange cactus, and holding him in place. "Back to the castle now," he commanded the children as they immediately ran toward the gates of the castle. Once they were back inside the walls, Stevens placed his hands on his sides, stretched his back, and groaned, "Bloody Dementors." "I hate that thing," Lyra shivered as Harry clung tightly to her for both of them. "Go to the infirmary and get some chocolate," Stevens instructed them. "I will be right behind you after I check on the auras that were corralling it." Stevens headed back out to the town after the children were inside the castle, though as soon as they were gone, he cast another patronus, one that was small enough to fit in the palm of his hand. "Go to Lord Black," he instructed the diminutive guardian. "Tell him that Mr. Potter's magic can affect a Dementor. I'll give him a full debriefing later." After they had had a large glass of hot chocolate in the infirmary, Stevens showed up with Simon Ides for their occlumency lesson. Their lesson from the last week had essentially been to build a box inside their own mind. It was a bit strange to do, and Harry had tried to go through numerous constructions to see what fit best. While he had extensive experience being inside small rooms, none of them were places he wanted to return to, even for a quick chat. Simone led them to an empty classroom where they began their work. She asked both of them to describe the rooms they had created before she examined them herself. They had ended up working together to try and create a space for both of them that wasn't tied to any of their past experiences. In the end, they just tried to make a room with stone walls and nothing else. Harry ended up going first, and Simone entered his mind and arrived at his welcome mat. She hadn't instructed him to do anything else with the room other than walls, a floor, and a ceiling, so the two of them were in a room completely devoid of light. Harry could hear his teacher moving around the room, not saying anything, but experimenting with her other senses. He could hear her scuffing her feet on the floor, knocking on the walls, sniffing the air, and making noises with her mouth for some reason. "I'm going to create light now," she told Harry seconds before an orb of light in her hand illuminated the room. Harry's eyes widened. "Is that wandless magic?" She shook her head. "In here, your mind is the only thing that can impose limitations. It's your mind and your rules, so until you tell me that I can't conjure light in here, I can do whatever I want." Harry focused hard on what was going on in his mindscape, and the light in Simone's hand vanished from existence, plunging the room back into darkness. A moment later, her whole body began to glow like it was a bioluminescent jellyfish. "Good," she smiled. "You're learning to impose your own rules in here." Now, I told you that my welcome mat was completely fabricated, and the reason for this is that if you don't, a skilled Legerdemains will be able to take an element of this room and use it to extract memories from you without even leaving the room. She walked over to the wall and reached through it like it was water and pulled. Suddenly, the wall seemed to be made of taffy, and when she let it go, it snapped back into place and looked more like one of the walls at Hogwarts than the blank slate it had been before. "How did you do that?" Harry asked. "You built this room from a memory. I simply exposed the associated thoughts for both of us to see. When you continue to build your welcome mat, you will need to take any element you have and change it, just slightly so that there is no place in the entire world or anywhere in your memory that relates to it other than in this room. It can be as simple as changing how long the sound echoes on the stone by a fraction of a second, or making a window give a reflection that changes the viewer's eye color. If an element of this room comes from an exact memory outside the room, it can be traced to the real thing." Saying that, she hit her fist into the wall of the room, and the entire construct shattered. Harry staggered under the blow as if it hit him in the chest, falling to his knees as memories flooded the empty void they were standing in, an enormous memory of the castle appearing and surrounding them. Harry did his best to pull all the memories into himself and surround them with a spiky shell to protect them, but he was dazed from his welcome mat being shattered, so he was not able to fully construct his defenses. Always keep your defenses up outside your welcome mat. That way, if it gets broken, you'll have them ready to fight back, she told Harry, and then pushed herself out of his mind. He nearly fell out of his chair as he regained his bearings. Lyra grabbed him to keep him from falling over, and he started to catch his breath as if he had just been through an extended workout. It was tough, he told his sister, breathlessly but didn't elaborate. During her turn, Harry watched her carefully and noticed what must have been the exact moment that Simone shattered her construct. Beads of sweat immediately formed on her head and arms, and her feet started sliding to the side as they didn't even support what little weight she was putting on them sitting down. Harry made sure to hold the chair tightly so she didn't fall over the moment the spell ended. Stevens conjured glasses with water for them as soon as Lyra was done, and Simon waited for them to finish their drink before continuing with the instruction. I won't be back for 2 weeks. During that time, you are to build a new welcome mat. Previously, I told you to build one that was plain and without detail. Now, I want you to do it with the most insane detail you can imagine. Make things that don't exist in nature, that you've never seen in the magical world. Create new colors, make new textures, and combine noises, tastes, and smells. Everything in your mat needs to be unique to that room. I will pull on every carpet fiber and smash every window to see if it leads to a memory in your mind. You need to make sure that they don't. And keep practicing with whispers. I very much want to see how far you can take that exercise. Monday came with a big bag of mixed feelings. On one hand, they had their first world history class being taught by Professor Umbridge. However, on the other, she would be giving out the full syllabus, which would allow them to test out of the class. Harry suffered no illusions about knowing anything about the history of the magical world, but hearing many of the upperclassmen talk, there was always the possibility of burning through enough study material from the course information to scrape by with the barest minimum knowledge not to have to return to the course after the TET. They also had their first optional lecture in the afternoon, being held by Janina Scamander. No one knew what she was going to teach them, so there was a heightened amount of interest among the entire student body. Headmaster Dumbledore had told them they could also use Monday afternoons to train for the big Wizard Olympics, but they had yet to be told what any of the events would be. Their schedules were a bit confusing. Lyra had started leading Harry to where Umbridge was holding their class, only to find out that the room on her schedule was different than Harry's. After consulting some of their friends and other students, it seemed that there were at least 6 different locations for the class, even though they all had the same professor. Confused, but following the instructions on their schedules, Harry split off and followed another group of students that seemed to have the same location as he did. When he entered the classroom, the reason for the different rooms became immediately apparent. They were in an enormous amphitheater, large enough to hold all of the students in the school. There were small hallways all over the seating area that allowed the students to enter from different places, presumably, so they wouldn't all get jammed up in the same hallway and doorway. It must have been another teacher's idea, as their history professor's main classroom was specifically designed not to be accommodating for anyone, except those in the first few rows. Harry managed to snag a seat near Rachel Nevitt, who had grabbed a seat next to one of the Weasley twins. Where and who the other one was anyone's guess. She looked delighted at seeing Harry and started going into an animated story about finding a secret passage with a twisting slide that went between the 7th and 4th floors. The twin next to her whispered to her about a similar passage that was a trampoline between the 3rd and 4th floors. Harry spied Umbridge up on the stage with the same house elf as she had in her regular class, holding the teapot with both hands as she casually drank her tea, sitting behind the desk on the stage. On the wall behind her was a giant map of the world, showing just the topography and no borders for any country. Most of the students were quiet, having already been docked points in her regular classes for even talking above a whisper out of turn. The professor seemed to sense that she had cowed them and gave a small continuous smirk as she drank her tea. When it appeared that no other students were going to show up, there was a sound of heavy doors closing inside each of the hallways leading out of the room, and their professor pulled out a large scroll of paper and began to scan through it, checking off parts of it with a large red quill. It took her quite some time to get through the whole thing before she put both the quill and scroll into a drawer in the desk. "Good morning and welcome, students, to History of the Magical World," she smiled sweetly. All of the pre-owl students who had already taken her classes rattled off, "Good morning, Professor Umbridge." "Thank you," she smiled back. "For those older students, please follow the example set by the younger students next class. There are quite a few students in the older group and a few in the younger that decided not to spend this time with us. They will not be eligible for testing out of the course. They have lost 10 points to their houses, and they have detention with me later tonight. Owls have already been sent to them, but I hope you will all stop them from losing points for your houses in the future." There was a large amount of grumbling from different parts of the room, along with anger being directed at those who had lost house points for them. Harry was pretty sure that he had seen everyone from Scamander heading out of the great hall to the class, but he couldn't be sure that all of them had made it. He knew he could see Lyra's hair from across the room, so at least there was that. "As I've told all of you before," Umbridge continued, "your experience in history at Hogwarts has been abysmal and a joke. With the inter-school competition coming next year, it is my job to make sure you know about the history of the magical world, so we do not look like fools and muggles to the other visitors on these ancient grounds. While your other classes will be teaching the younger students the history of secrecy and the British ministry, this class will attempt to educate you about the other schools that will be attending the tournament. Does anyone else know a magical school in the world? Salem Witch Academy." One student called out, "5 points from your house for not raising your hand." The professor chastised the girl who had called out. All the same, she waved her wand, and a small yellow appeared on the northeast coast of the United States. A few hands rose around the room, waiting to be called on. A few of them were, and were awarded points. It was pretty clear to see that she had the same bias in here that she did in her normal classes. Harry had yet to be called on, and she finally sighed and called on him. He gave them Kumbu, where the Yeti lived, and was awarded a single point. By the time all of the students had been called on, there were lights all over the world map. There are witches and wizards all over the world, though the most distinguished are from right here in Hogwarts. Umbridge threw up a larger green light over northern Scotland, near where Hogwarts must be. The Weasley twin whispered down to Rachel, "All the magical schools are unplottable, so none of those lights are an exact location. Some of them are probably hundreds of miles off where those lights are. We know that Hogwarts is up in the Scottish Highlands, but for other schools, we just know their country and that's it. No one knows where the Russian school moved in the 1800s. It just moved," Rachel asked him with wonder. "Some say it just grew legs and walked away when the Muggle leaders threatened to draft wizards into their armies," he replied. They both looked back up to the professor as she continued. "The following schools have replied to their invitations that they will be attending." She waved her wand, and many of the lights lit up in red. Durmstrang Institute, Beauxbatons, Caslia Bruxo, Ilvermorny, Solomon Colloquium, Kumbu, Dreamtime Academy, Uagadu Mahautakoro, and Cold of Storets. Harry saw a hand raised belonging to Cho Chang. When called on, she asked, "Not the Chinese?" Umbridge shook her head. They were quite rude with their response, informing us that this was a blatant attempt to steal their secrets and possibly their students. Cho, along with a few other Chinese students in the room, made a very audible sigh of relief. Umbridge clapped her hands twice, and around 20 house elves popped into the room carrying large stacks of paper. They slowly walked up the stairs of the amphitheater and hand-delivered each paper to each student while the professor had her teacup refilled and had a drink. Rachel looked up at Harry and asked, "Why aren't they just using magic?" Harry shrugged. When looked at for answers, the Weasley twin also looked confused and replied, "My family can't afford an elf, but everything I know about them says that they should be able to." When Harry received his paper, he scanned it to see the course syllabus with each of the schools that would be attending the tournament written in, along with various elements of their history under each section. There was no way he was learning all of this in time for a test, even if it was a month away. Unhappy noises from around the room seemed to share his thoughts. If you wish to test out of the class, the test will be next Sunday. It will require an E on the test to successfully end your requirement for the course. Until then, we will start with the history of American wizards. Umbridge began her lecture by speaking about Americans as some of the most hypocritical people in the world, that nearly every single one of the original colonists was either a Muggle-born or half-blood who had left England to explore the world was probably part of her distaste for them. She blamed the Muggle insurrection on American magicals, who saw that the English were on the verge of ending slavery in 1772 and pushed their Muggle counterparts to declare independence so they could keep their Muggle slaves. All of her dates and facts seemed to line up and painted a very dim picture of the American magical community. She explained that they were ungrateful to the British lords who had supported them in the past to settle the New World, but knew they couldn't survive without help. So they continued to use servants they did not need to be grateful towards, like house elves, and could treat in any way they wanted without repercussions. Most house elves were also owned by the most wealthy, and they needed a cheaper alternative to survive. She ended up going on a tangent that the Muggle-borns and half-bloods in British colonies that did not declare independence still demanded compensation for their Muggle slaves when forced to free them in the decades following the American insurrection. By the end of the class, she had told them about how, when they eventually ended the practice of enslaving Muggles, nearly a century later, they decided to also ban the bonding of house elves to families, severely limiting their capabilities. Despite their origins of coming from nearly entirely half-bloods and Muggle-borns, they also banned the intermarriage of magicals and Muggles for nearly another 100 years. Muggle-borns were given no choice on where they could attend school, and Muggle parents were watched by special teams of obliviators that, on multiple infractions violating secrecy rules, would erase their minds that they had any children, and those children would be assigned new magical families to live within their stead. There were gasps from around the room at that revelation, particularly from the Muggle-borns at the school. It didn't seem like anyone was aware of how the American magicals and their government Macusa operated. On the way to lunch, Harry found the first year in his house, Jason, and asked him cautiously, "You said your mom was an obliviator." He looked a bit despondent. "I don't know. I don't think that's what she does. She just told me she enforces the statute of secrecy and keeps Muggles from knowing about magic. I hope she doesn't erase children away from their parents." Instead of going to the Great Hall, he turned away and started to jog off. "I need to go send an owl." All through lunch, the hall was buzzing with students talking about the World History lecture. At the professor's table, most of them shared looks of concern as Umbridge ate her meal without a care in the world and a smile on her face. When lunch was over, most of the students slowly started to move back to the classroom they had been in before for Janina Scamander's lecture. This time, Harry went with his sister, and the two of them managed to find Hermione to sit with as she was showing a bit more enthusiasm than the other students. "I had no idea the Americans were like that," she spoke with surprise but interest in learning more. "I haven't met a lot, but the tourists are occasionally annoying. I'm going to have to do a lot of studying before the test on Sunday. There is no way I'll pass," Lyra shrugged. "I don't think I will either," Hermione replied, shocking both of them. "It's not about passing, it's about seeing what's on the test. It's about seeing what she expects us to learn this year that's not on the syllabus. After the last class, I think I'd still come to the class even if I did pass. I met her at the Olympics meeting over the summer. She's the only one who was making sure everyone knew we couldn't violate various laws and secrecy statutes. It seemed weird that Hermione of all people seemed to like this woman who hated Muggle-borns and her more than the others. But he let it slide for now so as to not deflate her enthusiasm for learning. They found a space to sit together near the front of the room. The map was gone, and in its place was a large metal cage covered by a blue sheet. Also was a wooden podium half as big as the cage covered by a purple sheet. Janina was sitting at the desk with her feet up and watching all the students file in. When it looked like everyone was seated, she stood up and approached the front of the stage. "Welcome to the first lecture of the school year. I will probably give a few more myself here and there, Most will be done by your regular professors who want to teach something outside their regular curriculum or attract more interest in their subject to lure in younger students to their electives in the third year of your classes. For your first lecture, I will be teaching all of you about dragons. A wave of interested mutterings swept across the room. She smiled at the interested students seeking knowledge and then raised her hands gently for silence. She got it immediately. I grew up in Brazil, and after I finished my schooling, I went to work with the IQA, the International Confederation of Wizards. My job is to work directly in enforcing the statute of secrecy as a paleontologist. Who here knows what that is? Many students, including Hermione, raised their hands immediately. She ended up being called on to answer. It means you look for fossils and remains of long-dead animals, she answered. Then she gasped and added on, you find long-dead magical animals. Exactly, Janina replied. 5 points to Ravenclaw. However, I research plants too, since many magical plants make fossils as well. I work around the world trying to uncover and remove evidence of long-dead magical plants and animals so that muggles do not discover some three-headed dinosaur or a 50-foot-tall carnivorous plant with legs like an octopus. Harry nodded. That made sense. Many magical plants had weird structures. There was a big difference between mundane mandrakes and magical mandrakes. A dead magical mandrake would look nearly like a dead baby, and it would be hard to cover that up from a muggle who may find it. For the next part of my lecture, I will need the help of my assistant, the brave adventurer Gurion Scamander. There was applause as her husband came onto the stage, wearing a thick leather coat that included gloves stitched onto the sleeves. He walked over to the cage and pulled off the cover to reveal a large log and various plants. However, what was sitting on top of the fallen tree was a large lizard, nearly 15 feet long, including its tail. It was mostly bright red, but had patches of yellow and blue around its body. It perked up at the cover being pulled from the enclosure and spread out wings from its back, hissing at Gurion. Calm down, girl, he said gently. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out a roasted turkey and tossed it through the bars. The creature snapped it out of the air and proceeded to eat it whole. Its neck seemed to constrict as it swallowed the meal, and the whole room could hear the bones inside of the bird breaking as it was consumed. When it had finished, it looked expectantly toward Gurion, who opened the cage, causing many students to start moving to the back of the room. He expertly handled the animal as it climbed onto his arms and shoulders, tail looping around his waist. When it was settled on the perch of the large man, Gurion snapped his fingers and pointed toward the ceiling. The creature opened its mouth and let spew a 30-foot-long tongue of flame. There was a combination of gasps and screams at the display. Janina spoke up again. This here is Daisy. She is a blue-toed Amazonian fire spitter. But the question I have for all of you, is she a dragon? Harry looked to Lyra and then to Hermione. Both seemed unsure. Sure, it was a flying lizard that breathed fire, but it didn't seem like a dragon. The ones that they had seen on the reserve were huge, terrifying, and hostile. Someone else must have been thinking along the same lines and called out, "Is it a baby?" Janina shook her head. She is fully grown. Gurion snapped his fingers and pointed again in 2 places, the lizard spitting fire exactly where he was pointing as a result. Hermione and Lyra whispered back and forth before Lyra told Harry they wouldn't be asking if the answer was obvious. Janina asked the room, "If you think this is a dragon, please stand up." Over half the room stood up. Those sitting down are correct. This is not a dragon. Does anyone have any idea why it isn't a dragon? It's too small, someone called out. The smallest dragon in the world is only 3 feet tall, fully grown, Janina informed them. It's too friendly, Lyra called out, also not bothering to raise her hand, getting a poke in the shoulder from Hermione. Yes, that is a signifying characteristic of a dragon. The only exception to this are the Ukrainian ironbellies that Newton Scamander managed to train, but has kept secret as to how, Janina replied. However, the real determining factor is that Daisy here is a recent evolution. Her species first came into being about 10,000 years ago, she explained to the room. There was a bit of silence before Hermione gasped out, "Dragons are dinosaurs." Lyra punched her in the arm and then winced as she had hit her metal prosthetic. "Exactly," Gurion exclaimed as his wife whipped off the purple sheet covering the large podium she was standing next to. Underneath was the skull of a large animal. At first, it resembled a large carnivorous dinosaur. However, the longer they all looked, the more it did not. It had spikes, horns, teeth, and other parts that did not resemble any dinosaur that anyone knew. Janana explained, "This is from my private collection. We've never found another like it, so it was never catalogued completely. Without a living specimen, and as the bones are millions of years old, it often takes multiple findings to determine what magical traits a dragon like this may have had. I get to keep it on the condition that I have to give it back to the Iqua if more like it are found." After getting a drink of water, she asked, "I've always noticed that Muggle-borns will often know more about dinosaurs than most purebloods, so can one of you tell me what killed the dinosaurs?" An older student was called on and told her, "An asteroid impact, which caused global climate change. The cold-blooded animals almost entirely died out as a result." "And what is one of the defining characteristics of a dragon?" Janana prompted them again. Someone else spoke up out of turn. "They breathe fire." "Correct," she commended them. It wasn't the fire breathing that kept them alive, but the ability to keep themselves warm in frozen conditions. The internal temperature of a dragon is hot enough to survive an ice age. "What about Thor's wyvern?" an older student asked. "Heard about that one, did you?" Janana smiled. For those who don't know, there are more than just fire dragons. Thor's wyvern is a Scandinavian dragon that has a large horn on its head that emits electricity. It's still being theorized as to how it managed to survive the Ice Age. There are also water dragons that simply went into hibernation and froze themselves for millions of years before waking up. Unfortunately, they have all been hunted to extinction as they were too large to keep hidden and were capable of destroying entire countries if left unchecked. There are also dragons of light that have been theorized to be able to fly in the upper atmosphere and were able to absorb enough heat from the sun from time to time above the cloud of ash from the asteroid impact to survive. There are also dragons of the dark, which it is also unknown how they survived. They are the most intelligent and elusive of dragons and are only found in the wild, though they are smart enough to avoid both muggles and wizards, so even the most intrepid magizoologists have never seen them. Harry and Lyra shared a look and knew that both of them just added finding such a creature to their long-term plans. The rest of the lecture involved details of just how dangerous dragons could be. While the majority of dragons' main trait was breathing fire, they differed heavily from region to region. Some had venom, while others had poisonous spines. Some could see well in the dark, while others were completely blind and had sonar like a bat. The range of fire breathing differed heavily as well. The Swedish short snout could breathe fire so hot that it turned blue, while a Chinese fireball spat a wad of flammable mucus that it ignited when leaving its mouth, exploding on impact and continuing to burn until the mucus was consumed by the fire. When there was a little time left, Janana opened the room to questions. Most of them were about the various dragons that she and Gurion had seen on their adventures, but one student's question, she turned back to the room. "Excellent question. Do any of you know why nearly every dragon is named after the region it is from?" After a lengthy period of silence, she added, "Do any of you know what Dragon Slayer's rights are?" Harry perked up at that. After killing the basilisk the previous year, it was explained that because he and the others had killed the creature, they were entitled to anything that came from the corpse. Many other students were familiar with the term and raised their hands. An older Gryffindor was called on to explain the answer. "So, the reason is that when every wizard who was able to, and many that weren't, started to try to run around slaying dragons, the International Confederation of Wizards decided that dragons would be the property of the ministries where they were from. Many other hostile magical creatures get the same treatment to stop people from overhunting them. There are exceptions to this rule, but for the most part, it stops poaching of many magical creatures because it is a crime to steal them from the country they belong to." Harry raised his hand and asked, "What about creatures that aren't hostile?" Janana nodded. "Dragon Slayer's rights are only given when a creature threatens others or the wizard needs to kill them to defend themselves. More docile magical creatures get hunted for sport or parts, but they don't gain legal ownership of the animal after they die as a result, as it was not necessary to kill the creature. More often than not, it was illegal to do in the first place. Has Gurion ever claimed something? A bold, older girl asked with a dreamy look on her face. The large man stepped forward, with the giant, multicolored lizard he had been showing before now sleeping around his shoulders. I have. However, I have never actively pursued any creature to do so. I did so only when it was necessary to defend myself, my family, or others. I ensure that every part of the animals is used for education or charity once they are deceased, and a few can be viewed in local magical museums worldwide. The question session trickled away from that point, and the students slowly filed out of the room. Hermione was talking a mile a minute about the implications of what they had heard. Dinosaurs. How did I not know about this? Dragons are magical dinosaurs, and a magical animal museum. There certainly isn't one in Diagon Alley. It sounds interesting, Harry mused, but who would want to see dead animals? Newt had said he was going to bring classes to the menagerie he has under his home this year. I want to do that. Some animals you can't see alive anymore, Hermione countered. The only place you can see them is in a museum. Harry nodded as Lyra agreed. That makes sense, though I'd still prefer the living kind. Chapter 24. Grim Portends. Chapter text lunch later that week dissolved into chaos as the last class taking divination showed up in a panic. Harry had heard much about the eccentric teacher of the class, that she would regularly predict travesty and death surrounding the students in her classes. However, today seemed different. Harry squeezed into a spot at the Gryffindor table to listen to the story. She was happy, happy. People around looked worried at his statement. She just burst into the classroom and started yelling, they're coming, and then she started laughing. Laughing, someone asked in bewilderment, like a dark lord, the storyteller said with a shiver. A long maniacal laugh, then she smiled again and said, they are coming and no one can stop it. Then she laughed again. Then what? Harry asked. Then nothing, the storyteller told them. She just continued with class, but all her predictions were happy. She didn't predict anyone's death or dismemberment, just helpful advice for love, business, or schoolwork. She even said I would come into some unexpected money. Isn't that good? One of the first-year non-Potter Harrys in Gryffindor asked. No, the storyteller yelled. She predicts travesties. She doesn't predict happy events. On any other day, unexpected money probably would mean someone I know is going to die and leave something to me. Another student jumped in. That's not even the worst part. Everyone listening in turned to her. While Trelawney was predicting all the good fortunes of the class, we were all seeing death. I saw the grim. There was a drawing of breath from many students sitting around the table. The original storyteller added, I saw it too, drawing more shocked expressions. One other student admitted to seeing it as well. What's a grim? Harry asked. A death omen, he was told. The grim is a great black dog that signals that someone is going to die. Like a banshee? Harry asked. No, Seamus spoke up. Banshees predict the death of someone in specific families. Someone who sees the grim will have someone near them die soon, possibly even themselves. There was a long silence before Harry asked again, is it a magical animal or like a boggart? The Weasley conglomerate approached Harry from behind. All 5 of the current students had been gathered together for some reason. Percy put a hand on Harry's shoulder. No one knows. No one has ever caught one, but plenty have seen it, he told Harry gravely. Why would anyone seek out a death omen? Ginny asked in a terrified voice. Now, I bet the all-powerful Harry Potter will catch a grim. Ron sarcastically rolled his eyes as he spoke. Ooh, I'll make a leash for when you catch it, one of the twins said with a grin. I thought we would eat it, said the other with a frown. Many people looked disgusted at his remark. Back in the common room, Lyra went to seek out Meliandra, pulling Harry along with her. Over the summer, she had been hard at work with her mother, reading fortunes for muggles, and now that she was back at school, she had wasted no time trying to start her own fortune-telling business at the school. Every other day, Harry would see her out in the grotto, reading tea leaves or tarot cards for another student. Despite being in her second year, and before even taking the divination elective, many older students were coming to her for a glimpse into their future. They found her finishing up giving a reading to Patricia under one of the balit trees in the common room. She had a little nook set up with several sticks of incense burning in the tree above her, a number of books on one table to her side, and a crystal ball on a stand to the other. A table in front of her held the cards from her last reading that she was gathering up. Patricia stood up and praised the younger girl. I don't think you're a seer, but that was some incredible insight. Can we do this again next month? Of course, Melly smiled. For the same fee, of course. Patricia pulled out 5 silver sickles and placed them on the table. I appreciate the Scamander discount, then walked away. You're charging now? Lyra asked with a smirk. Professor Lockhart told us last year, she smiled back. If you're good at something, never do it for free. Lyra frowned a bit. Does that mean you'll charge me too? We never finished the reading on the train. Melly stared her down. After several moments, she replied, Not with money. I want you to teach me how to climb. I want to get a private room in the spaces higher up. The other girls in the dorm don't like the incense I like to burn. It didn't look like Lyra wanted to help and tried to pawn it off. Can't Harry help you? She turned to Harry. You'll do it for me, right? Harry was just about to shrug and agree when Melly interrupted. Everyone knows you're a better climber than Harry. He's good, but you're the one who needs to pay. Lyra sat down in front of the table with a resigned look on her face. Fine, let's do this, she said in a defeated tone. Melly smiled and shuffled the deck of cards. When they were thoroughly mixed, she laid them on the table and placed a hand on top of them, telling Lyra, Push your magic through my hand into the deck. One of the older students told me it works better this way. Unfortunately, it won't work at all with muggles back home. All the magic will have to come from me. Lyra concentrated and pulled magic out of her hand, through Melly's, and into the deck of tarot cards. Melly shivered as the magic accumulated in the cards. As soon as both girls removed their hands from the deck, the books on the table next to them fell over, all at once, creating a small gust of wind that blew the deck of cards onto the ground. All the cards were face down, except one. The Tower. Melly looked visibly shaken by this turn of events, but picked up the cards slowly and said, It could have just been an accident. We can try again. She dropped all the cards into a bowl and used her wand to burn them to ashes. Once they were destroyed, she took out a large velvet bag and poured the bowl of the burnt cards inside. Harry was still standing, so he could see that the bag was filled with more ashes. When she was done, she pulled out another deck and laid it on the table. She took a deep breath and placed her hand on the deck for Lyra to repeat the procedure. This time, as soon as Lyra's hand began to channel her magic into the cards, the crystal ball on the other table gave a loud squelching noise and cracked in 3 places, with the 2 higher ones sliding off the table and onto the ground. Melly jumped up and away from Lyra. Nope, we're done. I'm not doing this. We've got enough warnings. The fight on the train, the books, the tower, my crystal ball. That's enough for me to know that nothing good is going to come from reading your fortune. Lyra tried to argue with her, but Melly ignored her as she burnt the new deck of cards and dumped the ashes into the velvet sack. As she headed back to her room, Lyra called after her, I'm not teaching you how to climb. Harry shared a serious conversation with his sister on the way to dinner. Something weird is happening if magic is preventing your future from being told, he said in a hushed tone. That makes me want to know it even more, Lyra said with determination. Maybe the crazy professor can do it. Maybe, Harry told her with uncertainty, then added with more of a firm tone, but if she says no, please drop it. Lyra looked obstinacy, then relented. Fine, but if she does, then you and everyone else close to me are getting a reading so I can piece one together for me. Harry raised his eyebrows and smiled. That's a really good idea. Further conversation was cut off as they arrived at the Great Hall and found a small crowd of people near the entrance gathered around the chess table set up for Hermione and Ron Weasley. Over the past week, they had been playing, typically one move at a time, when the other hadn't been around. This evening, they were both standing at the board together. Hermione looked stressed. From what Harry knew of the game, it appeared like they had nearly the same number of pieces, with Ron having a slight advantage. Standing near Hermione, he could see that many of hers were threatened. Ron had a smug look on his face and would reach toward one of his and stop when Hermione would flinch before moving to another and repeating the intimidation tactic. Harry had to agree with the twins. Despite any of his other personality defects, the youngest Weasley boy was good at this game. Harry could see a couple of obvious angles, but Hermione was eyeing a side of the board that he didn't understand was under any threat. So he slowly walked around to Ron's side to get a different view of the game. As he got closer to Ron, the boy's intimidation tactics stopped, and his face scrunched up in thought. His eyes darted around the board, and he finally settled on a knight, picking it up and snatching one of Hermione's pawns off the board. She looked stunned and confused. She frantically searched the board for something before hesitantly picking up her bishop and moving it all the way across the board to snag Ron's second knight. "What?" Ron exclaimed. "No, that's not supposed to happen." Now it was Hermione's turn to be smug, and yet it did. Ron looked around and his eyes landed on Harry. "He distracted me." "How? No one said anything. Everyone was quiet. I didn't even notice he was here till a moment ago." Ron glared at Harry and sneered. "Stay away from me when I'm playing. I can't concentrate with you around. You feel like impending doom." Then he marched away from the game and over to the Gryffindor table. The rest of the watching crowd began to disperse. Lyra was already chatting with Hermione when Harry returned to her. "Please bring your brother by next time he's at the table," Hermione said with a smile. "If his presence causes Ron to make stupid moves, then that might be the edge I need. I hate to say it, but he is really good." Harry smiled, but told her, if that does happen, it wouldn't be fair. Maybe it was Lyra. She just tried to get her fortune read, and it cracked a crystal ball as a warning not to. "That sounds bad," Hermione told them. "Professor McGonagall says that divination is a woolly subject and shouldn't be taken seriously." "It's weird, yeah," Lyra told them, "but I cracked a crystal ball. That doesn't sound woolly at all." Hermione couldn't dispute that, and more students began to enter the hall for dinner, so they dispersed to their tables to eat. Lyra was telling as many people as she could about her attempted reading with Melly, while many other students were still concerned about the predictions and attitude from Professor Trelawney earlier in the day. In the middle of dinner, a parliament of owls swarmed into the hall, dropping newspapers on many tables. Harry didn't even subscribe to the Daily Prophet, but one landed in front of him with a headline taking up the entire section above the fold. "Special Evening Edition, Serious Black Strikes. 2 dead, 3 hospitalized. Black attacks near Devon." Harry quickly unfolded the newspaper to get to the story. The first sign of the escaped mass murderer Sirius Black has occurred, and everything the wizarding public feared would happen with such a criminal being loose. It is unknown how many he had killed before the events following the fall of he, who must not be named. But if that was an example of his power, then it has not diminished since. 3 of our Aura Corps can testify to that. A contingent was alerted to high magical activity in the Devon region this afternoon and arrived in the aftermath of a battle. Scorched fields, fallen trees, destroyed transfigurations, and pools of acid were signs of a devastating fight before them. In the center of the bedlam stood Sirius Black, with a wand over a downed wizard. The auras had no time to react, as the man was killed in front of them with a piercing curse through his forehead. From there they sprang into action, attacking the escaped criminal from all sides. Despite their valiant efforts, all 3 were dispatched quickly with several dark curses. Aura Remington, Argent claims to have landed a spell, puncturing Black's side with a large stone spike. As the other auras were only knocked unconscious by Black, the criminal's revenge supports Argent's story. Aura Argent is currently in a special ward at St. Mungo's with his legs and arms severed by dark magic. All his limbs are still functional and seem to still be able to be controlled from Argent, but cannot be reattached. St. Mungo's is asking for anyone with experience in such dark magic to assist in the Aura's treatment. Prior to the arrival of the Auras, Black had been engaged in a battle with 2 bounty hunters. Both were killed, with the first being the victim of a massive explosive curse, most likely the same that was used on Peter Pettigrew immediately before Black's arrest. Spell's signature on both incidents was never identified, but a morbid note was left by Black at this one that read, "This is for you, Pete." The second hunter was disabled and killed through the previous method mentioned. No messages were left with him. Below the article had photos of the auras, involved along with a sketch of the mercenary that had been exploded and a photo of the other. Harry recognized him immediately as the bald man who had delivered Danshan, he on his first day working with Harry. The bounty hunters were hired by Arcturus or Brant to capture Sirius Black. He was about to go to tell Lyra when Ron exclaimed, "That's next to my house." "Merlin's tits," one of the twins cursed. "We play Quidditch in that meadow." Harry took another look at the picture of the damaged meadow where the battle had taken place, and it did look similar to the area he had landed with Charlie Weasley's portkey. As he went back to the Scamander table, someone at Hufflepuff cried out, "This is Trelawney's prophecy coming true." Someone in Slytherin shut them down quickly. She said, "They are coming. Sirius Black is just one person." Harry looked up to the table of professors where Dumbledore, Lupin, and McGonagall were in a hushed conversation. After another minute, Dumbledore approached the podium and clapped his hands for attention. "As I have stated before," he began, "you are all safe inside the walls of Hogwarts. Professor Lupin and I will be leaving the school for the next few hours. Professors McGonagall and Flitwick will be in charge of the school's defense in our absence." "Hem, hem," came from Professor Umbridge's spot at the table. Dumbledore stared at her for a moment before adding, "If the Ministry needs to be contacted, or if there is a historical emergency, please reach out to Madame Umbridge." Before she could retort, the headmaster whistled, and his phoenix dove into the room from somewhere up in the stars above the candles. A burst of fire came from his wings and tail and wrapped Dumbledore and Lupin in a ball of fire. When the fire faded, they had also gone. McGonagall instructed the students to finish eating and return to their dormitories. When the Scamanders arrived at the grotto at the entrance to the common room, they were about to cast the water walking charm on their shoes, but were stopped in their tracks to see an unexpected guest waiting for them along with Gurion Scamander. He was seated on the far side of the water by the entrance, while perched above the door was Daisy, the blue-toed Amazonian fire spitter. "Come in, everyone," he told them, and waited for the full group to arrive. "I know all of you got a shock from the evening news. To add to the security of our dorm, I've tasked Daisy with guarding the entrance at least until the headmaster returns. The other heads are adding their own protections, so don't visit your friends in their dorms for the next few days. Make sure this little angel gets a good sniff of you before you enter the common room." Harry didn't see Lyra, but assumed she could look after herself. He hung out until the rest of the class had crossed before applying the charm on his feet and crossing the water. The fire lizard stuck its long neck down to take in Harry's smell. "Will she leave Whispers and Sylvie alone too?" Harry asked Gurion. The man nodded in a way that didn't give Harry much confidence and said, "She knows Dougal and listens to me, so he shouldn't bother them." "She understands you," Harry replied. "To a degree. They are very territorial, so I've told her that this area is her territory and the children are to be protected until I say otherwise. So she listens to commands." Gurion nodded. "I'll be right back," Harry told him. Quickly entering the common room, he found Whispers and Sylvie lounging in a hammock. He scooped up the Kneazle and then told Whispers to follow, then went back out to the grotto where Gurion and Daisy were waiting. He could already see the lizard eyeing Sylvie like a snack. Harry pulled both Whispers and Sylvie close to him and flexed his magic, making the creature sharply disengage and bring her head closer to her body in defense of a possible attack. "Mine," Harry said simply. A small twitch from the lizard's head meant it understood on some level. Not to be outdone, Whispers took Sylvie from Harry's arms, growled at the predator, and snarled, "Mine." She looked a little confused, but after a moment also nodded to Whispers. Gurion had been inserting in silence until he said, "Cool, I think that works." He pulled a piece of beef jerky from his pocket and tossed it to Daisy. "Good girl." Thinking it might help, Harry pulled a piece of flobberworm jerky from his pouch and held it out to Daisy as a peace offering. The lizard curiously sniffed at the snack before taking it and chopped it noisily, then looked at Harry for another. Whispers mimicked Harry, pulled a piece of his own from somewhere, and passed it to the predator. When Daisy was done snacking, she turned to Sylvie, expecting one more but only got hissed at. Gurion laughed. "Every day is an adventure here, huh? Makes me almost wish I went to school at Hogwarts." Harry shrugged. "I'd prefer it without the basilisks and dementors, but it seems like this is what happens." Gurion reached up to scratch the fire-breathing lizard above them around her ear slits, before saying, "You know, you've set the whole magizoologist community on its head with that basilisk killer of yours down in the chamber." He stopped a moment to examine Harry's surprised reaction. "It has been common knowledge for hundreds of years that a rooster crow can kill a basilisk, and now that has been debunked, and it's really another giant serpent that screams, and is the remains of the basilisk that is the true killer. There are colleagues of mine and my father that have been demanding to see it from around the world." "Why haven't they come?" Harry asked. The headmaster won't allow it. Otherwise, the school would be overrun by researchers. That's not his decision, Harry said testily. When the usurper wakes up, I'll ask if it would allow people to visit. Gurion perked up. That would make a lot of people very happy. Can you think of any specific qualifications that it might like in a visitor? Humble, Harry said immediately. It is a king's slayer, Harry clarified. It does not like anyone who would think they are in charge when they don't have authority, particularly over it. That's why you think it's not the headmaster's authority to deny access to it. Good to know. Anything else? Harry thought for a moment and absent-mindedly dodged an attack from Whispers, who popped out of invisibility next to him, then replied, Bring gifts, food. Do you know any other Parselmouths? Harry asked hopefully. I do. I guess you would like someone else who speaks your language, right? That would be interesting, but mostly so I don't have to do all the translations, Harry replied, and then ducked another attack from Whispers. Changing the subject slightly, I met your son again. I think the usurper would like him too. Any reason why? Rolf's father asked suspiciously. The usurper likes the hidden. It likes demiguises. Rolf seems to be a lot like them. Harry hinted toward Rolf's ability, trying to see how the man would react. So you found him? Gurion asked with a big smile. How did you pull that off? Before Harry replied, he answered his own question, pointing to a rock where Whispers was sitting invisible. You play with demiguises like they're completely visible. No wonder you could see him too. He told me a story about why it started happening. Harry trailed off. Gurion frowned. I think that is part of the reason, but my wife and I believe that his primary role model as a baby was Dougal, and even now, he probably would turn into a demiguise if he could. Dougal practically raised me, and when Rolf was born, he was like a nanny to him whenever we were around, like his favorite uncle. Harry nodded. That made more sense. He and Lyra mimicked the hidden as one of their first acts of controlled magic. However, even now, it wasn't completely voluntary for Rolf. He just faded away when he wasn't being paid attention to. I think it's a bit of both, Harry told the man. You're probably right, he nodded. It's why I got him to start writing the column of our adventures, so people would know his name without it being attached to Scamander. It's probably also why he didn't end up in Scamander House. I was half expecting him to go to Slytherin so he could train his ambition there. That sounded like a good idea, so Harry supplied. I could introduce him to a few people. That would be great, but now it's time for you to get to bed. Daisy is on duty to guard the common room. He turned to where Sylvie was now hovering in midair while her fur was being stroked by an invisible hand. You too, Whispers. Despite the strong warning from the universe not to have her fortune read, Lyra's enthusiasm did not diminish. Whatever was waiting in her future, it would certainly be helpful to have an inkling of what it was, whether it helped her avoid or face a difficult situation. At dinner the following night, she grabbed Parvati and Lavender and explained the situation. And the crystal ball just cracked. Lavender gasped. That's something. I don't know what to call it. You're both taking divination right. Getting nods. Can you introduce me to the professor? She's not at dinner most nights. She's the real deal, Parvati gushed. Nearly every class she throws out a prediction. First class, Neville crushed a teacup in his bare hand, which she said he would when we were setting up. She needs isolation to focus her inner eye, Lavender added. We can show you where her classroom is. The three girls left the hall and were about to start up the staircase when Lavender stopped at the portrait of Sir Dockort. Oh, sir, we're all so exhausted after such a long day and a full meal. Could we please use the lift? You seem fine to me and could probably use the exercise, the portrait of the musketeer retorted. How rude, Lavender frowned. Here I was told you were a gentleman, but I will need to tell the other ladies around the castle that I was misled. A real gentleman would always lend a hand to a young woman in need. Who told you about me? He replied with a note of shame. Was it Madame Florence? It might have been, and even if it wasn't, I do chat with her regularly. Lavender flipped her hair and turned to leave. This is the last time, young lady. I would prefer not to have my reputation tarnished. Please come to me with valid reasons in the future for accessing my passage. He tried to sound firm as the portrait swung open. As soon as they were inside, the two older girls started laughing. Parvati looked at Lyra and told her, men are all the same. The portraits make good practice too. Lyra had not taken the lift before, though Harry had told her of it. As soon as Lavender got taken up to a thrilled scream, She rushed over to one of the ropes and slipped her hand in before yanking 7 times. She was picked up off the ground and yanked upwards. It was a rush. Nothing like a broom, but fun in its own way, because she wasn't in control of it. When she saw the ledge that Lavender was standing on, Lyra let go before the rope stopped and let her inertia carry her upwards as she hopped onto the ledge to her friend's shocked reaction and immediate scolding at her recklessness. The scolding continued and started again when Parvati arrived and was told of her stunt. At the end of a twisting hallway that led to one of the most isolated towers in the castle, there was a ladder leading up to a trap door. Lavender climbed up and knocked. No answer. After a few more attempts, she came back down saying they should give up, that the teacher was probably asleep. "I didn't come all the way for nothing," Lyra stated, and started fishing through her pouch looking for something specific. After the chests from the poacher's ship came up, she snagged the loud coin for herself. Technically, she stole it from that other guy whose name she couldn't remember, but he had taken it from the stash without permission, so it was hers now. Digging it out, she climbed up the ladder and banged it on the trap door, releasing a thundering noise. Dropping back to the floor, she smiled at her friend's shocked expressions before saying, "Aren't you two Gryffindors?" That mere statement took away any rebuttals they might have had, as they were the ones who were about to end this small adventure prematurely. After a minute, the latch came undone, and the door opened to have a woman with oversized glasses and frizzled hair look down at them. "What was that awful noise?" she demanded. Lyra played it dumb. "What noise?" "I merely knocked." She started at the tiny girl at the bottom of the ladder, stuck a finger in her ear, wiggled it, and then asked, "Well, what do you need?" "I was meditating on the future and the ends of the world." Lyra adopted a sad tone. "I tried to have my fortune read today, and it didn't work," she trailed off. "But my friend said you were the real deal, so we hoped you could help." She spied the 2 third-year girls and smiled, 2 of my favorites, those who believe in the art and true form of divining the future. Come up, come up." She stepped away from the entrance. Up the ladder and inside the room, it was set up as a classroom. However, all the tables were low to the ground and surrounded by pillows. Each table had a crystal ball in the center and 4 teacups and saucers at each one. There was no evidence the room had been expanded like the ones for the core classes. She led them to the front of the room, where there was a wide desk with chairs on their side and a crystal ball nearly 3 times the size of Melly's. As they sat, she poured each a large glass of tea. "So what do you seek to see in your future?" she asked Lyra as she lit a stick of incense on the corner of the table. "Anything really?" She stopped short as the smoke from the incense seemed to jump and move toward her as she spoke. "My brother has a reading from a muggle." She stopped again as the smoke had reached her and began to circle her head. Well, it still worked, and looking back, it explained nearly everything that happened last year. She had spoken as fast as she could the last part, but that just made the curly smoke move even faster, a tendril wrapping down her wand arm. Her friends were staring at it in fascination. Professor Trelawney made a motion with her fingers, and the smoke retreated, coalescing in her hand before blowing it toward her crystal ball, where it settled inside, fogging up the blank space inside. Momentarily, the professor's eyes turned white, and she intoned, "A brother of soul." When her eyes returned to normal, she smiled and took a sip of her tea. "So you want a similar experience? What stopped you before?" Lavender and Parvati jumped in, retelling Lyra's last reading, embellishing quite a bit. Apparently, one reading had knocked over all the books in the Scamander common room, and the other had turned an entire crystal ball to dust. Lyra added about the fight on the train stopping her first reading. 3 warnings, the teacher nodded. "You still want to know what you are clearly being told you shouldn't know?" Lyra nodded without hesitation. Professor Trelawney moved her crystal ball in front of her and lowered her chair until she was at eye level with it. At the same time, Lyra's chair scooted itself over as well and adjusted until she was on the exact other side of the crystal. The older woman gripped the crystal ball with both hands and appeared to play it like a piano or some other kind of instrument, tapping her fingers on it in an indiscernible pattern. She lifted one finger, and a crack appeared in the ball, releasing a little bit of smoke. "You will need to be able to spill blood for others," she said with an echo. Another finger was lifted, creating another crack. More smoke was released, and the blood of legions may be spilled for you. Another finger, another crack, and more smoke. There is darkness within you, more than just shadows. You have just brought two into your life who will soon die. One right after the other, a larger crack appeared across the ball as smoke was released. Before she could release another finger, the entire crystal ball turned into dust, and a menagerie of animals formed from the smoke. There were creatures from the land, sea, and skies, from many different continents as well. Suddenly, the professor let out a tiny scream as something that looked like a dementor of smoke chased all the animals away. And then, for a brief moment, before the smoke cleared, the dementor's face turned into that of a woman. There was nothing but silence for nearly 5 minutes as the three girls and the professor digested what had just happened. Finally, the professor broke the silence. Death follows you. One day, you will also be capable of dealing death as well. Do you now wish you had taken the warnings you were given and not pried these visions of the future from me? Lyra didn't take a moment to respond, replying, No. Any glimpse of the future can help. My entire family once came close to death or imprisonment because someone didn't see far enough or clear enough into the future. So I will take whatever I can get. The professor gestured to the shattered crystal ball. Your future has been forced to be revealed to you, however vague it was. Other than an oracle, no seer or fortune teller will be able to provide you with another glimpse again. You have sacrificed that to be given what you have now. As the girls walked back down the hallway, Parvati spoke in an even tone. That was intense. Lavender was a bit more afraid. You're going to have to kill someone, and others are going to be killed because of you. Lyra shrugged. She said I needed to be able to kill. That sounds like there will be consequences if I can't. That is the best advice I could have gotten. Two people you know are going to die. Lavender half screamed and half whispered. What if it's the two of us? Parvati soothed her friend. We met Lyra a year ago. Professor Trelawney said it was people she just met, which might be just as horrible since we just had the sorting. It could be a first year. Or I could stop it all, Lyra said sharply. We all know my future, so we can try to stop the bad things. The future changes when you know it. Whispers and the other hidden all know what is about to happen to them, and they avoid the bad parts. I'll do the same. The Gryffindor girls split off at their common room, and Lyra snuck down to hers as well. She had her astronomy pass for breaking curfew, but she didn't want to have to deal with anyone at the moment, so she turned invisible to avoid a perfect patrol. When she got to the grotto, Daisy perked up and sniffed her before letting her pass into the common room. Lyra immediately went to find Harry. Despite her cool demeanor with her friends, she was a bit afraid. Harry woke up as soon as she approached his bed. After a quick exchange of sign language, they both turned invisible and slipped back out, heading to Harry's empty project room. There was a large container for processing fertilizer there, but Professor Sprout had yet to fill it so he could start making any or provide him with flobberworms to make jerky. After she had told him the entire story and what the professor had told them, Harry smiled. It's always good to know. You also know that you need to work harder. I have no doubt you could do what you need to if you had to protect our family, but it won't be a pig with horns, a Sigbin, or a child who threatens us in the future. We both need to be stronger. None of that scares me, she replied. I'm worried what you would do to protect me. If blood is spilled for me, it's probably you that will do it. Harry nodded. Probably, or Brant or Arcturus, but most likely me. Just make sure that I really need help before you go on some kind of rampage, she cautioned him. Or you could stop me, Harry smirked. If Darshan and Ransom won't have a duel this weekend, we should do it. Lyra grinned like an imp as she pulled out one of her knives made by Pickle. Sounds like a plan, Harry agreed. Chapter 25. A Clash of Shadows and Light. Chapter text. Albus Dumbledore and Remus Lupin had returned to the school for breakfast. The two professors seemed to have accomplished whatever had them leave the school the previous evening. They did not seem like they were going to address the reason they left, as halfway through the meal, Dumbledore called for an elf to clear his place and left through the back of the room. In the end, an explanation was not needed, as it came with the morning paper. Before even reading the headline, Harry saw the main photo, which featured Auror Remington Argent with his arms reattached and waving toward the cameraman. Auror on the Mend counter curse from Hogwarts Dada Professor shortly after the distribution of the special evening edition last night. A large ball of fire appeared in the lobby of St. Mungo's. From the burning flames stepped Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, hero of the Grindelwald War, supreme mugwump of the Iqua, chief of the Wisengamot, and headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Perched on his shoulder was his familiar and method of transportation, the Phoenix Fox. Also accompanying him was a man unknown to us at the time. He was later found to be Remus Lupin, a returned expat of Britain and now defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts. When they asked to visit Remington Argent in the spell damage ward, it was assumed that they were there to heal the injured aura. Upon arrival at the ward, the headmaster sat back and let his companion take the lead. Remus John Lupin left Britain shortly after the last war. He fought on the side of the light and suffered greatly, the scars of which can be seen on his face and in his eyes. As a child was close friends with James Potter, Peter Pettigrew, and Sirius Black. Our society was lessened by the loss of the first two heroes from the betrayal of the third. Following his departure from this island, he joined a commune of druids in southern France who own an award-winning vineyard known in both the magical and muggle worlds. Lupin was led through an examination of the severed limbs by the healers, running his own diagnostic spells and even tickling the feet of the severed legs and observing the aura's annoyed laughter, still feeling the action on his sensitive nerves. It took Mr. Lupin nearly an hour per limb, but the limbs were slowly reattached. The heroic aura had told us that there was no pain when they were cut off, but there was certainly a great deal when they were being put back on. The professor couldn't explain why, but the ward's healers said it had to do with removing whatever dark magic was allowing the severed parts to still communicate with the host brain and magically fusing them back together. Just before the last leg was started, a puddle of murky black magic appeared on the floor. Wands were drawn, but Dumbledore held up a hand to stop spells from being fired. A large clawed hand came from inside the darkness, and then another as a large dark face with silver teeth emerged from the floor. When it was fully out of the hole, the creature shrank to reveal a man that had been concealed inside its body, Lord Arcturus Black. The Phoenix Fox gave an angry screech. The creature, now small enough to be sitting on Lord Black's shoulder, gave the bird a two-finger out of three and a thumb salute. Professor Lupin broke the silence by identifying the creature as a darkling. The Lord Black then informed the group that he had arrived to treat the aura's condition. Upon further discussion, Lord Black revealed that the spell was from his family library and not one invented by Sirius Black, as was originally thought. When Lord Black questioned Lupin on his knowledge of the spell, the Hogwarts professor revealed that the escaped murderer had used it once on him when they were teenagers, and he had to devise the counter-curse on his own, while his limbs were separated from his body, but still responsive to his own thoughts. Lord Black volunteered to reattach the remaining leg. Before he did so, he whispered into the aura's ear, with the young man looking more and more terrified by the second. When he stepped back, Lord Black picked up the remaining leg and fixed it back on in less than 10 seconds. There was a great deal of screaming from the young aura as this took place. Remington Argent, a recipient of the Golden Wand, was back standing a moment later, thanking Professor Lupin and Lord Black, though keeping his distance from the latter. Lord Black gave a soft headbutt to the dark creature on his shoulder, and the creature grew and wrapped around him like a cloak before they sank into a black puddle on the floor. Headmaster Dumbledore and Professor Lupin followed suit, vanishing from the room in a ball of phoenix fire. Harry and his yearmates approached Dada that day with a bit of nervous energy. They all had shared the newspaper earlier and read the article more than once. Now they were going to class with a teacher who wasn't only the man they knew him to be, but also an old friend of the escaped mass murderer, Sirius Black, who now had another two bodies attributed to his name. Of course, Harry and Lyra already knew his past, but didn't let on to the others that they did. A couple of students tried out the various sensory enchantments tied to the red stones on the pedestals outside the classroom, though most of them avoided them like a plague. When they entered the room, Professor Lupin was at his desk with the caretaker for the Scamander common room, Astray, eating cheese and crackers. When the horned creature saw the students, he slipped behind his chair and vanished. Those who had seen the creature and didn't know what it was very nervously took their seats around the room while the others filed in normally. The professor eyed many of the second-year class still clutching newspapers and let out a long sigh. I'm guessing a lot of you have questions. Who has the biggest one? Shirley Baker was called on and asked. You knew Sirius Black? Their teacher nodded sadly. He was one of my roommates in Gryffindor and a good friend. At least I thought he was up until the end. Next question. How did you make the counter curse to a black family spell? Flora Caro asked. With great difficulty, he replied. I will be teaching minute students how to do such things in the spring. You are all far too young to learn such advanced magic. Alyssa Sweetleaf asked, What's that creature that was with Lord Black? You called it a darkling. Evil little creatures. They can travel through shadows and feed on the flesh of magical beings. You can find them naturally in deep caverns where they can move freely in the darkness as if it were water. They do not bond naturally with wizards, and I have no idea how Lord Black became associated with one or managed to control it. A few more students badgered him about counter curses and Black before Carlin asked something Harry had been dreading. Professor, sir, they said you also were friends with James Potter. That's Harry's father, right? Lupin refused to make eye contact with Harry and just nodded his head. After a moment, he raised it. Enough questions. Seems like today might be a good day to teach the cheering charm. They went through the introduction to the spell which explained it as the transfer of positive feelings from one wizard to another. This was why one person couldn't cast it on themselves to feel better when they were depressed. It could magnify your own happiness, but it wouldn't do much to help anyone with long-term sadness. The spell itself was used for giving others a temporary boost, or as an area enchantment in places like spas and amusement parks. When Lupin demonstrated the spell, it created a large yellow cone of light which elicited smiles and bits of laughter in any students he shined it on. He then demonstrated advanced versions, if the spell that he turned into a glowing rope coming from his wand that could wrap around and pull objects, covered the entire room in sparkling golden light, and tossed around a ball that he had enchanted earlier that had the same cheering effect when held. The big limitation of the spell is that you can't cast it when you don't have happiness to share, he explained. However, even when you are sad or feeling down, it is possible to dig out a happy memory to use to cast the spell rather than use your current mood. Harry looked around the room. He could see other students trying to remember happy thoughts they could use for the spell. Delving into his own thoughts, he was assaulted by the bad memories he had accumulated in his life, though he eventually got to the ones of his sister, family, and friends. The incantation for the spell was Gaudium, and the wand movement was a simple thrust toward your target. However, they were instructed to start the movement with the base of their wand over their hearts, and not to begin the thrust until they had the right memory or mood to cast the spell. When the professor gave the instruction to everyone to cast the spell, the room was filled with bursts of yellow light and showers of gold sparkles. Harry approached the spell casting with caution. Starting with just the memory of soaking in the hot springs with the other hidden, he pulled his wand close to his heart to cast the spell. For a moment, he felt something deep inside him connect to his wand, so he thrust it forward and incanted, Gaudium. A near-solid beam of yellow light shot out of his wand and brightened the wall behind where Lupin was sitting. While many of the other second-year students had also made a beam of light, theirs were all transparent to some degree. Harry's could barely be seen through it all, and nearly half the students stopped to look. Harry released the spell. Despite Lupin saying that he couldn't cast the spell on himself, just bringing that happy memory to the surface seemed to empower him with a positive mood. Using that as a base, he dug through his memories again and latched onto when he would play fight with the Lampung. When he placed his wand to his heart, he waited to feel the memory lock in place before saying the incantation again and thrusting forward, Gaudium. He had the same result again with the nearly solid beam. This time, he decided to experiment a bit and focused on widening the effect. Slowly, the cone widened and widened as he thought about sharing his positive feelings with everyone around until the entire room was bathed in yellow light. Everyone had stopped casting at this point and just stared in awe at Harry's cheering charm. When it stopped, Lupin gave him a round of applause, which many students added to. 15 points to Scamander, he told Harry. Would you mind sharing what you did for such a powerful spell? Harry nodded. I waited. I focused on the memory I wanted to share until I felt it connect, and then I cast the spell. Then on the second time, I thought about sharing the feeling with everyone, and it widened the spell. Lupin nodded. Another 10 points for good instruction. Everyone, try to do as Mr. Potter said. Wait until you feel the spell is ready before you cast it. There was silence across the room as students prepared their spells. After 10 seconds, one student called out the incantation. That set off many others, most of whom weren't ready, and their spells fizzled. Eventually, the room was bathed in yellow and gold sparkles, and everyone was feeling warm and happy. It was almost depressing when the light faded and the spells stopped. Homework, Lupin called out, and the light faded even more in response to such a dreadful word. Keep practicing the spell whenever you can. The feeling you get when a memory or mood connects to your spell is what you need to learn to have it happen quickly. Also, start thinking of funny memories. You'll eventually need one of those memories to face your first boggart. That last statement pulled everyone back into the reality of why they were learning these spells. Eventually, they would need to stand face to face with the trauma-inducing fear monsters locked in their professor's trunk, though he was preparing them. They were learning to interact with non-corporeal creatures and how spells to target them worked, how to deal with sudden assaults on their senses and emotions, and spells that are fueled by emotion. Harry connected all their experiences in the class so far and saw how they would be leading to their encounter with the boggart. He would definitely be asking Luna Lovegood to join him and Lyra with their boggart encounters. She seemed to have her own special magic that gave her some kind of resistance to mind magics and a unique view of the world. She could see through the trap with the golem, didn't seem to be bothered by the fear tunnel that Lupin set up in the hallway, and thinking back, she had gotten through the tasks of the enchanted rocks quicker than every other student. When the class wound down, Lupin dismissed them, but Harry decided to stay. He caught Lyra's eyes as she headed out and gave a nod to the professor before sitting back down to wait for everyone else to leave. It was about time for him to have a talk with the old friend of his father's, particularly because everyone now knew about that connection with his father and the professor. At least one person was going to ask him about it. When the room was cleared, Harry spotted a sparkle from his invisible sister, who had stayed back as well to listen in and no doubt try to protect him. Lupin looked up from his papers to see Harry sitting there and sighed. With a swish of his wand, a second chair was conjured next to his desk, and a whisper to the air had a house elf pop into the room and deliver tea and biscuits. He seemed resigned to be having this conversation, like he knew it was coming. Harry approached the desk and sat down. So, what do you want to know? He asked with a sad grin and a twirl of his wand. I saw you in a photo album. It seemed like all the pictures I got had black torn out completely. I know you all grew up together, I just don't know how it all fell apart. Lupin ducked his head and nodded. I could blame Black, but I blame myself just as much. See, it was the four of us, me, James, Peter, and Sirius. We always knew we had a spy in the war, but we all thought it was the wrong person. Eventually, everyone thought it was me. Why you? Harry asked, confused. People I know, he started. They joined up with Voldemort. That made others suspect me. Not James, Peter, and Sirius, though. Peter even laughed at what he said was the funniest thing he'd ever heard, thinking I was a spy. Though the other people on our side, I could see the suspicion in their eyes. So I accepted an assignment that took me out of the country. I was gone and didn't see what was happening when everything began to fall apart. If I had been able to believe in myself the same way that the three of them seemed to feel, I might have been able to help James or stop Sirius. And then Harry prompted. I asked to see you once. He looked Harry in the eyes. I knew I wouldn't be able to have regular visits, but I was told you were in protective custody and couldn't be reached at all. By Dumbledore? Harry asked. At seeing the acknowledgement, Harry growled. That wasn't his choice to make. Harry's magic flared in response to his anger. Lupin perked up with interest at Harry's action. Do you know what you're doing? Lupin asked. Harry looked back at him, calmed down his magic, and then actively drew out the memories connected to his feelings of anger, hate, and revenge. As he focused this mix of magic on Lupin, Harry froze. More magic washed back over him, and Lupin stared at him with a smirk, eyes locked with this man. He felt like he was being stared down by a Sigbin, as if Lupin could lash out and attack at any moment. There was another push of the predatory magic as Harry backed off his chair and shivered as he fell to the floor. Immediately the power stopped, and Lupin reached down and hoisted Harry back up to his chair, pushing a chocolate-dipped biscuit to him and pouring more tea. "It's rare for someone your age to know how to do that," Lupin smiled, "though it doesn't really bother anyone who is strong enough. Also, please tell Miss Black not to attack me, or I will need to take care of her." Harry looked up to see a sparkle of Lyra's form rushing the professor, who had just revealed her sneaking. "Lyra, stop!" he yelled. She skidded to a halt and turned visible a few steps in front of the professor. In her hands were a wand and a knife. Lupin looked very surprised at seeing her with a knife. "I assume you're being trained properly?" he asked. "You can't carry a weapon without otherwise at Hogwarts." She nodded, but didn't break eye contact with the teacher as she sheathed her knife. Lupin conjured another chair, and an elf popped in to bring another teacup. Lupin studied the girl in front of him for another moment before saying, "I hope you know that your family contains some very bad people." "Harry is my family. Uncle Arcturus and Brant are good people too," she replied back with a monotone. "I don't know the family steward, but Arcturus Black is a dark wizard. His power comes from places that should be forbidden. I lied in class. I do know how he has tamed a darkling. He has likely had it since it was born and trained it by feeding it living magical creatures. Whatever ends up being the first thing a darkling feeds on as infants becomes their primary source of food their entire lives. Most become cannibals, though the power that it displayed in St. Mungo's makes me believe that he is more likely feeding other wizards to it. Ask him if you don't believe me." "I will," Harry spoke up. "Just because someone is dark doesn't mean they are evil. Every magical creature needs to eat. As long as they aren't mistreated or running wild, I don't see a problem." Lupin stared at the boy with confusion, like he just turned the page of a novel and was plunged into a new mystery. He took a deep sigh and poured another cup for himself, mixing in a bit of sugar. He never took his eyes off the children the entire time, even as he took a sip from the cup. Lyra ended up breaking the silence. "So you work with druids?" "We met one last year, Glenn Albanur. He helped us with a project." "You met the head of the Druidic Council for the British Isles, and he helped you with a project?" Lupin asked in disbelief. "He performed a growth blessing on our common room to grow the trees. We did another for more protection and strength. He wanted to make sure it would work properly," Lyra explained. Lupin asked many more questions about the structure of the blessing, but was most confused when he asked, "How often do you reinforce the blessing?" And Harry replied that they didn't. "Only the most powerful blessings don't need reinforcement," he told them. "At the vineyard where I work, we perform a ritual once a month that keeps the grapes growing and the protection strong. If we miss a single month, entire crops will die and the protections will fail by the time a new moon comes." "Do vineyards get attacked often?" Lyra asked quizzically. Harry nodded along with her question. "It's less about the vineyard and more about the people," Lupin told them. "We act as both a sanctuary for some and a prison for others. Some of our order can come and go freely, and others may not. Many of us have enemies that would seek to harm us, though we have all sworn to avoid violence when possible, though nothing binding." Harry didn't respond, as pressing for details didn't seem wise. He was being very open with them, and he didn't want to stress it. Moreover, all roads to his childhood isolation seemed to lead back to Dumbledore. He would need to find a way to confront the headmaster soon and find out the reason for his placement and treatment by the Dursleys. Lupin took advantage of the silence to ask, "I have a few questions for you, Harry. The first of which is, how in Merlin's name are you friends with Severus Snape?" Before he could answer, the professor followed up with, "I'm sure you have some reason, and it's a good one, but it is the strangest thing for me to see. Your father hated Snape, much like what I hear about you and Draco Malfoy. It boggles my mind that he wouldn't hold a grudge against James and pass it on to you just out of spite. I've heard horror stories from older students about his teaching methods, but you seem to think he's amazing." "He is a good teacher," Lyra interjected. "We explained it to Tonks. Severus just likes to look scary. He doesn't actually do anything mean to those who don't deserve it." "Tonks!" Lupin raised an eyebrow before his eyes widened. "The pig princess." He started laughing before he explained, "Andy's daughter. Her mother used to dress her up in fancy gowns when she was a little kid. She never liked them, so she would change her face into a pig to protest. He looked sad at the memory and added, Andy used to invite all of us to dinner when she thought that Sirius wasn't like the rest of his family. Arcturus wants him alive for some reason, Harry said, and took a sip of his tea. I want him to answer for his crimes and know why he betrayed my parents. We are on the same page about that, Lupin snarled. If I find him first, you're okay with him being a bit roughed up. Harry shared a look with Lyra to confirm she was okay before nodding solemnly to Lupin. After breakfast on Sunday, Harry and Lyra were greeted at their common room by a large contingent of wizards, led by Arcturus Black. Accompanying him was Augustus Stevens, wearing a slightly less flamboyant outfit than he usually did, Amicus Slant, the solicitor for House Black carrying his scythe-like cane, and two men wearing robes with plated dragon scale on their torsos, and carrying a long chest between the two of them with 3 larks on the front. Whispers stood with them, holding Sylvie as if they were part of the group, mimicking the stance of attention from the men in armor. Arcturus beckoned them towards the courtyard. We will be taking you to your weapon training today. I have something to discuss with each of you along the way. As they started walking, Whispers abandoned the resolute pose he had been in before and loped alongside Lyra with Sylvie slinking beside him. I guess this concerns Whispers too, Arcturus started. Nestor's government is asking for more demiguise hair to maintain the protections on the island. Lyra was about to start protesting, but was stopped with a glare. One of the reasons that I want to bring in Sirius alive is he may have a key piece to a family secret that would allow us to establish our own protection that would be far superior to theirs. Harry nodded along. He was starting to feel a bit annoyed with himself at having created the situation where Sirius Black was on the loose, but the need to capture him again just became greater. Lyra, the Druidic Council, has reached out to me to ask if you might want to teach them the blessing you devised for your home and common room. They have all the details but wish to have you demonstrate it as well. You can ask any price, but I would suggest that they tutor you in ritual construction as your fee. We did that together, Lyra objected, pointing to Harry. You did most of it, he countered. I guess it sounds all right, Lyra said hesitantly. Amicus Slant pulled a scroll from his robes. When you decide, simply sign this and send it by owl. Turning to Harry, he pulled out another scroll. We have a contract for you, Mr. Potter, for the hair growth potion you devised. The first order is for 500 doses, and you will need to find a secure brewing location. If you need help finding one, ask. However, Lord Black would like for you to make the first attempts on your own. Harry nodded. He had a project room, but Slant had emphasized that it needed to be secure, so it should also be somewhere others don't know about. He had all the records of secret rooms from the Explorers Club. The Weasley twins might also be able to help, or as a last resort, he could ask Severus. He took the contract to read later and continued to walk. The weather had been gloomy of late, though there was a large change in how the world looked as they exited the gates of Hogwarts into Hogsmeade. The green colouring of the Scottish Highlands was fading, and even the buildings looked muted in their presence. The others noticed it, and Harry's glances at the surrounding area. It is the Dementor, Stevens told the children. It doesn't just drain magic and happiness, it all slowly takes away things that might bring joy. The colours of nature and the feelings of warmth from homes. The people who live here will all leave soon if Sirius isn't caught. When they arrived at the building for their training, Darshan, he was already inside, accompanied by another armoured guard. The two were drinking tea, though the guard was doing so with his wand in one hand, and his eyes were locked on Ransom on the other side of the training area. Lyra's teacher was pacing back and forth, agitated by something. You're late, he said grumpily. Arcturus simply ignored him and gestured to the two guards carrying the chest to set it down in the middle of the room. Looking at Darshan, he asked, You speak Tagalog? Good enough, I mean no. The spell Mr. Brandt performed took it away temporarily. That's just for speaking. You'll still be able to understand it, Arcturus informed him. He snapped his fingers and one of the locks on the chest clicked. The two guards opened the chest and dragged out a large glass coffin containing a swirling green mass. Slowly, the contents changed until they formed the shape of the ghost that had been captured from the sunken boat of the poachers. Even for a ghost, he did not look well. Part of his face did not reform completely and stayed misty. The same could be said for his fingers, one thigh, and the opposite foot. There was also a large hole that had no mist inside it where his heart would be. He gave a fearful look toward Arcturus before spying the children and turned angry. Darshan had turned white with fear, as he had no idea what it was he was looking at. Arcturus looked around the room and finally just said in a commanding tone, "Whispers, come out." The demiguise appeared nearby to Harry and moved cautiously toward Arcturus. Darshan looked even more confused along with his fear at the new arrival. "Master," this creature is a demiguise, similar to a primate but much smarter. This one can also turn invisible and predict the immediate future. The man in the case is a ghost of a wizard who was trying to kill and take the eyes, skin, and fur of such creatures. Associates of the children killed him. I have acquired the speech and understanding of Tagalog from another, but I wish to know if there is anything he says that requires a different translation. Darshan's eyes shifted between the demiguise who was now playing with a silver kitten and the ghost in a glass coffin. He nodded slowly. Arcturus spoke to the ghost in a demanding way, another language slipping from his lips with no trace of an accent of any kind. Sabihin muli sar amin kung perasan ka trabajo. The ghost looked like he was about to speak, but paused. Arcturus drew his wand and hit the coffin with a bolt of purple electricity. The ghost inside screamed, causing everyone to flinch or cover their ears. When Arcturus released the spell, the ghost screamed angrily back at him. Ako ay gumagawa, perasarsa na dapat katakatan. Sila babagsak sayo tulad NGS ang walang humpay na kadalaman at ikaw ay hihingi NG awabago kanila pakinin sa takat. Darshan stared in shock as Arcturus explained. He's told me many things, but this he has told me repeatedly. From what I understand, he works for someone he fears, and he will try to kill me and feed me to something. Of course, as a ghost, he can't do anything and will soon be exorcised. Darshan took a moment to gather himself before replying, not someone he fears, the one to be feared. I don't even know what he could be talking about with that. He also referenced a group of the one to be feared. As far as a creature, it's some kind of ultimate evil, though the legends I know are filled with evil creatures, so I have no idea what he would feed you to. Arcturus casually threw another small bolt of purple magic at the coffin, eliciting a scream from the ghost within before saying, "He sometimes refers to the creature as she." "Does that help?" The ghost screamed more in his language, but neither Arcturus nor Darshan bothered to translate. "Not really. I know folktales and legends. Maybe if I could capture ghosts and learn languages overnight, I could give you more information." Arcturus shrugged. He nodded to his guards, and then the men put the coffin back into the chest. The ghost started screaming again until the lid closed and silenced the noise. Arcturus snapped his fingers twice, causing the first lock to snap shut and the second to open. This time, he walked over himself and opened it up. From inside, he pulled out a large spear that had a completely impractical tip that looked like multiple forks of lightning. He handed it to one guard and then took out a set of daggers with thick curved blades. "I need Pickle to copy these and the magic as best he can," Arcturus ordered Ransom. The man sneered at the mention of Pickle. "Why do you need him?" Arcturus looked annoyed and turned to Darshan. "Do you know anyone who might forge copies of these weapons?" Before he could reply, Ransom jumped in. "Keep the muggle away from more of our magic. I will have Pickle do it." He turned toward the back of the house and yelled, "Pickle, you've got work." An angry yell came back. "It's Pickle, you lazy ass. My tools are ready. I heard Black talking." "Who is back there?" Darshan asked curiously. "No one you need to worry about," Ransom snapped back fiercely. "Go near my quarters and I will gut you. I might just do it anyway if you keep bothering me." Darshan took a step back and shrugged. "I have no need to fight with you." Ransom looked a bit disappointed, as did Lyra, who asked, "If they aren't going to fight, can Harry and I have a duel?" Ransom lit up with a sinister smile. "With blades." "Yes, my student against yours," he told Darshan. Arcturus looked to Harry. "This is something you want." Getting a nod. "Fine, though I need to bring something before you do. Spend the next few hours training and I will be back." He turned to his guards. "You too, do any preparations you need to." Arcturus then let out a deep growl, and a pool of darkness appeared below him, which he fell into like without a sound. The darkness then disappeared like water down a drain. Again, only Darshan seemed shocked at the display of magic, though he seemed to be adjusting more quickly. Darshan pulled Harry over to the corner and spoke to him seriously. Why do you want to fight your sister? Are you having a sibling quarrel or something? Seeing Harry's eyes as being a bit evasive, he added, I need you to be honest with me. Harry looked toward Slant Stevens, and the two guards then reached into his shirt and pulled out the orange-colored owl feather he kept on a necklace. Concentrating for a moment, it let out a glow and bubble of silence around them. For privacy, he told his teacher. No one else can hear now. Someone told my sister's fortune her future. Seeing his automatic disbelief, it can be done, but it's often very vague. They told her someone would one day spill a lot of blood over her. I would certainly kill to protect her. She doesn't want me to fly off and do it for something small, and I told her she should stop me if she can. So I want her to be strong enough to do so if possible. Plus, it might be fun. Darshan took a long look into Harry's eyes. You've killed before. No one your age should have had to kill. I've done what I had to, Harry responded resolutely. I would do it again, and I will probably have to Lyra as well, though we won't be fighting animals and unexpecting adults. The next time we are in such a life-or-death fight, it will be against adult wizards or worse. My sister and I aren't learning to fight for fun. It is for survival. The two held eye contact for a long time, then Darshan smiled. I'm going to change how I train you then. We will need to have our lessons somewhere else, preferably outside. However, now we need to quickly adapt to fighting your sister. You are okay with fighting her seriously. She would lose respect for me if I didn't, Harry replied. Their attention was drawn to her, and Ransom on the far side of the room as she had taken her staff from her pouch. The sign in Fang on the top erupted with a large plume of black smoke, which created a wall down the middle of the room, shrouding them from observation. I'm never going to get used to stuff like that, Darshan sighed. So I need you to learn quickly to fight against someone who uses close combat. Can we get some knives for me to use somewhere? Harry reached into his pouch up to his elbow and retried his training knives from the previous year, handing them over to his teacher who had just shaken off his shock from the bottomless pouch. He took them, saying, You need to learn how to retreat. Anyone who is not using a spear will try to close the distance between you and them as fast as possible, so you need to learn how to run away. But keeping my eyes on them, Harry asked, then followed up with, It's like fighting snakes. You can never take your eyes off them and stay out of their striking range. That's exactly it, Darshan chuckled. However, you also need to worry about a person's second blade, their feet, elbows, and if they are going to throw a blade. The man gripped the daggers in his hands, using different grips than what Ransom had shown them previously. I'm going to come for you. Keep moving backward the entire time, but if you think you see an opening, take it. Keep your spirit up, protect your face and neck. Ready, Harry nodded, and his teacher rushed forward. Immediately his spear was batted to the side and the other blade was on his cheek. You weren't ready. Let me know when you are again. This time Harry didn't nod, he just started back-pedaling. He managed to deflect several attacks before he tripped and had a blade over his heart. Again, Darshan commanded as he got back to his feet. For the next 2 hours, Harry was relentlessly pursued as he ran, jumped, and skipped backward. His teacher effortlessly dodged the thrusts from his spear, occasionally only missing by inches. He did act a little surprised when the first one would have pierced his chest had he not moved, but then just simply started moving faster. When Harry snapped back his spear and the shaft hit his teacher in the side, Darshan finally called for a break. Harry collapsed in exhaustion while the older man simply sat down with his legs crossed and started breathing deeply to steady himself. With any luck, your sister will be more tired than you, Darshan chuckled. Harry groaned. He had nearly forgotten that he would need to fight Lyra, though with the way that Ransom had been training her before, she might just be more tired than him. Harry snacked on some of his remaining flobberworm jerky, and Stevens brought him water to drink, and then walked through the wall of shadows to deliver a drink to Lyra as well. A minute later, came out laughing slightly, and gave a look of pity toward Harry as he returned to where Amicus Slant and the two guards had been sitting with Whispers and Sylvie. Harry shared an uncomfortable look with his instructor. When Harry had fully caught his breath, a large dark hole appeared on the floor, and an enormous claw came out, pulling the darkling out of its hole. Darshan was about to start panicking again, but seemed to gather himself from the lack of surprise from the people around him. When the fearsome creature fully emerged, and then shrank itself to reveal Arcturus, he fully relaxed. Arcturus was now carrying a small wooden box with a handle. After Stevens whispered a bit to the man, he set the box on the table and opened it to reveal the tops of 4 potions, 2 red, 2 blue. He took one of each color and walked to Harry. Harry was staring at the darkling perched on Arcturus's shoulder. It looked like a small black monkey now with clawed fingers and toes. Its eyes were just sunken dark spaces with nothing in them. He imagined it could still somehow see. It also had large teeth that were the same dark grey as its claws and protruded slightly from its mouth. He asked, "Why are you just now using that to travel?" Arcturus pointed to the black cracks running down his face under his eye. The marks related somehow to the magic he had performed to cheat death the previous year. A side effect I didn't foresee. I can no longer apparate and need to rely on other methods of travel. Remembering what Lupin had told him, he asked, "Professor Lupin told us that he doesn't know how you tamed it, but thinks you are feeding it people." Arcturus looked impressed. "Your professor knows quite a bit." "Yes, I have been feeding it bits of wizards. Lucius's arm made quite a snack for it, and the one in the case is just a replica." If he was feeding bits of his enemies to this creature, particularly Lyra's father, Harry had no complaints. "As for taming it," Arcturus continued, "you can tell your professor that if you get them young enough, it makes it a lot easier to get any creature to do what you want." He grinned as he scratched the creature under its chin. "Though I need to warn you not to use the light of the lampong near it. I don't think it will die, but it may experience something close to drowning." Harry nodded and inclined his head towards the potions with a question in his eyes. Arcturus held the red one up. "Just a pepper up so you'll give us a good fight." He then held up the blue bottle. "This is what took me so long. I needed to brew this one for both of you. Drink it," he ordered. Harry looked a bit hesitant, but knew that he probably wouldn't be poisoned. He had snuck 3 bezoars from detention and put them in his pouch just in case. He sniffed the liquid after uncorking it to find that it reminded him of a nice leather jacket. Taking a deep breath, he drank it down. Luckily, it has the taste of a fizzy soda, so it went down quickly. His body tensed for a moment before he felt his skin hardening. Looking at the back of his hand, it began to get darker, and when he touched it, it felt thick and tougher. He flexed his fingers and feet and found he could still move the same, but his sense of touch was a bit distorted. As he turned his hand over to examine his palm, Arcturus grabbed Harry by the wrist, and before he could react, Arcturus stabbed his wand into Harry's palm. Harry screamed just for a moment, but mostly out of shock, as the pain was muted the same as his sense of touch was different. Also, what grabbed his attention was the bright blue blood that came from the cut in his hand. Darshan had his hand on his spear and was halfway into pointing it toward Arcturus when he realized that something was amiss. Arcturus told Harry, "Secret recipe, doesn't do anything against someone intent on stabbing you through and nothing against magic, but good for training when you want to cut. The potion thickens your skin and fills it with a fluid that allows it to repair itself. However, the blue fluid escapes momentarily when cut. So when you are sparring, it allows you to see where cuts happen. It lasts only 20 minutes, so we need to start soon." With that, he summoned the other 2 bottles from the box and went to Lyra's side of the room. However, when he began to pass through the black shadows that Lyra had made, the darkling jumped from Arcturus's shoulder, and with could only described as maniacal laughter began to play in the vertical darkness like the surface of a swimming pool. After spending a moment watching the creature, he let it have fun, shrugged, and continued on his way. "I know he said it was a secret," Darshan began, "but it would be amazing to help you learn if you could make whatever this is." He began to examine Harry's arm and face with the dark, thickened skin. A moment later, Ransom came through the shadow wall and said, "We need rules. I say first blood wins." "Going for the quick kill," Darshan replied. "It won't be that easy. Hit to a mortal wound area or 4 hits to the torso. The potion you gave them won't actually let them get hurt, right?" He asked Arcturus and got a nod back. "Anything else?" Ransom snarled back. Darshan glanced at Harry, and Arcturus came through the smoke to add, "No hits to the eyes, ears, mouth, groin, armpits, or backs of the knees." "Yeah," Darshan said with a mild shock. "None of that." Then after a moment, also the areas between the fingers and toes. "That's easy enough to repair, but the same line of thought." Arcturus nodded to the muggle, trying his best to follow along. He started to walk out of the training area, motioning for Darshan and Ransom to join him, then adding, "No wands or staves." Arcturus whistled to the Darkling, still in the wall of swirling dark magic. It gave an unhappy noise before vanishing and reappearing in a puff of smoke on Arcturus's shoulder. Stevens had a glass orb in his hand that he was filling with a white light. When it was shining brightly, a swish of his wand sent it flying out over the arena. When it hit the wall of smoke, it vanished. The other sources of light in the room went out and left Lyra standing on the other side ready to do battle. She certainly looked the part too. While Harry was still in his school robes, Lyra was in pants and a leather vest. At her waist were 2 daggers in sheaths, ready to be drawn, though there were also 2 more on her thighs, and 4 smaller knives in a bandolier across her chest. She smiled like a little devil. Harry stared at her for a moment before Darshan yelled, "She's going to be throwing them, Harry." Harry took an involuntary step backward. He wasn't ready for that. That was all the time he had as Ransom yelled, "Go." Lyra took 3 running strides toward him before pulling one of the larger knives from the sheath on her thigh and pitching it straight toward her brother. Luckily for Harry, he did have his spear pointed forward to protect his face, and was able to barely parry the metal projectile as it claimed a few of the hairs next to his ears before thudding into the far wall behind them. That moment galvanized him, and he made a thrust toward the tiny girl in front of him before leaping backward to avoid her getting too close. She tried getting inside his radius, slapping away at his attacks with her knives and dodging the ones she couldn't. Harry kept his stance solid with his back foot ready for a lunge and his front foot ready to retreat at a moment's notice. Finally, Lyra jumped backward herself and threw one of the large knives she was holding, aiming for Harry's foot. His momentary glance down at his feet had him miss her pull 2 of the small blades from the bandolier in her chest and throw them toward his torso. The first hit the shaft of his spear, next to his hands, while the second cut straight through his robes and across his upper arm, rewarding her with a splash of blue as it cut through the thick skin from the potion. Harry ignored the sound of coins being exchanged from the spectators and pressed forward. With only one blade in her hand, Lyra was at a disadvantage as Harry pressed forward. Every time she reached to draw another, he made a thrust to that side of her body, forcing her to dodge. He was eventually successful with a hit to the side of her abdomen and a bit of blue spilling out onto her clothes. She retreated back and they both took a quick breather. "How hard do you want to do this?" Lyra asked quickly. "You know why we are doing this," Harry replied. "Do it." The black earring on Lyra's ear started to leak darkness and her form began to blur. Harry pushed off his front foot and started to move backward even before she began her next charge. Instead of watching her body, Harry watched the sand on the floor to see where she was moving. He kept his distance between himself and the blurry darkness that contained his sister, making thrusts into the general area where she was as he continued backing away from where she was advancing. He wasn't able to see the flying knife until it was out of her hand, and it stuck into his shoulder, just above his heart. Not being able to move as well with a partial impalement, Harry transferred his spear into his right arm and swung it in a wide arc that Darshan hadn't taught him, using the extra seconds to pull the small blade out and stick it in his belt. A bit of red blood came with it, as it had punctured the layer of thick skin provided by the potion. She was down to 1 throwing knife, and 2 larger ones she was using for close attacks. He was pretty sure she wouldn't be throwing those. He needed to even the playing field, so he took the second he had made for himself and turned invisible. She could still see him, but just slightly better than he could with her blurred form from the giver's black hair that she had learned to use for concealment. The fight began again. Both of them still moved just as quickly, but their attacks were slower as they couldn't make definitive strikes on a target that might not be where they thought it was. There were several more hits to their arms and legs before Lyra switched tactics again and turned invisible as well, but stopped the darkness blur. Harry was entirely on defense now, as he could barely see where she was through the invisibility. After another half a minute, he had gotten 2 more hits to his chest and barely avoided a killing blow to his neck. After several quick backsteps, he pulled out the small throwing knife he had stashed in his belt and threw it at the glass orb of light Stevens had put up to illuminate the room. Harry has no training in throwing knives, and it showed. The knife did not fly cleanly and wobbled constantly as it flew. He did aim well, though, and the side of the handle smashed the glass, shattering it and dispersing the light contained within. In seconds, the room was completely dark. Harry smiled. This was his element. One might think that since Lyra manipulated shadows and he the light, that he would be better suited for daytime and her for the night. However, Lyra needed light for shadows to exist, and Harry's magic was most powerful when it was surrounded by darkness. Now, just like when he wandered the island at night, or the permitted forest with no moon, he could see everything. As he heard Darshan say something about the lack of light, he charged Lyra, getting a hit immediately before she backed off. He managed to get another with the flat side of the spear before she lit up the room, igniting her hair with fire. Blurring her form or turning invisible wouldn't work for her at all now. Both of them returned to the fight with vigor, but Harry had an advantage now that he pressed. After exchanging attacks for a minute, he landed one on her wrist, causing her to drop one of her blades. She tried jumping backward and pulling a knife to throw from the bandolier, but before she could throw it, her back hit the wall and the tip of Harry's spear touched her neck, causing a tiny prick of blue to leak out. "Stop!" Stevens called out. Harry turned visible, pulled back, and dropped his spear as the adults came forward. Lyra sheathed her larger blade and dropped the throwing knife so she could touch the small cut on her neck, but it had already healed under the leathery skin. "Good fight," Arcturus praised them. "Very, very, very good fight." Darshan was stuttering how in this. "Fire, more magic," Slant told him, though I wasn't aware of all of what they could do. "That was intense," Lyra exclaimed as she went to give Harry a hug. He winced in pain at the hug. One of the guards approached, holding a crimson wand. "Hold still, Mr. Potter." The one throwing knives penetrated the thick skin from the potion. Harry looked uneasy. "That's not the wand you were holding earlier." He looked a bit surprised and kneeled down next to the two children, pulling out a roll of leather covered with soft fur. Opening it, revealed 8 other wands of different sizes, shapes, and colors. He pulled one more from his wrist holster and laid it and the crimson wand in the roll to show all 10. He pointed to the one that had been in the holster. "This is my wand. It has been with me for 20 years, ever since I left school. It is crafted with my blood and is suited for fighting." "I'm sure you've heard someone say that some wands are better for specific magic, right?" Harry nodded. "But I thought that just made some magic easier. It's the wizard that makes the spells powerful, right?" "Of course," he replied. "But it's not about being more powerful. Some magic is easier with different wands. Some of the most well-known are Dragoncore wands, will perform transfiguration more easily. Unicorn wands are better for charms and enchantments, and Firebird wands excel at combat." He motioned to the wands in his roll. "Each of these does something more easily for me other than combat. It is very hard to find wands that align to your own magic. Luckily, I come across many wizards that no longer need a wand." "Because they're dead?" Lyra asked the obvious. He looked a bit surprised at the blunt statement, then smiled. "Or missing limbs, or in prison." He held up the crimson wand. This one was made with the eye stalk of a chupacabra and has the wood of an almacigo tree. "It is good for healing. May I?" Harry relaxed and let the man begin to heal him. As he relaxed, he looked to Lyra and said, "You're really fast. You learned how to throw knives that easily." "I wasn't that fast," she replied as she played with a little of the blue blood that had come from her neck earlier, rubbing it between her index finger and thumb. "No, you weren't," Ransom interrupted angrily. "I was expecting a win with that trick I taught you, and neither of you were as fast as you think you were." "She had less than 2 hours of instruction," Darshan replied to counter him. "You can't expect her to successfully master a craft in that time. However, he is right that you were both much slower than you think you were." Ransom looked annoyed and sniped back. "It was more than enough to beat some muggle and his student. The two of you might have thought you were fast, but you were fast for children. Other children might also think you were fast, but anyone with a little more training would see that your movements were as immature as you are." Harry still sitting on the ground as his wound was being healed, and Lyra to the side looked back and forth between their arguing teachers. Arcturus simply smiled without moving his head as the events unfolded in front of him and his entourage. "I disagree," Darshan replied with a calm tone. They would have been thought to be fast by any observer who doesn't have their killer instinct. There was barely a shred of evidence that they didn't want to seriously hurt the other. In any other fight, you would see hesitation on the faces and movements of the fighters, especially between two with such a personal connection. Spectators would miss that they weren't just children and see their movements as true fighters. The instructor paused for a moment as he watched Ransom's face turn angry at being countered again. Then the tension loosened as he agreed with the statement, then tightened again as he realized he just agreed with a muggle. However, you did train Harry longer than I did, Darshan added. Maybe his victory can be attributed to you. Ransom looked furious as he couldn't reject that statement and looked around for another outlet for his anger, looking down to Lyra. We'll train harder, he told her fiercely, then looked over to Whispers and stared silently. Turning back to Lyra, he said with a smile, fight with the demiguise, that is what you will do to train. You don't have to worry about hurting your pet who can see the future. If you do manage to harm him, you'll be able to say you were faster than time. Lyra looked annoyed at him for how he spoke about Whispers, but then brightened at the suggestion. She called out to the lounging hidden who was petting his cat, Whispers. We're going to fight. Whispers perked up, and Sylvie jumped away as the silvery monkey bounded over to her. Fight, he growled. Lyra raised her hands to his shoulders like she wanted to have a dominance contest with him, but then took them down and pulled out her knives. He looked confused, and his eyes lit up with blue magic. After a moment, Lyra lunged toward her little brother, who cleanly ducked under the blades. As he looked back up at her, she waved the knives around more and then ran after him as he predicted her movements and kept her moving for nearly 2 minutes before she collapsed on the ground. Darshan looked like he was about to say something, but Ransom said quickly, Mind my lesson. Teach your student with something else. Whatever. I'm getting tired of this. Come on, Harry. Darshan proceeded to walk away to the far side of the room. Harry caught up and asked, I don't like him. He is always angry, but he did teach us well last year. He had Lyra stab him when we first met to prove she could. Darshan looked a bit shocked at the statement. Did he make you do anything? Harry shook his head. He is frustrating, but even being calm under pressure takes practice. Never take an action that can't be undone unless you have to. However, I don't think I can teach near him for as long as I have trained my patients. I will ask your sponsor, he gestured to Arcturus, to find us another place to train, though I would prefer it to be outdoors. Chapter 26. Names. Chapter text Dolores Umbridge's History of the World class continued on Monday the same as before. However, since everyone knew that the classroom's various entrances led to the same room, most students sat with their friends or housemates. Harry and Lyra arrived with Hermione, but chose not to sit with her in the front row, eventually settling in with the first and second-year students from their own house. After the chorus chanting of "Good morning, students," and "Good morning, Professor Umbridge," the class began. Harry tuned out much of it, though what he did hear mostly consisted of Americans claiming lofty ideals for the world and then violating them among themselves. She claimed that this hypocrisy led to American wizards being weaker. One part he did tune into was the spread of European magic systems. Despite the many native people already living in the territories with their own spells and rituals, most of them were slowly brought to learn magic in schools for Macusa, and many older magics were lost. At least that is what Harry heard when Umbridge said. The archaic magics of savage tribes that had been in the land were finally taught in the proper way that we do at Hogwarts, and those same methods and spells were stolen to be used in America. Lyra had been listening closely as well, and raised her hand at the end of the section. The teacher ignored her until Harry cast a halo charm on her hand, which made it glow too bright to ignore. Yes, Miss Black, she said with a sneer. Harry could feel his sister's eyes rolling before she asked, if the older magics in the country aren't taught anymore, does that mean potion instructions and arithmancy rules for the area are like at Hogwarts? Do British arithmancy rules apply in America? This is not arithmancy class, she replied gruffly, and a second year should not be studying an elective course they are not enrolled in. Despite the dismissal, there were murmurs around the large room with other students discussing her question. Harry cast a halo charm on his hand and raised it. Mr. Potter, if you ask the same question as Miss Black, I will have you in detention, she told him with a certain amount of glee. It was as if that was the outcome she desired. No, ma'am, he said to her disappointment. I just wanted to know if any of the archaic magics from the savage natives were still practiced anywhere in America. On isolated reservations, I'm sure you could find pockets of obsolete magic, just as you have old magic from the druids here on this island. She looked out over the room before asking, "Any other questions before I continue?" Cedric stopped them as they were out of the classroom. 5 points for both of you. If I could give more, I would. If Americans are somehow weaker in their magic, it wouldn't be because they stole the magic. It would be because the spells and associated arithmancy wouldn't fit the magic of that region of the world. Gemma joined the conversation and added, "Though there are people much smarter than us, and certainly more than Umbridge, living across the pond. They certainly have adapted any arithmancy from the old Hogwarts curriculum to their own. I'm sure the same happened when the first wand wizards came from Rome to conquer this territory. That's why modern wars don't happen between magical nations. Magic will always be more useful to those who live in the countries that are defending." There were now a large number of people gathered around, but the conversation turned into a prefect party when Penny also joined in. That's why Grindelwald was so successful. He gathered supporters from each country to join him in his conquest. Every battle that was fought against a territory was led by their own people. How he managed to adapt to the magic of every place he went and be magnitudes stronger than their native citizens is a mystery. "Does that mean we have a large advantage in the Olympics next year?" Harry asked curiously. That was met with silence until Tasman Appleby from Hufflepuff spoke up. As Miss Farley said, "Smarter people than us would have thought of that. I'm sure something is being done to prevent such an unfair advantage. When do we find out what the events are anyway?" one of the people in the crowd asked. "How are we supposed to train if we don't know what to train for?" That question just led to mumbles, and with no one having an answer, the crowd dispersed. Harry debated going to the afternoon lecture that was being led by Professor Trelawney. On one hand, she had given such an incredible glimpse of Lyra's future. However, on the other hand, most people seemed to accurately describe her as an eccentric kook. In the end, he decided to give it a shot. If he didn't like it, he wasn't required to stay, and he could just leave. As he was leaving the great hall, he saw Ron Weasley at the chessboard contemplating his next move. Curious if he was really the source of the ginger boy's previous mistake, he slowly approached him from behind. As he was about 5 steps away, Ron tensed for a moment, then spun around and looked right at him. "Back off, Potter," he snapped. "I told you that I can't think around you." Even if he was curious about why he had the reaction, Harry just raised his hands defensively and backed away, then circled around Ron and the board and left the hall. Harry was curious how Professor Trelawney would respond to whispers, so he brought their little brother along to the lecture. He was feeling a bit sleepy, so he indulged the growing furball with a piggyback ride. He was getting almost as big as Lyra, so he could still manage it. Whispers had grown nearly 4 inches since the beginning of the summer, and Harry smiled at the idea that one day he might be as large as Charlie. He got several awes from others on the way to the hall, and Astoria Greengrass followed closely behind. The girl hadn't gotten over her obsession with Whispers, but at least didn't jump all over him like she used to. The hall had all the tables removed and replaced with over 100 bean bags and comfy chairs facing the lectern and professor's table. There was a smell of incense in the air, but none burning that Harry could see. He deposited the lazy demi-guise in one of the bean bags and plopped down next to him in another. Astoria took one close by, but didn't move closer. Other students began entering, most with looks of trepidation and curiosity. Tracy, Daphne, Blaze, and the Caro twins came in and joined him and Astoria in their area. Greg and Neville came in later and joined the group as well. When it seemed like no more students were arriving, there was a large explosion of colorful smoke at the lectern, followed by coughing, and Professor Trelawney stumbled out of the smoke, gripping the edge of the podium as she continued to hack and wheeze. When she was done, the professor stood up and with a wave of her hand announced, "Welcome to the first lecture on divination." There was a scattering of unenthusiastic applause. 2 people in the back of the room got up to leave. The teacher drew her wand and conjured a squishy armchair. When she sat down, it wobbled a bit. "Today, I will tell you about the mystery in your names, how they may have been picked, and how they might influence your lives. How many of you know what a naming seer is?" There was a scattering of hands around the room. Daphne, Astoria, and Blaze were among them. Harry did as well. And how many of you were named by a seer? Several of the raised hands stayed up while the others dropped. Harry and Blaze put theirs down. To those who don't know, a naming seer will help a family choose what to name their child. Some seers will be employed when a couple has just married and is given several names for their future children, while most others will wait for a child to be born to give one to them directly. Who wants to tell us about their name? One older girl stood up. Willow Springer. I did end up with a wand made from a willow tree, and I get good grades in herbology. Three other students introduced themselves. Two of them told how their names relate to their lives, and the third said the seer picked the name of their great-great-uncle who was very successful in business, but hadn't seen anything specific to see a relation yet. Professor Trelawney continued. Some families adhere to a scheme of names: flowers, trees, animals, constellations, successful family members, and instruct the seer to abide by those rules. However, even if a seer did not name you, your name will still empower you regardless. She smiled at the piqued interest from those who hadn't raised their hands before. We all know magic comes from speaking. It is how we cast spells, after all. Now imagine that a witch or wizard said a name over and over and over. Even not casting a spell, our words have power. So when you think of your name, and when others speak your name, the thoughts they hold when they say it influence you down to your soul. If others use your name as a curse, it may slowly curse you. If they say it with joy, hope, or love, it may empower you. If your name means something that others believe, it may slowly push you toward that meaning. She then launched into a series of stories about various people whose names empowered them in different ways. Many students left during that time, but Harry stayed for respect. About 20 minutes, he felt a soft tap on his shoulder, and Daphne put a finger to her lips and then pointed behind Harry. Astoria was now cuddled with Whispers and scratching his head while he was half asleep. He smiled at the sight. Tracy scooted closer and asked, "So when do we get to meet the usurper in the chamber?" "Whenever it wakes up, I guess." Harry shrugged. "No idea how long that will be. I do need to take Gemma and Hayden down sometime to catch fairies." "You can explore then, but it will be boring. We took the first years, and the only interesting thing was making the Slytherin statue talk like a puppet." Blaze chuckled. "The older students wanted to have Snape suspend you for sacrilege when they heard about it. And I assume that suggestion was met with an eye roll and him walking away in silence," Harry replied. They all chuckled. "So," Daphne began slowly, "what are the lessons like that you and Lyra are doing in Hogsmeade?" "It's more weapon training," Harry told them with a shrug. "Like last year with the knives, though Brant hired a muggle I met over the summer to teach me how to use a spear." "A muggle?" Astoria asked a bit too loudly. Whispers reached up and made her hand continue to scratch his head. "It's a muggle weapon," Harry told her in a quiet voice, as the professor was telling a story about a man named Amor Amoret and his quest to find love. "It's also going to be in the competition," Blaze added. "Yeah, I know a few of the events." He gestured them all closer. Whispers wouldn't let Astoria up from her head-scratching position, so Harry just pulled the whole bean bag with them. Muggle weapon duels, regular magic duels, of course, summoning, banishing, levitating, and some various activities with magical animals. Not sure what. Many more too, but this is all my mother has told me. "We haven't learned summoning and banishing yet," Neville frowned. "If there's not a climbing or herbology event, I doubt I'll do anything." "I wonder if there will be muggle boxing," Greg said hopefully. "I bet they haven't finalized everything," Tracy told him hopefully. "Do you think you'll be ready to compete?" Astoria whispered to Harry so she didn't disturb the demiguise still getting head scratches. "I hope so," Harry told them. "I fought Lyra yesterday, and both our teachers said we were still slow." "You fought your sister?" Blaze asked, astonished. "Her uncle gave us a potion that made our skin thicker. It didn't help when Lyra threw a knife into my shoulder, though. I got the last hit in with a light poke to her throat." The others were more than a bit shocked. Greg had the strangest reaction. "You could have really killed Draco last year," he said, as if he just realized it. Harry analyzed his friend for a little bit before he realized even he didn't know the full story of what happened in the chamber, and said, "Anyone can kill anyone. I didn't want to when I first met him. I just wanted to knock him down a bit. He thought himself to be a king, which he was not." "No," Daphne argued. "Not anybody can kill. Lord Black can kill. My father says Dumbledore can't kill. He might be able to beat Lord Black, but I don't think he could kill him. Greg could probably bloody someone up, but I doubt he could kill. Greg looked uncomfortable but nodded, then added, Vincent has killed a Kneasel kitten. Everyone looked disgusted, and then Blaise told Harry, even spells need to be cast from a distance. You could probably do it face to face. Harry nodded without disagreement. Tracy surprised Harry with a hug from the side. He let her continue the hug for a moment before wheezing over-exaggeratedly. Tracy has no problem breaking a few ribs. She laughed and let him go. Flora Caro spoke up. Do you think we might be able to fight in duels together? She pointed to her sister. Her twin added, We've heard the professional dueling circuits have tandem fights. We should make a list of ideas, Harry told her. Hermione knows some of the organizers, and Blaise's mom knows the events from somewhere. We could give a list of ideas. They took out quills and parchment to scribble down a few ideas, while Trelawney continued to regale more famous wizards with strangely appropriate names for their positions. Muggle boxing from Greg, tandem duels from the Caro Muggle, and magical problem-solving, with potions from Neville ice skating for Daphne. The list had several more entries before their attention was garnered by Professor Trelawney speaking loudly. So even if your name doesn't offer you power, it may just give you direction in life. Most of you won't have to worry about naming children for a long time, but you may have to do it for pets. Magical pets will also benefit from an appropriate name. Their eccentric teacher bowed and got a small amount of applause from the remaining students in the room. That last statement grabbed Harry's attention, and he whispered to the others around him, Do you want to go see the unicorns with me later? I have to name one at the end of the month. Harry managed to find Hagrid at dinner and convinced him to bring him and some friends to see the unicorns that night. It was with the added condition of bringing the Jania and Gurion Scamander as well. Halfway through dinner, Lyra showed up along with Parvati, Lavender, and a few other Gryffindor girls. Lyra was carrying a thick book, which she brought over with them to where Harry was sitting. At Harry's raised eyebrow, she showed the cover. It's the book that the Pattles told us about, 1001 Nights. It has the story about the flying carpet and a whole lot of other cool stuff. Harry opened it and leafed through the pages. Sure enough, there were bits of lipstick and makeup stains on some of the pages. Some of the men in the pictures had hearts drawn around them along with other scribbles in open areas without writing. Can we keep it to read? He asked, half looking toward Parvati behind his sister. I don't read it that often, the Indian girl told them. I would like it back at some point, though. Thanks, Harry smiled. A bunch of us are going to see the unicorns tonight if you want to come along. They agreed quickly, but then also began to spread the word, and the number of students desiring to join the unscheduled trip increased. After sundown, when the group reached the exit to the grounds, there were nearly 50 students waiting. Gurion and his wife were there with the surprising addition of his parents, Newt and Tina. You're back, Harry exclaimed as he rushed to greet them. It's always great to see the unicorns, Newt smiled. He looked a bit sad as he added, They're one of the few animals that are impossible for us to keep in captivity. With all these students, it's also good we came. You definitely need more supervision for such a large group. How are my son and his wife doing in our place? Harry shrugged. It's not the same, but I guess they are doing all right. Janena taught us the difference between dragons and other fire lizards and how to walk on water. They're both teaching us how to transfigure our dorms to be more comfortable. Tina looked suspicious. Is that all she's teaching you? Nothing else. Harry looked confused as Newt placed a hand on his wife's shoulder. Don't worry, they're just children. Tina grumbled. That's where it starts. The group began to move toward Hagrid's hut, where they distributed backpacks with food for the unicorns. The group was a mix of different years. Nearly half new students along with those who knew Harry and Lyra, and some older students mixed in. With all the wands lit in the forest, any of the nocturnal animals or pixies didn't seem interested in disturbing the group. Gurion tried, pointing out various trees and plants to the new students, but they were too wrapped up in conversations to care. Harry walked toward the rear of the group, his spear stuck across his back, trying to avoid a group of Harrys that had come along, though it was also to feel more at home in the darkness of the trees instead of with all the lit wands. It was at the back of the group that he realized that they were being followed. The feeling started with just a single hair raised on his neck, and when the feeling became more pronounced, he sped up his pace to where Tina was walking and told her his suspicions. It was nice that she immediately snapped her wand up and whispered an incantation to let him know she believed him. Harry felt magic wash over him as it pulsed into the darkness beyond. After a moment, Tina relaxed a bit, but her wand was still raised and lit up the darkness with a focused beam of light, illuminating Remus Lupin walking toward them with his arms raised. "Mr. Lupin, do you mind telling us what you are doing following us in the dark?" Tina demanded. "Just providing a bit of extra security for the kids," he told them, not lowering his hands. "And why are you not with the group?" Tina pressed. "Unicorns don't like me," he replied with a shrug. "I don't want to ruin the experience for everyone else." She whipped her wand in a circular motion, and it spat a small orange light at the Dada professor. He didn't bother avoiding it. It disappeared when it hit his chest. "I don't like people following me where I can't see them," she told him. "But thank you for thinking of the kids with your unicorn problem." With that, she turned and walked back to the group with Harry running after. When they had almost caught up, Harry asked, "What were those spells you used on him?" Tina smiled. "Human presence revealing spell and a tracking charm so I know where he is while we are in the forest." Both of those sounded incredibly useful, so he asked, "Can you teach me them?" Tina seemed to think for a moment. Harry could tell that she wanted to say that it was too advanced for him, but was also feeling conflicted. Finally, she made up her mind and replied, "The tracking charm is too advanced and requires much more knowledge about magic than you will know for at least 3 years. It's newt-level magic. The human presence revealing spell requires less, but I would like you to know the revealing, banishing, and summoning charms before you learn this one." Harry smiled. "I learned the revealing spell last year." Seeing her questioning look, he added, "My friends taught me when I was exploring the castle." She nodded. "Then you have 2 more." She glanced backward into the darkness and fiddled with her wand for a moment before relaxing. "He's like you and your sister. He moves effortlessly through the woods without making a sound." Harry looked back into the darkness, his night vision slowly increasing as he peered into the abyss. Eventually, he managed to pick out the old friend of his father leaning against a tree in the distance, cleaning his teeth with a toothpick. The scarred man picked up Harry's gaze and gave a 2-finger wave toward him. Harry turned and continued walking with Tina to catch up with the group. When all the food had been laid out, the unicorns came to the clearing to eat. Harry immediately went out to see them while an adult escorted other students. He quickly found the foal from the previous year. It was still the smallest of the herd, but not by much, though it was distinctive by a patch of gold on its flank and tail hairs. Many of the other unicorns gathered around him, looking expectantly toward him and occasionally sniffing at his pouch and the lampung staff within. Harry stayed with the young foal, examining him and trying to ponder what kind of name might suit him. Harry sensed approaching movement in the trees beyond the clearing and saw Agestra and Talos, the centaurs, approaching the group. Lyra quickly joined her brother, along with Hagrid, while the teachers pulled the other students back. Talos stayed behind Agestra, his enormous bow in hand as he surveyed the meadow looking for threats. She looked serious as she addressed the 3 of them. "Friends Hagrid, Potter, Black, you bring many foals into our woods. Know their protection is your responsibility." Harry looked back at the students and Scamanders at the tree line. While he would fight if he needed to, he didn't want to have to. Hagrid gave a solemn nod, as his job was to protect the students. Agestra saw the apprehension on Harry and Lyra's faces about being given such responsibility, and told them, "You do not need to enter our forest with others. You have proven yourselves capable of doing so alone." Hagrid looked uneasy at this proclamation, but didn't contradict the centaur chief. Harry asked apprehensively, "How do I know what to name the unicorn?" He stroked the white mane of the creature as he spoke. Talos trotted forward and replied, "You will know what to say. Unicorns are lords of all horses. They beat back the darkness and keep shadows from falling upon our lands. They are treasures, and you will name him appropriately." He spoke with no uncertain tones, as if the name had been predetermined. Lyra let out a small gasp and smiled. The other adults had led many of the students back to the herd, where they began feeding some of the unicorns further from the centaurs. Many of the students he was friends with came closer and stared at the centaurs speaking with Harry. Agestra ignored the other children and gestured to the spear stuck to his back. "You carry the weapon of a guardian." Harry nodded. I found someone to teach me during the summer. I have weekly lessons now." The female centaur looked annoyed and hoisted her spear with the decorative head up, slamming the butt into the ground with a loud thud. All the students jumped at the impact, though the unicorns didn't flinch. "You wished to learn and did not think to seek guidance from me." Her tone was not happy. Harry looked uncomfortable, but remembered what Darshan had told him about having his lessons outdoors. "Can I bring my teacher here?" he asked hopefully. "Could I learn from him and you?" She scrutinized the small boy in front of her. "I will determine for myself if this human has the skills necessary to instruct a protector of the forest." Her message had a note of finality to it, and she turned to leave the clearing with Talos. When they were both gone, their friends cluttered around them, asking questions. Through all the chatter, Daphne commented, "I've never heard of a centaur giving lessons to a wizard. They normally just speak in riddles about the stars and how wizards must keep away from their land." "Agestra is different somehow," Lyra told her. "I couldn't tell you why. What was that gasp for when the tall one with the bow was speaking about the names for unicorns?" Lavender asked Lyra. "Oh," Lyra smiled. "I just know what name Harry is going to pick." "What?" Harry exclaimed. "I don't know what name I'm going to pick." "You don't know you know yet," his sister smirked. "Sometime in the next week or two, you're going to be sitting around, probably in the Ravenclaw common room, thinking about what Talos said, and you'll come to the same conclusion about what is totally obvious to anyone who knows you well." There was a great deal of silence after her statement before a loud eep was heard from Hermione. She squeezed around the unicorns and through the group to where Lyra was standing and whispered in her ear, getting a smile and a nod from her. "What if I just decide to name him something else?" Harry asked the group. Tracy reached down and scratched under the chin of the unnamed unicorn, then stopped and moved her hand toward Harry so he looked up at him. "You would really deny this beautiful creature a deserving name because your sister is teasing you?" Tracy asked him. Harry wanted to reply with an indignant yes, but looking into the soulful eyes of the young unicorn made his annoyance deflate. "No, I wouldn't do that," he conceded. He looked back at the eyes of the young unicorn and asked, "What do you want for a name?" Of course, unicorns couldn't talk, so he didn't get an answer. Harry had brought his broom, but did not joust with any of the unicorns that night. They chatted with all their friends in the presence of the unicorns, which seemed to fill them with pleasant feelings before returning to the castle for the night. Harry woke up in the middle of the night and remembered that he would also need to give a name to the usurper when it awoke. Chapter 27. Hooves and Horns. Chapter text Hooves and Horns. Harry groaned and leaned forward, his head thudding against the door to the Ravenclaw common room. He had just come from potions, where he had just saved his partner from another poisoning. The day's assignment was to brew a concoction that acted as a preventative measure against poisons and infections. The effect should keep certain ailments from afflicting the drinker and lessen others. The potion that Leonard and Harry brewed had been perfect. Harry oversaw all the prep and brewing. He also stopped the other boy from a few catastrophic mistakes. In the end, Snape even gave him a smile lasting more than half a second when examining their results. After drinking the potion and chasing it with the poison vial they were given, Harry was fine. Leonard was not. First, Harry's partner dropped to his knees and grabbed his stomach as it made a gurgling noise like someone was trying to drown an angry lion. When he stood back up, Leonard's skin began to turn green and peel off, leaving an orange layer underneath. He didn't appear to be in any pain, but Harry took no chances, wrestling the boy to the ground and forcing a bezoar down his throat as he struggled against it like giving medication to an unwilling pet. After Professor Snape examined Leonard, it was determined the cause was a piece of gum with magical properties that was stuck in his teeth. What followed was a lecture on the importance of dental hygiene. Harry had gone years without a toothbrush on the island, just rubbing his teeth with a cloth and rinsing his mouth in the mornings with water. He had continued this pattern since returning and had only brushed his teeth when they felt dirty. Something about the different diet, he had now made them feel dirty much more often than when he was on the island. Other students brought up a teeth-cleaning spell that Harry and nearly all the Muggle-born students did not know, though Professor Snape added on the importance of flossing and told them they should all expect a roll of floss at their beds when they got back to their dorms. On top of everything, Harry got detention, as he needed to use a bezoar along with Leonard. Harry shrugged at the pronouncement, since detention with Severus turned into a learning experience for one reason or another. Even with his skin still colored and peeling off, Leonard seemed fine and resigned to his detention later. So Harry ended up at the Ravenclaw common room to see if his sister's prophetic statement about the unicorn name would pan out, though now the knocker was giving him a riddle he couldn't figure out. What has a neck but no head? The eagle knocker repeated as Harry rubbed his head where it had hit it on the door. It was probably something simple, but the answer didn't come to mind. "Can't I just rescue some other students and you can let me in?" Harry asked the knocker, getting no response. "Do you have a quest I can go on?" he asked the knocker. No response. "I can tell you what has a head but no neck," he pushed. After a moment the knocker spoke. "What does have a head but no neck?" Harry looked strangely at the usually silent and passive knocker before replying, "A snake." There was a brief pause before the knocker replied, "I guess so." The door opened. Weird. Harry thought as he wandered into the tall reading room. He always had to look up when walking into the magnificent blue and bronze-themed room. 5 stories tall with a beautiful stained glass window running up the far wall, books and art lining every other part of the walls. Not knowing where to start, he just walked around. Up on one of the higher levels around the common area. He walked by the project room with the lever that switched which room was behind the door. Penny had one room dedicated to her projects, along with a few other names that Harry didn't recognize. There was also the room that was the same as last year, marked Boggart, and it made him wonder what his would be. He had plenty of demons from his past that could haunt him, but he didn't dare open the door without the proper training he would get soon from Remus Lupin. As he leaned over the railing to the lower levels, an argument caught his attention between 2 students near a couch. "That's my copy." The one standing pointed to the book that the one sitting was holding. "This one is yours," he continued while holding up an identical-looking book. "How do you even know?" the girl sitting replied. "They look the same to me." "The last page," the standing boy replied smugly and waited for her to flip the pages to the back. Harry couldn't see clearly, but there was something written in pen on the last page. The girl read it and looked shocked. "You got a dedication from the author. How?" she demanded. "I've just got connections that you don't," he said plainly, and dropped the book he was holding on the couch and took his book from her, then walked away. While he didn't really care about their situation, the book gave him an idea, and a really good idea, too. Finding a table, he pulled out 2 pieces of paper and 2 pens. He figured one would require a more dignified letter with the calligraphy skills he had learned last year from Lockhart. The second less so, but he should still use good penmanship. When he was done with both letters, he closed them up just as his owl, Hermes, swooped in to deliver the letters. On the first one, he pulled out the business card that Brant had given him for the publisher of the Harry Potter children's books and copied the name, the melting plot, onto the paper. On the second paper, he put the names Lysander and Celia Granger, then placed both letters in Hermes' pouch and let him depart. Satisfied with his plan, Harry spun his calligraphy pen in his fingers and pulled out Lockhart's book to read the next chapter. Lyra had read the last one on her own first, so he didn't feel bad about letting her read this one by himself as well. The title of the new chapter appeared as he turned to the new chapter. Lust and Recklessness. I spoke previously about Vila and their method of feeding. The ignorant among the masses will often compare Vila to their extinct counterpart, the succubus. Succubi resembled beautiful women who were perfect in every way with occasional imperfections like horns, spikes on the neck, unnaturally colored eyes, or even occasionally wings. There is no record of why these deformities happened, or if they served any particular purpose, as they lived over 1,000 years ago before they were hunted to extinction. Even more powerful than Vila, succubi gave off an intoxicating allure that would draw in their marks, and were drawn to people who had great bonds of loyalty, though their method of feeding was different. Instead of merely severing their existing bonds, a succubi would feed regularly on a victim through sexual intercourse, and then use magic to make them both weaker and addicted to the experience. Only the strongest-willed could resist returning to the succubi who broke them for more. This would continue until the wizard died. It was rumored that death would be an even greater method of feeding, though no evidence exists that they fed on souls like a dementor might. Even though succubi numbered very few, They did enough damage to magical communities around them that wizards organized with Muggle lords, who were unaffected by their allure, to hunt them to extinction. Over the centuries following, and even today, there are occasional reports of a succubus appearing here and there in different parts of the world. There is a special team of Iqua hunters consisting of witches and muggles that get dispatched for such reports to exterminate any potential threat. However, not since before the establishment of the Iqua has there been any actual threat from a real succubus. The team continues to be trained over the generations to be ready in case any survived the purge so long ago. Another extinct feeder is the siren. Often confused with harpies or mermaids, sirens do not have multiple forms and only exist as beautiful women having the ability to only have daughters. Many people have heard of sirens through Greek mythology or the story of the Odyssey. They would sing to sailors traversing treacherous waters who would steer their ships closer and die in wrecks after getting too close to turbulent waters. Through extensive research, I believe that sirens' method of feeding is not based on devouring sailors or anything else that was mentioned in previous tales. I believe their siren songs feed on the cautious mind of even the most disciplined individual, making them pursue reckless paths before them. While a siren will feed bits and pieces of caution, just making their victims risk their lives, their main course comes with their death while connected to a feeding siren. The tales of sirens feeding on sailors in already dangerous regions were probably just a convenient way for them to prey on large groups with a guaranteed feast when they all died beneath the waves or sunk in their wrecked vessels. There was a similar purge of the sirens done exclusively by Muggles around 900 AD. Wizards never viewed them as a threat, as their feeding habits primarily threatened Muggles. Sirens are unique among magical creatures that feed on emotions, as they also can affect and feed on Muggles. Since they did not pursue wizards to feed, they were left alone by the magical communities of the world. As a result, there is no provision by the Iqua to hunt them if any reports are made of their existence, and the magical world just trusts that the Muggles exterminated them all in their purge. Through various research and information I have gathered myself, I discovered that sirens do not feed exclusively on Muggles. While the mental energies of the Muggles will provide a siren with what they need to survive, the energy of a wizard is much more potent and addictive to them. Furthermore, a wizard who has spent too much time around these creatures will hear their song in their mind at regular intervals, driving them to pursue increasingly reckless paths of action over and over until they finally die. Even if the siren feeding on them dies on their own, the wizard's mind will stay permanently altered and will continue to seek out things that might kill them until one finally finishes the job the siren started. From the records I have put together, a wizard who encounters a siren will often hear the sound of bells, songbirds, church choirs, or the laughter of a child as they hear the magic in their songs. Such women should be avoided at all costs. Momentary exposure to them might have caused wizards to do something stupid or reckless. Long-term exposure will almost certainly result in their death. As with most of my previous chapters, I have mentioned that there are certain extremes in people that various creatures will seek out or avoid completely. I would assume in the case of a succubus that the most lustful and hedonistic person would be a perfect mate for them. In the case of a siren, a reckless and irresponsible person would be one that they would either avoid or feed on long term without detrimental effect to the negligent person. Harry had figured out back when Brant and Tonks had given them the dating lecture that most children didn't have their knowledge or carefree mind when it came to discussing sex, mating, nudity, and other adult themes. This book clearly wasn't written for children. He hadn't seen it being read by any other students at the school, and it wasn't in the library to check out. He was a bit curious as to what Lockhart meant constantly by these creatures resembling beautiful women. The women that most people considered beautiful just meant that they were in good shape. He wasn't sure what would make one in good shape more beautiful than another. He didn't think that Madeline the Vila from the mercenary group was better looking than Nestor's girlfriend or any of the Harpies women. The women on the Harpies were certainly the most physically strong women he had met, and Madeline could turn into that bird creature and throw fire, which was certainly amazing. though he hadn't met a girl or woman he would consider himself attracted to yet. As he pondered this, he remembered that he had initially come here to figure out what to name the young unicorn in the forest, and nothing had come to mind yet. His sister, and somehow Hermione, had both come to the same conclusion of what he would choose without him knowing himself. Somehow they thought he would come to his revelation here, so he drilled down on how that would happen. He started to wander around the room, looking for something that might trigger the idea for the name of a unicorn. He didn't think that Hannah's stuffed toy raffle would make a good name for this one. It was a great name for her toy, but it didn't fit for a flesh and blood creature. There weren't any ornaments of horses or unicorns around the common room either. Everything was related to eagles or other birds of prey, so that wasn't where he would get his inspiration. A hair on his neck rose, and he realized that Penny in her wolf form was trying to sneak up on him again. He ignored the predator following him as he continued searching for a naming muse. Other students looked quickly in his direction and then away, trying and failing to not alert Harry as to their prefect's hunt of the boar who lived. Finally, Harry heard the smallest scuff on the floor as Penny leaped forward to try and pounce on him. Quick as he could, he leapt sideways and watched the confused wolf fly by him. He grabbed her by the scruff of her neck as she sailed by and pinned her to the floor as she landed. It was a loud series of gasps and applause from the onlookers before Harry released her, and she shifted back to her human form. "How did you do that?" she asked with exasperation as she rubbed her neck where the wolf's scruff would be. "Well, the most obvious was everyone looking at you," Harry told her as he gestured to the other students. Some looked a bit sheepish and away from them as he spoke. "However, I also felt you sneaking up on me and heard the scuff of your nails on the floor before you jumped." Penny looked at her fingernails, which were a bit long, then shifted back into her wolf form and made pawing motions on the floor, scratching it slightly before shifting back. "I guess it's off to Hufflepuff to get a manicure," she sighed. "I will get you one day." "I doubt it," Harry told her as she walked away. Two first-year students scattered as he approached the nook near Hermione's private shelf and began to look through the titles. That is where he did most of his reading, and if he was going to find his answer, that is where it would be. He scanned the fantasy books and tried to remember if any of the Redwall books had any mention of horses or mounts of any kind. They certainly didn't have unicorns, as it would be quite strange for a book about talking warrior animals to also have magical fantasy creatures too. So he moved on to the next set and immediately slapped himself on the forehead. Sitting in front of him was the Lord of the Rings. He still hadn't completely read through Return of the King, but he had read The Two Towers 3 times, so the name of Gandalf's horse, Shadowfax, immediately popped into his mind. Of course, that is what his sister and Hermione envisioned his choice would be. Of course, the name for the Lord of all horses would be a fitting name for a unicorn. However, it didn't feel completely right. He wasn't sure if the feeling was because he didn't want to admit Lyra had been right or if there was some other reason. Thinking back, Talos the centaur had said that unicorns were lords of all horses and that they kept shadows from falling on the land, so Shadowfax should be a good name. However, something still bugged him about the name. He read through the passages of the book that mentioned great horses, trying to figure out why he didn't like the name that his sister and friend seemed to think was fitting, and that he would choose it outright, though the reason refused to surface. Knowing he would need to try something else, he left the room and headed back to the Scamander common room. He found Lyra leading a group of first-year students through some climbing exercises in the trees. Whispers and Sylvie seemed to be climbing with them, but their skills were too innate, animalistic, and effortless to be of any use for the other children to model themselves after. Not wanting to interrupt what they were doing, he went to get a mango to eat and found Colin by the tree already eating one, looking a little disturbed. Harry pulled his wand and swished it toward the tree with a whisper of Diffindu. The small arc of red light severed the stem of the mango, and it dropped into his hand. "What's wrong?" he asked. "My brother got pulled out of school," he told Harry. "Some kid was bullying him, took some of his stuff, and got him into a fight." "He didn't fight back?" Harry asked in a confused voice. "He did," Colin replied grimly. "Punched the boy right in the face, though somehow it blinded him. The doctors can't figure out how or why. Now the bully's parents want the police involved." Harry thought about it. It's probably magic. Muggles won't know how to fix that. "You're right." Carlin brightened. I'll go see if the scaremongers can talk to someone. My parents don't have an owl or anything. Just as Carlin began to run off, Harry stopped him. Just remember, your brother shouldn't be punished for using magic or defending himself. Make sure your parents know that. Carlin took a moment to see how serious Harry was before taking a big gulp and nodding. Then he took off. When he looked back at the trees, Lyra was swinging through the branches with whispers as the first-year students lay on the ground, exhausted from all the work. She waved to him, and he mouthed the word Shadowfax to her. She grinned and leaped from the branches, rolling as she hit the ground to absorb the impact, then came over. "See, I was right," she declared. "It was obvious when I got to Hermione's shelf, though it still doesn't seem right." She started him down indignantly for several seconds before taking a breath. "Well, at least you aren't changing it because of me." "Well, I think I'm on the right track at least. What would my wise sister suggest I do next?" As she thought, Harry carved a slice of his mango with a cutting spell and tossed it to her. She ate it quickly and put on a serious, thinking face to come up with an answer. After 2 more slices of mango, she replied, "All of the hidden we named took time, and they either chose it from things we taught them or it was based on something they did. What do you know about your unicorn?" Harry was a bit stunned. "Nothing really. I'll try to go out tonight and spend time with them." "Do you want me to come?" she asked. After a moment, Harry shook his head no. "No one else either," he replied. "I don't want to be responsible for anyone who can't defend themselves." Lyra walked away, be back before dawn. There was no or else needed. She was more concerned with his lack of sleep than anything else. After sunset, Harry prepared himself. There was a little bit of light rain, so he dressed warmly. He carried his wand on his right wrist and a knife on the left. In his pouch he brought food, water, his staff, spear, and broom. As an extra precaution, he pulled his father's invisibility cloak out, as it could let him sneak by anything that could detect his invisibility, like the gargoyle in the dungeon. As the common room was right next to the exit to the castle, it was moments before he was out on the grounds. Little bits of mist came through the hood of the cloak and kissed his face. It was refreshing to be outside at night in this kind of weather. When he was halfway to the forest, he dropped the hood on the cloak and let the water hit his hair. Running his fingers through the damp locks, the hair still refused to lie flat. Smirking to himself, he jogged the rest of the way to the forest, then stashed the invisibility cloak into his bag and let his eyes adjust. Seeing in the dark always felt like his eyes were breathing in light. As he drew in more light to see, Harry took an involuntary deep breath and looked at his surroundings. He was just inside the tree line, so there was nothing unusual. He pulled his staff from his bag and walked on the path toward the clearing where he would normally meet the unicorns. Moving silently, he walked past a ring of mushrooms, 3 pixies dozing in the middle of it. From the studies in herbology, he knew that these mushrooms were belltops and would make a ringing noise when predators were near. The pixies used them as an alarm system to keep them safe. Harry didn't intend any harm, so the magical fungi stayed silent. As he got closer to the clearing, he noticed other small bits of life. A boat truckle scurried across a tree here, and a ferry sparkled briefly in the darkness there. Even though he didn't feel the presence of anything watching him, Harry kept a tight grip on his staff, and his other hand free to draw a knife or wand, depending on what might come by. Harry scrunched up his face when he arrived at the clearing. It was empty. Thinking back, it was always empty when he arrived on the previous trips. The Thestrals and the forest troll had come from the area of the forest further to the north, while the unicorns came from deeper to the west. He was pretty sure the acromantula next lay to the north and east of where he was now. Making up his mind, he set off back into the thick trees to the west. The ground was soft, so most tracks had been lost to the rain, though after another 20 minutes he spotted hoof prints that had yet to be washed away. He couldn't tell if they were from a unicorn or a young centaur. Thinking back, though, Harry realized he had never seen a young centaur. All were adults that he had met, so it was more likely this was a unicorn. After another half-hour in the dark forest, he saw a flicker of fire between the trees and approached with caution. As the light grew, he saw a campfire with numerous centaurs lying around it. He recognized many from their presence at the feedings, but there were many others as well. None that could be called old or young were present. All of them simply looked the same age. Further from his position were unicorns, together under several small shelters made of lumber lashed together with rope. He didn't know that they both equines lived together. So far, they had not yet noticed him. Not wanting to startle the large beings armed with large weapons, he picked up a stick and broke it in half, coughing at the same time. Quick as lightning, he had half a dozen bows aimed at him, and several other weapons pointed in his direction as they galloped closer. Aegistra and Talos were not among them. None of them spoke as Harry stood still, hands raised with the broken stick held in both. After nearly a minute of silence, Harry spoke up. "I was hoping to see the unicorns. I am having trouble coming up with a name." Slowly, the weapons went down. A male centaur with a solid brown coat and a bow nearest to him gestured for him to advance. "We did not foresee your coming. It is hard to see the darkness among the stars," he told Harry. Harry shrugged and replied, "I've never looked to the sky to see the darkness. Were you only looking to see the stars?" There was a series of murmurs from the others, as if he had just given them the wisdom of a sage. "This is true. We did not search for darkness," the first one spoke while twisting the hair of the short beard on his chin. "Though darkness is not something any should seek out." Harry had no idea how to reply to that, so he just asked to see the unicorns and was led to where they lay together. They stood up at his approach and started sniffing at him, eager for food and attention. As he fed them bits from his pouch, he asked, "Do you know all their names?" None of the others replied, so Harry asked, "Where are Aegistra and Talos?" Another of the herd replied, "They left shortly before your arrival to drive off Castor and Pollux. They were not welcome tonight." Harry had no idea what to make of the answer, so he responded, "But they will be back." The centaurs didn't respond one way or another, so he just went back to feeding the unicorns. He paid special attention to the youngest, who now only had golden color in his tail hairs, with pure white able to be seen at the roots. As he stroked the mane of the unicorn, he tried to ask questions about choices for a name to see if he could elicit a response. All of his questions came back empty, which wasn't surprising as he was talking to a horse, though Harry hoped and thought it would at least perk up when hearing something interesting. It was a magic horse, after all. Maybe he had just spent too much time around the hidden who could understand and communicate with him. When all his food was gone, he decided to see if the centaurs would be able to help. For the most part, they ignored him. Two of them did speak, but they were cryptic and seemed to complain about the two that had been spoken of before, Castor and Pollux. Harry stopped speaking to them and just observed what they were doing. None of them slept. They seemed to alternate between staring at the stars, caring for the fire, maintaining their weapons, and drawing strange symbols into the earth, and then erasing them. Some of it reminded him of when he first met the hidden, but he would need a lot more time to figure out the significance of their actions. It felt like he had been there for over an hour before the sound of hooves alerted him to the return of other centaurs. Aegistra and Talos led a group of 3 others of their kind who settled into the rest of the herd as the 2 more talkative approached Harry. "Are Castor and Pollux gone?" Harry asked in an attempt to gather more information. Talos responded with a snarl, "They have come only when the moon is full and the moon is empty. For them to visit now was unexpected." He looked toward Aegistra and added, "I never permitted such encroachment." She made a sweeping move of her head which tossed her golden locks away from her bare chest in an attempt to show the medallion that signified her role as chief. "They are not here for evil, though they broke their arrangement and will not be permitted to return until the solstice." She turned to look at Harry. "What brings you, friend Potter, to visit us?" He gestured to the unicorns. "I can't decide on a name, and he can't tell me if I've picked the right one." "You have named others before?" She asked him curiously. Harry nodded. "My family, Whispers and the other hidden. Some of them picked for themselves, others I gave names to myself. They could tell me if they didn't approve." "A rightly chosen name is not rejected," Talos said firmly. "You have not experienced this before." None of the hidden had rejected their names. How Talos knew this was anyone's guess, so Harry changed tactics. "Can you tell me other names of the unicorns?" he asked, hoping for inspiration. One of the female centaurs that had remained silent since he arrived was introduced as Diarmaid, one of the elders, though she looked no different in age than any of the others. She led Harry through the herd, telling names of some along with accolades for others. One had gored 6 trolls, another had somehow given life to a grove of trees, and quite a few were honored as having given tail hairs to worthy souls for wand crafting. Most had names that Harry recognized as being Irish, Scottish, Welsh, Gaelic, or English. Many did not have names, and Aegistra explained that they did not always have a new protector that coincided with the birth of a foal. They eventually came to Hagrid's unicorn, Gaston. Hagrid had come to the aid of the herd when dark wizards tried to kidnap them from the forest. It was surprising to hear that the large man had slain 9 wizards that night and wounded several others. Gaston was no bigger than the others, as Harry just assumed that Hagrid's unicorn would also somehow reflect his size. In the end, he was no closer to his decision, and the only name he had was Shadowfax. So he asked Aegistra her opinion of the name. She frowned. The name has darkness in it. Harry explained. It is the name of a horse from a book. He was a lord of horses, could run as fast as the wind, and understood human speech. One with a silver coat that would shine during the day and be invisible at night. The golden blonde centaur raised an eyebrow and gestured to the unicorns, who were so white they nearly glowed. There was no way for them to be invisible or unnoticed, even on the darkest night. Your thoughts are pure, and you wish for a worthy name. A name will come to you in time. Friend Hagrid spoke his name within moments of receiving this honor. His name was accepted, and his unicorn lives on to this day. She laid a hand on Harry's shoulder. You do not need to worry. He bit his lip in thought, but was stopped from any new ideas by his unicorn leaning against him and scratching at his staff with their horn. Harry relaxed and reached into his pouch to pull out his broom. The other unicorns saw his action and stood up to join him, hoping for some jousting time. Returning to the large clearing, Harry mounted his broom as his unicorn took a spot at the far side. Even at that distance, he could have sworn he saw the creature smile before beginning its charge. Harry met it at full speed, and the lamp-hung antler and unicorn horn met with a loud ringing and a shower of white sparks. As more unicorns took their turns, many split off from the group to play the game with each other. Harry made sure to stop and watch when the unicorn he would name met another in a charge. Despite his smaller stature, the young unicorn was never knocked down. It was a clear loser in just over half of its play fights, yet it never was knocked over as many others were. The centaurs watched with indecipherable expressions on their faces. However, when he looked at Aegistra, she looked sad, while the others stood tall and resolute, as if they were just observing the scurrying of ants. Her legs were tensed, as if she were getting ready to run. Harry realized quickly that she wanted to join him and the unicorns in their game. After his next joust, Harry swung his broom around and flew in a large arc over to her. He deliberately knocked the antler on his staff into the tip of her spear, issuing a challenge. She gave a quick look to the other centaurs, but a few shook their heads. Harry looped back around and landed before her. You can take a turn if you want, he told her. She shook her head. I have no horn of my own. Something about that statement had a great deal of longing in it. It would not be right to do. With that, she galloped away, and into the forest back to where they had been camped before. The interaction seemed to take all the enthusiasm out of Harry's game, so he said good night to each of the unicorns, and then a simple wave to the other centaurs before returning to the castle. Once he was out of the permissible forest, he put his father's invisibility cloak back on and snuck back into the castle. Chapter 28. Peculiar Behavior. Chapter text. Lyra watched Harry get ready for his trip out to the forest. He seemed to be taking the naming of the unicorn way too seriously. When he named the various hidden in their family, it had always been on whim or because one of them had requested a specific name. The horned horses were beautiful and powerful, but they weren't as familiar as any of their tribe and didn't seem to express any desires beyond eating and playing. Finally, she just shrugged and prepared to have her own adventure for the evening. Along with her astronomy pass for the evening, she took some warm clothes, pages from the Explorers Club for new entries, and her telescope in case she wanted to do some homework. Then she went to find Whispers. She found the furball with Jason in the corner of the common room where they were listening to music on Harry's gramophone. The younger boy had been trying to get others interested in American hip-hop, but few had expressed interest in the music. Whispers seemed to be cautiously getting into it. He seems to like the rhythm, Jason told her happily as Lyra approached. Whispers bobbed his head with the music, then said, "Good music. The rest of his family likes jazz." Lyra told him and added, sometimes some Eric Clapton or Santana too. Your cat doesn't like anything I play, Jason told her with a frown. Lyra glanced around and asked, where's Sylvie? Whispers bared his teeth. Slivy hunts rats. His voice sounded predatory, mixed with pride. Thanks for hanging out with him, Lyra told the boy. Not many people treat him like a real person. He's like a little kid, Jason replied happily. It reminds me of babysitting my neighbor's kid while our dads would watch football. Whispers poked at the gramophone as the song ended and the record began to skip. We're heading out to explore and go watch the stars. Jason looked a bit hopeful before she added, sorry, second years and up. You'll get your chance to break curfew next year. He shrugged as Whispers ran off to get his Yeti fur gloves to explore outside the dirt floors of the common room. As the two of them got to the entrance of the common room, their path was blocked by Cedric Diggory. Doing astronomy homework? He asked knowingly. Pass, he asked. Lyra supplied it. Do you know where the secret stargazing balconies are? She shook her head. Do you want to know? I'd prefer to find them alone, Lyra said firmly. Very well, I figured as much. Cedric shrugged. The best ones are on the 6th and 7th floors. The most public ones will have little staircases going out of the tower to reach them. Secret ones often have some kind of signature of the stars near them. Have fun, but try to be back before 3 a.m. to get some sleep. I have my prefect patrol tonight at that time. I'll send you to bed if I see you out. Lyra gave him a playful smirk before giving herself a ceremonial wand tap on the head, shimmering out of sight along with Whispers. As Cedric looked to each side, Lyra spoke up, you won't see us, then giggled and turned visible again. Incredible disillusionment, Cedric told her with shock. Take 2 points for the spell and 2 more for it being non-verbal. Lyra looked like she had been caught. Oh, oops. I was told not to let people know I could do it without saying anything. Just don't get caught out there tonight, the older boy told her, shooing her out the door. On the way out, she passed by Patricia, who was swimming laps in the grotto pool. Whispers put a toe in the water and withdrew it quite quickly as it was not warmed up at all. Lyra cast the water-walking spell on both of them, waiting for Patricia to pass before running across the surface of the water and out to the main hall. They still had nearly an hour before curfew began, so a few students were moving around the hallways. She passed by the great hall and saw a few steaming mugs on the table nearest the door. Venturing closer, she read a sign that they were filled with mint tea, so she took one and continued her exploration. As the sun had set, a few torches and other candles were burning to light up the hallways. Some portraits made sure to tell her to get to bed before the nightly curfew. She acknowledged and thanked the ones who were polite to her. Those that were not, she ignored. Even though the stargazing balconies started on the 4th floor, she decided to take a trip around the 2nd floor, where the basilisk fight had been previously. It was still very obvious that much of the floor had been completely rebuilt. You could see where there was new stone and masonry work, like 2 puzzles were put together with the same edges from different sets. Even the suits of armor and statues that had been destroyed were now brand new and clean of 1,000 years of wear and tear. As she got closer to the bathroom that now held the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets, a thick cloud of black fog came around the corner towards her. After the initial shock wore off, she recognized it as the still petrified form of Professor Binns from Harry's memories. As it floated closer to her, she pulled out her wand, wove it through the air, and incanted, Scourge. The purple bubbles of the spectral cleaning spell arced toward her former professor. As it impacted, the ghost simply bounced off and went in the other direction, ricocheting off the wall behind him and continuing to move down the hallway away from her. Lyra chased after, with Whispers bounding after her. The dark spectre slowed down after bouncing off a few walls, so she managed to get past it and turned to blast another Scourge spell at the slowing ghost. Again, Binns was repelled by her spell and caused him to bounce off the walls in the other direction. Whispers jumped at him, aiming to swat him back towards Lyra, though at the last second his eyes glowed and he panicked, pulling his arm back, but was still in mid-jump and sailed through the black mass. Upon landing, he shivered and shook himself like a wet dog, though he was perfectly dry. He made a few sounds like he had just eaten something disgusting. Maybe you can play when you can use a wand, Lyra joked. Then they continued back toward the main staircase. Near the 3rd floor, the lights in the castle flickered to show that there were only 10 minutes left until curfew, and a few students here and there ran past them in both directions to get back to their common rooms. By the time they were on the fifth floor, and the lights all over the castle dimmed to show that the curfew had begun, the air all over the castle had become quieter. There were plenty of times that Lara had been in empty halls all over the school, but it was never this quiet. It would certainly be a bit unnerving to anyone who had never been in a dark and quiet place before. She had grown up on an island with plenty of dark and mysterious places with no lights or fires for her to find her way at night. Getting to the sixth floor, she saw two students sneaking through the hallways. They were older and huddled closely as they searched for something. Suddenly, Professor Umbridge appeared from around a corner near the couple, and Lara vanished from sight, Whispers following suit. She shined a bright light from her wand at the two students. "You are out after curfew and not heading toward any dormitory. You have one chance to tell me why." The boy pulled out an astronomy pass and passed it nervously to her. "We have homework to do." Umbridge sighed, then smiled, a deeply unnerving smile. "You are both sixth-year students. There is no Newt-level astronomy class. 20 points from Gryffindor and Ravenclaw, and a week's detention for lying. Now tell me which younger student gave you their pass." The Gryffindor boy drew himself up straight. "No one. I found it abandoned in the common room. I don't know who it belonged to." Umbridge reached out a hand full of stubby fingers and put it on the Gryffindor boy. He looked at it like someone had just put a slug on his shoulder. "Well, the real culprit is whoever lost the pass. If you find out who it was, let me know, and I will punish them instead," Umbridge offered in what she must have thought was a sweet voice. The Ravenclaw girl was already backing away when Umbridge dismissed them back to their dorms. As they passed by Lyra and Whispers, still invisible, the girl asked her partner, "I thought you told me that the Berkeley kid gave you the pass." "He did, but no way I'm ratting out anyone in Gryffindor. You do the crime, you do the time." She smiled and hooked her arm into his as they walked past. Lara went the other way to follow the toad that was teaching them history. The round woman walked with a bounce in her step as she approached a stairwell leading out to the side of the building. Lara waited patiently for a few minutes before several girls rushed down the stairs with unhappy looks on their faces, followed by Umbridge, who continued her happy trot to another balcony spot. Lyra turned around and silenced herself with an owl feather before running back toward the central staircase. She and Whispers sprinted up to the seventh floor, where she nearly collided with Fred and George coming down the stairs at breakneck speed. They looked a bit shocked at running into someone invisible, but rallied themselves quickly. "Revalio!" One of them incanted, the spell splashing into Whispers and turning him visible. The other pointed his wand directly at Lyra. "I'm guessing the other is Miss Black." Lyra turned visible. "Umbridge is after all the students on the balconies. I'm trying to warn the ones on this floor." Whispers nodded, adding, "Ribbit." The twins choked back laughter before wishing her luck and continuing to run down the stairs. Lyra found the first seventh-floor balcony and pushed through the door to find a couple lying on a blanket, the boy's shirt off and the girl's halfway, as they both screamed at the sudden arrival. Not wasting any breath, Lyra told them, "Umbridge is coming," then ran to the next one. The next two actually had students watching the stars, but didn't want to deal with their history professor, so they left anyway. The final one was empty, so Lyra used a color-changing charm on the door to write, "Ribbit, Ribbit, Toad." After leaving that balcony, she noticed a suit of armor that had the constellation Libra on its shield. Remembering Cedric's advice, she tried to see if it contained a hidden passage. She spoke the name of the constellation, tickled the suit of armor, and tried a few revealing spells. In the end, Whispers found the secret by just pushing the star at the zenith of the constellation on the shield. The star glowed briefly, and a small door to the side of the statue opened to allow them passage. As soon as they were inside, Lyra cast the strongest locking charm she could manage at the door behind her. The path twisted until she and Whispers walked straight out onto a small balcony overlooking the grounds and the permissible forest. There weren't any windows nearby with light that could obstruct her view of the sky, so it would be great for actually looking at the stars. However, she felt a tug on her robe as Whispers pointed out over the grounds. Off toward the forest, they both could see the sparkles of someone disillusioned, sneaking into the forest. As they disappeared into the trees, they spotted someone else sneaking out of the castle, who could not be stealthy if their life depended on it. Gurion Scaremander. Their large head of house was carrying two large barrels that could probably fit 3 students inside each, and made a beeline for Hagrid's hut. The groundskeeper met him outside and took one barrel from him, setting it up on a table. Gurion placed the other on the ground nearby, then conjured chairs and started a fire as they sat together in conversation. Now and then, Lyra would see someone trying to sneak out of the castle, some disillusioned, some not, heading for various points outside the castle: the lake, the forest, the Quidditch stadium. Apparently, no one followed the curfew. Whispers was mostly just watching the stars, never seeming to get bored with the pinpricks of light in the heavens above. Lyra did manage to chart the stars she needed for her astronomy homework before hearing a shout from below. Looking out into the night, he saw Hagrid and Gurion running toward 2 students emerging from the forest, holding on to each other for support. It didn't take more than a moment to recognize them, even at such great distance, as Fred and George. There was some kind of conversation that was impossible for Lyra to hear before Hagrid picked up a boy with each arm, cradling them like newborns, as Gurion led them back to the castle. Back at Hagrid's hut, his boarhound Fang was busy eating whatever food the 2 men had left behind. After a little more time under the stars, Lyra woke up Whispers and made her way back out of the secret passage. The door she had locked was silenced before she countered her own spell, opening the door to the hallway and turning herself invisible. She couldn't hear anyone around, but still kept quiet, sneaking back to the main staircase. When she got there, she found Umbridge sitting at a table looking down the stairs, a glass of wine in her hand, and muttering to herself. Lyra couldn't see a way around to the main staircase. As she evaluated her options, she grabbed Whispers to pull him back from going closer. On the far side of the stairs, she saw some masonry that would let them climb down to the first landing and pulled her little brother over there to make their descent. On the 6th floor, she stopped to head out into each corridor and right on the walls, Umbridge watching from the 7th floor. Then she also doodled a really ugly toad next to it. Continuing down the stairs, she left messages again at each level. On the bottom floor, she swung by the infirmary to see Fred and George in the first beds, their faces and upper bodies with bruises all over them, while Madame Pomfrey treated them. Seeing that they would be okay, she started back to the common room and passed by the great hall to see Gurion and Hagrid having a drink near the door. "I've heard they are horrible troublemakers," Gurion was saying. "They're good lads, smart, and troublemakers," Hagrid chuckled, taking a swig from his oversized mug. "I guess. It's obvious they knew their attackers, too. Wouldn't rat them out. We will need to keep an eye on them, especially with the different potion ingredients they managed to pick while they were in the forest." "Nothing they do does any real harm," Hagrid argued. "Nothing they do does any real harm to someone like you," Gurion countered. "Remember what I told you." "Yay, I guess so. Boat truckles," Hagrid nodded. Gurion was about to say something else before he stopped and turned to look directly at Lyra, standing invisible by the door. Feeling like the usurper was looking her right in the eyes, she dropped her invisibility and waved. Gurion sighed and extended his hand. "Astronomy pass." Lyra handed it over. "And your homework." She provided that as well. He pulled his wand and performed some kind of spell on it before handing it back. "Go to bed." She went back, finding Sylvie sleeping on her bed with a stomach full after a successful night of hunting. Harry and Lyra found each other first thing in the morning. They both had strange looks on their faces and immediately asked the other what had happened. After 2 more attempts to speak and to let the other go first, they exchanged a quick game of rock, paper, scissors, and determined that Lyra would tell about her night first. Harry got a good laugh out of her disrupting Umbridge's hunt and the notes she left for their unpleasant professor. Harry was a bit surprised at the number of students that she saw breaking curfew to go to the forest, and even more surprised at the Weasley twins getting hurt on their adventure. When it was his turn, Lyra just nodded along to the story and only reacted to the strange behavior of the centaur chiefess, Agestra. "She's different from the others," Lyra commented. "She doesn't always speak in riddles and is more emotional than the rest." "But why?" Harry asked. She just shrugged and went to find Whispers and Sylvie to continue the morning at breakfast. In the great hall, Hermione and Ron were staring each other down over their chess match. Professor Lupin stood to the side, observing the game. As Harry got closer, Ron spun around and stared daggers at him, so he held up his hands defensively and went to stand next to the Dada professor. After a few minutes of watching no one make a move, one of the Weasley twins entered. He had a large bruise on one side of his face and glanced around the room before walking straight over to Harry. "Are you okay?" Harry asked, but was ignored. The ginger boy stood in front of Harry for a moment before spinning in a circle and then poking Harry in the chest lightly with one finger. "What are you doing?" Harry asked, a little annoyed. He was still ignored, and the Weasley then ruffled Harry's hair and pushed him gently. "Hey!" Harry exclaimed, and then pushed him back harder. Lupin got involved at that point. "I assume you have a point in this." "Maybe," either Fred or George replied before leaving the hall. Even Ron had taken a moment to look away from his game to watch the exchange. When his brother had gone, he looked back at the board in front of him and advanced one of his pieces. Hermione looked concerned. A minute later, the other twin entered the room. Harry could only tell it was the other twin because the bruise pattern on his face was different. This twin walked straight up to Professor Lupin and stared at him for a moment before spinning in a circle. Lupin looked at Harry in confusion. The other twin politely asked, "Professor Lupin, may I cast some diagnostic spells on you?" Harry and Lupin both looked confused, but the professor slowly replied, "I guess so." He took out his wand and mumbled several incantations as waves and splashes in shades of purple fell on the professor, who looked even more confused. "I'm not a ghost, Mr. Weasley." The boy raised his wand again, and halfway into an incantation, Lupin interrupted him. "Nor am I a boggart. What are you trying to determine?" "I'm not sure," he trailed off, then turned around and left the room. When he was gone, Harry took a look at his father's friend and shrugged before heading to his table to eat. He hadn't been sitting for 10 seconds before Blaise dropped into the seat next to him. "What was that about?" he asked, gesturing to where the twins had been doing whatever they had been doing. "Not a clue," Harry shrugged. "Do you know who beat up the twins?" Suddenly, realization hit him. "Yeah, I think that I just figured it out." "And you're going to tell me?" Blaise said in a leading manner. "I have a small problem of my own. I'll trade my info for your advice, regardless of whether it helps." Harry smiled. "Sounds perfect." The Slytherin boy grinned. Quickly after breakfast, they found an empty room near the hall and locked the door. "What happened to the twins' feeds into what I need advice on?" Harry told him. He proceeded to tell Blaise about visiting the centaurs to determine a name for the young unicorn. He then mentioned Lyra's evening and seeing Fred and George head into the forest. Then he connected the two by the centaurs complaining about Castor and Pollux and how the twin constellations were, in hindsight, an obvious reference to the Weasley twins. The centaurs must not have taken kindly to the encroachment on a night they weren't welcome. "So they just beat up the twins?" Blaise asked incredulously. "And let them leave," Harry added. It was a serious warning. Blaise stared at Harry, then nodded. "You think like them a bit, like Draco's shoulder." After a bit of silence, Blaise asked, "So what did you need advice about?" "The unicorn name." Harry made a grim face. "This feels more important than most names like Whispers because he made whispering noises, or Sylvie because she's silver in color." He began to pace in the room a bit, then turned back to Blaise. "Where is your name from?" Blaise looked reminiscent. "I was told it was my grandfather's name. My mother told me that I was named for my father's father because he didn't know the man himself. He hoped that he could have his father live on through me." Harry stared at Blaise, a small smile forming on his friend's face. It was strange, as his mother was very cavalier with her marriages, yet this one seemed to mean something to both of them, more than just being his father. She didn't have any other children with her other husbands. Harry asked, as politely as he could, "How did he die?" Blaise seemed to realize he was looking nostalgic, and his face snapped into a bit of anger before replying, "An honor duel. My mother later married the other man, who later died in some bizarre circumstance," Harry thought. All of his mother's husbands, Blaise showed great disdain for except his father. That made a bit of sense, but still, something was missing. Instead of dwelling on it, he thanked Blaise and returned to the great hall to get Lyra and head to class. However, as he entered, a boy in Gryffindor robes pushed past him angrily toward his table, hand on his wand. "Warner!" he yelled at someone. An older boy stood up at the Gryffindor table. "You snitched on me." All eyes turned to the two boys. The older one threw up a finger to his lips. "SHHH, no, I didn't." The younger one ignored him and pulled a short piece of parchment out of his pocket and read it out loud. For selling your astronomy pass to another student, you are docked 30 points and will serve 2 weeks detention. Further astronomy privileges are revoked. Sincerely, Professor Umbridge. Lyra appeared next to Harry as the two Gryffindor boys stared each other down. That's the boy I told you about, she told her brother. I didn't think he'd sell out his housemate. Just then, an owl dropped a red letter next to Warner. As he reached for it, it popped up and floated next to him, slowly folding itself into the shape of a cat before speaking in Umbridge's voice. For allowing true justice to prevail and handing me the culprit that was allowing others to break school rules, your point loss and detention are rescinded. Thank you. Most of the other students near Warner had already turned their backs on him as he continued to profess his innocence. The younger boy, Barclay, raised his wand and splattered his housemate's robe with green paint. Snitch, he cursed, then turned and left the hall. Transfiguration started mostly with Professor McGonagall trying to settle down the class, talking about the incident in the Great Hall with the two Gryffindor boys. It took nearly 10 minutes for their teacher to quiet down the rabble of second-year students from her dais in the center of the room. As soon as students on one side of the room quieted down, some on the opposite side started talking. Finally, Colin Creevey asked McGonagall directly, "What do you think about it?" The room was silent as they waited for her response. "Both students broke the rules," she began in a bit of strained speech. "I have told all of you at least once that your house is like your family. So I will just say that none of you should put one of your family members in a position that the other would need to lie or break rules to support you." It was clear she was trying to be diplomatic and not to pick a side with either of the students, and also that she did have a side, though it was difficult to tell on whose side she was. The rest of the class worked on free transfiguration of turning stone into metal. Wood into metal was much less difficult due to the nature of wood being able to be shaped into different objects and having a less rigid structure. Stone, on the other hand, did not like being changed, and no one in the class was able to change more than a small amount of their rocks into something metallic. By the end of class, charms had them working more on animation charms and getting objects to perform specific functions. Over the next few weeks, they would need to learn how to tie knots, assemble structures from children's blocks, and have mannequins perform cool handshakes with each other. Many students complained about the knots because there were already charms for nearly every knot, specifically. Flitwick shut down those students with a glare. Potion lessons had the class brewing more antidotes, this time to an unknown poison. Harry's partner volunteered to be their guinea pig, expressing trust in Harry's deduction and brewing skills. Harry found it amazing that discovering the ingredients of the poisons would lead to discovering their nature. He assumed that anything in the potions would need to have an ingredient in the classroom and tried to take samples from jars he thought to be in the poisons to deduce their effects without drinking them. The poison with the sloth brain extract was countered with a magical cup of coffee. The lip-sealing poison contained hummingbird wings, and he made an antidote that had a primary ingredient of a zipper fish's mouth. He lost some points brewing an antidote to a skin-freezing poison by creating an antidote that included heated dragon blood. It worked too well and ended up giving Leonard Quincy first-degree burns on his whole body, and he was sent to the infirmary. Harry was given detention, though he didn't mind because all of Professor Snape's detentions were timed to fix his mistakes or just brew more potions. Finally, for herbology, Professor Sprout took the class out to the permissible forest. They didn't go very far in, but she led them on a tour to identify various mushrooms and other fungi that grew near the edge. They came across bell-tops like the ones Harry had seen the fairies sleeping inside, and purposely made them ring out and make noise. There was also fly agaric, which could be used as part of magical insecticides, scarlet cups, which could gather water for use specifically in healing potions, common stinkhorns that could be used as a reagent in potions that decrease the stirring needed for some complicated recipes, and chanterelle mushroom, which were used often in meals in the Great Hall. Following dinner, Cedric led the Quidditch team out to the pitch and took a deep breath before giving them a speech. "In 2 days, we're visiting the Y Valley Forest for our first match against a team our age. Some of the Harpies will be taking us there, though. At least Arlene Green and maybe other members of their team won't be cheering for us. So today, we will be running drills until you can play in your sleep, but can't because you are too sore. Tomorrow you will recover, though we will still have a light practice. I'm expecting all of us to play well and make a showing for ourselves, and I'm certain the victory celebration at Hogwarts will be epic. What if we lose? Megan asked. Then we will just have a smaller party, Cedric shrugged, and many more practices. Thus began the difficult practice they had experienced. Cedric recreated the bludger drill that had been done before for the beaters increasing in number on the ground, but with practice balls, since they didn't have a healer available. They were just as heavy to hit, and he felt the bats getting heavier as time went on. At least when they had the healer present, they were able to take a small break while getting their wounds treated. Now, Cedric only gave him and the other beaters a break when they were completely covered by pink impact marks. Now and then, Harry was able to glance up at Lyra and William practicing chasing snitches. Lyra looked increasingly frustrated as she hadn't caught a single one. Each snitch she went after would mysteriously stay inches out of her fingers before taking her on wild chases through the arena. It was the same with William, and both of them were dodging their training bludgers. Lyra had 3 going after her. The chasers were also playing a half-court style game against each other, with Cedric as the only keeper. They also had a couple training bludgers going after them with no beaters to defend them. At the beginning, there would often be a cry of pain now, and then as Cedric had gotten hold of a quaffle that would heat up the longer it was being held to encourage more passing. After nearly 4 hours of hellish training, the team nearly crawled their way back to the common room. The grotto was already steaming with hot water, and a few of the first-year housemates, plus Whispers and Sylvie, were already soaking. The team quickly changed and got into the pool to relax. After several minutes of silence, Patricia swam over to Lyra and asked, "I've been reading about some hot springs in Japan that are supposed to be magically blessed. After what you and Harry did for the common room, could you do something like that for the grotto?" The idea seemed to spark interest in Lyra's eyes, but she couldn't focus on it. "Ask me tomorrow." As they were all getting out, an owl dropped a letter for Cedric. He took a quick look and groaned, then incinerated the paper, got dressed, and headed out into the castle. No one was in the mood to care about anything other than sleeping, so he was not questioned at all. He trudged up to the 4th floor, finding the statue of the Quidditch player and elbowed it in the side. "Ah, foul, excessive carving," the statue exclaimed, revealing the hidden passageway. At the end was the room where the council of the Quidditch captains met. Already present were the other 4 captains, Roger Davies, Tasman Appleby, Oliver Wood, and Marcus Flint. "Congratulations," Wood started, gesturing at the table. "Looks like Hogwarts has agreed that you are an official Quidditch team." Cedric smiled back. It had been nearly a year since he had transfigured the square table to a pentagon. The fact that the spell hadn't worn off was a testament that the school agreed with his changes. There was also a banner showing the Scamander sigil on the wall behind his seat, but that could have been placed there by house elves. "We were watching your practice," Flint told him. "You have some special equipment, don't you?" Cedric smirked. Of course they would notice. "So, what of it?" he replied sharply. "Where did you get it?" the older Slytherin boy demanded. "You know we are friends with a professional team. I asked for some training equipment. It's not like we have faster brooms or anything." "That's not exactly fair, you know," Appleby told him. Cedric smiled at his old housemate. "Well, what would be fair is for you to find your own sponsor. There are quite a few puffs on local and national teams you could talk to." Oliver latched on to that idea. "Yeah, there are a bunch I know too." Ignoring Marcus and Roger still objecting, Oliver scribbled out a message on a paper near him and tapped it with his wand. The paper folded itself into an airplane and took off. "There have to be some rules to this, though," Cedric tried to appease the Slytherin and Ravenclaw captains. "No new brooms unless everyone gets them," Roger suggested. "What about personal brooms?" Flint objected. "Most of the Slytherin players already have better brooms than the other teams." Tasman spoke up. "Let's just agree no broom sponsorships for now. Assistance with training only until we can agree on something more." Each captain looked around, waiting for someone to object, but no one did. "How about the original reason we called the meeting?" Wood asked. Flint nodded and relaxed in his chair. I have received notice with complete assurance that in the headmaster's tournament of the ages next year there will be a Quidditch tournament. Cedric's eyes widened. A junior World Cup had been suggested for the last decade, but no one had been able to put one together. With the World Cup already happening in magical Britain this summer, topping it off with a junior cup would be insane. Though he snapped his attention back to the table, as they would need to decide on the team composition somehow. As Slytherin has won the majority of the House Cups over the last century, we should have the most presence on the team, Marcus said flatly. There was a flat no from Oliver, Tasman, and Roger simultaneously. Cedric had stayed silent, as he didn't know if anyone on his team could match up to the veterans. I don't see what the problem is, Flint shrugged. Ravenclaw hasn't won the cup in 30 years, Hufflepuff in 9, Gryffindor plays too honorably, and Scamander is completely untested. Get the national team involved, Cedric suggested. I'm pretty sure that Bagman's department would want in on this, too. The professionals should be involved in the construction of a junior national team. Let's call it to a vote, Tasman suggested. Marcus was the only one against it. Your starter team is mostly 7th years anyway, Wood told him. They won't get to play next year anyway. I'd flunk myself for a chance to participate in this, Marcus snapped back. The complete team will probably consist of nearly all the houses anyway, Roger said analytically. Most professional teams have at least 2 reserves for each position. We just need to determine who our starters will be and then the strings for each spot. We could probably field every Quidditch player at the school, just in case. I want Slytherin taking up the first 2 strings, Marcus reiterated. Then make sure they play well, Oliver told him. The first game is in a few weeks, Gryffindor versus Scamander. You might want to let some of your younger players take the place of the 7th years on the team if you want to give them a chance of being on the full school team. You just want a better chance of winning this year's House Cup, Marcus sneered at him. Oliver gave a devilish grin. Well, I guess you could just give all your potential spots next year to us if you want to ignore my advice. The other captains looked on with amusement as Marcus tried to figure out what he would do. Finally, he just asked, "Any more business?" "No, good." With that said, the window behind Marcus popped open, and he snatched the broom next to it and jumped out. Well, that was fun, Oliver said before popping open his window and flying out. Roger and Tasman followed. Cedric pulled a miniature broom from his pocket, shaking it to full size, but frowned when he remembered that behind him was the door and not a window. Speaking out loud, I don't suppose the castle could figure out a way to put a window behind my seat. He waited for nearly a minute before taking his broom and leaping out the Hufflepuff window and flying back down to the castle entrance near the common room. Chapter 29, Third Base. Chapter text Guise of Loyalty ch 28, Third Base. Morning came on Saturday with nearly the entire house waking up at the crack of dawn with the excitement of the first Quidditch match at the Y Valley School. The entire house was coming along to support the team, though they hadn't been informed yet how they would be traveling. The hallways buzzed with whispered predictions about the match and hurried footsteps as students rushed to get ready. Harry was busy making sure all his gear was set and that the helmets for the team were all in proper condition, occasionally activating them to make sure they worked properly. A faint buzzing sound filled the air every time a helmet was checked. He dug through his things and pulled out the beater bat he had been given, signed by Gwennog Jones, the signature still shining as if it were inked yesterday. The house elves delivered freshly laundered uniforms and team jerseys, which seemed to shine with cleanliness. The fabric smelled faintly of lavender and soap. Everyone made sure to be in perfect shape, clean, teeth brushed, and everyone except Harry had perfect hair. Lyra did her hair the night before and had an older student put a spell on it so sleeping on it wouldn't disturb the style, resulting in intricate braids that shimmered slightly in the morning light. Astray was often seen in the morning moving boxes around the common room. He also delivered snacks to students of cheese and crackers whenever they stopped their own preparations to take a break. His tiny frame zipped between groups of students, barely noticed unless you were watching for him. Garion insisted that the whole team wear their Quidditch uniforms to breakfast, and his wife cast charms on all of them so any fallen food or drink would fall off and not stain them. The uniforms glinted slightly under the spells, enchanted beyond just cleanliness. Upon entering the great hall, they were met by cheers from the other houses. There were banners on all the walls displaying Scamander house colors and crests. Even the enchanted ceiling reflected the colors of the house, twinkling with flashes of orange and green. Whispers himself was ecstatic and pointing at all the hidden displayed on the walls, his movements lively and infectious. They had support from all the other houses when they were playing against another school entirely, though that would certainly change when another house was their opponent. The only people who didn't seem to be showing support were the usual suspects in Slytherin and Umbridge, though Harry assumed they would have been cheering too if he and Lyra weren't there. Cedric, Gurion, and Janena were actively policing the meals of all the team members to make sure they were eating enough of the right foods, but also not too much. Bowls of fruit and platters of toast were constantly rotated in and out of reach. Plenty of students were also visiting their table to wish them good luck, or to complain about not being able to come as well. However, Lyra whispered to Harry that it was interesting that many students weren't complaining at all, and many of their friends hadn't come by to wish them good luck, casting a shadow of suspicion over the otherwise festive morning. When the meal was finished, the Scamander team and their house were paraded out to the grounds where the carriages were waiting. They had been expanded from fitting 4 to 6 students apiece to being able to hold around 12 to 15. The sight was impressive. Each carriage gleamed as if newly polished. Harry stopped dead in his tracks. The team of the Strals pulling each coach had turned to look directly at him. Their white eyes looked at him with fear. There was no hostility in their stances yet, but now he recognized that they didn't hate him. They were afraid of him. Questions washed over him at this new revelation, and he was snapped out of his thoughts by Janena's hand on his shoulder. "Don't worry," she told him. "The carriages are just for the people coming who aren't on the team. I'm taking the players by portkey ahead of the main group." Harry sighed with relief as she led him and the other students in the team uniforms around the coaches and down toward the gates of Hogwarts. He saw Whispers break with the pack of students and dash ahead, causing him and Lyra to take after him. When Whispers reached the entrance, the iron gates opened to reveal Newt and Tina standing there with Dougal. Whispers gave the older Demiguise an enthusiastic greeting and immediately launched into the dominance ritual, placing his hands on the shoulders of the other. While that took place, Harry and Lyra gave a proper greeting to both of the adults with a handshake. Then Harry motioned to Newt that he had something to say. As the older man leaned down, he told him, "The Thestrals are afraid of me. I thought they didn't like me or just hated me, but now I think it's fear." He paused to collect his thoughts, then said, "I saw it in their eyes." Newt looked confused. "I'm still no closer to solving this mystery than I was before. I will continue to work on it." As the other students caught up, there was a scattering of greetings for the elder Scamanders and glances between Tina and Janena, with whatever the drama between them before Gurion's wife took charge of the situation. "All right, your classmates are taking the coaches to the stadium. We're taking portkeys to a staging area near the school," she informed them. "Why?" asked William. "Yes," replied Janena. "We are going to try to do some last-minute preparation to give you all a flashy entrance." A random assortment of objects was handed out: bottles, hats, tires, and more, until a pair or trio of students were holding onto each one, depending on the size of the portkey. The countdown started, and moments later they were whisked away. In comparison to the other portkeys Harry and Lyra had taken, this one was very short. While they landed almost perfectly, many of their classmates staggered or fell. The only perfect landings for the students were Cedric and Patricia. Tina landed firmly, wand in hand, surveying the area. Janena landed gracefully, on her toes, before letting her feet settle flat. Harry and Whispers started to look around for Newt and Dougal, only to be reminded by their sister that Dougal doesn't do magical transportation. Seconds later, there were several other Pops and Trunks loaded with their Quidditch gear that all arrived in the meadow where they were standing. The meadow was unremarkable. Only because of a minor change in the temperature did they know they were no longer near Hogwarts. In the distance, to one side was a forest, and to the other were small hills. Tina and Janena were slowly herding the students toward their gear. "Where are we now?" Sully asked. "Why?" Janena replied. "Because I was curious." Sully replied quietly. Tina glared at her daughter-in-law before speaking up. We are going to try to make a somewhat dramatic entrance. It's our first match, so we want to make an impression. All of your brooms will produce orange smoke as we enter the stadium. Professor Flitwick has created the enchantment that will form the smoke into an enormous demiguise running through the sky behind you. The students looked amazed at what would be an incredible spectacle. Cedric commented on the complexity of turning smoke from multiple sources into one complete animated creation. This is a one-time thing for you all, Janina told them. However, if you want to do anything else in the future for your games, I encourage you to keep doing it. I will also give points for your successes. I just have two conditions. The first is that it needs to be magical. It can't be something a muggle could do, made with magic. The second is that it needs to be done as a team. No showboating by yourself. Tina did not appear to be enjoying working with Janina and seemed to be forcing herself to continue. Picking up a handful of dirt from the ground, she wove her wand through it, picking out all the rocks until 12 pebbles were floating in front of her. With another swish of her wand, one turned red, two turned yellow, four green, and five blue. They were then arranged into formation with the red one in front, flanked by two of the greens, the five blues moving and a changing formation behind them, two more greens in the back, and the yellows orbiting the entire arrangement on opposite sides. This will be your formation. Mr. Diggory will take the lead, followed by Potter and Goyle. The middle will contain the starting and reserve chasers, Moon, Jones, Lee, Stimpson, and Creevy. The reserve chasers behind them, Longbottom and Blustrode. The seekers, Black and Summerford, will orbit the entire group. I will give you black smoke to practice with before the enchanted stuff. You will need to make sure to fly without getting smoke in your teammates' faces. From there, they drilled for the next hour. Whispers remained on the ground, cheering at first before quickly settling in to just eat popcorn and watch the clouds while he waited. Tina and Janina did not work well together. The elder Scamander matriarch was trying to keep them flying in tight formations, while the younger was pushing them to have fun while they flew, reminding them that they weren't Muggle soldiers and should be having fun too. Finally, Tina just gave up. You're doing as well as you can do on such short notice. Mr. Diggory will lead you toward the stadium. We need to be there in the next 10 minutes. She gestured toward Gurion's wife. We will be flying far to the sides to put up Muggle aversion wards, just in case there are any in the area as we fly in. Janina swished her wand, and the canisters of black smoke that had been on their brooms vanished. She tossed each student another canister with the enchanted smoke. These will activate as you get close to the stadium. With nervous excitement, the students arranged themselves on the ground, and at Cedric's command, all shouted up, together. Despite not needing to vocalize the command, it felt more powerful to do it all together with the full team. From there, Cedric started leading them toward the forest. After they had been traveling for a minute, Cedric spun around on his broom, so he was facing the group and riding backward while surveying the team. He pulled his wand and aimed it at his throat, his voice magnifying as he called out to them, Lyra, move your orbits closer to the group. Megan, focus forward and you won't wobble as much. We are almost there. He watched for a moment more before spinning back around to face forward. In the distance, Harry could see a break in the trees and heard Lee Jordan's voice booming out from somewhere. And here is the new Scamander Quidditch team. They crossed the end of the trees and burst over a giant quarry. The quarry yawned wide and deep, a jagged wound in the Scottish earth that plunged hundreds of feet, nearly into shadow. Its sides fell away in steep, terraced levels, with each tier a shelf of white stone and moss, weathered by centuries of wind and rain, though most of the surfaces had complex carvings and engravings in them. From these ledges, small caves gaped like the mouths of sleeping beasts, carved by time or by forgotten hands. They pierced the quarry walls at uneven intervals, some with doors, others with curtains or bare. On every level were people, hundreds of people, maybe over 2,000. There were large batches of children scattered around the arena, and he spotted the other students in his house, standing next to an enormous banner of their house sigil. All the first-year students were shooting sparks with their house colors. Many other people around them were launching larger spells and even fireworks. The bulk of the people in the quarry were not children, but were adults. They wore jerseys of many other Quidditch teams and were cheering all the same. Harry had been distracted by the sight, but regained his attention as the canister on Cedric's broom burst and started spewing orange smoke, feeling the one attached to his broom burst as well. Focusing ahead of himself, he flew in formation with Greg behind Cedric, and moments later, he saw the crowd roar with excitement and took a quick peek back to see an enormous demiguise made of orange smoke and two large sapphire eyes bounding through the sky after them. They did several laps around the stadium before the smoke stopped coming out of their canisters. Cedric guided them to the bottom of the quarry, where Newt, Gurion, Dougal, Whispers, Lee, and several other people were waiting for them. As they landed, Gurion and Newt walked among them, congratulating them on an amazing display. Whispers was chittering away with Lyra, making gestures about the giant hidden in the sky. Harry stared at the massive number of people gathered and was just about to ask Newt when loud stomping began to echo around the stadium. Echoes of coordinated stomping came from a few isolated pockets before the whole stadium seemed to join in. A dozen Quidditch players on broomsticks, dressed in forest green, shot out above them and began to circle the skies before they called out a chant while the spectators replied, though many in the crowd chanted along for both parts. Oi, who's gonna win it? Why, who's gonna spin it? Why, who's gonna make the other lark cry? Why, we're fast, we're loud, we're why till we die. We eat victory for brekkie and wash it down dry. So don't ask why we'll why you muppet. You ask why we'll say shove it. Why you shoutin'? They ask in despair, because we're from why, you daft little pair. Why what? Why school? Why school what? Why school rules, you absolute tool? Who's got the guts? Why? Who's got the glory? Why? Who's rewriting the other team's story? Why? We don't stop, we don't stall, we don't even blink when we're smashing the quaffle. So ask again, mate, go on, just try, why you winning? Because we're why. Then the players did one last lap to cheers from the crowd before diving to the center and landing in front of the Scamander team. Patricia whistled, "Damn, our school song suoks." Her comment garnered a few giggles from her classmates and a barking laugh from Gurion. Harry looked up at every player on the other team. Every single one was at least in their 5th year, with over half of the players in their 7th. Most of the Scamanders were taken aback by the older team, but Cedric and Gurion Scamander walked straight up to their team captain and a faculty member to shake their hands. Though to be fair to Gurion, he dwarfed nearly everyone he was next to, except for Hagrid. From there, Cedric motioned to the team to come forward, which they all did hesitantly, mostly following the lead of Lyra, Patricia, and Harry. Cedric introduced all of them, with quite a few of them openly gawking at Harry when he was announced. The captain of their team, Tommy McLaughlin, was tall, picturesque, and handsome with hair that bounced when he stepped. He introduced their team as the Y Valley Ents and himself as center chaser, then gave a rousing roll call for their whole team. Harry eyed their beaters, who looked like larger versions of Greg Goyle. One of their starters, Niall Begson, was so large that Harry wondered how his broom could support him. Lyra, on the other hand, was having her own staring contest with the smallest boy on their team, Skylar Bradley. Harry sighed as he wondered if the kid could even fathom what kind of mess he had gotten himself into by responding to his sister's challenge. While the students were having their face-offs, their coach was having a conversation with Gurion. "I never expected to have so many people here," he gestured to the packed stadium. "Occasionally we host professional matches at the school, but this is something else. Probably gathered here to see the Potter kid there." He gestured toward Harry. Gurion replied, "Other than a completely one-sided match they played against the Harpies, this will be their first game." "I hope you understand, though," the coach replied. "We will not be going easy on you. This is probably the greatest chance for my kids to be scouted by the professional teams, so they will give it their all. I even heard that Minister Fudge is hiding in the stands somewhere." That got Harry's attention, and he butted into the conversation. "Fudge is here, are you sure?" "I think so," he replied, a bit taken aback by Harry's bluntness. "I heard from a few people who heard through others, but it came from enough places that it should be true." Harry turned around, Whispers. The demiguise bounded over to him. "Find Fudge." "Fooge," Whispers responded, a bit confused. Harry thought for a moment and then said, "Find the hat," and mimed Minister Fudge's trademark hat. A look of recognition crossed the hidden's face, and he bounded away, vanishing as he went. "Okay," the other coach said slowly. "Let's get to our corners and gear up." Gurion and Newt herded the Scaramanders over to one side of the pitch, where Gwenog Jones and Golda Eaglet from the Harpies were wading along with Tina and Janena. Gwenog stopped their conversation and came out to them. "Gear up, you're in for a fight today. I've played in this stadium before, so a couple of things to be aware of. First are the people. Most stadiums have raised seating high above the ground, but this one does not. The spectators will mostly be right next to the sides as you fly around. For our team, that means a lot of catcalling and occasionally things being thrown at us. I hope they are better behaved for children. The second thing is that if you get near the tree line, there are occasionally Caro spider webs to avoid, and they spin webs in response to a lively crowd. Best just stay away from the trees if you can." Cedric also took the moment to make a speech. "I don't know if any of you heard their coach, but they won't be going easy on us. They're going to do their best to show off for professional scouts watching in the crowd. So hit them back as hard as you can. Harry, I want you guarding the chasers. Greg can watch out for me unless Lyra needs help. Lyra, don't hesitate to ask for help. I know you think you can outfly the wind, but just ask if you need it." He stared her down until she nodded and agreed. He turned to the chasers. "Girls, keep tight formations. Lily, you're the quickest. Watch for long passes you can pick off. Sue, watch the other two to make sure they aren't getting too far away from each other while you have the quaffle. Megan, keep your head on a swivel to call out incoming bludgers or to get the chasers to mark someone." He spun around to the second-string players. "Watch the game closely. If we need to swap anyone, I want each of you to be ready to go immediately and know all the strategies the Ents are employing." Looking at the adults to see if there was anything else to add and seeing their smiles and shrugs, he added, "Gear up." They all rushed to the crates containing the pads for their arms, gloves, and new helmets, which looked gorgeous demiguises. After he had his own on and the sides vanished around him, he saw Lyra struggling with hers. Though before he could go to help, Golda Eaglet knelt in front of her and helped her with the buckle before giving her some kind of whispered advice. He felt a punch in his back and turned around quickly to see Gwenog Jones standing there. He swung playfully back at her, but she dodged. "Are you going to bring as much fight to these tree huggers as you did for us?" she asked. Harry smiled more. "Go get them." She swung at him again, but he head-butted her fist with the helmet, getting her to shake her hand after the impact. The team gathered in the center, Harry and Greg to the sides with their trio of chasers toward the center. The referee was a short man in black, bright yellow robes, and his broom was colored orange. All the players on the Ents were wearing jet black helmets without any characteristics like the Hogwarts helmets had. They did have different numbers painted on the back for each player. Somewhere in the audience, an announcer gave them a roaring introduction, with Lee Jordan announcing the starting lineup. Cheers were especially loud for Harry, though he forced himself to focus on the game instead of being distracted by any emotions from the undue attention. He took a glance backward toward Lyra, standing firmly on the ground over her broom. Even though he couldn't see her eyes through her helmet, she looked determined, and they exchanged a nod. Finally, the referee blew his whistle and blasted the quaffle high into the air, with all the players shooting skyward at the same time. This was followed by the ref kicking open the trunk, which released the bludgers and snitch. The golden ball sped off so fast, Harry couldn't track where it disappeared to, but he didn't need to as he was keeping his eyes on the chasers and the large iron balls that would threaten them. The lead chaser for the Ents snagged the quaffle immediately and set their team on a path toward Cedric, with the Scamanders trying to intercept it. Harry swatted a bludgers toward Tommy, but he deftly avoided it and passed to a teammate. The game got close to the hoops quickly, but the other team had a hard time lining up a shot due mostly to Cedric not giving them any openings, but also to the minor interference from the Scamander chasers, and Harry and Greg swatting iron balls at them at every opportunity. Finally, they took a shot, but it was grabbed by Cedric and tossed to Megan. As she sped up the field, Harry dropped in next to her for protection before following a pass to Lily. He managed to fend off attacks and attempted steals between the girls all the way to the other end of the pitch until the giant boy, Niall, dropped in front of him. Their beaters appeared to be playing a zone defense with Niall simply hovering near the goal and using his intimidating presence to disrupt the play. It worked. Somehow, without much movement at all, He was disrupting all their plays and passes while hitting the occasional bludger toward someone with devastating power. Eventually, one of those hits broke the formation of the Scamanders, and play reversed toward the other end. The play was furious and quick. Harry had no time to rest and realized that, except for when the Harpies decided to target him specifically in their game, that professional, adult team was probably taking it easy on them. Harry planned a mental note to have words with them later about that. After nearly 10 minutes of furious exchanges, and most of the plays happening around the Scamander goalposts, the Ents finally got their first goal. The quaffle was recovered quickly, and the Scamanders went back on the offense. Their opponents backed off a bit in their intensity, so Harry took a moment to analyze their style. Most of their offense revolved around their lead chaser, Tommy. He would just show up where his teammates threw the quaffle, and they had no visible formation styles. They just wove through the air and took advantage of empty spaces wherever they appeared. This made things difficult for Greg to guard the area around the goal posts because he never knew where they were going to end up and where to swat a bludger to. Their second beater, who Harry thought his name started with an O, seemed to do a good job keeping both bludgers under control when attacking the goal. The large beater just sat at the other end of the field and called out to the crowd or juggled his bat when there was nothing for him to do. In comparison, it just felt like his team didn't have the experience to play the way their opponents did, which they didn't. Though despite all that, Harry still needed to play at his hardest to keep the chasers safe, while Greg did his part to keep Cedric safe from the balls of iron death they were also launching at their opponents. So far, no one had hit one of the bludgers toward either of the Seekers. Harry assumed that part of that reason was because they were so often too far away from the main action of the quaffle for it to be worth it to hit one in their direction. But it could also be that each team was waiting for the others to break the ice with the first attack on their team's most prized position. Lyra was off having the time of her life, with no discernible pattern to her movements, just dipping, weaving, and exploring the whole stadium from the bottom of the pitch to high in the sky above the tree line. Occasionally, the other Seeker, Skylar, would keep pace with her and challenge her to dogfights, which he would soon abandon to go back to patrolling for the golden snitch. After the second goal their opponents scored, Harry redoubled his efforts at taking out one of their chasers. After a quick word with Greg, they decided that they would go after the smaller beater in hopes of improving their odds on the defensive side of the field. With the two of them on the offensive, with two iron balls on the boy with one bat, he wasn't able to hold up to the pressure and tried a strategic retreat back to Niall for assistance. However, he wasn't quick enough, and Greg beamed him in the helmet with one ball while Harry got him in the shoulder with another. He was sent for healing while Cedric screamed for an offensive. When they recovered the quaffle, the five of them made quick work up the field, scattering the chasers who had no defense against the pair of beaters attacking them. Getting back to Niall, he destroyed the girls' formation with a single swat of the ball, but the Scamanders retained control of the quaffle. Even with the other chasers swarming the area, trying for an intercept, it seemed that the bludgers arced toward Niall more often than not, as if he was attracting the iron balls to him. Harry hit some experimental shots to no target in particular and quickly determined that he did seem to have a larger radius of attraction than the other players, even bigger than his size should give him. After the third experimental shot, Niall made his biggest move of the game, shooting forward out of his zone to swat the other bludger toward Harry's head from the side. The ball narrowly missed him, but it did tell Harry that he had revealed some sort of secret or strategy that they must have been using. Harry shouted to Greg, pointing at the large beater, "Get him!" The two boys rained iron balls down on him as well, but the boy moved with speed and agility that he didn't think had been possible. After a few minutes of attacks, Harry realized it wasn't unnatural at all, just that he had been still for so long that moving the same as anyone else seemed strange. He also noticed that he had to aim the bludgers a lot closer to the other boy to have them naturally curve toward him. As he charged Greg, Harry saw Lily going for a shot on the goal and hit a bludger toward their keeper instead, causing him to dodge and get their first goal. Goal electrified the Scamander bench and brought a roar from the Hogwarts section of the stands, echoing through the pale quarry walls like a thunderclap. The Ents, now clearly irritated, responded with sharp, brutal precision. As soon as their injured beater returned to play, Tommy barked out a command, and his team suddenly shifted gears, abandoning the looser weaving style in favor of a more structured, spiraling assault formation that drew two of the Scamander chasers, Megan and Sue Lee, out of position. Harry wheeled his broom in a sharp arc, trying to cut off the pass, but one of the Ents chasers tossed the quaffle underhanded across the pitch to Tommy, who was already accelerating towards Cedric. A bludger streaked past Cedric's left ear, forcing him to drop low just as Tommy faked a high shot and then hooked the ball into the lower right hoop. The whistle blew, another goal for the Ents. Frustration boiled in Harry's gut, but he kept it in check. Reset, reset. Cedric barked at the chasers, motioning for them to fall into a tighter triangle formation. It wasn't perfect, but it would be harder to collapse with a single blow from Niall. Greg fell in beside Harry again, panting. "They're getting better," he muttered. "Yeah," Harry said, "but so are we." Lyra zipped past overhead, spiraling up and then dropping into a corkscrew dive that forced Skylar to follow or lose her trail entirely. It looked like a game of tag, but there was strategy to her flight. She was testing the snitch's hiding spots, including the shadowy rim of the forest above the quarry. She banked sharply, then climbed again, her eyes darting constantly. Below, the Scamanders surged back into Ents territory. Megan passed to Lily, who feinted left and shot the quaffle hard at the top hoop. The Ents keeper punched it away with a flat palm, and it was only a miracle reflex from Sue Lee that got it back midair. She flung it again, this time wide. But Greg was there. Seeing his chance, he charged a bludger into the keeper's blind spot. It struck the hoop pole with a loud clang and forced the keeper to duck as the quaffle, almost lazily, floated into the left hoop. 2 goals for the Scamanders now. From the quarry seats came chants of Scamandares, mixed with raucous cheers and the occasional groan when things got messy. Uneven white stone gave the crowd an amphitheater-like effect, their voices magnified as the sound bounced between the walls. The forest edge loomed like a green curtain high above, its branches swaying in a slow breeze, a stark contrast to the chaos below. Back in play, the Ents changed tactics. Skylar, abandoning his patient sweep for the snitch, dropped toward the central chaos of the game, drawing Lyra in close behind him. For a brief moment, the entire pitch centered around a blur of gold between them. "The snitch!" someone shouted. Every head turned as Lyra dove. The golden blur had shot down the face of the quarry wall, shimmering just over the heads of the crowd. Skylar went into a desperate dive to match her pace. Harry barely had time to react as Lyra shot past him, wind ripping her braid out from under her helmet, behind her like a comet's tail. But just as she reached out, Skylar bumped her sideways, not enough to foul, but enough to send her spinning. The snitch vanished into the shadows near the Ent's end. Lyra pulled out of the spin, grinding her teeth. "He's not chasing it," she growled, flying alongside Harry just long enough to make her point. "He's guarding it." Harry's stomach twisted. If the Ents knew where the snitch liked to linger, they could delay the game indefinitely until they had a secure lead. They weren't just trying to win, they were showing off to the professional scouts, and a quick end to the game wasn't good enough. He relayed the thought to Cedric during a pause after another Ent goal, and Cedric gave a tight nod. "Let's shake them up," Cedric said. "Try to draw them into unfamiliar ground, and someone please put some pressure on that seeker." Harry whistled to Greg. "Sick him," he pointed to Skylar. Greg gave him a nod and shot after a bludger to start attacking their seeker. The Scamanders took to the sky again with renewed aggression. Megan and Lily stopped trying to stick to textbook formations and instead started mirroring the Ent's chaotic movement, playing off instinct. The results were messy, but effective. Lily flew a weaving pattern that confused her marker, while Harry doubled back to play fast break interference. When Lily launched a no-look pass behind her back to Sue Lee, the quaffle slipped past a dazed Ent chaser and found its mark. Sue Lee took the shot and scored. Cedric whooped from the goalposts and immediately launched a counterplay, hurling the returned quaffle back into motion before the Ents could reset. The pace turned blistering. It was no longer a match of strategy or clean play. It had turned into a storm. The Ents responded to the Scamander's burst of improvisation with brutal efficiency. Tommy was everywhere at once, seemingly teleporting from pass to pass, while Niall began to use his full reach. no longer content to stay near the hoops. Greg, mid-turn, caught a bludger full in the stomach, launched by Niall himself, and was hurled off his broom for a terrifying moment, grabbing hold of the bludger itself and using its levitation to keep himself from falling straight down, then letting go when he was about 3 feet above the pitch. After rolling a few times, he got up, waved unsteadily, then wobbled down to the healer's tent, bent double with a groan. "Down one," Harry muttered, scanning the field. No sooner had he said it than Megan took an elbow to the face during a chaotic scramble for the quaffle. The ref blew the whistle, calling a foul, but it was cold comfort as she had to be escorted off by a healer, blood streaming from a split lip and her right eye already swelling shut. The Ents blocked the penalty shot and took advantage of the imbalance with terrifying grace. Tommy scored again, this time looping under Su Li and firing an arcing shot that curved beautifully through the highest hoop. Then another goal, and another. With Greg still off the field and Harry playing against both experienced opponents, he couldn't cover everyone at once. The scoreboard, charmed into the quarry wall, began to glow brighter with each Ent goal, 90-30. The crowd was beginning to shift. The Scamander's chants had quieted, replaced by murmurs and an edge of tension. Then Lily was hit. A bludger, sent by the Ent's smaller beater, slammed into her ribs as she twisted to pass. She let out a strangled gasp, dropped the quaffle, and spiraled downward, broom shaking. Harry watched, heart pounding, as she braked just before impact and crashed hard into the dust beside the field. Another trip to the healer's tent. "3 down," Cedric hissed, swooping up beside Harry, jaw clenched. "We need to hold them until they're back." Skylar circled like a vulture high above, casting occasional glances toward the Ents goal area where the snitch had last been spotted. Lyra stayed close to him now, matching altitude and flight path, but keeping just enough distance that he couldn't shove her aside again without drawing a foul. Megan returned, face swollen and stitched magically, but eyes burning with determination. She grabbed the quaffle on the next inbound and darted down the right side. Harry moved with her, swatting a bludger away from her path. But even with their players trickling back in, the Scamanders couldn't stop the Ents' momentum. Ent's new formation looked like it had been drilled 100 times. One chaser would lure Cedric out of position, and the second would drag the backup beater wide. Then Tommy would appear, always at the perfect moment, with a clean shot. Cedric blocked one barely, but the next two slipped through, 120-30. Cedric slammed his hand on his broom handle, fuming. "We're not playing to win anymore," he growled. "We're playing to survive until Lyra gets the snitch." Harry didn't argue. At midfield, Su Li and Megan finally executed a clever double feint that left the Ents keeper leaning the wrong way. Su lobbed a soft toss behind her that Megan picked out of the air and threw with surprising force into the lower hoop. The Scamanders got their fourth goal, but it felt like a drop in the bucket. As the Ents set up for their next run, Harry heard a screech from the sidelines, recognizing Whisper's voice from anywhere, even among the raucous cheers of the fans. Up in the stands, he saw Whispers jumping around a group of people, holding a green bowler's hat in his hands. Ignoring the game, Harry zipped over, even with his teammates yelling and questioning his movements. People were trying to grab Whispers as a portly man covered his bald head. It didn't immediately look like Fudge because the robes he was in were deliberately made to hide his identity, though the people around him all had the postures of soldiers, or in this case, auras. So, even out of uniform, they revealed Fudge as the minister they were guarding. Harry pulled up in front of the group, and all action stopped as he hovered in front of them, staring daggers at Fudge. Whispers slowly placed the hat back on the man's head. "You have more important things to do than be here," Harry told him with deadly seriousness. "I thought it would be good to support you and your sister in your first game." Fudge fidgeted nervously with his fingers as he spoke. "I already told you what you could do for my support, and you fumbled like a newborn with a quaffle." Fudge mumbled a bit, but Harry was watching Whispers, whose eyes began to glow at the same time as the hair on the back of his neck started to rise. Without even looking behind him, Harry swung out with his beater's bat and smashed a bludger that was coming right for him. The bat in his hand snapped right above his grip at the force of the swing, but sent the iron ball shooting back where it came from. Harry frowned at the broken bat, which had Gwenog's golden signature on it, snatching the fallen piece and stuffing it in his robes. He looked at Whispers. "Good job. Go back to Dougal and Newt." Then to Fudge, more important things. He swooped down to where the second-string players were watching the game and tossed the pieces of the broken bat to Neville, as the boy immediately threw him the one he had been holding if he needed to be called into the game. Cedric started yelling at him. "Get your head in the game, Harry. Just having a chat with Minister Fudge." Harry yelled back, getting a strange look from Cedric. Then, as if awakened by that single, defiant act, something in Harry moved. The weariness of the game, the battering his team had taken, it all channeled into something sharper. He locked eyes with Tommy, who was already speeding down the pitch again, and Harry made a decision. No more dancing around. No one needed to save him. He angled his broom low, then climbed fast, bludger in tow, keeping it just close enough that it would track him. But without going too far so, it chose another target, gaining altitude until he was nearly level with the quarry rim, then flipped around and dove like a spear. Tommy never saw it coming. Harry timed his swing perfectly and connected with the bludger mid-dive. He could feel the first swing of the new bat from Neville bending as it competed with the iron ball to see who would flinch first. The ball rebounded against his swing, and it tore across the sky and smashed into Tommy's side just as he turned to call for a pass. The Ents' lead chaser tumbled from his broom with a startled cry, twisting midair before slamming into a lower outcropping of stone, his helmet bouncing off the quarry wall with a loud echo. The crowd went silent. Tommy didn't rise. Healers shot out from the sidelines, flying on brooms. A pause followed, one of those drawn-out silences where no one dares breathe too loudly. Then the Ents' bench moved, sending in a substitute with a grim and determined face. Tommy was done for the game, though Harry watched long enough at the healers attending him to see the boy's chest still rising and falling before turning back to the game. Harry circled above, chest heaving. He hadn't meant to do that much to him, but he had meant to stop him. The Ents had been playing with polished ruthlessness. He had just answered in kind. Harry quickly glanced toward the spot Fudge, and his guards had been sitting in to see it empty and abandoned. The fury that had propelled him was already fading, replaced by a kind of chill clarity. The game resumed. For a fleeting few minutes, the Scamanders surged again, riding the momentary confusion from the Ents substitution. Megan, now playing like someone possessed, assisted Su Li in a razor-sharp 1-2 punch up the middle of the pitch. They nearly got another goal, but Niall, who now patrolled all three hoops like a colossus, swatted the quaffle aside with one hand and hurled a bludger backhanded toward Megan. Harry wondered why the large boy wasn't a keeper himself, but shelved that thought for another time. Harry intercepted it, spinning in front of her just in time. The Ents began to recover. Despite losing their star chaser, the Ents were still a machine. Their replacement slotted in with military precision. No longer brilliant, but still brutally effective. They adjusted, adapted, scored again, and again, 150-40. The white walls of the quarry glowed with the scoreboard's grim light. Their efficiency continued, grabbing goal after goal. Harry continued to defend the chasers, while Greg moved back off the Ent-seeker to defend Cedric again, but Tommy's injury seemed to have taken a lot out of the efficiency of the team. The Scamanders were all a bit shocked by Harry's attack to keep playing as hard as they were before. Soon enough, it was 220-40. And then Lyra's body snapped into a sudden dive. No spiral, no fake-out, no hesitation. The snitch had reappeared. Skylar saw it too and launched after her like a missile. They tore down the pitch, not toward the forest edge this time, but straight down into the quarry basin between the support pillars near the stands. A golden flash darted beneath a stone archway. Lyra tucked low on her broom, pushing herself flat, taking a narrower angle, her long braid whipping behind her, small sparks beginning to fly out of her hair. Skylar was slightly faster. His broom had more raw speed, but Lyra flew tighter, with more daring, brushing dangerously close to the wall. Spectators gasped and dove out of the way as she nearly clipped the tip of her boot on a jagged edge. The snitch veered left. Skylar cut early to intercept. Lyra didn't. She waited, then jerked right and dropped beneath him, hugging the contours of the pitch itself. There was a breathless second where it looked like both of them might overshoot. Then Lyra's hand shot out and closed. The stadium exploded along with Lyra's hair. Like a whip of fire, the fire roared out, sending showers of sparks and flames like dripping wax onto the ground. The Hogwarts section roared like a thunderclap, voices bouncing off the quarry in waves. The enchanted scoreboard flashed. 220-190, the Scamanders had lost. But Lyra had caught the snitch. Landing her broom, she quickly threw off her helmet, the fire in her hair still burning as she held the snitch aloft. The rest of the team swarmed around her, though kept their distance from the burning mane on her head. Harry had no such issue and gave her a colossal hug, the fire going out by instinct before it could touch him. After they celebrated the catch for another minute, Harry announced, "I'm going to go check on Tommy," then mounted his broom to go to the healer's tent. He ducked in to find most of the Ents already there. Most of them stared daggers at him as he entered, but Niall grabbed him with a meaty hand and pulled him through the group to where Tommy was laid out. His eyes were open, but he was staying laid out. A large bandage, soaked in some kind of potion, was wrapped around his entire torso. It bubbled now and then let off a smell that reminded Harry of black licorice. "Leave him be," Tommy ordered the team. "We told them we wouldn't go easy on them. There is nothing we can say about them taking the fight to us." "I'm sorry," Harry apologized. "I just wanted you out for a minute. We didn't even get a power play out of it." Tommy laughed, then groaned as many of the bubbles on his bandage popped simultaneously, releasing the smell into the air around him. "I'll be back in action in a week or two," he told Harry. "It will give me some time to focus on my studies." He looked at the rest of the team. "Get out of here now. The backups are having their game against the second-string Hogwarts kids." Most of his teammates left the tent, but Harry hung back. Tommy gave him a smile. "Seriously, I haven't been hit like that since I made a joke about Niall's mum and he hit me in the jaw. That helmet probably saved me a trip to the actual hospital. I heard someone at your school made them. Please send them my thanks if you could." Harry smiled hesitantly but told him, "I'll pass it on." Leaving the tent, he saw the referee having a discussion with the coach of the Ents, the whole family of Scamanders, and the two Seekers from the last game. It seemed very heated, so Harry snuck over to see what was going on. "The girl used magic, plain and simple," the Ents coach was saying. "I don't know if it counts as a spell," Gurion replied hesitantly. The ref turned to Skylar. "Did the fire in her hair prevent you from playing?" He tried to think about it and replied, "I don't think it happened until after she caught the snitch, but I definitely got away quickly when it happened." Janena held out a small but very thick book. "There are 700 types of fouls in the chaos of this game. I don't think this is one of them. It's certainly not using one's own hair to bind an opponent or putting spikes or blades on your uniform to hurt players who get too close. The closest thing this resembles is wandless magic being purposefully used on an opponent or their broom or throwing a Molotov cocktail at the referee." The referee seemed to consider her words before pulling out his personal rulebook and skimming through it. "She's right. As the magic was unintentional and happened as soon as the game ended, there is nothing that comes close to a foul. Had it happened in the game, I might have ruled it as spark spouting, the use of fireworks, magical flares, or explosive charms by a non-mounted team member on the pitch while the match is in progress, typically for celebration or intimidation, creating a hazard for players and potentially distracting the opponents." Lyra frowned. "I didn't mean to do it. I was just so full of energy that it came out. I can normally control it." She gestured with her hands, lighting her head on fire before shaking her head and having it snuff out like a match. Newt leaned down and patted her shoulder. "We'll need to find some way to deal with this in future games. Don't worry." Gurion gestured for Harry and Lyra to go back to their teammates, then addressed the other coach. "Let's get the next game underway before all the spectators leave." Sure enough, a few of them were trickling out. Panicking a bit, he blew his whistle toward the team preparing and then flew off toward the announcer's box to have them start announcing the next game. The sun hung lower now, casting long shadows across the chalk-white walls of the quarry as the second match of the day got underway. Some of the crowd had thinned, and along with help from Gwenog and Golda from the Harpies, they had pointed out a smattering of scouts in plum-colored robes lingering in the higher bleachers, clipboards on laps, talking behind enchanted privacy screens. Harry sat with his back against a boulder near the pitch, shoulder to shoulder with Lyra. Whispers crouched between them, tail wrapped around its ankles, luminous eyes darting after every movement on the field like it was watching prey. Harry was a bit upset. Gwenarg had found out that he had brought the bat she had given to him into the match and started lecturing him about it. Apparently, beaters were supposed to always use new bats in every match. Old ones get turned into souvenirs and given away as memorabilia. She told him it was no wonder it broke, but it couldn't have happened at a better time. Lyra was too busy watching Megan tear down the pitch, her second-year energy barely contained as she wove past a half-hearted block by the Ent's second-string keeper. Patricia Stimpson was already cutting across the other side, calling for the quaffle. Megan tossed it clean, but Patricia was forced to dodge a bludger and had to reset. Neville, looking oddly determined despite the slight wobble in his broom handling, had just batted a bludger with a two-handed swing that sent it spiraling lazily in the wrong direction. "He's better than last week," Harry muttered. Lyra smirked. "No one has gotten injured yet." On the pitch, the Ents were playing relaxed but efficiently. Their second-string chasers were mimicking Tommy's spiral formation, though it looked more like a slow dance than an attack. Still, it worked. With one neat pass and a loop around Colin, they broke through the Scamander line and scored easily. 130-40, Lyra said without checking. "Guess they're not going easy." Whispers passed a handful of popcorn to Harry, who had long stopped wondering where it all came from. Colin Creevy came charging down the middle again, cheeks red, hair flying in every direction. His pass to Patricia was clean, but Millicent Bulstrode overshot her position trying to block the next bludger and collided hard with one of the Ent's chasers. Foul, whistle, reset. Cedric called something from the goalposts that sounded like encouragement. Megan slapped her broom tail impatiently and adjusted her gloves. "She's getting good," Harry said. Cedric was right about her being good at reading the field. "Trisha is 2 years older, but taking direction from her without a problem," Lyra said with a shrug. On the restart, Neville launched a bludger high that forced the Ents into a rare scramble. It gave Megan the space she needed to lob a tight pass to Patricia, who made a beautiful banked shot into the middle hoop. Cheers rose from the Scamander bench and a large cluster of hooded spectators nearby. Whispers let out a thrilled little chirp and waved at them. "Free ends," he growled and waved again. "They're cheering for us, I guess," Lyra said with a pat to its head. But the Ents quickly reasserted control, scoring twice in rapid succession. Their passes were smooth, effortless. They weren't even sweating. It was a showcase, plain and simple, for scouts to note their discipline and potential. Harry recognized one of the moves, a backloop feint that only worked if the chasers trusted each other completely, and winced when Colin bit hard on it and overcommitted, leaving the hoop open for an easy toss. "Not his fault," Lyra said. "They've practiced that for years." "I know," Harry said. "Still hurts to watch." More minutes passed. Millicent body-checked an Ent chaser in what Harry thought was a legal move until the ref disagreed. Cedric caught a fastball quaffle with one hand, then lost his grip when it was jostled out mid-save. Megan intercepted the next play and took it back herself, slaloming through a pair of confused defenders. She missed the shot, but Harry saw what she was going for, a fake, then a late hook. She'd almost pulled it off. "Do we get her a broom that actually listens?" Lyra murmured, "or just feed her lightning for breakfast?" Whispers blinked. Breakfast. The final whistle blew not long after. The scoreboard read, Ents 300, Scamanders 60. No one looked surprised. The Ents gave a polite round of applause before gliding down to shake hands. The scouts scribbled final notes and disappeared into shimmering clouds of apparition smoke. Megan touched down beside the boulder, chest heaving, sweat soaking through her practice jersey after leading the chasers through 2 whole games. "How we look?" she asked, voice tight. "Like a team," Cedric replied, swooping down along with all the others. "A baby team," Gwenarg Jones added. "But a team." Cedric managed a tired smile. "Good, I'll take that. Room to grow." Golda Eaglet told them, "We'll show up to a few more of your practices to try to steer you all in the right direction." The quarry was quiet again, brooms tucked under arms, teammates drifting toward the edge of the clearing where Newt and Tina were wading with their portkeys back to Hogwarts. Harry looked back over the pitch one more time, then slung an arm over Lyra's shoulder. "We'll get them next time." Lyra nudged him gently. "No one gets the snitch except me." Whispers pulled out the snitch that Lyra had caught, let it hover for a second before snatching it back out of the air, then stuffed it away. They walked off the field together. "The who, where, when, what, shut up," was not a pub that ever aspired to fame. Tucked into the end of a narrow lane just beyond the Y Valley School, its name barely fit on the sign swinging over the door. Normally, it was a sanctuary for exhausted teachers escaping the chaos of magical teenagers. But tonight, the little pub was alive, walls shaking with laughter and roars of celebratory shouts. They had beaten Hogwarts. Not just any Hogwarts team either, no. They'd beaten Harry Potter. And that was enough for every wizard in earshot to crowd into the pub like it was the final match of the Quidditch World Cup. Andromeda Tonks stepped carefully through the doorway, her arms still hooked tightly around her husband Ted's elbow. Their daughter, who doesn't want to be named, bounded ahead excitedly, craning her neck to look around the crowded room. Andromeda winced slightly as her hand squeezed Ted's arm, a memory flashing before her eyes. Harry crushing that bludger into Y Valley's lead chaser midair, the sound of his helmet bouncing off the stone walls of the stadium. "Good game," she muttered under her breath, feeling her pulse still a little too fast. "Best I've seen in years," Ted agreed, though he rubbed his elbow pointedly. "Nearly broke my arm, you know." Their daughter laughed and pulled them deeper into the room, towards the bar. A drink, a breather, and a little celebration would be perfect for them right now. Just as the bartender caught sight of them and began to pour 3 mugs of warm, frothy cider, a cold feeling prickled at the back of Andromeda's neck. A shadow stretched across the floorboards, thick and oily. Then a voice, smooth as poisoned velvet. "On my tab." Wands were drawn before the words finished settling in the air. Andromeda's was fastest, a blackthorn wand stabbing upward, pressing beneath the jawline of a tall, regal figure who had appeared behind them without the pop of apparition or the sound of a single footstep. Arcturus Black. He looked worse. The cracks of black magic had worsened along his skin, spiderwebbing his cheekbones and jaw like shattered glass. His clothing was a strange blend of morning robes and Quidditch gear, black from boots to collar, save for the bright silver Scamander crest stitched across the back. He ignored the wand digging into his throat. Instead, he tapped the bar lightly with one long finger, and the bartender, visibly sweating but wise enough not to interfere, pulled a dusty bottle from the highest shelf and poured a dark, viscous wine into a chipped glass. Arcturus lifted the glass with a small nod of thanks, then turned those cold, ancient eyes to Andromeda. The wand tip followed every movement he made, unwavering. "What do you want?" Andromeda asked, voice low, murder ready in her grip. He smiled faintly and to Ted's surprise turned to him instead. "I came to speak with you." Ted's hand flexed toward the wand holstered at his belt. Arcturus sipped delicately from his glass, then spoke again, voice utterly casual. "Despite your origins, I wish to thank you for taking such excellent care of my dear Andromeda." The younger Tonks gawked openly. She'd expected screaming, duels, maybe a table flipped, not polite small talk. Andromeda shifted her wand slightly, pressing it against the back of Arcturus's neck. He gave no sign he'd noticed. Another sip, another impossible, relaxed smile. "Do you know why I disowned your wife?" he asked Ted, as if discussing the weather. Ted's jaw tightened. "Because she married a mudblood like me. Because I don't belong in your precious pureblood tree. You needed to put her under the thumb of a Death Eater." "Yes," Arcturus said, "and no." He turned his glass between his fingers, studying the swirling liquid. "It irks me that she decided to run off and elope with some random commoner with no magical family, but I disowned her for breaking the betrothal I arranged for and going against my wishes for her to wed Lucius Malfoy." Andromeda made a noise low in her throat, something between a growl and a curse. "I would do it again," she said fiercely. Arcturus inclined his head, acknowledging the insult without seeming to mind. "Do you understand," he asked Ted, "why I wanted that match? She probably cost you a great deal of money running off with me. You were selling her like a breeding sow," Ted snapped. "Couldn't have her running off with someone beneath her." Arcturus chuckled, the sound disturbingly warm. "Misconceptions everywhere. I had 3 options for that marriage. One was beautiful but insane. I needed someone just as crazy for Bellatrix. I had another who was strong but in love with Malfoy, besotted and following him around like a puppy. Then I had her." He gestured to the woman with a wand jabbed in his neck. "Can you imagine for a moment her bowing before Malfoy, being, as you put it, under his thumb? Even if she were married to him," Ted considered. A beat passed. "She'd kill him," he said simply. Another chuckle from Arcturus, another sip of wine. Precisely. Andromeda narrowed her eyes in suspicion. You wanted me to kill him? I wanted, he said, voice silk and shadow, a stronger family. I needed the Malfoys' resources and gold. I needed their allies. A few unfortunate deaths along the way would have been acceptable losses. You're a monster, said Tonks, her voice small but clear. Arcturus bowed low with exaggerated grace. Thank you. The light in the room dimmed slightly as he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. A haze of grey magic shimmered into being around their little circle, muffling sound, blurring sight from those beyond. While I didn't mind speaking about my plot for Malfoy's demise, especially since I have recently carried out the plan, this, he said, is private. Andromeda kept her wand steady, but Arcturus stepped closer, slowly, purposefully, until the tip punctured the skin of his throat. Thick black blood oozed down the wand shaft. Andromeda yanked it back with a gasp, flicking it in quick, practiced movements, once, twice, 3 times. Nothing. What did you do? She demanded. Blood magic, obviously, just that my blood is a bit different from others. I will fix it when we are done talking, he said with a dismissive wave. The wound dripped a few more drops of black blood down his throat and into his shirt. The wound continued to drip, staining the collar of his shirt a darker black. Looking at the young metamorphomagus, you know what I want, don't you? Brant told me that you want me to join your silly family, Tonks told him. Arcturus turned back to Ted. I understand Brant made my offer. Inelegantly, he said with a faint smirk in Tonks' direction. She flushed. Regardless, the offer stands, but it is not truly to you, little one. It is to your father. Ted frowned, wary. I have removed the barriers I placed upon you, Arcturus said calmly. You are free to work openly now, no strings attached. Consider it. Reparations for past transgressions. Ted's mouth twisted. I'm fine where I am. Undoubtedly, Arcturus said. I have examined your work, your finances, your experiments. Ted bristled, but Arcturus merely shrugged. I examine everyone I speak with, he said. Knowledge is life. Andromeda was watching Ted carefully now. You didn't tell her? Arcturus asked, amused. Ted flushed. It wasn't important. What wasn't important? Andromeda demanded. Ted sighed. I've made some minor weather enchantments around the house. Minor? Tonks exclaimed. You control the bloody neighborhood weather. Andromeda looked scandalized. Is that why it rains every time you go on a business trip? Ted gave a sheepish smile. I just tweak the pressure systems a bit. It requires constant regulation, and I can't just do it for our house. A couple of miles around the house needs to be controlled at the very least, he explained. Keeps the garden nice. Confuses the neighbors to no end, though. Arcturus laughed softly, genuinely. I don't demand you share it, he said. Only that you record it, write it, create a spellbook sealed by your blood and mine. It will sit in my library untouched until someday, perhaps one with both our bloodlines can claim it. Ted crossed his arms. No. Arcturus inclined his head, not offended. The offer stands, he said. Brant may honor it after I am gone. It expires with your death. The haze of magic vanished with a lazy snap of Arcturus's fingers. The noise of the pub crashed back into existence. Laughter, shouting, the crack of pool bowls across a table. Arcturus blew a soft breath across Andromeda's wand. Blue sparks glittered, and the black stains evaporated. He stepped back, tapping the floor behind him with his heel. A pool of darkness rippled into existence. Without a farewell, he fell backward into it and disappeared. Andromeda stared for a long moment at the empty space where he had been. Then, carefully, she raised her wand and conjured a bouquet of brilliant, colorful flowers. Relief flooded her face. Turning back to the bartender, she said firmly, We'll be paying for our own drinks. The bartender, who had wisely kept polishing glasses the entire time, nodded wordlessly. Chapter 30. Umbrella Stand. Chapter text Umbrella Stand. Returning from the game at Y Valley, they were greeted by a huge banquet at school. Despite their losses, the school was ready to celebrate Scamander's first game. They feasted and retold stories of the match to many students who had been listening to the play-by-play on Wizard Wireless. It was a shame Wizards didn't have some kind of television. It became clear very quickly, though, that many students didn't need a retelling of the match because they had been there. Some of them snuck off the grounds on their own, however. A large group had been arranged to sneak away by Theodore Nott and a group of Hufflepuffs. They had somehow gotten hold of a large number of portkeys to the game, and shortly after the scaremongers left, they took various routes, secret and not, outside the wards to travel to the game. It made Harry feel good that nearly all his friends had been there, but had sworn to keep hidden to avoid adding extra pressure to the team. Whispers had found their group and sat with them on a few occasions through the game, and took every chance to wave to the group when he was on the pitch. So far, only Theo had been caught by the teachers, as the portkeys had all been issued under his name, so there was no way for him to deny it. Following the banquet, the party moved back to the Scamander common room. The waterfall no longer blocked people from other houses, and the grotto had the heat turned up to a comfortable level for people who wanted to swim. Janina set up Quidditch-related games all around the room while people celebrated. Harry found himself pressured into hitting bludgers at targets and signing bats most of the night. Greg also pulled out his gloves for a bit and took on all challengers for sparring matches. He was very accommodating for the kids who couldn't fight, just letting them wail on him while giving them pointers. Harry liked his fights with Greg because the larger boy never pulled his punches and forced him to fight with everything he had as well. Sometime in the night, the Weasley twins came with a weird game. They had a glass orb mounted on a chain that would allow swinging in 2 directions, and it was fixed above a platform with a small glass at either end. The moment Harry sniffed the liquid, he realized immediately that it was filled with the Pinocchio tincture. The Gingers explained the game that 2 players would write down questions for the other person to answer, and then they would try to force the ball over toward their opponent with magic. Once it reached the other glass, it would fall in, and that person would need to drink the tincture and then answer the question. Several pairs of older students took turns asking each other scandalous questions to which neither of them wanted to answer, and then engaged in a battle of wills, trying to force the delicate object toward the other using the most basic spells, as stronger ones would break it. Eventually, one of them would be forced to drink the potion and either tell the truth to the question of the other or lie, to which their nose would grow to a comically large length. One of the twins kept pressuring Harry to give the game a shot, but when he finally gave in, the only question they wanted to know was if he had any other names besides Harry Potter. The question confused him, so he just put his question down as which twin was smarter than the other. To make things fairer against his older opponent, Harry used his staff and created a continuous push of magic to try and push the orb toward whichever twin he was playing against. However, just when he thought he was going to win, the Weasley across from him summoned the whole tray towards himself, and when the orb dropped, it landed in Harry's glass. Many of the onlookers cried foul, though after his shock at losing, Harry just shrugged and vowed to stick the game to the table next time. He took the shot, hacking at whatever very strong alcohol the tincture was mixed with. The only name I have is Harry Potter. My full name is Harry James Potter. That's all. The twins looked at him, expecting something else. They seemed annoyed when nothing happened. Tell a lie, one of them demanded. So we know the potion works on you, said the other. Only if you answer my question, Harry countered. The twins looked at each other before one of them took the other cup and downed it. George is more book smart, Fred is more street smart, he said while not revealing which he was. Then he followed up by saying, I ate a turkey sandwich yesterday. That last comment had his nose grow a bit. Harry shrugged and said, I'm not at all curious what you two are up to. His nose grew twice as long as their lie. The night continued, with more food, candy, cakes, and fizzy drinks. Eventually, the party started to empty of non-house members, and Harry was so exhausted, he just lay down near a tree and went to sleep. There was grass in Harry's face as he woke up. This wasn't an unusual occurrence, as back on the hidden island, he would sometimes sleep on the ground. However, when he did it there, he at least tried to sleep on something soft and comfortably position himself. This morning, he woke up with his arm pinned beneath him so he couldn't feel it properly, bits of dirt in his face, and he was wearing a hat which resembled a giant golden snitch with wings that started fluttering as he got up. I didn't have this on when I went to sleep. He muttered out loud as he rolled over and sat up. It was well after the fake sunrise on the wall of the common room. However, he figured he could still make it to breakfast if he hurried. Not bothering to take off the snitch hat or change his clothes, he staggered out of the room into the great hall. Upon entering, he spotted Lyra and Whispers sitting with Augustus Stevens, and another man in all black. He gave Ron and Hermione playing their chess match a wide berth to avoid annoying Ron. However, once he was past them, he heard Ron yell, "I told you to get out of here." "I'm nowhere near you," Harry exclaimed in annoyance as he turned around. However, he saw that Ron wasn't speaking to him, but shooing away Sylvie, who had been sneaking up on the boy. "Potter, get your cat away from me," he declared angrily. "She's trying to eat my rat." He pulled a decrepit-looking rodent with frazzled hair and yellow teeth from inside the collar of his robe. Harry scooped up Whisper's little friend and carried him away. "You must be hungry. Let's get you something to eat." As he got closer, Lyra jumped up. "You're wearing my hat." Shrugging, Harry took it off and tossed it to her with Whispers intercepting the pass, then sat with Lyra and the others, passing Sylvie to his little brother to take care of while he filled his plate and gave a questioning look toward the dueling champions sitting with them. He gestured toward their new guest. "This is Mr. Orange. He's going to be one of Lyra's escorts to her training today while I take you and Master He to visit your new centaur teacher." He didn't sound convinced of the possibility of this working out. Mr. Orange gave Harry a nod. He wasn't eating or drinking and just watching the room. Harry remembered the last guard they met, who ended up being one of Arcturus's hunters for Sirius Black. The other one also had met a grisly fate at the hands of his father's ex-friend. So he asked, "Are you also going after Sirius?" He stared at the inquisitive child in front of him before replying, "My partner and I won't be caught off guard like the last ones." Harry wasn't convinced. The man who betrayed his parents had dispatched other mercenaries with ease and routed 2 professional auras. He tossed a grape at Whispers, who caught it out of the air and looked at him. "Watch after Lyra today." Whispers gave him a nod and vanished, though he could still see the sparkles of the Demiguise's invisibility. He could also hear Whispers as his little brother continued to eat very loudly. After breakfast, they were met at the gate by Darshan-He, carrying his large case filled with spears, along with another mercenary, also in all black. Augustus introduced her. "This is Miss Green. She is Mr. Orange's partner." Whispers snuck by the group. Even though Harry couldn't see his face, he could tell that he was keeping a patrol distance from the group. If Arcturus trusted these 2 to keep Lyra safe, he would as well. Darshan asked with skepticism, "So I hear you're introducing me to a centaur today." Harry started leading the group across the grounds toward the permissible forest. "Yep," he replied to his teacher's question. She was a bit annoyed when I told her I had a spear-fighting teacher who wasn't her. She seemed open to the idea of working with you to train me. "Sounds like she knows you well," Darshan commented. "Centaurs are odd," Harry told him. "They seem wise and aloof, but also sometimes completely emotionless and cryptic." He paused to think. Aegistra is different somehow, more emotions and less cryptic. "I guess I'll find out when I meet her," Dacian said. He was about to say something else when Harry grabbed his arm out of nowhere and yanked him to the side with a rush of strength. "You almost got yourself killed," Harry exclaimed in desperation. Darshan looked around and saw he had almost walked through a ring of red glowing stones, though the only thing they seemed to be surrounding was a very large willow tree. However, after all the various magical revelations he had seen, he assumed it was something serious. "Magical tree," he guessed. Harry nodded and pulled out his wand. Serpensortia. A snake burst out of his wand and slithered toward the tree. The giant willow started to sway this way and that, before leaning away from the snake, and then towards it with tremendous force, all its branches pounding into the earth so that the snake and the surrounding ground were crushed. Then it straightened itself back out and went back to looking like an unassuming large willow tree. A deadly magical tree on the grounds of a school full of children. Darshan looked at the castle of Hogwarts with an incredulous glare. "I guess it's a good thing for the Ring of Stones." "Lyra put them there last year," Harry replied. "The tree had been there for over 10 years before, and no one had thought to even put a fence." They kept walking toward the forest, but Darshan looked back at the tree as they went. When they were almost in the forest, he looked back one more time and stopped. 10 years. That tree looks much older. It must have been transplanted. Was it put here to guard something? I can't think of any other reason to put something like that in a school." Harry stared at the unassuming tree. The one on his island had obviously been there for a very long time, but this one had not. Even wizards wouldn't just randomly put such a dangerous tree in a school without a reason, though he couldn't fathom what that reason could be, so they kept walking. As they went, Harry told Darshan about the forest, pointed out various magical plants, some mushrooms, and a few boatruckles on trees that couldn't even be recognized as magical insects unless you were eye to eye with them. To his teacher's continued shock, he was told about the acromantulas and trolls. While he seemed to have little disbelief regarding the nature of trolls, Harry could see he was having great difficulty wrapping his mind around spiders being so large. When they arrived at the clearing where Hagrid would take them to meet the unicorns and the Strals, Aegistra was already there. Across the clearing next to a rock, she was sitting down, with her human half leaning against the large stone, sunning herself a bit. Though hearing them approach, she got up, grabbed her large spear, and trotted toward them. Stevens had one hand on his wand, but didn't raise it. Darshan stared in shock at the semi-nude horsewoman who approached them. Harry took a step ahead of the group and waved. She came to a halt before them and kneeled on her front legs. Harry gestured to Augustus first. Aegistra, chieftain of the Centaurs, this is Augustus Stevens, who works for Lyra's uncle. He teaches us how to fight with magic. He is a champion among others who fight like he does. Stevens swapped his wand to his left hand and held out his right to shake hers. She did not extend a hand. Instead, she just stared at him like she was looking into his soul. Then she spoke. You serve a king of darkness, Kessel. While you may be a champion now, you would do well to know when you are outmatched, as arrogance will be your undoing. He withdrew his hand quickly, but replied, I'll need to look up that name later, though your advice will be taken to heart. Quit while I'm ahead. Harry gestured to his teacher. This is Master Darshan, my instructor in the weapon of a guardian like yours. Aegistra rose to all fours and began to pace around Darshan. She didn't break eye contact, but as she got close, he averted his gaze from her body, looking to the side or the ground. When she was done sizing him up, she spoke. You, I cannot read. I can only see that you come from distant lands and have the shape of a warrior, Master He. You will need to prove yourself to me if you wish to instruct friend Potter in the weapon of his choice. He responded in a small voice. I will do my best. Why do you avert your eyes from me? She demanded, keeping his eyes down. You are not wearing clothing. It would be disrespectful to look. Her spear shot out so quickly, none of them had time to react, but it stopped just under Darshan's chin, an inch from his neck. His eyes went wide, looking at his own reflection in her blade as he didn't dare move a muscle. I am adorned in the same garments as the heavens above you. You look at them without shame, yet avert your gaze from me. While the heavens cannot strike you, I can. Slowly, carefully, Darshan raised his chin, the tips of the ornate spear not leaving his flesh as he went. Instinctively, he started to look away to the side as his head came up. However, the moment he did, Aegistra removed the spear from his chin and placed it on the side of his face, where he tried to turn. Finally, he looked her straight in the eyes. Better, she told him with a smile, then raised her spear. Now, show me what you have taught a protector of the forest. Harry pointed toward himself for clarification. Darshan laid his case of weapons on the ground and opened it. Aegistra examined the weapons within while he removed a simple spear with a crossbar below the head. When he turned around, Harry had already removed his spear from the pouch on his belt. From there, Darshan took Harry through his standard movements. Aegistra casually trotted around the two of them, inspecting their every movement. Harry concentrated as hard as he could on making everything perfect so he could pass the expectations of his second teacher. When they were done, Aegistra still did not speak, so Darshan put down his spear and retrieved a pair of curved blades from his case. He spun one in his hand and turned back to Harry. Immediately, Harry began to backpedal, and his instructor charged. He fended off attacks while taking any opportunity he could to make a thrust toward his teacher, assuming no attack he made would land. None did. Finally, after nearly 5 minutes of attacks and running backward, Darshan closed the distance in a moment and slapped Harry's hands with the flat of his blade and laid the edge of the other against his chest. Harry collapsed. As much as he was trying to prove himself to Aegistra, so was Darshan. Finally, the centaur chieftain approached them to speak. Your student learns quickly, she complimented him. Darshan smiled, but then quickly looked away as he found himself staring at her again. She stayed silent until he returned his gaze to her eyes. You will do well training him to fight with his own people. However, he has more to fear than humans, especially in these woods. Harry told me about trolls and giant spiders, he said with some disbelief. She tilted her head and smiled like one would for a child. She quickly tapped the blade of her spear on the medallion around her neck. It made a small noise that echoed through the trees. A minute later, a trio of centaurs entered the clearing, and after sharing a look with their leader, they left just as quickly. "They will bring us a troll for you and friend Potter to fight," Aegistra told her. Stevens walked over, saying, "I don't think a troll is an appropriate sparring partner for a young wizard and a muggle." She lowered her spear slightly, saying, "You are a guest here, Kessel. Save your bravado for your king." He looked up at the spear tips lowered slightly toward him and took a step back, though he made sure he had a firm grip on his wand. Darshan stepped closer to Harry. "You know 100 times more about trolls than me. I need to know all of it now." Harry dug into all of his memories to fish out everything. 10 to 18 feet tall, dark coloring to match the forest, immensely strong and a bit slow. They have the same body parts as people, very territorial. They can be trained for security purposes. They use improvised weapons. They can heal almost instantly from anything, from something as small as a cut to as large as a broken neck. Only fire and acid can permanently hurt them. Two of my professors once beat one in physical combat, though they were wearing armor, and it knew when it had been defeated and gave up. The centaurs can easily capture them. I don't know if she intends for me to fight it alone or with you. I am going to assume the latter. Keep away from it as much as possible. Do your disappearing trick I saw when you fought your sister. Attack when it has all its focus on me. Do not go for deep attacks, nothing that your spear penetrates up past the blade." Darshan stopped to think for a moment, then said, "Go for the softer parts on the back of the legs and inner thighs, as I don't think you will be tall enough to reach anything else." Harry nodded and made himself ready. Darshan returned to his weapons case and took out a much longer weapon with what looked to Harry like a large kitchen knife at the end of the shaft, which had a barb on the back side. He then proceeded to do warm-up exercises different from what he had been instructing Harry. Harry began going through his movements as well. Nearly 10 minutes later, the three centaurs returned with a pale green troll wearing a mossy green loincloth, dragging it across the forest floor, secured by glowing ropes. It was howling with anger as it arrived. As they got to the clearing, the group of centaurs released the ropes, and it stood up to around 13 feet tall. The last troll that Harry had seen looked more feral. This one showed more signs of intelligence, with bits of rope used to tie its hair and make bracelets, and a necklace using stones for beads. It screamed deeply and raised its arms toward its abductors, though in unison they knocked arrows in their bows and pointed them back. The troll growled and turned around as Aegistra whistled at it. The troll grunted and licked its lips toward her, but she motioned with her spear toward Darshan. The troll stared at the man with the spear and started to laugh, then spat a large bowl of dark green spit at him, which he neatly sidestepped. The troll turned to walk away, but stopped as an arrow thudded into the ground next to it. The troll growled at the centaur that fired the shot as it knocked another arrow, then turned back around and started to jog toward Darshan. Harry took that opportunity to vanish while the troll's attention was on his teacher. He watched the giant creature slowly charge him, with his teacher leaping out of the way at the last moment and thrusting his spear into the troll's side. However, it barely penetrated more than a few inches. Surprise washed over Darshan's face as the troll swung out with a meaty hand and swatted the entire spear out of his body, and a good 30 feet away from where it was standing. The troll began to laugh before walking forward as Darshan pulled his two curved knives from his belt and took a few steps backward. The troll reached out with a meaty hand to grab his foe, but this time, when he attacked, Darshan lopped off 3 of the creature's thick fingers from its hand. Instead of reacting with pain, it just stood there in shock. Darshan was also a bit shaken at severing the fingers of another living being. Finally, the troll roared at his foe, but Harry appeared right behind the troll and thrust his spear right into the right hamstring of the troll, causing the full weight of the creature to fall to its knee on that side. Backing off slightly, he waited to see what his teacher would do next. As he saw the man start to put away his blades, Harry guessed the next move and tossed his spear to Darshan and vanished again. Catching the spear out of the air, he thrust the tip immediately into the chest of the monstrous creature, this time penetrating a little deeper, but still not the full length of the tip. The uninjured hand of the troll reached up and snapped the spear in half, leaving the tip stuck into its torso. However, at that time, Harry had retrieved the spear that had been tossed earlier and was in the process of returning it. Not having full control of its legs yet, the troll lunged forward, Darshan jumping out of the way as it landed flat on its face in the spot he had just been. Harry managed to get his teacher's first spear back to him, which he took back and immediately slammed the spike on the back of the blade into the shoulder of the fallen troll, and with a great deal of force pulled. There was a sickening noise as the blade pulled out tissue and bone, ripping until there was a gaping hole in its left shoulder. With the spear out, the troll started to push itself up on the palm, which was missing fingers, only for Darshan to slash the blade side of the spear deep across the throat of the troll, spilling black blood everywhere as the creature wheezed and collapsed to the ground. He stood there, arms trembling as he looked toward Harry, and then Aegistra, who frowned and shook her head. Darshan looked confused until he heard movement behind him and saw the troll quickly get to one knee and swung an arm at Darshan, hitting him across the side with its forearm covered with stone bracelets. Harry saw his teacher's body bend slightly at the impact before being launched across the clearing, bouncing twice before lying still. Wasting no more time, Harry's staff responded to his thoughts and leaped out of his pouch into his hand. He thrust the antler into the side of the troll, and just like with the basilisk, he channeled as much magic as he could into the tip, causing an explosion inside the troll's body. As the troll was much smaller than the king of the snakes, his actions didn't just make a hole in the creature. It blew its entire torso off of its hips, severing the spinal cord and launching it another 20 feet into the sky before it crashed into the ground with a thud. The blast had knocked Harry off his feet, splattering his uniform with troll blood, but he got back up quickly. Not taking any chances, he rushed to the head of the troll and stabbed the antler straight into an eye socket and charged another blast, leaving nothing left of the troll's head after another moment. By the time he had rushed to Darshan's fallen form, Stevens was already there, casting as much healing magic as he could. The group of centaurs approached as well, carrying what looked like a roll of moss and dirt. "Stand aside," Aegistra told Stevens. "No," he told her. "His life is my responsibility." "All the more reason for you to stand aside, Kessel," she instructed him again, using the strange name she had given him before. Stevens stared at her a moment longer before standing up and backing away. Aegistra took the strange moss roll from the other centaurs and threw it over Darshan like a blanket. The moment it touched him, it began to glow with a soft green light, tiny bits of light floating away from it, and small white flowers blossoming on the side where he had been struck by the troll. Moments later, Darshan opened his eyes and looked up. "Had I not already met you, I would ask if I was seeing an angel," he told Aegistra, who very surprisingly blushed a little. Though his euphoria was quickly replaced with panic, in response, Aegistra's horse body lay down next to him and reached over to put a hand on him to keep him lying on the ground under the healing quilt. "Do not worry about the troll," she said in a soothing voice. "Friend Potter has killed it. Your technique was masterful, though you forgot what your student told you about its healing." "How am I alive?" he asked, taking the arm that wasn't seriously injured out from under the moss quilt and touching it. "There is magic in everything," she told him. "The earth and the forest can heal. The stronger the forest, the stronger the magic." "It's certainly stronger than anything I could do," Stevens admitted. "Can I still train with Master He?" Harry finally spoke up, asking Aegistra. She considered the young boy and the injured man in front of her. "He may continue instructing you in how to use your guardian's weapon. I will instruct both of you on how to use it to protect this forest." Darshan was in no position to argue, so he just nodded. It took another 5 minutes before he was able to sit up. From there, he was able to see the carcass of the troll, completely annihilated. It took him several moments of shock to put together the aftermath of the fight. "Magic?" he asked Harry. "Magic spear," Harry replied, showing his staff again to his teacher. "I'll need to get one of those," he told Harry as he got to his feet. "Though how about we call this a day?" "I need a new uniform," Harry commented, as the troll blood had completely stained the front of his outfit. One of the other centaurs approached Aegistra and gestured toward the corpse of the troll. She nodded and asked Harry, "Would you like any of the spoils?" Harry thought about it, remembering the umbrella stand at the estate sale, then asked, Can I have a foot? Agestra stood up and trotted over to where the lower section of the troll lay. With a single slash of the blade on her spear, it cleanly severed a leg, right below the knee. Stevens summoned it over to him, cast a preservation charm on it, then conjured a sack to put it in. Darshan thanked Agestra profoundly for saving his life, and then they started their return to the castle. Along the way, Darshan commented that he was going to need a long time to reflect on his near-death experience and how to proceed with Harry's training. He hoped to be back in a week. When they left the forest, Stevens led Harry's teacher back toward the gate, while Harry took the sack with the troll foot and headed back into the castle. Right in front of the great hall, Harry ran into Rachel Nevitt, who took one look at him and demanded to know what had happened to him. I killed a troll," Harry replied. She didn't seem to believe him, so Harry opened the sack to show the severed leg. She thought it was the coolest thing in the world and ran off, presumably to tell others about Harry's achievement. Harry continued with the leg down toward the dungeons, heading toward Professor Snape's office. When he arrived, the door to the potions classroom swung open, and Severus stood there with a look of complete disbelief on his face. "You killed a troll?" he asked. "What? How did you know?" Harry demanded to know. "Every portrait in the castle is talking about it," he replied. "Get inside." A large group of students paused scrubbing cauldrons to stare at Harry, covered in troll blood, entering the classroom. A deadly glare from Snape had them return to scrubbing, though they kept their eyes on Harry. "I was training," Harry explained, "with my spear teacher. The centaur chieftain told him to prove himself by having us fight a troll. We downed it with our spears, but he forgot about their healing and got hurt. So I used my staff to kill it, like the basilisk." All the scrubbing stopped again for a moment as all of them gasped in unison. Another glare and the furious scrubbing began again. "Like the basilisk?" Snape asked, knowing what Harry meant. "Is there anything left of the troll?" Harry opened the sack to reveal the leg. "I thought I could turn it into an umbrella stand," Harry asked hopefully. Snape took a very long breath in through his nose, closing his eyes as he did so. Exhaling, he looked at Harry and gave a short smile before summoning parchment and a pen to himself, where he scribbled down a note. "Leave the leg in the classroom for the potions club. You may work on it there. Then check this book out from the library. It is in the restricted section, so you will need this pass from me." He handed the note to Harry. "Charmed interiors. Tasteful home decor with ethically sourced magical creatures by Petronella Vexleybian." Harry smiled and ran off. Chapter 7. Stalwart Statements. The Troll Leg Umbrella Stand. A properly preserved troll's foot at the doorway speaks volumes. Sturdy, timeless, and a touch of tasteful menace. Petronella Vexleybian, the troll's leg umbrella stand, is a classic in most old magical homes. The killing of a troll used to be a rite of passage for young wizards, and the leg itself gives strength and minor regeneration to umbrellas and other objects that rest inside for extended periods of time. With enough time, wind will no longer break or tear what you put inside, nor will water penetrate it from normal usage. Materials required. 1 ethically sourced troll leg, preferably severed just above the knee bone shears. Dragon-forged steel recommended. Flensing blade, self-sharpening. 1 stone basin, for cleaning. 1 cauldron obsidian. 5 gallons of vinegar per leg. 3 dragon toenail clippings, powdered. 2 cups distilled mooncalf milk. 7 hellebore petals. 4 strands of kelpie hair. 1 vial the Straltier extract, for stabilization. 3 sprigs of rosemary, symbolic purification. 1 wooden or brass cylinder, premeasured wand nose. Allowed spells: Scourgify, Arciferous Extractum, Conserva Integritas, Arida Corpus, Frigidus Cura, Pelis, Venus, Inflatus, Flexum Delicata. Step 1. Deblooding and cleansing. Prop the troll leg vertically in a stone basin. Use Arciferous Extractum to magically extract the femur, tibia, fibula, and metatarsals without external incisions. This leaves the inside flesh sagging but whole. Cast Scourgify multiple times while sluicing cold water inside the leg to remove blood and other fluids. Trolls have a coagulating compound in their plasma. This will be sticky and must be neutralized with vinegar. Step 2. Tissue reduction and drying. Make a slit down the middle of the calf using your flensing blade. Remove the remaining connective tissues and musculature by hand or charm. The Pelis incantation may assist, but practice beforehand on a toad. Inflate the skin with a puff of warm air, a light ventus or air inflatus works, to ensure all internal membranes are accessible. After inflation, the inner layers can be removed by hand. If you wish to use the inner layers for other potions, lay them flat, inner side up, and dust with powdered dragon toenail to draw out remaining oils and impurities. Let it sit for 1 hour. Store the powdered dragon toenail after absorbing the oils for later use. Separate powder by color. Step 3. Preservation Potion. Potion name: Petronella's Preservative Pomade, a gelatinous balm ideal for thick-skinned magical limbs. In your obsidian cauldron over a low flame, combine 2 cups of mooncalf milk and another powdered toenail. Stir clockwise at a steady pace until the concoction begins a slow hiss. This normally takes 5 minutes. Add kelpie hairs and hellebore petals. The potion should thicken and emit a scent like scorched moss. Drop in the Vistral tear extract. This step stabilizes the concoction against decay and repels insects and fairies. Finish with the rosemary and stir widdershins 7 times. Remove from heat and let cool until jelly-like. Application: slather the inside and outside of the leg with the pomade. Use gloves, unless you want your hands to smell like brimstone and fennel for a week. Cast conserva integritas over the leg every 2 minutes as the balm soaks in. Let the skin stiffen slightly. Cast Erida corpus while spinning the leg slowly. This will dry the skin without cracking. Allow to air cure for 24 hours in a shaded nook. Step 4. Shaping the stand: insert a wooden or brass cylinder into the leg to maintain shape while the potion dries. Secure the bottom with a flat, weighted disc. Italian marble works beautifully. Optionally, enchant the toes to curl politely inward with a localized flexum delicata. Cast Frigidus Cura to seal the enchantment and lock the flesh in stasis. Remove the cylinder and weighted disc after 48 hours. Final flourish: you may embellish the toenails with nail lacquer, gold leaf, or rune carving, but never overdo it. Remember Petronella's rule of 3. Function, form, fright. Keep reading Chapter 8 for a matching hat rack made from a manticore tail. Harry stared at the directions in front of him. This would take a long time. Out of all the spells mentioned in the directions, he knew just one. He frowned a bit where the directions mentioned to sever the leg above the knee when his leg had been severed below it. It should still be tall enough for any normal-sized umbrella, but it just didn't follow the directions the way they were laid out. He also glanced at the next chapter and thought it might be fun to make a hat rack for Whispers, though he had no idea what a manticore was other than the bizarre picture the book showed him. A lot of the preparation sounded to be medical in nature, so he resolved to ask Madame Pomfrey for instructions before dissecting the leg. First, he needed to take a bath, as the librarian had already chastised him about entering the library in such a state. Arriving back in the common room, he was met by a furious blonde girl. "A troll," Lyra yelled. "You got to fight a troll. Why didn't you call me? I want to fight a troll." Other housemates began gathering around to hear his story, but Harry told them he needed a bath badly. Despite telling the others, Lyra still followed after him toward his dorm room, demanding a story as he started to disrobe. Harry smiled as he started to enter the bathroom, turning back to his angry sister. "I bet if you tell Ransom that Darshan let me fight a troll, and I won, that he'd let you fight 2 trolls." Then he closed the door. It took nearly 2 hours for him to wash off all the troll blood from his skin. A bath didn't work, as it just turned the water gray, and then his entire body as well. From there, he tried scrubbing his skin under a hot shower, but that did very little to resolve his situation. Finally, a solution presented itself from an angry house elf, who popped into the steamy bathroom to berate him for getting such dirty water in the pipes of Hogwarts, and gave him some special magical soaps for his hair and body to remove the stained blood. The soaps made him smell like mint and rosemary, and only took 3 applications and rinses for him to be clean, though the hard scrubbing had left his skin red and raw. When he got out, he found a note where his clothes had been from the elf who had brought the soap. It told him that his clothes would be burned, and to try not to bring such soiled garments into the castle again. Without another choice, he wrapped himself in a towel and went to change. Feeling a bit proud of his accomplishment, he dug through his more formal clothes and picked out the barong shirt he had worn to the meeting with the Filipino ministry. Even though it was a bit colder here, it felt good to have his arms in the open air, especially having scrubbed them raw in the bath. Walking into the hospital wing, heads turned to him as he arrived, even those in beds, as Madame Pomfrey approached him with a stern look. She eyed him up and down, paying attention to his bare arms before asking, "Troll blood." Harry nodded, repeating, "Troll blood." She sighed and gestured for him to follow. They went through a door in the back to a small washroom with a shower. Opening a cabinet on the wall, she sorted through small containers before pulling out a balm filled with pink cream. Cover any raw areas in the balm and then come out in 10 minutes. Without waiting for him to respond, she left the room. Even though this wasn't why he had come, Harry didn't complain and applied the cream, feeling a cold chill on his body as his skin healed from the scrubbing. When he finished, he went to find the matron of the ward. "Thank you," he told her. "However, I came here for another reason." He pulled the book from his pouch and opened the page to the spells he needed. She took the book from his hand quickly and turned it over to where the red mark on the spine was. With a swish of her wand, the note from Professor Snape jumped from Harry's pouch, and she examined it closely. "These are not simple spells. There are also several spells I will need to teach you before you can learn these, too. Are you sure you want to learn this?" she asked him seriously. "I'm at school to learn." Harry shrugged. "I didn't expect to be learning this, but it seems useful for more than just the umbrella stand." "Fine. My schedule is full at the moment, though. Pop in when you have time, though I may put you to work before I have time to instruct you on anything." With that, she sent Harry away. With still an hour left before dinner, he decided to visit the Ravenclaw common room. Harry had been curious about the part of the umbrella stand instructions that said he could put runes on the toenails of the troll leg, and Hermione had said a while ago she would put introductory books on the subject for him on her shelf. Getting to the stairs, he was called to by the portrait of Sir Dockort. "Hero, troll slayer, you may celebrate your victory by taking the lift today." Harry smiled as the painting swung open to give him access. Entering the lift, he put his hand through the rope loop and tugged on it 6 times before it yanked him upward. It was less of a rush than it was the previous times, but still fun, and he grabbed the railing on the 6th floor to get back into the hallway. He immediately ran into a gaggle of first-year Gryffindors near the stairs, a few of the Harrys among them. They cheered for him and gave him high fives as he passed. When he got to the door, the eagle knocker spoke, "Brute of moss with fists that bite, I howl with joy when there's a fight. Steel only stings, but fear runs higher when faced with crackling, dancing fire. Trees I haunt, where echoes roll, what am I?" Harry stared incredulously at the bronze eagle door knocker for a moment before replying. "A troll." The knocker replied, "Welcome to Ravenclaw, Troll Slayer." The door opened. So still no free access like last year, but at least he had a cool title. He didn't want to be in another situation where he had to rescue someone or avenge them, so this was fine. Most people didn't pay any attention to him entering the room, or if they did, it was just for a moment before returning to their studies. He liked that about Ravenclaw. Even if someone was impressed by what he did, they kept it to themselves. He was sure someone would ask him for the details later, but they would be more interested in his staff and how it worked to create the magic he used. He found the introductory books on runic enchantments on Hermione's shelf, and one was tagged on the spine with a note. "Start with this one." Harry picked it up and settled into a comfy chair nearby to read. Introduction: the languages of power before wands, before spells, before schools taught magic in tidy syllabuses, there was writing. Not the kind you find in modern books or scratch into a parchment when taking notes, but true writing. Ancient systems were born not just to record, but to define, to give shape to the unknown, to claim ownership over sound, meaning, and truth. And with each carved stroke or inked symbol, they echoed into the fabric of magic itself. Runic enchantments are not bound to the Norse alone, despite what common textbooks might suggest. While the carved runes of the northern fjords are among the best preserved, the concept of writing as magic far predates their frozen roots. Every culture that laid symbols on surfaces with intent, divination, protection, truth-telling, they tapped into something older than spellwork and deeper than wand lore. The jagged edges of oracle bones script from ancient China still whisper their purpose through fire and bone. The compact strength of Hittite cuneiform retains power when pressed into stone. The flowing mysticism of African systems like Ensibidi and Tifinagh curves with elegance and force. Hieroglyphs from Egypt to Mesoamerica were not pictures, but prayers and commands burned into history with divine expectation. Each writing system, in its earliest forms, did more than communicate. It etched the will of people into the physical world. When that intent aligned with magic, it left grooves not only in surfaces, but in reality itself. Modern enchanters have since learned to harness these ancient systems by inscribing meaning onto physical objects, correctly, precisely, and with focused magical channeling, they create permanent magic that does not need recasting or spoken incantations. These inscriptions bind energy into form, altering an object's nature indefinitely. A sword that can never rust. A doorway that forgets it was ever closed. A charm that whispers warnings only in moonlight. But this is not a craft for the hasty. The structure of meaning must be exact. The intention behind the words must be unbroken, and the magic used must be balanced. Every true runic enchantment is a marriage between language, intention, and energy. A final warning to all practitioners: never commit an enchantment to final inscription without first drafting it in full. Ink and illusion are your testing grounds before the final inscriptions, and under no circumstances should an enchantment be attempted on a living being. The results are not only unpredictable, but they are also unforgivable. If your hands are steady, your meaning clear, and your respect for the craft unwavering, then let us begin. The words are waiting. Runes sounded amazing, and dangerous, and powerful, and amazing. Harry didn't get a chance to read any more as a loud bell rang. He turned in the direction of the noise to see an older Ravenclaw with a red armband walking around the room with a large handbell, swinging it forcefully. Dinner. Stop studying and go eat, the boy bellowed. He marched from table to table, aggressively ringing the bell in front of particularly focused students until they grudgingly packed up. It took several passes and a few glares, but eventually the blue and bronze room emptied out. When he was satisfied, the older student raised his wand straight up. Homnum Revelio. Harry felt a shimmer pass through him, the sensation of the spell tingling across his skin. The boy's eyes landed briefly on him before scanning the rest of the room, then up toward the dormitories. He sighed in irritation. "Hey, Potter," he called. "Want to help me round up some stragglers?" Harry, caught off guard, blinked. With no plans of his own, he nodded. He was handed a small golden bell and given instructions. Rooms 3 and 6 on the first dorm floor and the project room. Just knock and ring the bell until they come out. Be annoying. Works best that way. Harry returned the book on runes to the shelf with a regretful glance, then made his way to room 3. After a few minutes of awkward knocking and bell ringing, a group of first-year boys stumbled out looking groggy and startled. Room 6 yielded only a single girl who looked embarrassed to have forgotten the time. She nodded politely and hurried off. The project room was different. Only one of the room indicator plates glowed, and Harry adjusted the lever carefully until it aligned with Penny's projects. The doors rotated smoothly until the mechanism settled with a click. He knocked sharply and rang the bell. The door flung open and a clearly frazzled Penny, her prefect badge slightly askew, glared out. "What do you want, Harry?" "Dinner time," he said, and gave the bell a cheeky jingle. She groaned. "Of course." Inside, Hermione and the Weasley twins were hard at work at separate stations, each covered with enchanted tools and half-finished helmets. "You!" Hermione shouted, pointing at Harry. "This is your fault," Harry blinked. "What did I do?" "What my angry little apprentice means," Penny said tiredly, "is that after your game yesterday where you nearly killed Valley's star chaser, we got an avalanche of helmet orders. Professional teams, worried parents, and random rich people were swamped." "Sorry," Harry offered, then added with a grin, "at least trolls don't buy safety gear." Hermione froze. "Wait, why would trolls?" "Killed one today," Harry said casually. "Sure you did, sweetie," Penny replied sarcastically, then squinted at him. "Wait, you're serious?" Harry nodded. "We've been in here all day," one of the twins muttered. "Morning was celebrating, afternoon was full-on panic." "What's the point of being rich if you don't have the time to spend any of it?" the other asked darkly. "That's why we need employees," the first replied again. "And I told you we can't trust anyone," Penny snapped. "Slytherins would try to steal it. Ravenclaws are busy." Gryffindors are unstable. Hufflepuffs are too nice. Harry opened his mouth to say something but was interrupted, and all the Scamanders are too young. Harry raised a hand. I was going to say, I might know someone who can help you find the right kind of students. The four looked intrigued, but were immediately interrupted by the return of the red-arm-banded enforcer, who began ringing his bell like a man possessed. Dinner, no exceptions, out. We were just discussing. No discussing. No studying. No working. Go, eat, discuss later. Harry was shuffled away with the others, still laughing. As he entered the great hall, the volume dipped momentarily. A few students clapped or offered high fives, and some whispered his name like he was a celebrity. He had just reached his seat when Gurion Scamander called him over. He followed the large and muscled man behind the staff table, where a private antechamber waited. Inside were Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Madame Pomfrey. As the door closed behind him, Dolores Umbridge squeezed through the gap, her smile tight and eyes sharp. We need you to speak to the students, McGonagall said without preamble. There are already too many exaggerated versions of what happened today. Harry sighed. Of course there were. He remembered last year's chaotic rumors that people had said happened in incidents ranging from the singing telegram to the basilisk. Dumbledore nodded. Talos confirmed you acted in defense of your instructor. The centaurs are not displeased. Hem, hem, Umbridge interrupted. And who was Mr. Potter cavorting through the woods with this time? He was in the permissible forest, Dumbledore said smoothly, with Augustus Stevens and Master Darshini. The muggle, Umbridge sneered. No doubt he was the liability. Harry's fists clenched. He fought the troll himself, slashed its throat, and failed to keep it down, she said coldly, deserving what he got in return. Gurion stepped in before Harry could reply, physically picking him up and relocating him to the far side of the room. Regardless, he said, the heir of Scamander said in a tone like steel, we need you to help make it clear that this is not behavior to emulate. Harry agreed. This time no secret praise, just public caution. As the meeting ended, Harry paused beside Dumbledore. You said you spoke to Talos. Why didn't you talk with Agestra? Talos wasn't there, and she is the chief. Agestra is still a very young centaur, he explained poorly. Talos had been the chief for a very long time and is more precise in how he communicates. I have always relied on him for the protection of the forest. Harry wasn't sure how to respond. Most of what the headmaster said sounded wrong. Both appeared to be the same age, and it was far easier to communicate with Agestra. He didn't push the issue for now and followed the others back out into the hall, where he was led to stand next to Dumbledore at the lectern. The hall was already silent in anticipation of whatever was going to be said regarding Harry Potter's latest adventure. Students, I've heard many versions of today's events, one involving a wood nymph, a centaur princess, and the Queen of England. He stopped as McGonagall cleared her throat. In truth, he continued, while training in the permissible forest, Harry Potter defended his instructor and killed a troll. That is all, Mr. Potter. Harry had very little idea what he would say, so he tried to think of something that would impress on the more Gryffindorish students that they shouldn't go adventuring into the forest. As he stepped up, the floor beneath him rose to match his height to the top of the lectern. Trolls are very dangerous. I got lucky, maybe because I'm small. Not that smaller people should go into the forest without a guide, and I won't be your guide. Laughter rippled through the room. Why do you get to go alone? Someone asked. Because I killed a basilisk, Harry answered. Silence. The centaurs called me a friend of the forest. I've only ever heard of 3 others here, me, my sister, and Hagrid. Professor Vector raised her hand. I am also a friend of the centaurs, she said, voice soft. But it is not easily earned, nor would many of you pay the cost involved. Should you wish to go on adventures in their forest, I would suggest you find a way for them to recognize you, as they are the ones who forbid people from entering, hence the name Forbidden Forest. Harry nodded. I was out there for weapons training, something I need for the headmaster's tournament next year. I came back covered in troll blood. It stained my skin black. A house elf screamed at me for clogging the plumbing. I had to scrub most of my skin raw to get it off. I do not want to experience this again. Laughter again. Dumbledore joined him. No points awarded, no punishment only because of his status with the Centaur tribe. Also, Harry added quickly, I know that some students have entered the forest without permission. The Centaurs didn't take it well, and it ended painfully. If you're one of them, maybe share your story so others don't make the same mistake. As he looked to find Fred and George, he noticed several other faces looking guilty and understanding as well. "Thank you, Mr. Potter," Dumbledore said, ushering him down. The great hall buzzed with conversation as dinner resumed. Lyra sat beside him. "I'm still going to bag my own troll," she whispered. "Go for it," Harry smiled. "I bet they freak out in the same way as devils snare when they see you coming." Chapter 31. Scribbles and Slithers. Chapter text. Harry and Lyra left another world history class thoroughly annoyed with their professor. Professor Umbridge spent another class talking about the hypocrisy and spreading negativity about American wizards. She contrasted them to the British Magical Society, where anyone could speak freely about the government and society, where the tabloids said outright lies and falsehoods about everyone in the country, and people were able to laugh it off. Even American muggles had laws similar to those of British wizards, but Macusa did not allow such freedom of speech and penalized speaking out against government policies. Just like her other classes, she began to shuffle students around the room, putting children she didn't like further toward the back. Somehow, Harry had been moved up a row since their last class. Lyra had accepted her spot in the back and spent most of the class working on her transfiguration homework. However, at the end of class, she was called out on not paying attention and lost 20 points for their house. Lyra was a bit grumpy as they left and said quite a few things out loud that would lose her many more points if their professor were to hear them. After lunch, Professor Babbling was speaking at the Monday lecture. Harry was particularly interested in attending so he could learn more about runic enchantments, and he could start studying the subject before he was able to take the elective next year. Arriving back at the Great Hall, he found a large number of students, all sitting at the front of the room, waiting for the professor to arrive. For the other lectures, students had been scattered, sitting in their groups, but today everyone seemed to show up ready and anxious to learn something new. Harry noted that this coincidence could also be related to the vast number of students showing up, belonging to the lower years of Ravenclaw. Sensing this might be more similar to a class than the previous weeks, he snagged a desk for himself and Lyra while Whispers decided to go explore. On the hour, Professor Babbling entered the room. As she approached the stage at the front, where the teacher's table was normally, she clapped her hands twice, and a chalkboard appeared on the stage in front of the table, taking up the entire space, like a wall. From past experiences, Harry knew this was not wandless magic, but just a signal to house elves who were following previously given instructions. Professor Bathsheba Babbling was a very no-nonsense instructor, not in the way that Snape lorded over his classes with fear or the way Umbridge did with nastiness. She taught studious students, and you just didn't show up if you were going to mess around. "I am Professor Babbling. I teach what you refer to as runes." The subject comprises more than just the Futhok runes, though since that is the primary and most basic language, runes is the name of the course instead of something more esoteric like inscription enchantments or ancient magical writing. She paused for a moment. "Now, wands away, parchments out, and eyes up front. Let's begin. This lecture is on the Norse runes, the Elder Futhok, to be exact. These are the runes most commonly taught in enchanting and inscription, and for good reason. Before any of you ask about the more local magical writing Argam, Elder Futhok is formatted like an alphabet. That means, with a little practice, you can write what you mean, rather than relying on the vague, symbolic metaphors used in older systems." She stopped to tap the chalkboard with her wand, and an entire alphabet appeared, along with other information written in runes that he couldn't understand. Let me make this clear. Argam draws from a power so archaic, so rooted in the forest mind of early British magic, that even trained enchanters struggle to predict what a given inscription will do after the first moon cycle. You are not ready, nor will you be unless you survive 6th year with all your digits intact. Now then, Elder Futhok, with another tap of her wand, and what Harry assumed was the alphabet, glowed gently for a moment. When we speak of runes as tools of enchantment, what we're really discussing is one of the oldest kinds of spellcraft, magic that is fixed in form. Unlike spoken charms, which are ephemeral and vanish with the breath, or wandwork, which depends on your stance and focus, runic magic is etched, carved, burned, or inked into a surface. It stays. It remembers. It continues. The teacher pulled out a sword from inside her robes and turned it so they could see glowing writing along the blade. It was small and must have contained over 100 small characters. You can write entire paragraphs if you need to. An advanced enchanter could, for example, inscribe an entire binding oath on a blade, detailing its behavior in the hands of a bloodline heir, and including contingencies for betrayal, corrosion, and even the weather. But most enchantments, and certainly the ones you'll be crafting in my class, start with a single rune, a keystone, a foundation. This is the rune that outlines the purpose of the object, what it wants to do, what it is becoming. She tossed the sword to the side, and it vanished before it hit the ground. Only after that keystone is laid do you begin to inscribe the details, additional runes to refine, limit, enhance, or direct. The initial rune is like striking the first note in a melody. Everything else follows its tone. Now, before you start thinking, you can scribble a rune on your shoelaces and turn them into flying ropes, remember. A single rune is powerful, yes, but only when it's chosen with care, aligned with the material it's on, and charged with intention. Otherwise, you're just scratching ancient graffiti into your boots. She looked out at the captivated students, many of whom were transcribing her speech, word for word. Let's go through a few of the basics. There are 24 runes in the Elder Futhark, each with its own phonetic sound, magical resonance, and field of influence. When you carve or ink one into a surface, stone, bone, iron, what have you, it acts like a directive. You are instructing the magic to behave in a particular way. And more importantly, because these runes form a full writing system, you can chain them together into sentences. Intent becomes script. Script becomes a command. Command becomes reality. It made a surprising amount of sense that the woman who instructed how to use words to create magic could deliver such a powerful lecture, but looking around the room, Harry was still a bit surprised at how much of a stage presence Professor Babbling had from all the assembled students. Let's go through a few of the basics. She sketched a glowing glyph into the air with her wand. Fehu, the very first rune in the sequence, looks a bit like a twig or a reversed F. Carries the meaning of wealth, abundance, or cattle if you're feeling traditional. Carving this onto a storage chest will help preserve the value of what's inside, but only if you're honest about its worth. Don't try to trick the rune. It knows. The Fehu rune dissolved from the air, and she drew in the next one. Uraz, the strength rune, shaped like a curved arch. It invokes raw power, vitality, endurance, stamina. Used on protective gear, it helps the wearer resist both fatigue and magical interference. Used improperly, it can turn a bracelet into a shackle. I shouldn't need to mention it, but do not use this or any other rune on living creatures. 3 years ago, someone inscribed this on their toad, and it grew in size and strength until it thought its owner was a bug. Madame Pomfrey had to cut the student out of his toad's stomach. Another glyph was drawn. This one glowed red. Thurasaz, thorn, not just a defensive rune, but a violent one. This is warding with teeth. You place this on a doorway, and it won't just keep things out. It might actively repel or curse what tries to pass when combined with a full sequence. Be careful. I once had a student use it on a dormitory drawer to protect sweets. The drawer bit him. He bled on his pillow for a week. The next rune seemed to vibrate as she spoke. Answers, communication, wisdom, divine breath, often paired with enchantments meant to enhance speech or clarity of thought. Worn by negotiators and liars alike, though I trust none of you would fall into the latter camp. Yes, no one responded. This rune is used in anti-cheating spells on your exams and language translators. The next rune she drew in the air moved continuously, following a path around the stage. Raidho, Journey, a powerful rune for enchanted maps, travel charms, and broom stabilizers. But it's not just movement, it's purposeful movement. Meaning if you don't have a destination in mind, the rune won't respond at all. The glowing rune dissolved and was not replaced with another. Now, I could spend an entire term just on the uses of Kenaz, the torch, the flame of insight, or Ihwaz, the axis between life and death. If you decide to take my class, we'll get to those in time. Harry made the decision in his mind that he would definitely be taking this elective. She continued her lecture while he made his mental commitment. When crafting an inscription, you must be deliberate. Rune placement matters. Orientation matters. Sequence matters. You don't just throw symbols at a shield and hope it deflects hexes. You compose, you think, you control your magic channeling. Enchantments made in haste will fail, and worse, they may reflect your own chaotic intent. The lecture continued for another half hour. She brought out several objects enchanted with runes. A chest that would only open for her, a clay pot that would change color when the plant in it needed to be watered, many other interesting pieces. After the lecture, Lara ran off to find Whispers, though Harry stayed to ask some questions. When it got to his turn, he asked right away, "Can magical animals use rune-enchanted items?" Professor Babbling smiled. "For Whispers, I'm assuming." Harry nodded. "It would depend on the enchantment." She opened the chest she had used to demonstrate with earlier and pulled out a mechanical typewriter, a whip, and a wand with a large white crystal on the tip. This typewriter works with the magic surrounding us. One of the enchantments allows for the changing of the ink color. While it would work at Hogwarts, it would not work in an area with less magic in the environment. She held up the wand next and spoke to all the students gathered. "Do any of you know what this is?" Most didn't. It did bear some resemblance in style to Ricky's wand, though it wasn't stylized like his, and that one had a purple stone in the handle rather than the tip. One student replied, "It's a squib wand." The teacher gave a half frown and replied, "That is what they are sometimes called. However, squib can't use wands. This kind of wand helps wizards who have trouble performing large spells by allowing them to channel their magic into the crystal before casting. It also allows for the wand to store more magic to be ready at short notice with little concentration." Finally, she held up the whip and gestured for the students to step back. Once they were far enough away, she swung the whip and cracked it, letting loose an explosion of fireworks. She cracked it several more times, each letting loose a different color. As she coiled it back up, the students gathered close. "This whip has no method of containing or storing magic. It will only work when a wizard uses it, and only when they intend on using it the way I demonstrated. So, Mr. Potter, to answer your question, only the first type would work for a magical animal. The other two require intent to use. As smart as he is, a demiguise couldn't use the whip in the way I did, nor does he have the type of magic to use any kind of wand. Does that answer your question?" Harry nodded, though he did think Whispers was smarter than any other demiguise. Breakfast in the morning had Harry and Lyra summoned to the Slytherin table by Gemma and seated next to many of the older students. When they didn't immediately address them, both just started serving themselves some food. After eating half his meal, Harry gave up on being patient. "If there's some reason for the invitation, I'd like to know, or you can just introduce yourselves and tell me how classes are going." A seventh-year student stood up, Byron Thorson. "I was last year's Snake Pit champion." Normally, others get sufficiently cowed by being surrounded by stronger wizards at an unknown meeting. "It's been used on us by foreign governments. School kids aren't going to make a bigger splash than that," Harry told him. "You're also assuming that you're stronger than us," Lyra added, letting a few red sparks fly out of her hair. "We are," another older kid said sharply. "Doesn't matter who you are, you're still in your second year." Byron pushed the other kid down to his seat, saying, "Regardless. Tonight is the qualifiers for pit fighting this year. You two are being granted a special invitation to join us. We expect you to show up at 11 p.m. sharp. If you are late, you can't participate." After curfew, that was the first test. Harry just nodded. "Anything else?" Lyra challenged them. "We will tell you the rest if you get there," Byron told them. She shared a look with Harry and then just joined him in working on their meals. After dinner, they both prepared themselves for the evening. Whispers really wanted to come, but they told him to stay for this round, and he could come the next time. Seeing as they were presenting themselves in a fight club, they both decided to get dressed up. Harry went with the same outfit he wore to meet Minister Fudge. He changed the color of the spiked shoulder armor to a solid silver to match Slytherin colors. Lara wore the same outfit she had for their duel, changed to all black and covered in knives. At Harry's suggestion, she wore a cloak over all of it so she wasn't displaying blades as she walked through the castle. At 10 sharp, when curfew started, they set out toward the dungeons. As they heard the footsteps of the first prefect patrol, the two vanished and crept down the stairs. After passing the potions classroom, Lyra stuck her arm out, stopping Harry in his tracks. Harry looked closely at Lyra's sparkling, invisible form as she pointed toward the hallway where the Slytherin common room was. Squinting hard, he could see a couple of sparkles of a well-hidden person. Lyra grabbed his hands and moved them into their sign for a chocolate frog. Umbridge, Harry thought angrily. Lyra pulled him back the way they came. When they were far enough away, Harry spoke up. It's just like when Draco challenged me to a duel last year and told Filch to catch me. Can I punch him this time? Lyra asked hopefully. It's not him, Harry shook his head. The curse from Arcturus would kill him. It's more likely Vincent. He's your prey, Lyra replied with a sinister touch. She stopped, then asked, but how do we get in? We can use the well, Harry replied, and started heading back to the main staircase. Last year, along with their Slytherin friends, they found the secret office of Salazar Slytherin above their common room. It was protected by the portrait of the Bloody Baron, whose real name turned out to be Malcolm Constantine. The room itself was massive, with nothing inside except a portal that resembled a well that looked down into the common room. The well could be moved around to spy on those below, and people could move between the floors through it. The headmaster wasn't able to access the room himself and placed a gargoyle to keep others out. However, with a password figured out by Tracy, they had been able to sneak by. Upon arriving today, they found out that last year's password no longer worked. Other thing Harry had discovered when he got revenge for Hermione on Vincent was that the gargoyle couldn't see through his father's invisibility cloak, so he threw it over the two of them and snuck around the Guardian. Malcolm Constantine's portrait jumped up with fright as Harry took off the invisibility cloak in front of him. Don't do that, he yelled while drawing his sword. You never visited me last year. I was afraid you had perished after fighting the basilisk. Sorry, Harry apologized. Blaise and the others are all right too. Though they won't be able to visit, there is a gargoyle blocking the way that the headmaster set up. Send me the head of Slytherin again, he instructed. I will have it removed. They both nodded and then asked for access to the office. Inside, it was the same as before, just a lot of empty space and the well in the center. Removing the lid to the well, they looked down into the common room and watched students milling around. Many of them were watching the various snake terrariums on the sides of the room and taking notes. Lyra began pushing the well to the very back of the office, past where the dormitories were, all the way to where the Slytherin dueling arena was below. When they gazed down the well, some students were already waiting around. There were a few couches set up, and a few students were practicing their summons. Most of the others were dressed well, or in robes specifically tailored for dueling. None of them looked all that intimidating. Lyra pointed at one of the empty couches in the corner, and they positioned the well right above it. Before jumping, they both turned invisible and hung off the edge of the well before falling into the floor below. They both made a soft landing onto the sofa before looking around some more. A few more students began to trickle in as it was closer to 11 p.m. Lyra gave Harry an invisible poke in the side and turned him to where Tracy Davis was standing alone near the wall farthest from the door. She was practicing the wand movements for the snake summoning spell, along with a very dramatic pose. Harry snuck up on her as quietly as he could. When he was right behind her, she stopped her practice and looked around for a moment. Seeing nothing, she resumed, then stopped again and shivered, looking confused. Whispers, she said quietly to the open air. Just Harry, he replied quietly. She still jumped a bit and pointed her wand a bit wildly around. How did you get in? She asked quietly to the air as she lowered her wand. The well, he whispered next to her. Umbridge is sitting next to the entrance. She's such a, Tracy started. It's too strange to speak to the air like this. Is Lyra here too? She's on the couch, Harry said, while making a gesture she couldn't see at an indentation in the fabric of the nearby sofa. I guess you both are planning on making another big entrance. Not waiting for his response, she added. I'll get the others. You can hide with us till it starts. She ran off, and Harry went to sit next to Lyra on the empty couch. More students began coming in, and eventually Tracy returned with her group, Blaise, Daphne, and the Caro twins. A few first years, including the girl, Romelda, whom Harry met on the train, scurried after them, eyes darting around, looking for invisible people. Tracy, Blaise, and Daphne carefully squeezed themselves onto the couch next to their invisible guests. The others just clustered around, some taking obvious glances at the empty spots. So how did you get in? Blaise asked the empty spot where Lyra was. We couldn't guess the new password. Magic, Lyra replied, causing the first years to jump a bit. Malcolm did ask us to send Professor Snape to him so he can get rid of the gargoyle and talk with you some more. Good, I missed talking with Malcolm, Tracy replied. More students filled into the room, and Daphne arranged the first years around to protect the empty spots on their couch. Eventually, Byron Thorson and a gang of older students came in, closing the door behind them and strolling to the center of the room. With a wave of his wand, a large snake made of fire appeared around him and settled onto the ground. I call this year's preliminaries to order, he called out. A lot of the little conversation stopped. Potter and Black have not shown themselves yet. I am revoking their invitation. Lyra dropped her invisibility and stood up, Harry following suit. Both of them looked ready for war, Harry with his spiked shoulder armor and Lyra covered with knives. We have been here the whole time, she announced to the room, drawing many shocked expressions. Harry scanned the room looking for a particular reaction, though he didn't need to try too hard, as Vincent Crabbe, his glove was colored with hearts, stars, and rainbows, jumped up and yelled. No, it's not possible, he trailed off. Why not? Lyra challenged him. Is it because you have Umbridge waiting outside the entrance for us? Her statement was met with a lot of muttering. We walked by that toad like she wasn't even there. Snape appeared on the other side of the room, stepping out of the shadows like a wraith. Miss Black, you will do well not to disparage other professors. 1 point from your house for that insult. He then backed up to the wall, disappearing into the darkness again. Byron looked around the room. Good, you're both here. I'm looking forward to seeing what you can do. Though don't get yourself a big head, our house has been doing this gathering for centuries. Secrets and techniques passed down from champions, professors, and powerful wizards. Let me go over the rules. He extinguished the fire snake around him and replaced it with a large anaconda. All serpents need to be fully functional for competition. He pulled a sword out from inside his robe and stabbed it into the body of his summon, cutting it open and exposing the guts inside. All summons need to be fully biological. I hope everyone has been studying their anatomy. No clockworks, no empty vessels, no golems, nothing weird. A wave of his wand and the summon vanished. Another wave and flick caused a cobra wearing a helmet to appear. No equipment. He kicked the helmet off the head of the cobra. All features and abilities of your summon need to exist from the single initial spell. The rest of the cobra vanished. Most importantly, he continued, your conjurations need to be snakes. Legs are not allowed. Quite a few people laughed. Finally, and something that we have debated on specifically for this year, Mr. Potter, there is no use of parcel tongue. Harry was about to react, but stopped himself. He thought about what had just been said before responding. Fine, but only during actual competitions. During practice, I'll do whatever I want. Also, if I ever lose a match, I want a do-over speaking parcel tongue to see if that would make a difference even if it doesn't advance me. Byron thought about it before nodding. That's all fine. He gestured toward other older students who stood next to him in the center of the room in a line facing most of the house. Everyone needs to line up and summon a basic snake. We will check if it meets all the qualifications to participate. A flurry of students jockeyed for a position at the start of the line. Harry stayed back with Tracy and the others. Are all of you participating? He asked. The Caro twins shook their heads, saying in unison, ours aren't good enough yet to eat more than a flobberworm. The others were, and Harry joined one of the lines with Tracy. As he got near the front of the line, Vincent had just finished his trial and was walking back through the lines to where Draco was waiting for him. As he walked by, Harry grabbed his good arm and pulled him over. I know it was you who placed Umbridge outside. He didn't even bother to respond, just yanked his arm away and marched off. How do you know it was him? Tracy whispered. Draco did it to me last year with Filch, Harry shrugged. I just guessed it was him this year. Tracy got to the front of the line and summoned a bright blue snake for the tester. Her snake had its reflexes tested, swatted around with a stick, all of which were flawless. Finally, the examiner took out a knife and grabbed the snake by the head and cut it open from its neck to halfway down the tail, watching as blood and guts came out. Pass, he said with an annoyed voice as her snake and the innards vanished. Then added, barely. I didn't see any problems, Harry told her as he stepped up for his turn. He whipped up his wand and incanted firmly. Serpent Sorcerer, a large anaconda, like the one Byron had conjured, flopped onto the ground in front of him. It curled up around his feet and eyed the older boy in front of him. Several other people stopped what they were doing to watch. His snake's reflexes were tested first. The conjuration didn't budge as the tester feigned attacks at its head. "Your snake has no automatic instincts," the boy said, surprised. "She does," Harry replied. "She just wasn't at all threatened." He flicked his wand, and the snake lunged, snapping its jaws several times and causing the other boy to jump back and scream. "You have passing reflexes, barely." Harry let the rest of the exam go by without issue, though he did make his snake twitch quite a bit while it was being cut open, then vanish the body himself when they were done. Because of the low number of students competing in Harry's year, both the second and third-year students competed together. Harry didn't summon anything special and conjured a 10-foot copy of Flare for each fight, dwarfing all his competition. When it came to his turn to fight Vincent, the boy simply surrendered. Then came Draco. Before he even drew his wand, the blond boy asked nervously, "Am I even allowed to fight you?" "I don't care," Harry told him. "You already lost to Lyra, so you're not going to win against me." Draco's fight against Lyra had been quick. She had used an orange and black two-headed cobra that took out his summon in a completely one-sided battle. His snake might have been large, but it was slow. Draco nodded, but then drew his wand in a grand flourish, calling out his spell. This time, a much larger snake erupted from his wand. It continued to get longer until nearly 10 feet of snake was before him with large yellow eyes and a jet-black body. Harry recognized the shape of its head and a small bump behind its eyes, signifying a venom sac. "Something you learned from your friend, Tom?" Harry asked with a raised eyebrow. Draco looked a bit guilty. Harry used that moment to flick his wand like a conductor, smooth and unhurried, whispering the incantation quietly but with purpose. The green and brown king cobra erupted from his white wand in a smooth wave, hood flaring wide as it tasted the air with its forked tongue. Draco flinched as he saw it grow an extra 2 feet than in Harry's previous bouts, making his creation noticeably smaller. Harry grinned. The black snake struck first. No hiss, no warning, just a flash of shadow as it lunged low. The cobra twisted sideways, snapping down hard on empty space and coiling around to meet its opponent. Fangs flashed. The sound of their bodies colliding echoed like wet ropes whipping stone. Malfoy's knuckles were white on his wand. He shouted, "Seize it from below." The black serpent obeyed, dipping low again, jaws aiming for the softer underbelly of the cobra. Harry muttered under his breath, not even a spell, just intent, and the cobra lifted, arching like a wave cresting over a rock. Its hood rippled, and it dropped like a guillotine, slamming its weight onto the other snake's back. Draco swore and tried to pull his serpent free. "Dig your fangs in now." The black snake coiled tighter, struggling beneath the weight, and struck sideways, scoring a shallow hit near the cobra's side. A smear of green venom sizzled where it landed, but Harry's cobra didn't so much as flinch. Instead, it reared back mouth wide. And Harry said, almost lazily, "You'll want to step back, Malfoy." Before Draco could process it, the cobra spat. A stream of venom arced over the black snake, missing Draco's shoes by an inch and hissing against the stones. "Show off," Draco barked, eyes wide now. He was sweating. His wand trembled just slightly. Harry's smile was faint and infuriating. The black snake made one last desperate attempt to wrap around the cobra's neck, and for a moment it looked like it had the leverage. But Harry closed his eyes for a second, just a breath, and the cobra lifted its entire body off the ground where the black snake was coiled around it and slammed its body into the hard rock floor like a hammer strike. There was a flash of green and brown muscle, a loud crack, and the black snake was motionless as the cobra slithered out of the coil of the lifeless black snake. Malfoy's wand dropped a fraction. The cobra hissed once, then lowered its hood and turned to Harry as if awaiting further orders. Draco stared. You sandbagged me." Harry shrugged. "I had to keep it interesting. Next time I'll beat you as bad as my sister." The circle fell silent as Byron raised his hand. "Victor, Potter." The cobra and carcass of the black snake dissolved into mist as the other students cheered. Harry stepped off the dueling stones without looking back. His fights against Blaze and Daphne were unremarkable, but from the looks on their faces, they weren't trying either. The only other remarkable fight was with Tracy Davis. She smiled as they stepped into a ring, asking him, "Can you do anything special for our fight? I'm pretty sure you can do more than what you have been up to so far." He smiled back at his first childhood friend, as I'm sure you can too. Your summons are some of the only ones I've seen here that move like snakes, and not what people think snakes move like. You're holding back, too. Tracy looked like she had been caught in a trap, but slowly smiled, thrusting her wand forward in the pose she had been practicing, and bellowing, Serpentsorcia, some type of snake with the body of an anaconda and a head more similar to a crocodile burst out of her wand. It was slightly less than 10 feet long, but was thick and muscular, and the crocodile's head was frighteningly scary. After a moment of flashback to the island, ready to eviscerate another crocodile with pure magic, Harry grinned at her creation, deciding to give her and the others a show. It wouldn't be perfect without Parseltongue, but he could get it pretty close. Fueling his memories with the greatest serpent he knew, he bellowed, Serpentsorcia. As a copy of the usurper exited his wand, it gave a crow that seemed to make Tracy's snake shiver and twitch. Harry could never recreate the fierce cry that could kill a basilisk, but it seemed like the sound from his memory still had some power. When it fully exited his wand, it was just about 13 feet long, but nearly a foot in diameter. The collective of Slytherin started in frightened silence at the monster in front of them. It hissed at Tracy's creature in a way that made the red crest on its head vibrate menacingly. The smaller monster pulled back into its coil instinctively. That thing will never not be amazing, Tracy said, looking at it in awe. Turning to the rest of her house, she told them, this is a much smaller version of the usurper, the snake that killed the basilisk last year. As rampant conversation began around the cave, Harry asked with a smile, so are we going to fight? Tracy tilted her head at him, eyes twinkling with mischief. You sure he's not just going to eat mine and then take a nap? Harry shrugged with exaggerated innocence. I make no promises. Around them, the crowd of students quieted again, all eyes locked on the ring. Most of the other duels had barely held attention. This was just the qualifiers. But now even the older Slytherins were leaning in. Tracy backed up a step, wand still raised, but with one hand on her hip. Let's say first to coil wins, Harry smirked. Coil, crush, or cuddle, she snorted. You better not teach that monster to cuddle. I can't tell you how many nights Lyra and I slept on top of the coils of the real thing. Best mattress ever. He flicked his wand, and the smaller usurper reacted instantly. Its thick body undulated across the ground with impossible smoothness, scales rippling in overlapping greens and bronze like wet armor. It lowered its head, crest flaring slightly, then issued a low, thrumming hiss that sent ripples through the dirt on the ground. Tracy's creature responded with a deep-throated growl, more crocodile than snake. Its thick coils shifted with power, tail dragging a groove in the floor as it slithered forward, mouth opening just slightly to show rows of jagged teeth. It was confident, fearless, but the moment it came within striking distance of the mini-usurper, it hesitated. That was all Harry needed. Strike from the left, then pull back and coil high, he murmured to his serpent, wand moving in a slow, looping gesture. The usurper lunged, too fast for something so large, and its head swung low, aiming for the croc snake's flank. Tracy's creature snapped up to counter, jaws clashing with a sound like stones breaking, but the usurper twisted mid-motion and slipped past it, tail sweeping under like a whip. The croc snake rolled slightly in its slither off balance. Tracy narrowed her eyes, then pointed her wand with a flourish. Bite and roll. Her snake roared, actually roared, and threw itself forward, coiling and twisting to wrap around the mini-usurper's middle. Its jaws clamped down hard, but the usurper's thick scales didn't even show a mark. Instead, the great green snake simply rose up, lifting the other snake with it. The audience gasped, thinking he was going to body slam it like his fight with Draco. Tracy's conjuration squirmed, coiling tighter, trying to strangle and twist, but Harry's serpent didn't slow. It rose higher, coiled once around the constrictor's middle, then squeezed. The croc snake let out a yelp-like growl as its body spasmed. Tracy called out quickly, lifting her wand. You win. Harry gave a small nod, and the mini-usurper hissed once, clearly smug, before uncoiling and lowering the other creature gently to the ground. Tracy sighed, brushing her fringe back and grinning. I'm never going to beat you while you've got that thing. Harry bowed mock formally. I'll give you some pointers sometime. She turned slightly pink, then scoffed. Cheeky, but I'll take you up on that. The usurper gave one last proud crow before dissolving into green mist, A few more fights before the second and third years finished. Tracy tied with Lyra for second place. Both their summons envenomed each other to death at the same time. Harry was the undisputed champion of the group. They then proceeded to sit on the couch and watch the older students. These seemed to take their fights less seriously. Some snakes had horns or tusks, like a ram or an elephant. A few had multiple heads or tails. Some had colors not found in nature or had other reptilian heads like Tacy pulled off. Most of them stayed around the 10-foot mark, but a few were close to the 15-footers. Finally, the last fight of the evening was between Byron Thorson and Marcus Flint. Marcus hadn't been part of Byron's entourage, so they probably weren't friends. Both older boys cast their summons simultaneously, with the large chaincle that Marcus had used before falling to the ground before him, clinking with the sound of metal on stone. Byron's snake was some kind of hydra with 4 heads. One of the heads was cobra-like with a hood, though there were small spikes around the outside of it. Another was bright blue. The third and fourth heads were black, but one had red eyes and the other had none. The tail section of the monster was extra thick to support the weight of the creature, with all the heads elevated at the same time. The crowd drew closer, sensing that this fight wouldn't be a match of posturing or bluffs. This was going to be real and brutal. Marcus Flint grinned, cracked his neck, and jabbed his wand forward. Shredded. His snake moved like a living length of armor. It wasn't graceful, but it was relentless, thick-bodied, with overlapping plates of tarnished silver that clinked and rattled as it slithered. The metal scales weren't decorative. Each segment looked like a miniature shield, jagged and fitted to lock over the soft belly underneath. Its head, blunted and boxy, held a terrifying pair of steel fangs, long and hollow like syringes. Byron said nothing. His hydra simply moved. Each head turned independently as the beast slithered forward, the cobra watching from high above, its spiked hood flaring wide. The blue head hissed, and froth began to gather at the edge of its jaws. The red-eyed one stayed low, tracking the chankle's movements with uncanny precision, while the eyeless one lifted slowly and rotated toward the ceiling, as if listening. The chankle struck first. A blur of coiling muscle and metal shot forward, teeth flashing. It made a bite at the red-eyed head, but missed. The hydra twisted. The cobra head snapped forward, flaring its hood, and a burst of spines flew from the extended hood like crossbow bolts. Several pinged off the chankle's armor, but a few dug between the plates, causing the metal snake to spasm. One of its hind segments sparked and buckled slightly. "Get around it, wrap and twist," Marcus barked. The chankle surged again, angling low and moving for the thick base of the hydra's necks, where the heads converged. If it could clamp down there, even one bite from those metal fangs could tear through something vital. Byron flicked his wand up slightly. Blue. That was all. The blue head opened its maw and spat. A jet of greenish acid splashed across the chankle's face. It didn't sizzle like normal venom. It boiled and ate through the outermost shield plates in seconds. The chankle recoiled, one eye destroyed, its fangs snapping helplessly at the air. Marcus cursed under his breath and drew back, channeling more magic. Push through. Destroy that head. The chankle lunged again, its body now moving erratically, some plates dragging behind as melted slag. It ignored the pain, rearing up to strike. But the black head with the red eyes moved first. It lashed out with terrifying speed, its jaws snapping forward, and struck the chankle dead center in the neck. No venom sprayed. No sound was made. The chankle just froze mid-strike. The crowd stilled. For a moment it seemed the two beasts had locked. Then with a grinding clatter, the chankle began to collapse inward. Its armor, once so formidable, lost its structure. The snake folded like a tin sculpture, spine buckling, and fell motionless. Marcus stared. Byron gave a short nod. Not bad. Yours would have beaten most. He didn't look smug, just calm, collected. Marcus gave a sharp exhale, but he was no fool. He raised his wand and dismissed the wreck of his summon. Byron didn't dismiss his. The hydra turned slowly in place, each head scanning the room like sentries. The eyeless head lifted again, swaying almost lazily. Byron made a single circling motion with his wand, and the hydra slithered back to his side like a loyal guard. The cavern was utterly silent. Finally, applause broke out. The hydra bowed along with Byron, and then he dismissed the summon. "Start practicing," Byron announced. "We will have the first elimination rounds sometime after Halloween, and the finals a couple of nights before the end of the term. Groups gathered, and they started heading out. Harry tossed Lyra a toffee as they walked as congratulations on her matches. The other second and third years walked as a group back to the common room. When they got to Blaze's couch, he hesitated for a moment before levitating 2 chairs closer to where they stood for Harry and Lyra, and then taking a seat in his usual spot. Tracy plopped down next to him and then asked, "So, Harry, will you really give me some pointers?" "Of course I will," he replied with a smile. This started a lot of others clamoring for advice from around the area. He tried to give them all small pointers, but most of them just ended up being, "Spend more time with more snakes. They'll teach you." Lyra tugged on Harry's sleeve and gestured across the room to a corner where Draco and Vincent were having some kind of argument, and the girl, Pansy, was trying to calm them down. Vincent was getting angrier and pointed a few times in Harry's direction. Lyra whispered, "He's thinking of himself as a king." Harry sighed, knowing he would need to put Vincent in his place again. Casually, he stuck his wand into his robes and whispered the same thing over and over in Parseltongue, the other students near him shivering at the sound of the serpent tongue. He then got up and crossed the room slowly. The boys were too focused on each other to notice his approach. "You need to calm down, Vince. Do not antagonize him. You'll end up like me, or worse," Draco warned him. "He's a cancer here. He's sneaking in through the chamber so he can't even be caught out of bounds." Harry's eyes widened. He didn't know about such an entrance, though he would soon. He kept listening. Pansy saw him leaning against the pillar, listening, and started to try to get the others' attention. She was ignored. "Just ignore Potter," Draco persisted. Ignore him. Ignore him. You know what he did to me." Vincent pointed to where Harry used to be on the couch, but stopped and paled as he noticed Harry standing less than 6 feet away, watching them. "What did I do to you?" Harry asked innocently. His hands dropped to his sides as small brown snakes began to fall from his sleeves. "I was cleared by the auras, just like you. Neither of us did anything." Vincent had fallen to the ground, hyperventilating as the dozen snakes slithered around Harry's feet like a dark ritual. "Please stop," Draco begged, stepping in front of Vincent. "It's painfully clear that Vincent was in on all your plans with Tom last year. However, I didn't get in tonight through the chamber." Harry told Draco, a bit of shock showing on the blonde boy's face. "However, if there's a secret entrance, I'd like to know about it." Draco looked conflicted, but he flexed his gloved hand, which held the black spot that Arcturus had cursed him with, and bowed his head slightly. "I'll show you," he said in a tone of surrender. Harry vanished the brown snakes around him and gestured for him to lead the way. Draco led him down the long corridor that led past the dormitories and opened a closet at the end of the hall. The closet looked like it was there for the house elves and had extra bed linens, pillows, and some cleaning products. "It's in here," Draco gestured to the storage room. "It won't open for me, and I have no idea the password that he used to get in. Even when I was speaking, it all sounded like hissing to me." Harry looked around and didn't see any obvious tells, no snake motifs like the bathroom or creases in the walls. So he hissed experimentally, section open section. There was a shifting of stones as the floor lowered in intervals, revealing a set of stairs leading downward. Torches lit up on the walls as the passage spiraled downward toward the Chamber of Secrets. Harry looked down one more time before hissing out, "Section close section." Then he turned around and left Draco there. Arriving back in the slithering common room, most of the room grew silent for a moment, then resumed their conversations. Lyra had summoned a small snake on the table by their group and was having it dance while others clapped in rhythm. When he got over to them, he leaned down to Lyra and whispered in her ear. "Do you see Severus hiding around the room anywhere?" he asked, knowing the professor's inclination to monitor activities in the common room, especially when they were there. Lyra scanned the room for a few seconds before pointing to a dark space between 2 bookshelves. Harry squinted but couldn't see any signs of disillusionment. Thanking his sister, he walked over to the spot and spoke quietly. "We need to talk." A hand came out of the darkness and pulled him forward. Harry had a moment of panic when he realized it was not Severus's hand. It was older, had black nails, and might have had 6 fingers. After a moment of darkness, he found himself in Snape's office. The professor was seated in his chair across the room. "It's even more obvious now that you were behind Mr. Crabbe's injury," Snape began. "I have an alibi," Harry responded, pushing all emotion that he could off his face and deep into his mind. I was asleep. You have shown him that same brown snake twice, to which you know he would react with pure terror, as it is unremarkable in every other way. Harry shrugged. Again, I was asleep. Maybe I just heard from someone else about the color of the snake. Don't do it again, Snape said firmly. I may not go looking for you as the culprit, but if you show me that you are, I will bring it to the headmaster. Harry was about to say something, but the professor continued, just as I would for any attack on a student. Now, what did you want to tell me? Harry stared at the dark man in front of him for a moment before saying 3 things. First, the portrait of Malcolm Constantine wants to speak with you. He left out what the portrait wanted to say, and how he even spoke to the portrait, with the guardian blocking the way. Second, there's an entrance to the Chamber of Secrets from the linen closet at the end of the dormitories. Finally, I'm assuming that Umbridge is still waiting outside the common room to catch me and Lyra breaking curfew, so I want to leave through the chamber tonight to see where it comes out and come back later this week to take a few others down to the chamber. A range of emotions washed over Snape's face as Harry spoke: shock, annoyance, hate, pride, and acceptance. Fine, come get me when you are ready to leave. Snape stood back up and gave Harry a light push backwards. He stumbled into darkness again, and then out from the space between the bookshelves where he started. Experimentally, he reached between them and only found a stone wall. More people were staring at him as he turned around. He scanned the room for Gemma or Hayden, but could only see the latter, and walked over to him. As he sat down, the older boy cast a heavy privacy spell around the table. Then he did it 2 more times. What's behind that wall? He asked, without waiting another moment. Oh, it's Professor Snape's office. I was getting his permission to take people down to the Chamber of Secrets this week. There's another entrance here near the dorms. Hayden was speechless. He opened his mouth but stopped, started to point toward the dorms and say something, but then stopped. Harry continued, Can you tell Gemma when you get a chance? I don't see her around. Hayden was still trying to process what he had been told, but instead just nodded. Harry was about to leave, but then sat back down. 2 guests for you and Gemma each. Get some good favors out of it. Then he got up and broke the privacy bubble, walking back to Lyra and the others. When he arrived, he whispered to Lyra, and she got up and started to push away anyone who wasn't Blaise, Daphne, or Tracy. When it was just the 4 of them, Harry pulled out the owl feather on his necklace and created a silencing field around them, then repeated the same message that he had given to Hayden. Daphne smiled. This is going to start a revolution, you know that, right? Harry told them with a smile. I know. I'm not in Slytherin, and your rivalries are your own business, though I am happy to help the people I like. Harry got up to leave and was almost at the bookcase when Tracy caught up and grabbed his arm. You promised me pointers. Harry was about to say that he did, but was preemptively interrupted. You gave everyone advice. I want something for myself. Harry thought about it momentarily before pushing magic into the silencing feather around his neck and replying, Lyra and I spent all summer teaching newly hatched, camouflaged, magical cobras how to fight. One thing we did was summon snakes without teeth to teach them, but we also got better with our reflexes, dodging the real snakes as they learned. You've got enough snakes around here to train with all sorts of opponents. That kind of sounded like what he had told the others so far, so he dug deep and asked, You saw when Byron fought, how he barely moved or shouted commands? Tracy nodded slowly. As I've been practicing, I've needed less and less command or orchestration with my wand. I think it's the same as using non-verbal spells or point casting. You just do it over and over until you no longer need the basics. Got it. Tracy gave him a quick hug and thanked him for the advice, just as Snape exited the dark space between the bookcases and gestured for Harry and Lyra to follow him. When they got to the linen closet at the end of the hall by the dorms, he turned and faced them. When I return, I am going to be locking this room. You will not be able to use it as an entrance to Slytherin House. All future competitions will begin before curfew starts, so you will not have to worry about the undersecretary catching you out of bounds. Do you understand? They both nodded, and Harry hissed to reveal the staircase under the floor. They took the winding staircase downward, with Snape casting diagnostic spells continuously as they walked. When they reached the bottom, There was a narrow door which their professor opened cautiously. On the other side, there was a large room, the size of the Slytherin common room, that had a bowl-like shape to it. The entire inside of the bowl was filled with snakeskin. Harry looked around the room and spotted a tunnel leading out of it, remarking, "I think we are inside the Slytherin statue." "This is a lot of basilisk skin," Lyra commented, then found an end and started feeding it into her pouch. Snape stared at the cache of skin that the basilisk must have been using to sleep on after it was shed. It was dark green, but still translucent, despite being around an inch thick. "I never thought to look inside here," he told Harry. "Not that I could have entered without you to speak to the statue." Harry nodded, taking a length of the shed for himself into his bottomless pouch. "Go on, take some," he told Professor Snape. The man needed no more encouragement and wove his wand at it like a whip, causing the shed to jump up, and an entire length disappeared into a pocket in his robe like an enthusiastic child eating spaghetti. "This has been here for hundreds of years," Lyra commented. "We can come back for more any time." Harry started heading down the tunnel, hissing section open section, as he reached the end. The mouth on the other side opened, and he and Lyra swung out to the wall and scampered down the statue. They stared at the beautiful room in shock, as Snape floated slowly to the ground behind them. They hadn't been down in a few weeks, but the room had changed even more. The fluid leaking from the usurper's cocoon had continued transforming the room into a mossy jungle. The light from the bluebell flames along the walls showed them that every surface was now covered in soft green moss. Tiny flowers of various colors had sprouted, and vines grew from the ceiling to the walls, hanging down in various places. At the base of the statue, the cocoon still sat, looking more like a giant scab now, slowly pulsing like it was taking deep breaths. Little lights floated around the room, which made Lyra run off to chase them. Harry whispered to the cocoon, "Section, can you hear me?" Section, but got no response. "Quite a lot of fairies." Snape gestured at the lights that Lyra was chasing. "I'll need to collect a few later." Harry yawned deeply, which was contagious to the other two. Harry said goodnight to the cocoon, and they headed to the main entrance of the Chamber of Secrets. Chapter 32, Unicorn Party. Chapter text, Chapter 31. Unicorn Party. The day had started well. Professor Lupin had left the school to return to France for his warding duties during the full moon at the Druid Winery. He lived on before the school year started. Most students were dreading this first absence, not only due to the hands-on teaching he had been using for his lessons, but because Severus Snape would be taking over their defense against the dark arts class for the time he was gone. For Harry, it felt like the promise of something sharp and electric. He hoped that Severus taught defense like he brewed potions, precise, terrifying, and strangely exhilarating. Harry relished the opportunity. When Harry had told Penny that he knew someone who could help them with their staffing problem, he had thought immediately of Theodore Nott. The boy he had consoled last year after his placement in Hufflepuff had since transformed. Theo had become something of a quiet institution in the school, weaving his way between houses, learning names, and noticing strengths and weaknesses with clinical interest. Harry suspected that most students hadn't realized what he was doing or dismissed it entirely. But Harry had. He spoke to Theo quickly at breakfast, leaning over his bowl of porridge to keep the conversation quiet and direct. "Can you think of anyone who'd be good for the project?" Theo didn't blink. "I'll need some time to think about it," he replied quickly, voice low but thoughtful. His eyes flicked toward the Ravenclaw table, calculating. "Do you know everyone who has a stake in the project?" "I think so," Harry answered, uncertain. He only knew of the twins, Penny and Hermione. If there were more, they hadn't made themselves known. A flicker of doubt moved across Theo's face. "Do you have any time to talk it out tonight?" Harry shook his head, nearly spilling his tea. "My schedule is pretty full, and tomorrow night I have to name a unicorn," he added, as if it were the most mundane obligation in the world. Then, with a sudden spark of inspiration, he leaned in. "Actually, tonight, I'm taking a group of Slytherins down to the Chamber of Secrets. You used to be one of them. I'm sure it would be fine. Would you like to join?" "Yes," Theo responded immediately, without the faintest hesitation, as if the answer had already existed inside him, waiting for permission to leap free. "Find me at dinner," Harry said, nodding, before rising and heading toward class with a growing sense of purpose. While most of his classmates approached the defense against the dark arts classroom with tight shoulders and cautious steps, Harry and Lyra rushed forward with eager energy, claiming front row seats as though it were a Quidditch final. In the end, the caution of the others proved unnecessary, as few dared to sit close when Snape was teaching any subject. The seats beside them remained largely empty until just before class began, and those who arrived later had no other option. The room held its breath as Professor Snape entered, moving like a thundercloud in a black robe. He carried a massive briefcase, so large that it reminded Harry of the one darshan he used to haul his spears. A chill seemed to follow him as he walked. He reached the front, laid the case flat across the table, and surveyed the room with a stare so cold it seemed to frost the windows. A smile slowly formed inside Harry's head as he realized that Severus was probably chilling the room and windows himself to scare his classmates. He didn't dare let the smile reach his lips, though. "You are all irresponsible children," he said, dispensing with any formal greeting. The words were blunt, spoken with surgical precision. This is both a factual statement and an insult to the intelligence of many of you. While some of you did not grow up in this world, the rest of you should know better than to leave bits of yourself lying around that a dark wizard or just an annoying prankster could use to curse you. A visible ripple of anxiety moved through the classroom. A few purebloods shifted in their seats, their expressions cracking into panic, guilt, or both. Even those unfamiliar with the implications were quickly infected by the mood. Snape clicked open the briefcase. Inside were dozens of tiny glass vials, filled with hair, nail clippings, and to the horror of many, spots of dried blood. Professor Lupin will eventually teach you about blood warding and the basics of locking your belongings so that only you may access them. However, this will be useless if someone manages to get a hold of your blood or hair and uses that to disenchant your spells. He lifted an eyedropper filled with a bright orange fluid. The color itself seemed angry. Adding this potion will curse you with 24 hours of intense and uncontrollable itching that can't be dispelled. Do any of you think you have been careful enough that I don't have bits of you in this case? If any of you think you have been, make a bet with me, and I will pay out 10. 1 in house points if you think you are safe from me. No one moved. No one breathed. The air itself seemed frozen in place. Harry bit his tongue to keep from giggling as he exhaled and could see his breath in the frigid air. "You will learn sterilization spells today," he continued, moving like a general surveying the battlefield. "You will practice cleaning your showers and tubs after every visit. You will burn every nail clipping you trim. You're all too immature to need to shave. You will make sure every spot of blood that is cleaned from your wounds will be removed so it cannot be used against you in the future." A brave student raised her hand, her voice tremulous. "We can't get everything." "You're correct," Snape answered coolly, as if the admission cost him nothing. "Normally, the house elves and faculty make sure that every bit of you dunderheads is sterilized so that it cannot be collected. I just took the initiative to collect some on my own to use for this class. Now take out your quills." The class regained much of its warmth. Then, for the rest of the lesson, they took copious amounts of notes and were put through rigorous drills of sterilization spells, chanting them like a litany until their voices blurred with exhaustion. Harry felt like he could cast the charm in his sleep and might even dream of doing it for days. Just before the end of class, Snape halted their practice with a snap of his fingers. "I rarely get the chance to fully illustrate the consequences of your actions in such a direct way," he said, almost wistful. He picked up the orange eyedropper again, letting it glint in the light. Then, with slow precision, he put the dropper back in his pocket and withdrew a beaker of pale yellow liquid. "I feel like an hour will be enough to let most of you fully understand the consequences of your actions and make sure others do as well." A nervous murmur spread across the room. Then he turned to the case and, without hesitation, splashed the entire contents with the potion, dousing each vial in the yellow brew. The effect was immediate. The students erupted into chaos, some scratching, some howling. It hadn't even reached Harry yet, but the tension alone had his skin prickling. Then, unmistakably, the itching began. "Have a good afternoon," Snape called, his voice rich with malicious delight, before vanishing in a swirl of his cloak, leaving behind a room full of squirming students and a thoroughly chastened class. Harry staggered out into the corridor with Lyra, both of them trying to keep their composure as their arms twitched against invisible itches. Carlin and Melly emerged behind them. He was blinking rapidly, as if it was his eyeballs that were itching. "That man is evil," Melly growled, slapping her shin like it would help. "Pure, unfiltered evil." Harry snorted, trying not to laugh because it hurt to smile. "And brilliant." Carlin nodded silently, but Harry could see it in his eyes. He was already recalibrating. The lesson had worked. No one would forget it soon. While recovering from Snape's curse, he had made sure to let his guests in Slytherin know that tonight would be the night of their excursion. Gemma looked genuinely annoyed at the last-minute nature of it and muttered under her breath about needing more time to cultivate her guests, though she didn't argue aloud and ran off with practiced efficiency to finalize whatever arrangements she had left. Hayden, ever unflappable and far more prepared, simply gave a tight nod. He withdrew a small square of parchment and began writing 2 short notes. A flick of his wand and a whispered charm, the parchment pieces curled and morphed into brilliant hummingbirds. They flitted off with purpose, glowing faintly as they disappeared from view. Blaise, Daphne, and Tracy also peeled off with nods, their movements quick and purposeful. All 3 disappeared to finalize whatever preparations were still needed. There was an energy tonight, a current of anticipation under the surface. Lyra, on the other hand, had already made her decision. Her lips curved mischievously. "I think I'm going to dare some Gryffindors into doing something stupid," she said. There was a note of satisfaction in her voice, a challenge issued with no fear of refusal. Harry just shrugged. "Have fun," he replied, the corner of his mouth twitching in amusement. The nice thing about the Slytherins, Harry thought, was that no one seemed to be spreading word of the excursion beyond what he had told them to do. Where Gryffindors might brag or Hufflepuffs gossip or Ravenclaws speculate, the House of Serpents kept their secrets. There was no bragging, no hype, just quiet, deliberate movement. Perhaps they were worried others might interfere or steal the opportunity. Perhaps secrecy was just their nature. Harry didn't mind. In fact, he appreciated it. It was a relief not to have half the school trying to tag along. His own House of Scamander was similar, but it was more about respect. Everyone had their own projects and would gladly help others if asked, but they kept to themselves otherwise. After dinner, on the way to the main entrance of the chamber, Theo fell into step next to him and matched his pace beside Harry. From his robes, he pulled a neat, folded sheet of parchment that turned out to be a set of prepared notes. "So, you will need to find out the structure of their helmet business," he said, tone clipped and focused. "I highly doubt it is just the 4 of them running things. Since you're involved, you need to figure out what kind of long-term position you want and what compensation you expect. I'm happy to work as a recruiter, and I'll take payment from whatever the people I bring in make. I've already compiled a list of potential students." Harry smiled, not just because of the words, but because of the man saying them. He had thought of the right person for the job, no question. When they arrived at the old potions classroom, once Salazar Slytherin's personal workspace, now restored to its former glory, there was already a small crowd of Slytherins assembled within. Gemma spotted him and moved quickly to greet him, her posture formal. She introduced 2 guests, Onarin Quood, a bookish 6th year with oversized glasses and an intensity behind her eyes, and Marcus Flint, who looked thoroughly irritated. The cause of that irritation was nearby. Byron Thorson, invited by Hayden, along with a 4th-year boy with rough hands and dirty nails named Ash Cooper. Daphne, Blaise, and Tracy had brought their own group, the always-together Caro twins, a curious Cho Chang, the first-year girls Harry had met on the train, Rommel Devane and Yanni. Something, but most surprisingly, Pansy Parkinson. Harry's face tightened the moment he saw her. He turned swiftly to his trio of friends, pulling them aside and activating his silencing feather. "Why is she here?" he asked, low and firm. "I'm trying to steal her from Draco's entourage," Daphne answered, unapologetic. "Why? Her family controls the largest group of house elves in the country," Daphne replied, as if that explained everything. "Third largest," Blaise interjected smoothly. "No, your mom is the 3rd largest," Daphne shot back without missing a beat. "Hogwarts and the Ministry shouldn't count, and technically all yours belong to Strauss. For now. She thinks she's Draco's spy in our group," Tracy added. "We obviously don't trust her, but Daph thinks she can be turned." Harry pressed his lips into a tight line before saying, "Keep an eye on her. I don't care that she's coming down to the chamber, but I will not think twice if she betrays any of you." They ended the privacy field and found Theo in discussion with Marcus Flint, who gestured Harry over. Marcus was in charge of the project that had the helmets built, Theo explained. He wants to call a meeting of everyone involved before discussing expansion. "We also need to discuss what you're getting out of it, Potter," Marcus added, irritation still visible. "The project started because you didn't want to play without protection, and now it's apparently surging because you keep giving concussions to your opponents." There was an unspoken smirk in his tone, as he certainly admired the business through violence. Harry flushed slightly. He didn't take pride in the injury of the Y Valley chaser, even if it had benefited the success of his friends. He nodded toward the group. "Let's head down." He hissed in Parseltongue at the staircase, which responded with a grinding, echoing sound as it unlocked. As they descended, Harry found himself narrating. "This used to be a slide. It went on for several minutes and landed in a disgusting pond of water." Byron, ever the historian, spoke with confidence. "Professor Snape told us that he locked up another entrance in the old linen closet of our dorms. I figure that was Lord Slytherin's entrance, and this one was for the basilisk." The water at the bottom probably acted as a cleaning system for the serpent before returning. Harry nodded thoughtfully. That made sense. Water to strip away unshed skin, debris, or parasites from the massive creature. Then another thought struck him. If Salazar Slytherin had this entrance and another in the dorms, there had to be more. Perhaps one in his office, a shortcut to the stairs, or even a private pathway. He would have to investigate that later. At the bottom of the stairs, where the clear blue water shimmered beneath the narrow stone walkway, Owner Inquud piped up. "You said the slide was several minutes long," she asked. When Harry nodded, she began counting on her fingers. "There's a massive reverse expansion charm on the stairs, so we don't walk for an hour to get to the chamber." Harry's eyes widened. He remembered the long, spiraling stairway to the headmaster's office and the subtle magic at work there, also the relatively short staircase from the Slytherin dorms to inside the statue. And then it dawned on him most of the staircases leading to the dungeons were probably the same. "Or, like a little thirsty," Gemma teased with mock affection. "What staircases are you realizing are enchanted?" "Probably everywhere in the entire castle," Harry muttered, annoyed at himself. "But definitely the ones to the dungeons. There must be dozens of floors that we've never seen between the ground level and the dungeons." There was murmuring from the others. The dirty-handed boy, Ash, was the first to admit what many were thinking. What the others are ashamed to admit is that while nearly every older student knows about the shortened staircases, we didn't think they were skipping or hiding other floors. Marcus shrugged. "I knew, didn't care. There are windows on the outside that you can get to with a broom, but they won't open and can't be broken. The school brooms have altimeters, and they spin and jump like mad in some staircases, so you know where the enchantments are." Everyone turned to him in astonishment. He rolled his eyes and pounded on his chest. "Me big dumb ogre, me know nothing." The group chuckled nervously and continued on. At the door of serpents, Harry suddenly froze. He saw the shimmer of disillusionment magic off to the side. As he narrowed his eyes, he felt a puff of air on his face, and a sudden, vivid memory of his first birthday cake on the island filled his mind. It confirmed his suspicion. Severus Snape was shadowing them. Harry didn't say a word, but directed a brief pulse of irritation towards Snape, retribution for the itching curse earlier, and turned back to the group. They took a lot of time as they strolled through the hallway with the snake statues. Most of them took the time to see if they could identify as many of the magical snakes as they could. Some whispered excitedly to each other when they recognized a rare breed, while others craned their necks to read faded plaques or inscriptions beneath the statues. Only Byron seemed to also be interested in the mundane snakes and identifying all the ones he could. He crouched down to inspect carvings with near reverence, sometimes murmuring Latin names under his breath. Harry was slowly understanding why he was the champion. He seemed to know extensively about snakes and all their different species, magical or not, which worked to his advantage in the ring. When they reached the end of the hall with the next door, there was a bit of moss with tiny flowers creeping out of the edges of the sealed door. Ash approached the moss and asked if he could take samples. His tone was almost pleading, eyes already calculating the best way to extract the plant without damaging it. Harry stopped him. In a moment, Harry told all of them. I've already promised Hayden and Gemma that they could gather fairies, but for the rest of you, please just look around. The next room used to be just bare floors and a stone ceiling. On the far side is a large statue of Salazar Slytherin and some kind of cocoon where the usurper is changing into what, I don't know. There is also a sheep under a sleeping and preservation charm. Don't touch that either. Ash's fingers were twitching a bit toward the moss, but didn't move to take any. His eyes lingered on it, almost like it was calling to him. After a moment more of looking at everyone, Harry hissed in parcel tongue, and the door opened. Harry smiled as he looked at the faces of the usually reserved Slytherin students. Even Marcus, normally grumpy and growling, had a look of wonder as the room revealed itself, covered in bright moss with flowers and vines spread all over the room. It smelled like spring and lightning, and something unfamiliar but pleasant. The group of snakes slowly walked into the room and stared at the enchanted underground garden around them. As they all gazed at the beauty of the room, one by one, they stopped to stare at the softly glowing scab under the statue of Salazar Slytherin, where the usurper slept inside. Harry motioned them to continue looking around as he walked over to the statue and sat next to the cocoon. Section anything yet? Section, he hissed. Still no response. Section, Lyra and I are waiting for you to come back. And there's a big juicy sheep for you here too. Section, still nothing. So he just sat there and watched the group admire the room. Theo was exchanging words with everyone in the group, scribbling notes down on a pad of paper as he went. He nodded politely, asked short questions, and recorded responses quickly with a quill that seemed charmed not to need ink refills. When he had spoken with everyone, he started to walk toward Harry, who got up and met him in the middle of the room. Ash and a few others still want to take a few samples. I know you said no, but they are willing to offer favors and to share information on whatever they discover from examining what they take. Harry considered it and replied after a minute, 3 samples each, though Gemma and Hayden also get their fairies. Theo ran off to spread the news, and the enthusiasm for the chamber began again as they tried to decide what they would take. Gemma shifted into her swan form and took flight to hunt down the fairies that were flying about the room. It was while he was watching Gemma snatch a small magical insect in her beak that he heard a small shriek from behind him. Tracy was standing near the softly glowing cocoon, pointing at it. It moved, she squealed as she was slowly backing away. Harry hadn't seen it but approached quickly to see. The others gathered nearby but kept their distance. It looked the same to him and stayed silent when he hissed a question toward it. Hayden took a few steps closer to Harry, and suddenly the cocoon twitched slightly toward him. You all saw it this time, right? Tracy asked. They all nodded together. Slowly, the others approached. Pansy kept her distance, so Ash came first, then Ona, then Blaze, Daphne, the Caro twins, but when Marcus got close, the cocoon twitched again, causing them all to jump. After there was no more movement, the others came forward with small twitches coming from the approach of Theo and Byron. Suddenly, the steady, pulsing glow of the cocoon stopped, and there was a deep growl of a hiss. Section, kindred section, everyone started to back toward the entrance before Harry even started to say, I think we need to leave. Harry saw Snape shadowing them while disillusioned and stared right at the glittering spot as he walked, pushing to the front of his mind what the usurper had just said. When they were in the hallway of snake statues, and the door shut behind them, they all let out a collective sigh of relief. Marcus was the first to speak. What was that? He demanded. Why did I hear the word kindred? I didn't hear anything, Pansy said in a terrified voice. You heard it? Harry asked with shock. That was the usurper speaking parcel tongue. I heard it too, Tracy told with a thoughtful look in her eye. It turned out that all the other students who had heard the word kindred had also been the ones who had invoked movement from the cocoon at their approach. Everyone else had just heard a deep hissing noise. Section, can you hear me? Section, Harry asked experimentally. No one replied. Could anyone understand me? He asked. All of them told Harry it was just hissing to them. They all walked in relative silence back to the entrance with a hurried step. When they reached the potions classroom at the top of the stairs, everyone gave quick thanks to Harry and then dispersed. Tracy stayed behind. She moved into whisper range and asked, Can I tell you something? Harry glanced at Snape's glimmering form in the corner and pulled out a silencing feather, activating it before asking her, "What is it?" She stepped even closer before saying, "Last year at the train station, you told me the usurper said I was a kindred spirit. Do you think there's a connection?" "I can't think of anything else it could be," Harry replied with a shrug. "I think I heard it because I can speak Parseltongue, but it didn't react to me at all." Tracy squinted at him for a moment, then smiled coyly. "You're envious." She punched him lightly in the shoulder. "You're an emissary of that thing, can look a basilisk in the eyes, and can actually speak to it as well, and you're sad because it didn't twitch when you got close." "I guess," Harry gave a forced smile. "I think I'm just wondering when it will wake up." "I'm guessing soon," she replied with reassurance. "You'll have your friend back before you know it." She gave him a quick hug and then walked away. Harry dropped the privacy silencing field and stared at Snape's spot, where he was disillusioned until the professor dropped the spell and turned fully visible. "I assume there is a reason you stayed hidden the whole time?" Harry asked inquisitively. "It was for your benefit as much as theirs. Why do you think I did it?" he challenged back. "Well, obviously you were there to watch after us," Harry began. "We were going into the Chamber of Secrets with a sleeping wizard killer after all. But why you stayed hidden?" Harry paused to think about it. Without Snape there, he would have been looked at as the leader of the excursion, even by the older students. You wanted to have them look at me as a leader, and you wanted them to be able to scheme without thinking you were looking over their shoulder. Close enough. Now, do you want to share any insight on what happened, or whatever romantic whispers you told to Miss Davis? "She's my friend," Harry said firmly. Then explained about the relevance of the word kindred to her from last year. "Interesting. One might think they would be kindred for being Slytherin, but not all of them understood it." "Did you hear it?" Harry asked Severus. "I did not, though I applaud your decision to have everyone leave immediately after it happened. Take 10 points for your house." Harry thanked him, and they both went their separate ways to turn in for the night. Ash Cooper sat down heavily at the Scamander table across from Harry at breakfast. He had dark circles under his eyes and looked like he hadn't slept a wink the night before. A pot of coffee appeared next to him, and he poured a glass in silence and took a sip. Then he pulled a small white crystal from his pocket, wrapped in tiny vines with blue flower buds. He placed it between them with each end pointed at them, and when he tapped it with his wand, the buds opened and the noise from the rest of the room vanished. "I need more of that moss," he told Harry. Harry grew a bit concerned. Occasionally, one of the young hidden back on the island would eat some of the mushrooms that made you have hallucinations, and the rest of the tribe would need to watch them so that they didn't get dependent on them. "Why?" Harry asked slowly. "Did you eat it?" He looked confused. "Not yet. Does it do something when you eat it?" "I don't know. Why are you planning on eating it?" "I'm not," Ash said, completely baffled. "Then why did you say not yet? You brought it up as a possibility." Harry put up both hands in a defensive gesture. "Let's go back. Why do you need more of it?" "Oh, I've been running tests on it all night. I found it can be used to filter a lot of poisons, but mostly airborne ones. When I tried it with a liquid poison, it just shriveled up and died." "Is that unusual?" Harry asked curiously. "A little. Some plants can produce toxins, while others can cleanse them. However, normally it's limited to a specific individual or group of toxins that are natural in their environment. I had made it through 3 different groups before I killed the rest by accident." He thought about what the older boy was doing before digging out a large preserved sample dish he had already collected from his pouch filled with the moss and passing it over. "Keep me updated," Harry told him, though he didn't let it go when Ash reached for it. "Get some sleep," he added, and kept his grip strong until he got a nod in acknowledgement. Evening approached, and as he walked back to his dorm from dinner to prepare for the unicorn naming, he saw many students gathered in the courtyard outside. Curious, he went to investigate, finding out that everyone was looking at nearly the entire centaur tribe standing at the edge of the forest. They loomed like statues, tall, stoic, and otherworldly beneath the fading amber light of day. Harry watched them for a moment before realizing they were waiting for him and sprinted back to get ready. Lyra had already bundled up and was wearing a cloak to keep warm in the forest at night. She tapped an imaginary watch on her wrist as Harry waved her off and rushed to prepare himself. She didn't say anything, but the smug arch of her eyebrow said plenty. There wasn't much to do, and he just stuffed his pouch with food, weapons, and an extra cloak in case it got colder. To keep others from staring, they both turned invisible to walk past the buzz of whispered conversations while spectating the centaurs. The collective hush followed them like a physical thing, the crowd trying to peer across the grounds and into the forest but catching nothing. When they reached the tribe, most of them turned to follow, despite not being able to see them. Two of the tribe, with massive bows, pulled quivers of long arrows and planted them in the earth, and stayed facing the castle as if they were guarding others from entering the forest. The path into the trees swallowed them slowly, the canopy above blotting out the last colors of twilight. Each hoofbeat and footstep felt heavier, more ceremonial, as if they were stepping across some unseen threshold. When they couldn't see the castle anymore, they both turned visible and continued to walk, the centaurs continuing to walk with them in silence. Every so often, they would encounter another archer standing next to their path, keeping guard. The archers did not speak, but their presence pulsed with quiet authority, eyes flicking between tree lines. When they finally arrived at the large clearing, there were dozens more centaurs, many that they hadn't seen before. Unicorns from the herd also wandered around, mostly keeping to groups. Their coats shimmered like liquid pearls in the starlight, graceful and alert. Food had been left on blankets in various places, some for unicorns and others for centaurs. They spotted Hagrid next to a large barrel, drinking a frothy beverage from an enormous mug that could fit several house elves inside. There were several other wizards gathered next to him who didn't recognize also drinking. They both approached the large man who greeted them fondly. "A feast, Harry. I only had a small meal at my naming." He gestured to the other wizards and some centaurs. "3 other tribes have come to witness yours." Harry felt on the spot as the other wizards approached him. He swallowed nervously, shifting his weight and wishing he had at least brushed his hair better. "Harry Potter." One of the wizards looked confused. "The chief of my local tribe told us that it was the darkness among the stars that was going to be performing the ceremony. I don't get it." "If you figure it out, tell us," Lyra replied for him. "They call me the stars among the darkness." Another wizard chimed in. "You're a black, right?" She nodded. "Well, they're all named after star constellations, so that makes sense." "But why am I the darkness?" Harry asked. "I use light magic." The last in the group was a very old witch who said, "The day you completely understand a centaur will be a very strange day indeed. They call me Algol, which is a star that represents Medusa's severed head. I still can't figure out why I got that name." Harry blinked. That was interesting. The other two introduced themselves with the names they had been given. One was called Zeus, and even though he had been given the name when he was younger, now that he was middle-aged, he believed he understood it was probably because he had many children from several different women. The other was named the Wind among the trees and had no idea what it meant. As the night grew darker, they started to share the stories of how they became friends of the centaurs. The crackling of small fires and the scent of roasted roots and herbs filled the meadow as their tales began. The Wind among the trees had been on a midnight walk and happened upon a unicorn trapped by a patch of wild devil's snare. He had freed the creature, disposed of the aggressive plant, and tended to the wounds until another centaur arrived to assist. He had a day job with the Irish ministry, but got reassigned to be the head of their centaur liaison office after that. Zeus had saved a sleeping centaur from a small tribe of redcaps looking to attack while it was vulnerable. He explained that redcaps were like goblins that had minimal intelligence but were highly aggressive, enough to create small villages and wear clothing, but not to develop any more than that. They had a strange ritual of soaking their hats in the blood of fresh kills, which gave them their name. Algol had earned her status during the Grindelwald War in France when she followed the path of a falling star on a whim, and it led her to a battle between a centaur tribe and a horde of undead. The centaurs were able to deal with them easily, but were having trouble with the necromancer, who kept bringing them back to keep the battle going. Algol was able to engage the wizard directly and disrupt their spells enough for the centaurs to gain the upper hand and win the battle. Hers was by far the most captivating story, and when she mentioned a spell of white fire she used, Lyra demanded to learn it. Harry couldn't help but stare at the old witch with respect. He had thought his life strange, but she made her sound like a fairy tale gone wrong. All of the other wizards knew that Harry and Lyra had taken down a basilisk, though they still asked for details. Retelling it made him realize once again how many times both of them had nearly died. His stomach twisted slightly as he retold the moment Fox had bathed half the room with phoenix fire. Algol was interested in how Lyra had set her hair on fire and asked for a demonstration, to which she happily obliged, and the two of them went off, further from the party, to play with fire. The centaurs had been mostly kept to themselves, but slowly they started to come join the wizards and drink from the large barrel that Hagrid had brought. When the stars started to become visible, they began to compete in various feats of athleticism. An elevated table was set up for arm wrestling, an archery competition was set up for the different tribes to compete against each other, and Hagrid was challenged quite a few times to a sled pull. Even the unicorns stopped grazing for a time to watch the contests. The clearing was alive with the sounds of hooves, laughter, and friendly boasts shouted in many languages. As the full moon began to peek over the treetops, the festive sounds of the celebration tapered into hush. All at once, the centaurs turned in perfect unison. Dozens of chiseled figures pivoting toward the eastern edge of the clearing, their movements eerily synchronized. A hush swept the gathering. Then, silently emerging from the deep shadows of the forest, came 5 enormous trolls, their massive forms casting long, jagged silhouettes in the moonlight. Harry felt a chill trace his spine. The sudden shift from warmth and laughter to solemn silence made the air feel thicker. Instinctively, his hand went to his staff, and he could see Lyra tense beside him, her hands already filled with her staff, and a long dagger Harry hadn't seen her with before. Around them, the other wizards bristled, wands at the ready. Only the centaurs held their poise, not moving a muscle toward violence. The lead troll was immense, taller by 6 feet than even Hagrid, a living wall of dark green muscle and sinew. Coarse grey hair clung to patches of his chest and scalp like dying moss. Despite his brutish appearance, there was something ceremonial about the way he was adorned. Rings with glinting dark stones on each thick finger, bone-carved bracelets clinking softly at every step, and skulls of magical beasts mounted on his shoulders as pauldrons, like grotesque trophies. The other 4 trolls that followed were only slightly less imposing. Each bore crude armor made from fitted wood and rough stone, and their animal hide sacks bulged with unknown contents. Harry slowly recognized that this was not an attack, but a rite. A rustling from the edge of the crowd heralded the arrival of Aegistra, appearing for the first time that evening. Her golden spear gleamed in the moonlight as she raised her arm and gestured the trolls forward with quiet authority. Not a word was spoken. The trolls obeyed, walking with surprising solemnity past the assembled unicorns and toward the large flat rock in the meadow's center, the spiritual heart of the clearing. The unicorns, serene and glowing faintly, did not flee at the troll's approach. Instead, they observed with calm eyes, unshaken by the towering guests. One by one, the trolls upended their sacks, revealing offerings, mushrooms the size of cabbages, glowing berries, tangled roots and bundles of herbs, gifts from deep, forgotten corners of the forest. Their ritual complete, the trolls turned to leave. But as they passed the line of wary wizards with their wands and weapons still raised, their leader suddenly stopped. He sniffed the air once, then twice, his massive nostrils flaring with keen intent. His eyes landed on Harry. With a low grunt, he took a deliberate step forward. A sudden snap of tension shot through the clearing. Every centaur archer, relaxed just moments ago, raised their bows in silent warning. Arrows were nocked, glistening with enchantments. Aegistra stepped forward, golden spear raised firmly, though it barely reached the troll leader's chest. He ignored the threat. Slowly, with thick, cracked fingernails like tusks, he pointed straight at Harry and muttered a series of deep, guttural syllables that rattled in his throat like falling boulders. The meaning was unspoken but unmistakable. He knew. He knew Harry had killed one of their kind. Harry's heart thudded in his chest, but he stepped forward boldly, brandishing his staff. A soft white light bloomed at its tip as he channeled magic through it, not aggressively, but with quiet defiance. Lyra stood at his side, eyes narrowing, hair beginning to glow, silent as an eagle before the dive. One of the lesser trolls growled and lunged a step toward Harry, eyes gleaming with hatred. But before he could go further, the leader lashed out with terrifying speed and backhanded the troll with a blow that sounded like thunder against flesh. The troll flew sideways, crashing to the ground with a sickening thud. his face bloody and nose crooked until it healed before their eyes in a slow pulse of flesh. The leader turned back to Harry, looked him over again, then glanced down at Lyra. A wide grin, almost amused, cracked across his face. A gravelly chuckle escaped his throat. That was when Lyra moved. Her hair ignited first, a crown of orange-gold flame, before the fire spread across her body in a controlled, brilliant blaze. Her staff struck the earth with force, and a shadow exploded around her, a towering spectre of darkness flickering like the flames on her head and nearly as tall as the troll himself. The fire hissed and danced within the swirling black silhouette, illuminating her fierce glare. The lesser trolls took a nervous step back. Even the boldest of them looked unsure. The leader, however, stared in fascinated silence before taking in an enormous, chest-swelling breath and blowing toward Lyra like she was a birthday candle. The breath came like a gust of wind, strong enough to knock both Harry and Lyra flat on the grass. Lyra's fire didn't die, but her pride took a hit. The troll laughed louder, a crude, rumbling sound. Lyra popped up indignantly, stamping out the fire with a huff. "I'll turn you into an umbrella stand," she snapped, brushing dirt off her shoulders. The troll grunted again, grinning, and turned to walk away, gesturing for his kin to follow. As their hulking shapes vanished into the trees, Harry turned to Agestra, a mixture of nerves and confusion still tingling under his skin. "I didn't think there would be trolls here," she answered simply, without turning to look at him. "The trolls rely on the blessings of the unicorns as much as any creature that dwells here." That answer didn't exactly comfort Harry, but it made sense. The forest was older than Hogwarts. Strange alliances dwelled here. As they walked slowly back toward the crowd of wizards, Aegis turned her golden gaze to him again. "You did not bring your teacher," Harry blinked, thrown off by the question. "I didn't know we could bring guests." "We didn't say you could not," she said, a touch of amusement behind her words. "I would have brought my granddaughter," Algol said wistfully from nearby. "She loves unicorns." Lyra replied for both of them. "They tell us that we can bring others as long as we know that they are our responsibility and not the tribe's." There was a lesson in that. Always was with the centaurs. With the tension from the trolls fading, the celebration resumed, though now tinged with an electric energy. The centaurs, usually so restrained, began to engage again in games of athleticism and ritualistic combat. The air was thick with bonfire smoke, starlight, and wildness. Harry meandered away, searching for his unicorn. He found the foal amidst the heart of the herd, still bearing a faint glimmer of gold at the tip of its tail. The moment felt right. Mischief blooming in his chest, Harry tapped his staff lightly against the unicorn's horn and scratched the dirt in challenge. The unicorn stamped its hooves, ready. Within minutes, he was streaking through the air on his broom, his staff mounted at the front like a jousting lance. He dove toward another unicorn, locked horns with a graceful twist of motion, and broke off in a spiraling retreat. The crowd of centaurs erupted into cheers, hooves pounding, voices calling out in their deep melodic language. They approved. He wasn't just tolerated anymore. He was being celebrated. The rush of energy pushed him to swing his broom toward Agestra once more. He stopped in front of her and cheekily slapped her spear to the side with his staff. He kept his gaze fixed on hers, playful but unflinching. Her eyes flicked to her tribe, a hint of reluctance in them. She shared a glance with Talos, who approached without a word and handed her a massive horn-shaped mug filled with some dark, frothy drink. She took a long sip, her expression softening slightly, and pranced to the far edge of the clearing. Talos turned to Harry with that same distant, dreamy tone he always used when speaking truths wrapped in riddles. The young still walk with the earth beneath their feet, while the old have eyes only for the sky. Thus, the burden of leadership falls to those who are neither lost above the clouds nor still in the cradle. When the earth trembles and the stars look away, even the steadfast must yield their place. Ready yourself, darkness among the stars, for the one who comes is no longer bound by age, and she will enjoy your challenge tonight to its fullest. Harry didn't understand most of it. But the last part, she will enjoy your challenge tonight to its fullest, that much was clear. Agestra was going to give it everything she had, and that thrilled him. He hopped on his broom and sped off to the far side meadow, the cool night air tugging at his robes as he leaned forward, eyes narrowed with focused anticipation. The grass below blurred into a streak of green under the light of the moon, and the sounds of the celebration behind him faded into a distant murmur. When he arrived, the clearing felt different, quieter, more sacred somehow, as if it held its breath for what was about to happen. He reached to where his staff was mounted near the handle of his broom and scratched the lamashu fang, the curved ivory warm against his fingertips. A surge of strength coursed through his limbs, primal and ancient, waking some deep part of him that craved the challenge. Then, placing his hands on the staff and broom, he channeled magic into it. The air shimmered faintly around him as the magic began to take form. Then, without hesitation, he lowered himself slightly on his broom and charged Agestra. She was already in motion. With a fierce cry, the centaur chieftain galloped full tilt toward him, hooves pounding the earth like thunder, golden locks of hair streaming behind her as she leaned into her spear. Her expression was unreadable, part solemn, part exhilarated. Knowing the clash would be incredible, Harry projected the strongest shield he could muster directly in front of him, pouring everything he could into the defense. His teeth clenched from the effort, the shimmering dome of energy rippling out from the tip of his broom-mounted staff. Moments later, they collided. The impact was like two storms crashing into one another. At the last second, Harry instinctively pulled slightly to the side so a spear glanced off the right edge of his shield, deflecting the blow just enough that it shoved him backward and to the side, rather than skewering him directly. The force still sent a jolt through his arms and legs, and his broom wobbled in the air from the shockwave. But Agestra wasn't done. Instead of returning to her starting point, she pivoted in a tight arc and charged again, this time at close range. There was no time to regroup. Harry gritted his teeth and braced himself. Without the thrust from the broom's full speed, and wielding only a mock spear, Harry shifted tactics. He focused as much power as he could into the front of his staff, reinforcing it with dense channels of magic, and used it to parry and deflect her strikes. The blows rained down with startling ferocity, like hammer strikes against a bell. His arms ached from the force of her attacks, but he managed to twist his broom sharply and soar upward, spinning midair to position himself above her. Then he dove, pointing his staff downward like a knight with a lance, aiming for her shoulder. Agestra countered without missing a beat. She reared up and drove her spear upward in a perfect counter-thrust. The two weapons met in a crackling shimmer of displaced air. Even with Harry's shield, the downward momentum from gravity and the velocity of his descent, the sheer strength behind her blow was so immense it sent Harry and his broom flying upward like a thrown doll, nearly 50 feet in an instant. The sudden G-force hit him hard, his head snapping back slightly. It was nearly whiplash-inducing. Through the haze of rushing air, he drew on his reserves. With a practiced, fluid movement, Harry removed his spear from the pouch strapped to his thigh and then his wand from its holster. With both in hand, he planted them just beside his staff near the handle of the broom. His fingertips tingled as the magical energy between the two foci began to resonate, humming with intensity. Even his spear, which was not magic, seemed to anxiously await the charge. Once his shield was reforged, stronger and wider than before, he angled himself sharply downward and shot back toward the ground like a comet. Agestra was waiting. She pranced in place, hooves lifting one by one with eagerness, a grin flickering across her lips. The moment he neared ground level, she charged. This time, when their spears clashed, the air crackled with tension. Agestra smiled fully now, her whole body pushing forward into the confrontation, leaning into her charge with the precision and ferocity of a master duelist. Harry gave everything he had into the thrust, his broom vibrating with raw force beneath him. There was a moment, just a heartbeat, where he pushed her back an inch. Then it broke. A flicker of movement, subtle but decisive, and Harry felt not one but several sharp jabs hit his shield in quick succession. He barely had time to register the impacts. 2, 3, before the entire barrier shattered in a burst of white sparks. The backlash threw him backward violently. His grip loosened, and the broom flew out from under him, tumbling into the trees above as Harry was launched across the grass, arms flailing, breath knocked from his lungs. He hit the ground hard, rolled several times, and finally skidded to a stop. Somehow, instinctively, he had managed to keep hold of his wand. The world spun around him in a dizzy spiral as he sat up. His entire body ached, buzzing with the echo of magical and physical recoil. Grass stains streaked across his torn robes and cloak, and his ribs throbbed dully. But after a quick wiggle of his fingers and toes, he determined that nothing seemed broken, just badly bruised. Voices echoed around him. Lyra's worried call, Hagrid's booming concern, and a few unfamiliar wizarding voices surrounded him as figures knelt beside him, checking to see if he was all right. Their hands hovered near his shoulders, unsure whether to help or just observe. He nodded weakly. "I'm all right," he murmured. The crowd parted as two figures emerged from opposite sides, and Aegistra, still composed and regal despite the intense duel, and Harry's unicorn, its coat aglow in the moonlight. The magical creature lowered its head toward him. For a moment, Harry blinked in confusion. Then he understood. He reached out and grasped the horn gently. As the unicorn lifted its head, it helped pull Harry to his feet. For a split second, Harry expected to feel something, some magical surge like when a wand chose its wizard, some kind of healing warmth or dramatic revelation. But the sensation never came. He stood, slightly off balance, and realized the moment had passed. Still, it had meant something. It just wasn't flashy. Aegistra approached and tilted her head, a smirk tugging at the edge of her mouth. "How many impacts did you feel?" she asked, her voice low and amused. Harry blinked. He replayed the moment before the shield shattered. 1, 2, maybe 3. The timing was quick, barely more than a second between each. "At least 3, he guessed, uncertain. "You are correct, friend Potter," she replied with a satisfied smile. "There were at least 3. When you can tell me exactly how many, you may be able to learn to do the same." Harry's eyes widened slightly in wonder. There had been no wand, no incantation, just a flawless understanding of force, timing, and technique. What she had done wasn't magic. It was mastery. And he realized, with a sense of awe, that he wanted to understand it too. Before he could ask more, Talos approached from the shadows and leaned in to whisper something in Aegistra's ear. Whatever was said, it caused her to straighten subtly, her shoulders shifting back and her face becoming more solemn, though not cold. She tapped the tip of her spear against the medallion on her necklace. The clear, ringing note that echoed across the field drew every eye. Conversations fell silent, hooves stilled, and the crowd instinctively parted as centaurs moved back, forming a wide circle around Harry, Aegistra, and the unicorn. "May proceed with giving a name to this unicorn," Aegistra announced, her voice carrying with quiet gravity. Then she turned and walked toward Lyra and the others, leaving Harry in the circle. He turned in a slow circle. The entire gathering now watched him. The tribes of centaurs remained still reverent. The wizards whispered among themselves, curious. Lyra smiled softly at him, her presence grounding. But Harry felt the pressure. He looked at the unicorn beside him, then up at the full moon overhead. The silvery glow bathed them all in its light, and he breathed deeply, trying to center his thoughts. Then he spoke. "It's just a name," he began, his voice quiet at first, but growing stronger with each word. "Though I really wanted to pick the best one, especially for something as perfect as a unicorn. I first thought of taking a name from a great horse of fiction, but it didn't match. I thought of taking names from music or art, but none came to mind. A teacher told us about names coming from relatives, themes, or seers to empower the recipient, though the name should be important to me, not just to the recipient. My friend was named for his grandfather, whom he never knew. As such, I think it would be fitting that I name this unicorn for my father, whom I also never knew." He turned to the unicorn, his throat tight with emotion, and said simply, "Your name is James." For a heartbeat, there was silence. The other times he expected some kind of magical moment with this unicorn, he had got nothing. However, this time, the unicorn whinnied and began to glow brighter than ever before. The light shone from within, cleansing and beautiful, and the last bit of gold in its tail shimmered and faded away. A murmur rippled through the crowd, then erupted into a cheer, first from the centaurs, then echoed by the gathered wizards. And then they surged forward, hooves pounding the ground like a thunderstorm as they lifted Harry into the air, tossing him from one strong arm to another. He laughed, dazed and elated, surrounded by congratulations and cheers that blurred into a roar of celebration. A mug, wooden and dripping with froth, was shoved into Harry's hands by a centaur with flushed cheeks and a wide grin. They all cheered louder until Harry raised it in the air, then took a large drink. The taste was strong but warm and smooth, with a kind of spiced sweetness. There was definitely alcohol in it, but it wasn't anything like the horrible flavor of alcohol mixed with a Pinocchio's tincture. He coughed slightly at the first gulp, then took another without hesitation. The centaurs roared in approval. His heart swelled. He found Lyra in the crowd and shared the drink with her. She took a sip and made a face at the sharpness, but didn't complain. After they finished it off together, Harry joined the group of celebrating wizards. His whole body was sore, and his head was spinning a bit, but he didn't want the moment to end. Zeus slapped him on the back hard enough to nearly send him stumbling. Well, that was incredible. My naming just had a small gathering, and I didn't even give a speech. I just named her Celeste and had a drink with the tribe. Only time I've ever seen a centaur drink before. The others nodded and shared their stories. None of them had given speeches. That made Harry feel a bit awkward. He hadn't meant to turn it into a performance. He had just wanted the moment to matter. Hagrid, standing nearby with glistening eyes, was sobbing quietly. His face was red and scrunched up, and when he finally spoke, his voice cracked. Your father would have been so proud. It'll be nice to have some kind of James running around the forest again, even if it's not your real dad. He sniffled and pulled out a handkerchief that looked more like a bath towel, then blew his nose with a noise like a horn. It just felt like a good decision, Harry said, glancing over at the unicorn. He glowed and everything. They glow whenever they lose all the gold on their tails, Algol explained helpfully. She sipped her own mug and looked at the unicorn thoughtfully. I've seen 2 unicorns that didn't have a naming ceremony lose their gold. What? Really? The wind among the trees asked, clearly surprised. Mine glowed as soon as I named her Serendipity. Talos appeared beside them with his silent steps, the mug in his hand sloshing slightly as he moved. A name is only given at the right time, he said, cryptic as ever. Lyra tilted her head. What if he hadn't given the speech? Talos didn't answer immediately. He took a long drink, sighed, then rolled his eyes in a theatrical way before trotting away without saying another word. Zeus chuckled. Centaurs are almost human when they get drunk. Not long after, the tribe that had accompanied Zeus began to leave, the revelry dying down naturally as they drifted away in smaller groups. Zeus gave a big wave and headed off after them. The wind among the trees followed shortly after with his own tribe, their hooves fading into the woods. As Algol was preparing to leave, Lyra stepped forward. There was a quiet intensity in her movements as she raised her wand, inhaled deeply, and carefully recited, Flamme lumière, virget vengent. From the tip of her wand, a tiny white light appeared, sharp and defined like a scalpel. It flickered with a dangerous beauty before it dimmed and vanished, as though the spell had drained her. She sagged slightly with effort, panting. Impressive, Algol said, lips curling into a proud grin. Then she drew her own wand, just over 2 feet long and carved with intricate grooves. She then pulled out another matching wand from inside her robes. Without a single word, she raised the first, and a burst of pure white fire shot forth. The flames shaped themselves into 24 blades of glass, hovering and twirling in a deadly dance around her. For a moment, they seemed almost alive. Then, one by one, they flickered and dissolved away. Keep practicing, she told Lyra warmly before turning and following her tribe into the forest. Well, it's time to get you both back to the castle, Hagrid said, giving a satisfied nod. His enormous arms gestured them away from the clearing with a sleepy, gentle sort of energy. Harry didn't follow immediately. He stepped around Hagrid and approached Aegistra, spear in hand. He planted it in the ground before her, standing tall. I had a good night. We had a good fight. I had fun, he said simply, the sincerity in his voice plain. Her earlier joy had faded into a thoughtful calm, but she still managed a small smile through her stoic expression. Her nod was one of mutual respect. You fought well. When your master fully understands his position as a teacher to a guardian, you will return, and we will continue your lessons. She spoke as if telling him what will happen rather than as a possibility. She gestured to the herd of unicorns, already gathering in preparation for the long walk back to the centaur village. James and Gaston will accompany you back to the castle. 2 unicorns broke from the herd. Gaston galloped up to Hagrid, who chuckled and scratched him behind the ears with practiced effort as his hand was as big as the creature's whole head. James trotted up to Harry, shimmering slightly. He looked at Harry expectantly, and Harry pulled some berries from his pouch and gave the unicorn a fond scratch along his mane. The group set off through the woods, the glow of the unicorns guiding them beneath the dark canopy. When they reached the tree line, the two unicorns paused, turned, and silently walked back into the forest. Their pale light faded slowly between the trees, like two stars slipping into shadow. "I'll walk you back to your common room. Got business in the castle anyway," Hagrid said, keeping a steady pace beside them as they approached the castle gates. But as they arrived in the courtyard, they came to a halt. Hovering near the top of the castle entrance was none other than Umbridge, balanced on a broom, her back turned to them. It was strange seeing the squat frame of the undersecretary sitting on a broom, like a beanbag on a stick. Hagrid inhaled to speak, but before he could, she raised her wand and fired a bolt of pink light down the corridor. "Ha!" she cried. "I got you, Black." Then she dropped from the broom and sprinted inside the castle. There were flashes of spells, yelps, and then the sound of dragging. Moments later, she returned, pulling two tightly bound figures, completely cocooned in ropes. She froze when she saw Harry, Lyra, and Hagrid watching her. "What? No. Then who is this?" With an angry flick of her wand, the tops of the ropes vanished, revealing the flushed, furious faces of Fred and George Weasley, their mouths gagged but their eyes burning. "Why did you think they were her?" Harry demanded, his voice rising in disbelief. "You are also out after curfew, Miss Black and Mr. Potter." Umbridge tried to regain control. "Detention for you all." "The children are with me," Hagrid said, stepping protectively in front of them. Umbridge's face flushed red. She jabbed her finger at the twins. "Not them, though." Hagrid hesitated, clearly torn, then said, "No, not them." "Back to your room, then," she snapped at Harry and Lyra. With a wiggle of her wand, she released the ropes from the twins' legs, raising them roughly to their feet. "Walk," she croaked. Hagrid trailed after them as they waddled toward the castle doors. Umbridge glared at Harry and Lyra as though they had personally offended her very soul. "You both think you're above everyone else, like kings of the school. One of these days, I will catch you breaking the rules, and then I'll make sure you learn proper respect." She turned without waiting for a reply and went to grab her broom. Lyra pulled a face at her retreating back, but just as Umbridge stepped inside the doorway, Hagrid stumbled. He staggered slightly, swaying on his feet before falling backward, right on top of her. "Get off of me, you moronic oaf," came her muffled screech from beneath him. One of the twins, despite being gagged, managed a soft nasal whistle and nodded toward a nearby suit of armor. Harry looked over. At its feet lay a strange, blank-looking newspaper. The twin gestured again urgently. Lyra rushed over to grab it while Harry remained where he was, savoring every second of watching Umbridge trapped under half a ton of half-giant. Eventually, Hagrid managed to roll off her, groaning apologetically. "Sorry, I must have slipped on something." She sprang to her feet, livid. One of you did something, or at the very least, none of you helped. 20 points from both of your houses." With another wave of her wand, ropes once again lashed onto the twins and began dragging them down the corridor. Hagrid stood there for a second, watching them disappear, then said, "Well, like I said, other business in the castle for me. You both off to bed." He turned and strolled away. Harry and Lyra returned to their common room in silence, the excitement of the night finally beginning to wear off. Once inside, Harry turned to his sister. "So what is it?" he asked as she pulled out the blank newspaper. "It must be important for the twins to knock Hagrid over onto the toad." She flipped through the empty pages, then shrugged. "This is a problem for tomorrow," she said with a long yawn. "Or maybe even the next day," Harry replied, already halfway to his bed. "We've got defense with Severus and history with Umbridge tomorrow. I'm going to bed." Chapter 33. I solemnly swear. Chapter text. Fred and George Weasley were not at breakfast the next day. Neither was Umbridge. Harry shuddered to think what their punishment must be for both sneaking out after curfew and being mistaken for Lyra and himself. The twins were reckless, yes, but they were also clever enough that detentions usually slid off them like water off a duck's back. Not this time. Umbridge certainly had it out for the two of them, but now she had revealed her hand and couldn't hide it under her general dislike for everyone anymore. The fact that her cruelty had become targeted, personal, was somehow more unsettling than the usual blanket hatred she wrapped around the school. He informed Lee Jordan of the twins' predicament before heading back to the common room, voice low. so it wouldn't spread faster than he intended. Lee's jaw clenched, and he muttered something under his breath that sounded very much like a curse. Harry didn't press. The common room felt quieter that morning, though maybe that was his imagination. Whispers and Sylvie had been put on guard duty, keeping the strange papers safe in the highest branches of the largest tree in the common room. The fake sun from the enchanted walls dappled the branches, and there, like loyal sentinels, the two creatures crouched. Whispers balanced in perfect stillness, tail curling around him, while Sylvie's tail flicked, her eyes fixed unblinkingly on the object in their keeping. When they reached the two critters in the tree, Harry noticed they weren't just watching the papers. They were staring at them with unnerving intensity. Whispers would occasionally let his eyes glow, reaching out to touch the pages, but nothing ever happened. It was odd, more than odd. Nearly every time one of the hidden used their sight, something unfolded and a ripple of consequence followed. But now, nothing. That made Harry's brain knot more than if something had happened. Harry raised an eyebrow at his sister regarding the curious behavior. "He's expecting it to do something," Lyra said softly, answering his silent question with that uncanny ability of hers to read him. She tilted her head and then more directly asked their familiar, "What do you think it will do?" "Papa, weird," Whispers replied hesitantly, his strange cadence full of distrust. Harry picked it up and leafed through it. The texture was strange, thicker than an ordinary newspaper, but it seemed to hum faintly against his fingertips, like holding the surface tension of water. It was nearly the same size as a regular paper, though heavier, denser. It wasn't sectional either, and each page clung to the next in a way that felt almost alive, like skin joined by sinew. Lyra plucked it from his hands and managed to unfold it so it was 3 times the size, though somehow the number of pages inside it remained the same. The thing seemed to laugh at logic. Finally, she pulled out her wand and prodded it with a measured pulse of magic. Nothing happened. Harry tried as well, pushing more forcefully, though nothing changed. Irritation flared, and with a sharp swish of his wand, he incanted, "Revalio." This time, words scratched themselves across the front page in neat handwriting, but quickly, like a spiteful quill. "Shove off, tosser." Harry blinked and looked thoroughly offended, the corners of his mouth twitching in disbelief, while Lyra broke into a bubbling laugh. She snatched it back before he could argue with an inanimate object and flicked her wand again, muttering the spell with a grin. "If you want to be insulted too, we can do that," the neat handwriting scrawled out. Now Harry laughed as well, the tension easing for a moment. "Maybe it can talk," he suggested, half joking, though there was a spark of curiosity in his eyes. "I don't think a newspaper that can insult people would be so valuable to the twins," he added. Lyra, her eyes gleaming, pointed her wand at it again and spoke experimentally. "Why are you important to Fred and George?" This time, elegant script unfolded in shimmering black ink. "Our beholders have inherited us to pursue the most noble purpose of a student of Hogwarts. Their successors can only be those of pure heart and great deeds. Report to us your greatest accomplishment, and we will judge your worth. Do not waste our time with anything less than the most heroic and legendary feats." Harry glanced at his sister, who stared back with equal incredulity. He cleared his throat and announced firmly, "We opened the Chamber of Secrets and killed a basilisk." He waited, expectant. The paper remained blank, unimpressed. Scowling, he repeated himself with his wand pointed directly at the page. The paper wrote slowly, markingly, "An incredible accomplishment worthy of the mightiest Gryffindor, though it pales in comparison to what it takes to gain the secrets contained within our magic." "More than a basilisk," Lyra said, narrowing her eyes. She looked at Harry. "This is Fred and George were talking about. What could they have done?" "Maybe they lied," Harry suggested with a shrug. Lyra, ever mischievous, lifted her wand and declared, "I have captured a dozen phoenixes and taught them to sing the Hogwarts song. That might have earned our respect had it been true." The siblings exchanged a look. "So it detects lies as well," Lyra mused. Harry exhaled. "I don't think we can pass the test. The twins must have found something else to tell it." "Well, they didn't make it. It did say they inherited it," Lyra trailed off, her mind already chasing possibilities. "It is pretty interesting. Maybe we can get them just to tell us what it is later." Harry turned toward Whispers, who had stopped glaring at the paper and transitioned into a playful spar with Sylvie. The not-so-little demiguise dodged her swipes with unthinking ease, his ghost-like movements a blur of grace. He paused, almost absent-mindedly, as the kitten gnawed on his shoulder and stretched out one finger to brush the paper. "Whispers," he whispered, his voice echoing in the branches of the tree. The paper reacted instantly, writing in brisk strokes. "Are you a wizard? We can't tell." Lyra leaned forward, startled, and Harry's grip on his wand tightened. Whispers, unbothered, took the time to try and comprehend the writing, then replied in his halting cadence. "Whispers is hidden." "Noted." Lyra and Harry exchanged a glance of growing interest, the kind that said this was no ordinary artifact. "We should find the twins so they can tell us what this is," Lyra said decisively. "Where to look?" Harry muttered. The paper itself provided the answer. "Fred and George Weasley are located in the history classroom on the 4th floor, East Wing." The words faded, leaving only the faint imprint on the page. A few seconds later, that faded as well. "Well, that was helpful," Lyra remarked, blinking at it as though the papers might sprout legs and walk away. Harry stuffed it into his pouch without hesitation, and the two of them, with Whispers padding silently and Sylvie trotting after, set off. The old history classroom smelled of dust and chalk, its windows streaked with morning light. Opening the door, they found Fred and George slumped in chairs, passed out at their desks, surrounded by a battlefield of parchment scrawled with red ink. The floor was littered with crumpled notes, like fallen soldiers. A record player clicked and hissed in the corner, the needle stuck, repeating the same dull scratch again and again. Whispers padded forward, soft as a breeze, and gently nudged one twin's shoulder. Sylvie leapt onto the desk in front of the other and began licking his face with feline insistence. The licked twin stirred, muttering dreamily, "Not now, Angie, not in the middle of the common room." Then, startled awake, he tried to leap up, only to collapse sideways with a crash, stuck fast to his chair. Sylvie bounded away just in time. "Ah!" shouted the other, jerking awake. He blinked at the strange assembly, Whispers, Harry, Lyra, and their cat, and croaked, "What time is it?" Harry swished his wand. "Tempus." A shimmering analog clock appeared. 9:27 a.m. missing class. The fallen twin groaned, still tethered to the chair. "And not by choice," the upright one muttered darkly. "We were in detention," he said, using air quotes. "That toad had us taking notes from the record player all night. Every spelling error we made was underlined, and we got a small shock. Every time we began to fall asleep, another shock." Lyra moved to the record player, picking up the spinning disc with a grimace. "The socio-economic impact of gnome relocation policies in rural wizarding communities, 1702 to 1899, she read aloud. Harry grimaced. That was not a subject he expected to enjoy learning. "We are still stuck to our chairs," the fallen twin told them. The upright one queried, "I don't suppose either of you knows any curse breaking. We don't have our wands." Harry, Lyra, Whispers, and Sylvie all shook their heads to the negative. "Okay, crash course then," the fallen twin began. "Point your wand at various parts of our chairs and recite Verum Maleficii. Keep pouring in magic until you feel the spell click like unlocking a door or it stops on its own." Harry and Lyra nodded, each taking a twin. After many attempts, Lyra finally succeeded. "I got it. It's on the bottom of your chair." She called Harry over to look. On the bottom of the chair there were several small rune clusters, which might as well be in Japanese to him. "Drag me over," the upright twin requested, and Harry pulled him into view of the writing. Upon examining it, he groaned. "That's one hell of a runic curse. You can't just blast it off either without giving him an extra crack where he already has one." Harry had an idea. "Can I just overload it like magic cuffs?" "I guess. Do you even know how to do that?" the fallen one asked. Harry rubbed one of his wrists. The burn marks from last year were gone, but he could still see where they were, even if no one else could. He nodded and placed the palm of his hand on the bottom of the chair, then started to flood magic out of his palm as if he were stirring a potion. There was a soft glow from his hand as he worked. The twins watched as best they could in amazement. After just 10 seconds, not the minutes that it took to overload the magic cuffs, there was a flash, a loud pop, and a scream from the twin attached to the chair. He scrambled to his feet quickly, his hair all standing straight up, like he had been electrocuted. Which he probably had been. He stared at Harry in amazement for a moment before saying slowly, "You just did wandless magic." "No, I didn't," Harry replied. "I didn't cast any spells." "You did magic," he replied. "Without a wand," the other finished his sentence. Despite being able to turn himself invisible for half of his life, he felt like this had some greater implication. Harry looked over at Lyra. It's not that big of a deal. She sets herself on fire all the time. Can I get George out of his chair now? Lyra asked, trying to break off the conversation. How did you know which I was? The still-seated twin asked in amazement. Lucky guess, Lyra smirked. I suppose you're going to use wandless magic too, Fred asked with interest. Everyone is doing it these days, she shrugged as Harry and Fred lowered George and his chair to the ground on his side. After casting the revealing spell to show the runic curse, she put both hands on the spell and channeled her magic, with a reddish glow around her hands. It's getting hot, George muttered. Was it hot for you? He asked Fred. Before he could respond, there was a pulse of light, a snap of electricity, and a scream from George as he was released from the chair. His hair also stood straight up from the shock. He wasted no time running over to the teacher's desk in the room and rummaging around in the drawers until he found their wands, tossing one across the room to Fred. Upon snatching the wand out of the air, he performed a complicated wand movement at the chairs, and dozens of red cutting spells exited his wand, turning them into tiny cubes of wood, all exactly the same size. Cool spell. Harry examined the identically sized wood chunks. Our mum says it's a cooking spell. She uses it on food, but it works on pretty much everything, Fred replied. At last, Whispers reached into Harry's pouch and pulled out the papers with a casualness that betrayed their importance. The twins' eyes sharpened instantly, their exhaustion momentarily forgot. Relief flooded their features, then froze when Lyra's question cut cleanly into the air. What is it? It writes messages when you talk to it. It wanted us to tell an accomplishment of ours, but even killing a basilisk wasn't enough. It can detect lies, too, so what is it? The twins locked eyes. The silence stretched, a silent conversation passing between them. Do you really not know what it is? George asked finally, his voice strangely flat. Why would I? Harry shot back, refusing to be baited. The tension hung heavy, and then Fred spoke, his tone uncharacteristically grave. Explaining everything will take much longer than the 10 minutes we both have before classes. When we have a few spare hours, we'll have Lee bring you to a meeting. There was no joking in his eyes. Lyra hesitated, then reluctantly passed the paper back. Fred tucked it into his robes with finality. With nods exchanged, they parted ways, Harry and Lyra heading off to class, Whispers and Sylvie slipping away into their own secret paths. The weight of unanswered questions trailed them like shadows. This time for defense class, even Harry and Lyra approached with caution, bracing themselves for another Snape-led period, as Professor Lupin would not be back until the following week. The castle seemed to sense their dread, the stone walls heavy with the chill of the morning, the torches hissing faintly in the damp corridors. There was no point in lingering outside the classroom, no strategy in slipping quietly to the back row. They knew Snape too well by now. He could single them out no matter where they sat. So the siblings settled in the front row, resigned to the idea that sitting farther away would not save them from whatever sinister lesson he had prepared. When the class began, Professor Snape entered with the same commanding stride, the soft billow of his robes like a herald of gloom. In his hands, he carried that large case, the very same one that had once held the samples he had used to curse them during the previous lesson. The sight of it alone was enough to set every student on edge, a ripple of unease spreading through the room as if the air had thickened. He placed the case on the desk at the front with deliberate care, the soft thud echoing far louder in the silence than it should have. Most of you, Snape began, his voice smooth yet edged with contempt, took your last lesson to heart, demonstrating a level of competence I would not have expected from you. He let the pause stretch as his black eyes swept across the rows of desks, an oppressive aura radiating from him like a fog that clung to the skin. Some of you, however. He turned with a snap of his cloak and unclasped the case. The entire class leaned forward, unable to help themselves. Where once dozens of test tubes had glimmered ominously within, this time there were only 6, gleaming faintly under a soft green light that seemed to leak from the case itself. Absence of quantity only made the contents seem more sinister. Students craned their necks, some even standing to catch a glimpse, and a nervous hush swept through the chamber. Snape raised his wand with a practiced flick. Since discomfort does not seem to correct your behavior, he murmured, his tone like venom dripping slowly, I must use another tactic, embarrassment. A shimmer of green and pink mist unfurled from his wand, swirling lazily down to the samples. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, like dye spilled into clear water, the mist seeped outward, coiling into the room and settling over certain students. Panic broke instantly. Alyssa Sweetleaf shrieked, her face blanching into a grotesque swirl of marbled green and pink. Lloyd Hickory's followed, his hands twisting in horror at the sight of his own skin. Jason Middleton and Tobias Hopper cried out, voices overlapping as the unnatural colors crept along their throats, hands, and faces. Ginny Weasley gave a strangled gasp before fumbling at her robes and giving an even louder scream when she discovered the colors had spread everywhere. The rest of the class recoiled, horror and fascination mingling as they stared at the transformed group. "This curse will last until I feel like removing it," Snape said coldly, as if announcing nothing more consequential than the day's weather. He regarded the afflicted students with an almost bored detachment. "I may also choose to curse others throughout the year should I find bits of you lying about the school." His gaze flicked to Harry for the briefest second, heavy with hidden meaning, before sweeping away again. "However, I will offer you all a challenge. Any student who manages to lay a similar curse on me will receive top marks on 5 essays of their choice in potions, and may skip 2 of these sessions when I substitute for Professor Lupin." The promise drew a ripple of reaction, excitement mingling with fear. The very idea of cursing Snape seemed absurd, suicidal even, yet the reward was intoxicating. Harry, remembering the humiliation of being thrown out of Snape's chair back in the potions dungeon, felt certain that even if Snape was telling the truth, he would never allow such a thing to succeed. When the initial commotion dulled, Snape raised his wand again, causing the chalk to jump to the board. Harsh, white words gouged themselves across the blackboard as though carved into stone. Given willingly, unknowingly, bequeathed, forcibly taken, he stepped back, hands clasped behind his back, expression severe and patient in its cruelty. "Does anyone know what these refer to?" The question dripped with challenge. The silence stretched uncomfortably, broken only by the faint scratching of a quill and the sound of shallow breaths. At last, 3 hands rose, hesitant, as though afraid to tempt his attention. Snape allowed the silence to thicken before speaking. "3 points each to your houses," he said at last, his voice smooth as oil. An impressive display of basic competence from so very few. He let the weight of his gaze linger on the rest, his disdain sharp as a blade. "As for the others, consider it a minor miracle you have survived this long." He moved toward the board, tapping the first phrase with the end of his wand. "These are the 3 ways magical transfers can occur. The samples I cursed most of you with last lesson, and the ones today, fell under the second method, unknowingly bequeathed." The words sank into the students like cold iron. Several shifted uneasily, faces paling at the memory of what those cursed samples had done. Snape continued, his tone low and cutting. "When performing any magic with acquired objects, you must always account for how they were acquired. Objects given willingly produce the widest range of results. They yield the most reliable power, especially when it comes to wand cores." Harry's thoughts slipped away, just for a moment, to Old Man Paleo high on the volcanic summit, coaxing trust from the hoo-hoo birds until they gifted feathers freely. He thought of Lyra's staff, born of feathers dropped in her path, of the giver willingly plucking strands of his own hair. He thought too of the Lampung and Lamashu, offering antler and fang, recognition forged in respect. And then, unbidden, the darker memory of the Sigbins rose, jagged and raw. Not all gifts were truly given. "Many wand cores," Snape went on, his voice slicing through Harry's thoughts, "are made from materials freely given once trust is earned. However," his lip curled, his tone sharpening like a lash, "many are not. Brainstems, heartstrings, eye stalks, spines. Such parts cannot be freely given. They must be taken by force." Students flinched, some gagging faintly, but Snape seemed to revel in their discomfort. "I will cover that in a moment," he said softly. Snape began pacing slowly along the front row, his boots clicking softly against the flagstones, his robes whispering like a dark tide pulling at the edges of the students' nerves. Each step seemed measured, deliberate, as though he relished dragging out the suspense. "Potions, rituals, blessings, and crafting," Snape intoned, his words rolling with grim authority, will always be most successful when you work with freely given materials. When an object or creature relinquishes its magic willingly, there is no resistance. The energy flows, smooth and cooperative. The original owner passes on no ill will, no clinging threads of spite. That makes the processes less problematic, the results less volatile. His voice was silk drawn over steel, deceptively smooth, yet cutting with every syllable. Then he stopped abruptly, his eyes flashing to a boy whose potion had famously exploded the week before. Though, of course, Snape sneered, this does not prevent some of you from being complete disasters in my regular potions class. The boy's face flushed a deep crimson as quiet snickers broke out among the braver students. But just as quickly as the moment had come, Snape's tone shifted, dropping lower, darker, the air in the room growing colder with the weight of his words. The opposite of this method, he continued, drawing out each word like a tolling bell, is forcibly taking. The chalk squealed against the blackboard as his wand tapped the words again, the sound sharp enough to make several students wince. All magical things, Snape said softly, plants, creatures, wizards, imprint themselves into what they own. They pour into their possessions intent, essence, identity. This is why it is often so difficult to wield another wizard's wand, because the wand does not want you, because the wizard does not want you. He leaned forward slightly, his voice narrowing into a hiss that seemed to pierce the room itself. Materials function the same. When you harvest a plant, when you kill an animal, when you steal from another wizard, you are not merely taking. You are tearing away threads of ownership. We're trying to overwrite someone else's magic with your own. He straightened, his eyes glinting in the dim torchlight. And what happens when you attempt to overwrite a will? The silence stretched painfully. His eyes swept across the rows like black knives, daring someone to speak, daring them to risk being wrong. Finally, Snape's lips curved into a thin, cruel line. It resists. He prowled back to the center of the room, each step measured, his voice carrying with a whisper that still seemed to echo like thunder. Even if you succeed in taking it, even if you force it into your service, the magic may continue to resist you. Yet here lies the paradox. Even resistance can yield strength. Forcing magic to bend against its will may give you results far beyond what a freely given gift could offer, power without measure, and disaster without end. A shiver moved through the class like a ripple of wind over water. The students were caught, enthralled despite themselves, their hearts racing with both fear and fascination. Then at the back of the classroom, a small hand colored purple with green blotches rose tentatively into the air. Snape turned his head slowly, his black eyes pinning Ginny Weasley like a spear. She swallowed hard, but her voice, though quiet, held steady. What about unicorns? They curse people who take from them. For a fleeting instant, something like approval flickered across Snape's expression, though it was quickly buried beneath disdain. 1 point to you, he drawled, for pointing out an obvious problem. He turned his gaze to the rest of the class, his voice now colder, smoother, deliberate in its cruelty. Unicorns, phoenixes, and many others have adapted to punish violation. Drink unicorn blood, and yes, you will gain temporary immortality. But you will never heal again. Food will not sustain you. Water will not quench your thirst. Within a month of the immortality fading, you will waste away into nothing. His eyes swept the room, and a few students shifted uncomfortably, as though imagining the curse creeping into their own veins. And phoenixes, he went on, his tone like velvet laced with poison, their feathers are among the most sought after of all wand cores. Freely given, they can produce marvels beyond imagining. Stolen, they may still conjure flames so fierce they turn stone into ash with a whisper, but in exchange, they will burn you. The nerves in your body will shrivel, scorched away until you no longer feel. Not the earth beneath your feet, not the air against your skin, not even the knife that strikes you from behind. A collective silence fell, heavy and suffocating. The air itself seemed to darken as he stood motionless, watching them squirm, feeding on their unease. His pale lips curved upward, not into a smile, but into something colder, something that spoke of quiet satisfaction. At last he turned back to the blackboard and struck the chalk against the middle phrase. The sound echoed like a snap in the air, now unknowingly bequeathed. His voice became slower, quieter, dripping with disdain. The hair shed by a Kneazle gathered without its knowledge. A fang was lost in a fight. A trinket picked up from the floor, not stolen, not gifted, simply taken, neutral, neither strengthened by intent nor poisoned by violation. Such items function, yes, but never to their highest degree. They are reliable but dull, predictable, boring. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the class with cutting cruelty. They are inconsistent, irritating, mediocre. His lip curled as he spat the final word. Much like so many of you. A hush fell over the room, deeper than before. A few students lowered their eyes, cheeks burning in shame, quills clutched nervously in their hands. The bits of each of you I gathered, Snape continued, his wand tapping the board, punctuating every word, were unknowingly bequeathed. The reason I explain this is so you learn, perhaps even remember, that you never want pieces of yourselves used again without your knowledge or permission. Knowledge of what has been taken is itself a defense. That awareness can make it harder for me to curse you again. He paused, his eyes glittering with mockery, the silence stretching taut. Harder, but not impossible. I have been cursing students for over a decade. Do not flatter yourselves. None of you could resist me. The silence that followed was crushing, as though the very air in the dungeon weighed down on their chests. Then, with a sudden snap of his fingers, the chalk on the board came alive, scrawling a new set of instructions in jagged white strokes. Your assignment, Snape said coldly, is to read Chapter 12 of Protections of Magic and Earth. You will write me an essay, no less than 3 feet, on the differences between materials given willingly, unknowingly bequeathed, and forcibly taken. Include examples. Include consequences. If you are lazy enough to omit either, your marks will reflect it. He turned sharply, his robes flaring like wings of shadow as he swept toward the door. Class is dismissed early. I tire of all of you. Professor Lupin will return next week for the first lesson of the new month. I will see you again for defense before Halloween. Now get out. The command struck like a whip. Benches scraped across the floor, books snapped shut, and the room filled with frantic motion. Yet no one dared make a sound louder than necessary. One by one, the students hurried out of the dungeon, their eyes carefully averted, the silence clinging to them long after they escaped into the brighter corridors beyond. The Scamander second years drifted together into the corridor, still carrying the weight of his words. He shouldn't be a teacher, Melly muttered darkly as they started toward the great hall for lunch. Colin frowned, reluctant to fully agree. He is terrifying, but he knows what he's talking about for sure. There is a reason for it, Luna chimed in dreamily, her tone as casual as if she were remarking on the weather. I often see him with a hollow gaze perched on his shoulder. What's that? Harry asked curiously, though part of him already braced for something unusual. It's like an owl, Luna explained, her voice soft and certain, but made of shadows from unresolved guilt. His comes to him when he is alone or when he thinks he is. The others shared uneasy looks. Luna's creatures might have been products of her imagination, but too often they carried a truth too sharp to ignore. Daria nodded slowly, her brows knitted. So his dark past makes him a horrible, cheesed-off bastard, and we are sure he's not just a vampire. And the shadow owl, Luna continued, tilting her head thoughtfully. It weighs a lot on him, but he could also be a mopey vampire. I haven't ruled that out yet. Lyra joined in with a smirk. I don't think I've ever seen him smile. I can't be sure he doesn't have fangs. That's terrifying, though, Daria replied. Snape smiling. The group fell into silence for a beat, each of them picturing it against their will. The same shiver ran down their spines, and they all shook their heads, groaning in unison. Lyra had not wanted to come to class, not just because of the definitive proof of the Undersecretary's crusade against her. History with Umbridge was never really history at all. It was lectures meant to hammer her opinions into every student's mind, dressed up as lessons. Today seemed worse than usual, though. From the moment the pink woman tottered into the room, quill and clipboard clutched against her chest. Her sharp eyes swept the benches until they found Lyra at the back. No, no, Miss Black, she crooned in a syrupy voice, each word stretched and painted with sweetness that was so obviously false that it made Harry's teeth grind. Not there. The back row is for those who are inattentive. I believe someone like you will do much better where I can keep a close watch. The scrape of chairs followed as Umbridge's stubby finger jabbed toward the empty seat directly in front of her desk. Lyra stiffened, refusing at first to move, then pushed herself up with deliberate slowness, her cloak falling about her like a mantle. Every eye in the class followed her progress, though no one dared speak. She sat at the front, the closest anyone could be to Umbridge's perpetual cloud of perfume and suffocating pink. Harry watched her carefully, noting the tension in her shoulders, the tightness in her jaw. He knew how much Lyra hated this, and that was precisely why Umbridge had done it. "Excellent," Umbridge said, clapping her hands together once like a toad snapping at a fly. "Now that Miss Black has decided to join us properly, we may begin." She tapped her wand against the board, and neat, slanted words appeared across it. Minor breaches of the statute of secrecy by Muggle-born children. Harry felt his stomach turn, as he had done so much of this as a child. The moment the words appeared, a hush fell over the classroom. The subject itself was framed as an accusation rather than history, and Harry could already sense where this was going. "Let us be honest with ourselves," Umbridge began, pacing with the stiffness of a wind-up doll. "Those of magical heritage, raised in homes that respect our traditions, are taught from the cradle the importance of secrecy, discretion, and propriety. But the unfortunate children who come into magic by accident," she curled her lips in disgust at the words, "they are not so careful. Oh no, they treat our world like a toy." Her eyes glittered as she turned on Lyra. "Miss Black, can you name for us an instance where such children might flaunt their magic and endanger us all?" Lyra looked up, eyes cold, but said nothing. "Surely you must know something," Umbridge pressed, voice dripping mock sympathy. "You spend so much time with one who did." Lyra's eyes narrowed fiercely as Umbridge continued. "Surely he must have shared with you some of the trouble he had caused." Harry's fists clenched beneath the desk. The whole room was holding its breath as they looked in his direction. Lyra opened her mouth, then closed it again. She knew any answer, no matter what, would be twisted. 5 points from Scamander," Umbridge sang out, jotting something onto her clipboard, "for failing to participate. Tusk, tusk, Miss Black, perhaps your tutor should be giving you remedial lessons." Snickers rose from a corner of the room, Slytherins mostly, though even some Ravenclaws smirked uneasily. Harry's pulse quickened. He saw the flicker of anger across Lyra's face, a couple of strands starting to glow in her hair, the way her shoulders tensed again, and he knew she was one more verbal jab away from saying something she might regret. His wand slipped into his hand beneath the desk, a movement hidden by the folds of his robes, as the other had scribbled out a quick note on the paper in front of him. He kept his eyes forward, fixed on Umbridge as though in rapt attention, while with the smallest flick he tapped the corner of his parchment. "Avaforce," he whispered. The note curled, folded, shifted. Paper became feathers, ink became markings. A small grey bird blinked once, then fluttered free. "SHH," Harry whispered inside his head, giving it direction. The bird hopped once along the edge of his desk before lifting into the air. Its wings stirred a faint breeze as it skimmed silently over the heads of the students. No one noticed. All eyes were on Umbridge as she stalked across the front of the room, lecturing about accidental magic turned to deliberate mischief. The bird landed lightly on Lyra's desk, cocked its head, then flattened itself into paper again. She read it quickly. "Use this, Lyra. Push it down. Occlude. Let the anger slip away. Replace it with a smile." Lyra's eyes widened, and for a moment she looked as though she might glance in his direction from the surprise note. But she focused forward, and when she looked up, her face was still tight, but her lips curved into something that resembled a polite smile. It was not genuine, but it was enough. Umbridge turned just in time to see it. Her mouth twitched in confusion, as though disappointed that Lyra was not sulking or frowning. She covered it with another too-sweet smile of her own and continued her lecture. "Examples, children, examples," Umbridge said briskly. "A Muggle-born child who discovers they can levitate their toys. A child who ignites small fires in their playroom. A child who frightens their non-magical neighbors with sudden outbursts of uncontrolled energy. Each one of these represents not only a breach of the statute, but a stain on the reputation of the wizarding world." Her wand tapped against the board, and crude sketches appeared illustrating each supposed crime. A little stick figure, child floating dolls above their head, another sending sparks across a living room, and another vanishing a neighbor's cat. The class shifted uncomfortably. Umbridge spun again, eyes settling like darts on Lyra. "Miss Black, do you agree with me that these accidents should be punished more harshly? That children who cannot control themselves must be taught discipline before they are allowed to wield a wand?" Harry saw Lyra's throat move as she swallowed. Her hand clenched the edge of the desk. smile trembled but held. I think, she began slowly, voice measured, that accidents are called accidents for a reason. A murmur spread through the classroom. Several students smirked and others winced. Umbridge's eyes flashed. So you think, Miss Black, that endangering our world's safety is excusable? I think, Lyra continued, her false smile never wavering, that it is our job to help children, not punish them for what they cannot control. Gasps. Harry felt pride swell in his chest. She had done it, controlled the anger, turned it into something sharper. Umbridge's quill scratched viciously across her clipboard. 10 points from Scamander. And a warning, Miss Black. Backtalk will not be tolerated. The rest of the class passed in a suffocating haze. Umbridge droned on for what felt like hours, circling back over the same points again and again. She described case after case, some invented, some grossly exaggerated, of Muggle-born children exposing magic. She insisted these violations proved their unfitness, that only stern correction kept society safe. Each time she looked to Lyra for reaction, trying to bait her. Each time Lyra smiled and said nothing, though her knuckles were white where they pressed against the desk. Harry continued to watch her, sending silent encouragement with his eyes whenever she glanced back. He thought about her clumency lessons, about how difficult it was to bottle emotion, to bury what wanted to boil over. Lyra was doing it now here in real time. By the time the bell rang, the classroom felt like it had aged a decade. Students shoved parchments into bags, muttering under their breath, eager to escape the oppressive pink presence at the front. Though as he left, he did hear a few students speaking in supportive tones about the lecture. "Do not forget your assignments," Umbridge trilled, tapping her clipboard. "I want each of you to provide 2 examples of Muggle-born irresponsibility by next week, with citations. And Miss Black," she paused, savoring the moment, "I expect yours to be exemplary." Lyra rose silently, gathered her things, and walked to the door. Her smile never wavered until she crossed the threshold. Only then did her shoulders sag. Harry was at her side instantly, brushing against her arm as he pushed a chocolate frog into her palm, and they joined the flow of students in the corridor. He caught her eye, and she mouthed a single word. "Thanks." Harry smiled faintly back. A clumency had held. She had won this round. Just because a clumency suppressed emotions, that didn't mean they went away. They wouldn't spring back to the surface immediately, but they would slowly come back, and Harry was going to make sure it was siphoned off appropriately. That's how he found himself in the Scamander dueling arena, supervised by Cedric, as a torrent of fire spewed forth from Lyra's wand at him. He created a shield magic to push it to the side as he ran in the other direction, tossing a dozen slow-moving punches of magic toward her, though her fire whip took out the ones she didn't want to bother dodging. It still had enough power to singe his robe slightly as he let loose more shots of magic at her. He wasn't trying to beat her, just force her to get her to vent all her energy and anger toward Umbridge at him. So he took it up a notch. "Tusk, Tusk," he mocked her. "You aren't being very attentive. Maybe you should come closer." He could see her smile at his joke, but it didn't stop her from releasing a flamethrower of energy in his direction, so much that he felt the heat even through layered flame-freezing charms. This went on for nearly 10 minutes until they stopped, without a victor but with both of them exhausted, and Harry's hair smoking. Cedric applauded as he switched off the dueling wards. "Excellent showing. Both of you. 5 points to both of you. It doesn't balance what Lyra lost in history, but I'm pretty sure the normal teachers are trying to offset her deductions in their classes anyway." Cedric's clapping was genuine. The young man stood with the easy composure of someone used to judging contests and smoothing ruffled feathers. Harry, panting, felt the muscles in his shoulders unclench a degree. Sweat beaded along his temple. Where his hair had smoked, it now smelled faintly of the duel, like metal and singed rope. Lyra was smiling too, the sort of bright, dangerous smile that suggested she wanted to run back in and do it again if he so much as thought of apologizing. "I want revenge," Lyra growled lightly. "I don't know how, but I want to put her on the spot, like she did to me." There was a tight edge under that lightness. Harry heard it and felt it like a cord pulled taut. He could see how the Umbridge moment had lodged like a burr in Lyra's mind. She wanted to make the adult taste her own medicine to expose the petty aggression. That small animal of vindication prowled in her chest, hungry. "I wouldn't call your uncle. He would probably just skip from revenge to torture," Harry mused. "Why not ask your tutor?" Cedric suggested. "He seems more level-headed." He's away, doing unknown things, Lyra told him. Harry perked up. We've got Brooke. We might not know who she is, but we know where she is. Leaving Cedric in a state of confusion, they rushed off to send a letter. Reaching the common room, they pulled out a pen and paper, and Harry looked to his sister. I'll send it to Gwenog. I'm pretty sure it's not her, but she's at least a good friend of Brant, so she definitely knows who it really is if it isn't her. Lyra started writing. Gwen, we have come to the conclusion that one of you Hoppies is Brant's betrothed, the one we call Brooke. Since Brant is out of town, doing mysterious things, Harry and I thought we would write to you to put us in contact with her for advice on seeking revenge on an adult. It's not urgent, but our next option is Uncle Arcturus. They both signed their names, and Harry sent out a mental command for Hermes to come pick up the letter. However, nearly 10 minutes later, his owl had yet to show up. It was only right before dinner that Hermes showed up, something clutched lightly in his talons. When he gently set down what he had been carrying, it was revealed to be Lee Jordan's tarantula, alive and well. It was wearing a small top hat, orange with green vertical stripes at the top. It walked along the table up to Harry and slowly waved one leg. Both Harry and Lyra were drawn in by the display. The tarantula then removed the hat with the leg that had waved and used another to pull a small folded paper out and hand it to Harry. The whole tableau was absurd in the best possible way, an interlude of farce that cut through the building tension of the afternoon. Lyra snorted a laugh that was half astonishment, half delight. Harry could not help but grin. The sight of a tarantula in a hat performing like that was the exact thing to remind him that childhood had not entirely been chewed away by responsibility. He took it gently and unfolded it to read. It took me so very long to train him to do this. I hope it worked out and your owl didn't squish him, but if you're reading this, then I guess it worked out. Meet me and the twins by following this note at 10 p.m. tonight. Sometime while they read the note, the tarantula scurried off. Neither one of them knew what the note meant about following it, just that it would happen at 10 p.m. Another night, they would be out breaking curfew. After sharing a glance, they gave the note for Brooke, via Gwenog, to Hermes, and he sped off to make his delivery. Neither Lee nor the twins were at dinner. It was anxiety-making to have to wait for 10 o'clock before they could head out. Back at the dorms, they geared up and waited. The quiet there was no better. Whispers sat perched high in the branches of the great tree, restless and muttering to Sylvie, while her tail flicked back and forth as if she could sense the tension. Harry and Lyra both kept glancing at the folded note, waiting. At 9:00, the paper grew warm in Harry's hands, startling him slightly. A small time clock made of ink appeared on its surface, ticking backward a full 60 minutes, each neat hand moving in jerks, reminding them how slowly time could crawl. They sat in silence, watching the minutes bleed away until the time reached 10:00. At the top of the hour, the note shivered, then changed, folding itself with smooth, practiced motions into a small origami swan. As it completed the folding, its head turned stiffly and pointed toward the room's exit. Harry exchanged a glance with Lyra before they both rose. In the grotto, they ran into Daisy, the blue-toed Amazonian fire spitter. The knot dragon's red scales glimmered in the half-light, her broad body curled by the water. She lifted her head, her eyes glowing like faint embers, and exhaled a low, smoky rumble that heated the air. The fire-breathing creature took one glance at them, and then, dismissing them entirely, put her head back down on her talons. She was completely unconcerned with children breaking curfew, as long as they weren't intruders. To Daisy, they were just part of the landscape she guarded. It was funny how quickly one could get used to a random magical creature patrolling their swimming area. When Daisy had first appeared, Harry had felt uneasy every time he saw her, waiting for her to lash out. Now she was just part of the backdrop, her massive body no more alarming than a piece of furniture. Though one that might breathe fire if someone told it to. It was different than anything on the island that he or Lyra could communicate with in some way. This one was simply there, impassive, neither hostile nor friendly, existing like a guardian statue made of heat and flame. The two of them turned invisible when leaving the grotto, a spell so simple to both of them that it was as easy as breathing now. The air seemed to hum faintly around them as the origami swan bobbed in midair and glided forward. They followed the little creation as it guided them through the darkened castle, the corridors stretching on in eerie silence. Every sound seemed louder at night. The groan of shifting stone, the creak of a door left ajar, the distant rush of wind funneled through unseen gaps in the walls. Quickly, they found themselves in the library. Harry stiffened. He didn't like the library at night. The memories rose unbidden, his footsteps echoing off endless shelves as he fled from the Prince of Slytherin, the feeling of hot cuffs biting his wrists and ankles, the echo of cruel laughter when he had been kidnapped and tortured. The sight of those looming shelves now sent a prickle of unease down his spine. Regardless, the two walked in silence through the stacks, their footsteps muffled by layers of dust and age. The swan's paper wings flapped soundlessly as it drifted ahead, bobbing and turning its folded head to guide them. For times, they came across other disillusioned students pulling books from the shelves or huddling together in corners. Harry caught whispers, the rustle of pages, the faint glow of concealed wands. None of the others seemed to notice the invisible pair walking past. Eventually, they crossed the line where the stone floors started to crumble, giving way to dirt. The smell changed too, earthy and damp, as trees began to intertwine with the shelves. Roots broke through the ground, branches pressed against old wood, as though the forest itself had crept in and taken root in the heart of the library. The swan turned its head again and pointed its way toward a small alcove that had an archway that looked like the spines of books turned to stone. On either side stood a stone knight with rusted armor, motionless and grim. Each one held a large spear with a crescent moon tip. Their carved faces were blank, having been weathered for centuries beneath their corroded visors. The torches here guttered low, throwing long shadows across the ground. As they got closer, the knights moved with a grinding of stone, crossing their poles across the entrance in one smooth, practiced motion. There was still space to duck under the crossed spears, so Lyra pulled out a dagger, the blade catching what little light there was, and approached slowly. Her breath came steady, controlled. She ducked low, her movements cautious, but as she got close, one of the knights stirred. The spear swung down toward her with surprising speed, a whistle of air cutting close. She deflected with the flat of her dagger, the sound ringing in the narrow space, and jumped back out of range. The knights did not pursue her, their weapons settling again in their guarded stance. Harry stepped forward, whispering loudly with a mix of irritation and nerves. "Hey, we are here." There was no answer. The silence pressed in heavy, and the swan continued to point toward the entrance, its tiny paper head unmoved. "Let me try something," Harry told Lyra, his voice low. Pulling his father's cloak from his pouch, he threw it over his shoulders. The fabric fell around him like liquid shadow. Carefully, he approached the guards again, moving step by step. The stone knights remained still, their weapons unmoving. He walked between them, heart pounding in his chest, waiting for a strike that never came. Reaching the other side, he exhaled softly, then walked back to his sister. She ducked under the cloth with him, and the two of them walked inside together, the cloak brushing against the dirt floor as the guards stood motionless behind them. At the end of a dim and narrow corridor, there was an open door. Behind it was a room with a large table lit by scattered lantern light. Sitting at it were Fred, George, and Lee, their faces set in an uncharacteristically serious expression. On the table was the blank, newspaper-like artifact that they were there for answers regarding. Two empty chairs waited on the near side. Harry pulled the cloak off both of them, the fabric folding over his arm, though none of their hosts showed any shock at their sudden out-of-thin-air appearance. They had expected it. Both of them sat down in the empty spots without a word. The silence wasn't for intimidation, but it wasn't casual either. It seemed to be meant to set a serious tone, to strip away the mischief and jokes, to let Harry and Lyra know this was not one of the usual pranks or schemes. Even pranksters could turn solemn when something mattered. They both made sure they appeared to display the appropriate expressions for such a meeting, their faces firm, eyes steady. "So," Lee began, then paused, fidgeting slightly with a quill that lay on the table. His usual energy was tempered, his voice more measured. "I can't believe these guys want to actually let you in on our biggest secret, but I guess if we want answers, we have to." Both of them just nodded before one of the twins spoke up. His voice was calm, firm, with none of the usual joking lilt. "Because of necessity and seriousness, I am George. We would have never told you any of this, even for your assistance in recovering our property, but like Lee said, we want answers." Fred reached into his robes and his wand. With slow precision, he pointed it to the middle section of the papers and tapped the center, as Harry and Lyra stood up to watch. "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good," Fred incanted, his voice deliberate, as if it were both a spell and a vow. Quickly, lines in reddish ink sprawled out from the center, curling and weaving to form various grid-like patterns. The lines drew with a life of their own, looping and racing outward, as a miniature drawing of Hogwarts Castle was illustrated in the center. As the lines continued being drawn, black words began to appear in large text, solid and uniform, their style unmistakable. Messrs. Mooney, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs proudly present to you the Marauder's map. The writing and drawing slowly faded, as if bowing out, and more lines took their places until it was completely clear that it was a floor plan. As the largest room was labeled the Great Hall, it was obvious to anyone what they were looking at. A map of Hogwarts, alive and pulsing with secrets. "This is part of the secret to our success," George told them, his voice edged with pride. He leaned forward, pointing to the edge of the map where two sets of footprints that read Jake Flint and Cedric Diggory. "Prefect Patrol," Lee explained quickly. "Not only does the map show everything in the castle, it also shows everyone in it." "That's amazing," Harry marveled at the magic in the map, his voice hushed with awe. The sheer brilliance of the spellwork tugged at him, something layered, something beyond anything he had seen before. "She's out again," Fred snarled suddenly, his expression souring. He jabbed his wand at the other side of the map. There it showed footprints with Dolores Umbridge written next to them in sparkly letters. "The sparkles mean that she's using a disillusionment spell. This is why we never get caught and know where everything is," George explained grimly. "Except the other night," Lyra spoke up, her voice soft but pointed. "That was strange," Fred told them with confusion. "The map had her on the second floor. We supposed she was just looking over the courtyard, though we were disillusioned, so it wouldn't have mattered. She was on a broom above the doorway," Lyra informed them, to which the twins nodded in understanding. "We found the map can only guess the elevation of people who are flying, floating, or falling," Lee told them in an analytical tone. "Otherwise, it works perfectly for those with their feet on the floor." Harry watched the footprints of Umbridge walking past the great hall. She stopped at the entrance to his common room. His chest tightened. "What is she doing?" Harry asked, garnering the others' attention toward the spot of the hated professor. "No clue," George said as he peered closer at the still footprints. "If I had to guess, I would bet she's a spell on the door. I bet she knows you're out of bed." "Stupid toad," Fred muttered. "McGonagall used to put monitoring charms on our beds, but gave up after we sent her so many false reports that she didn't get a wink of sleep. Have your head of house check it. He seems cool." "Back to business," Lee redirected the conversation firmly. "We are telling you about the map for a few reasons, and it's mostly because the two of you often don't show up properly. We found the map in our first year," George recounted fondly, though the tone was tinged with seriousness. His eyes went distant, remembering. "We got busted by Filch for putting fireworks in the toilets, and when he left us alone in his office, we pilfered his drawers of confiscated items. There was a lot of really dangerous stuff," Fred added, a grin tugging faintly at his lips despite the weight of the moment. "Cursed objects, biting books, things that would make your hair fall out in clumps, though we found this." His hand rested on the map reverently, almost protective. "Just like you did, we had a chat with the Marauders. And after telling them of our escapades, including the fireworks incident, turning Miss Norris green, and covering Snape's office in sticky glue, the Marauders told us the password to access the map." Harry and Lyra exchanged a brief glance. It was strange to imagine the twins as younger, less practiced, stumbling into mischief rather than orchestrating it. Lee reached over and turned the pages until he found the five of them sitting in the room at the end of the map, a whole section dedicated to the library. His fingers tapped lightly on the parchment as though he were handling something alive. "Because the library is endless, we picked a spot on the border of the map before it just stopped at the edge. The map doesn't just show people, it shows passwords." Lee pointed to the entrance of the room where a sketch of the two guards with their spears stood etched in ink. He tapped them with his wand, and sure enough, a scroll unfurled itself in red ink, the word Aditus glowing faintly across it. So the guards had been a test. Harry and Lyra realized together, their eyes meeting. The three of them had been watching on the map the whole time, seeing every moment, every hesitation. "How do we show up?" Lyra asked curiously, her brow furrowed. There was a mix of wonder and unease in her voice. "Sometimes you're there, and sometimes you're not." George pointed at the map, his tone edged with puzzlement. "Sometimes your names change, and sometimes your footprints disappear. That's why you asked me for my real name at the party," Harry responded quickly, pieces clicking into place. "What does it show up as?" 8, Fred told him flatly. "Spelled out. Tonight, we saw Lyra show up as 9 for the first time when you were getting past the room guards. I set that up because I've seen you get by the headmaster's gargoyle in the dungeons, which we can't do. So we were hoping to figure out why you two are different," George requested, his eyes narrowing with focus. There was no accusation in his voice, only genuine curiosity mixed with a shade of unease. Harry stood up abruptly and pulled out his wand. He gave himself a ceremonial tap on the head before he vanished from sight entirely. The gasps around the table were silent but sharp, the kind where everyone's breath catches in their throat. They all looked down at the map to see that the footprints for Harry had vanished, though his name was still there, written as clear as ink. Lee walked over to where Harry was still standing and poked the area cautiously. His fingers passed through the air before eventually landing against his chest. He pushed lightly, confirming there was something solid and warm there, before looking very perplexed. "That's not disillusionment, that's full-on invisibility." His voice carried disbelief and awe in equal measure. He looked over at Lyra and then back toward Harry, who was still invisible. "Like demiguises, right?" Harry turned visible again and nodded slowly. "You're probably the first person to figure it out without us telling them." "Wait, wait, 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 wait." George rambled quickly, his words tripping over themselves as his thoughts raced. He appeared to be piecing things together in real time, his eyes darting between Harry and Lyra. He looked at Fred briefly, who then gasped loudly, his jaw dropping, and looked back at both of them in turn while breathing quickly, like he had just run a sprint. While Fred was regaining his composure, George asked, his voice more steady now, "You really didn't need your wand, did you? Just like when you helped us with the chairs, that was wandless, right?" Lee looked equally impressed at the revelation, his face flickering between wonder and calculation, the way a Quidditch player might study an unexpected move. "You got us," Lyra acknowledged calmly, though her eyes betrayed the smallest flicker of pride. "Can you teach us?" Fred asked hopefully, almost eagerly, his tone betraying the childlike hunger to grasp new magic. Harry looked to Lyra since she had gotten the hang of it first, her instincts always sharper. She didn't look optimistic. Her head tilted slightly, her lips pressed in a thin line. "I don't think so," she told them. "We were very young when we learned, and I'm pretty sure you would need to have very similar circumstances as we did." "Well, if you think of a way," George trailed off, though the hope didn't fade from his voice. "You also had an invisibility cloak when you came in," Lee remembered, his mind still busy analyzing. "Can the golems detect invisibility?" Harry nodded. "They can't see us with the cloak." "But why numbers?" Lee asked, frowning as though the puzzle nagged at him. "Can I use your cloak?" Harry slowly handed his father's cloak to Lee. The fabric shimmered faintly as Lee held it, his expression softening in reverence. "I've never held an invisibility cloak before. This is really nice." His voice was hushed, almost awestruck. Fred and George stood up as well and ran their fingers along the cloak, curiosity all over their faces. Since they hadn't held one before either, they took their time examining it before throwing it over Lee's head and shoulders. Instantly, he vanished from sight. Looking down at the map, his name was replaced with 10. Fred and George tried on the cloak after their names were replaced temporarily with 11 and 12. They repeated it several times, testing and confirming that further experiments showed their numbers didn't change after switching the cloak between them. "The map seems to be able to see under the cloak, but doesn't put your actual name," Harry mused aloud, his mind turning over the strange magic at work. "I don't think that's it," George pondered, his tone unusually thoughtful. "I think it can't see who, but it can remember who was there and assigns them a number for some reason. If we hadn't been so eager to try on the cloak, one of us could have tested that by putting on the cloak outside of the map area and walking back in." Lee frowned, frustrated at the missed chance. "We can get your furry brother to do it." George perked up suddenly. Since today, he started to show up on the map. Harry thought about it, and then recounted how Whispers had introduced himself to the scribbling of the marauders in the map. They all agreed to have Whispers test the theory later. "You have any idea who these marauders were?" Lyra asked the three older boys, curiosity laced with suspicion. "We think they're dead," Lee replied sadly, his expression sober. "That's kind of how we got into trouble last night, chasing a ghost," Fred informed them. "We can see ghosts on the map," he continued as he flipped through the pages until reaching the dungeons. There they spotted the bloody Baron moving through the corridors, his footprints sliding smoothly across the parchment, only for him to vanish at a wall and reappear on the other side of the entire floor. Then he vanished again, not to reappear at all. "That makes no sense," Lyra said firmly, her brows knitting together. "He's a ghost," Fred shrugged, as if that explained everything. "Not that," Lyra quickly replied. "His name is Malcolm Constantine, not the bloody Baron. This thing tracks names, right?" Fred was about to reply with excitement, his face lighting up, before George shut him down quickly, his hand raised to cut him off. "We keep getting sidetracked. We will come back later to how you know the name of a long-dead ghost of Hogwarts. What we were leading to is that we've seen two of the marauders on the map. Wormtail was everywhere when we first got this thing, moving through walls like they weren't there. Though after a couple of months, he didn't show up again at all. Then last night at the edge of the forest, we saw prongs disappear off the edge of the map, not far from where the two of you and Hagrid were." "I didn't see any ghosts," Harry shrugged, his tone casual, though a flicker of unease stirred in his gut. "It was just the three of us." "We will keep on the lookout if he shows up again," Fred said eagerly. "If you ever need the map, let us know. Just keep on the lookout for any weird names like those." Harry tried to put together all the weird behavior from the twins over the last few weeks and remembered one more thing that didn't make sense. His mind turned over the fragments of memory until it clicked. "So after the two of you got the stuffing beaten out of you by Talos and Aegistra, which I assume was because you were chasing 8 into the forest, you poked me a bunch in the Great Hall, but then cast some spells on Professor Lupin, too. Why do you think he's a ghost?" "Good memory," George commented approvingly. "He doesn't show up at all. Headmaster Dumbledore also doesn't show up often and disappears from time to time. We can normally only see him when he's in staff meetings, eating, or in his office. We've bumped into him a few times when he didn't show up on the map at all. Lupin, on the other hand," Fred continued, his voice lowering, "that weirdo doesn't show up at all, ever. No name, no footprints, nothing." "Think it might be a defense professor thing at first," Lee told them, analyzing again. "Our first year, the professor showed up, but her name was in a different style of writing, like it was carved with a knife. Last year was the same with Lockhart. Our second year, though, the teacher's name would often switch between the one we knew him as Quirrell and some other bloke named Riddle." Harry and Lyra froze in place, fear sharp in their eyes. Harry cautiously asked, his throat tight, "Tom Riddle. You know him?" George asked, but he saw the look on their faces, and his tone shifted, growing careful. Harry didn't trust Dumbledore, but he was still the headmaster, and this was not something to gamble with. He told them slowly, firmly, "If you ever see that name again, go to Dumbledore. Don't finish your dinner, don't finish on the toilet or wash your hands. Go immediately. Then tell us. That's the only thing we can say about it." "Got it," all three said at once, their voices serious, and they didn't press for more information. George placed his wand on the map and muttered, "Mischief managed." As the map dimmed back into its parchment blankness and Fred tucked it carefully into his robes, the air in the little alcove felt heavier than before. The giddy thrill of mischief and discovery had given way to a quiet seriousness, each of them sensing that the Marauder's map was not just a prankster's toy, but a doorway into something much older, stranger, and far more dangerous. Harry and Lyra exchanged a glance that needed no words. The twins and Lee were allies, yes, but what they had uncovered tonight, their names vanishing, shifting into numbers, ghosts misnamed or not named at all, the whisper of Riddle's presence, it tied into something deeper. Something only the two of them seemed to be standing in the middle of. "We'll discuss the map again sometime soon," Lee finally said, breaking the silence, his voice softer than usual but firm. Fred and George both nodded, their grins gone, replaced with the gravity of a pact unspoken. One by one, they snuffed the lamps around the table until only the faint shimmer of moonlight from the enchanted alcove lit their faces. Harry and Lyra vanished from sight and slipped out into the darkened corridors. Ahead of them, the long walk back to Scamander Tower. Upon arrival, Lyra summoned a snake, which was captured by a series of bands of red magic that sprang up from the floor, pinning it in place. Hugging the wall, the two of them slipped back into the grotto and their dorms beyond. Chapter 34. Squeezing the Toad. Chapter text Squeezing the Toad. I'm sorry, could you repeat that? Gurion Scamander asked carefully, his tone calm but the faint furrow in his brow betraying his unease. He looked a bit strange as he took up half the sofa he sat on in his office with his large frame, while his wife sat on the armrest next to him, still not as tall as him. I think Professor Umbridge has some kind of spell monitoring when I get out of bed at night, Lyra repeated herself, her voice steady though her hands were tightly clasped in front of her. The air in the office felt heavier than usual. The shelves behind Gurion, usually smelling faintly of plants that Janena used for decorations, seemed to hold their breath as well. She and Harry had gone to see their heads of house the next day to report their suspicions. Gurion looked like he believed their accusations but needed definitive proof, while his wife, Janena, looked furious at the very idea and was holding herself back from immediate action. The faint shimmer of magic around her wand, gripped in her fist, betrayed that she was keeping her composure. "Do you have any proof?" he asked, his tone neutral but the question sharp as a blade. Lyra looked to her brother, who gently encouraged her with a subtle nod, the kind they developed since childhood when facing adults who wouldn't believe them. "We've been out at night, for various reasons, astronomy, visiting the centaurs and others, and we've bumped into her or spotted her trying to intercept us. She even thought she caught me once, but it was just Fred and George." Gurion nodded slowly, his mind turning over the details. "Dumbledore told me to request to join your naming ceremony from Talos, but he didn't bother to answer my request." Harry bristled at the mention of Dumbledore's actions. "That's because Talos is not the chief of the tribe. Agestra is." He spoke firmly in defense of his instructor and friend, though you probably would not have been allowed anyway, as the only wizards there were recognized friends of the tribes present. It was on the way back from the ceremony that she tried to catch us, but got Fred and George instead. He nodded at his explanation, then added, "I heard about their detention. It was pushing the limits of her authority to use that kind of curse, but it didn't cross the line completely. You think she had intended that for you?" Harry spoke up, his voice firm though the memory still made his stomach tight. "She did say, 'I got you, Black,' when she was catching the twins, before she knew who she had caught. She also put a trap outside our dorm last night, which I sprung with a conjured snake," Lyra added, the faintest smirk of satisfaction touching her lips, thinking about how she must have felt at not catching them. "How do you know it was her?" Gurion asked diplomatically, folding his hands before him, his tone careful as though balancing on a thread between belief and protocol. Neither of them could reveal the existence of the map, but Harry perked up with an idea. "The portrait across from the entrance has a secret room. You can look into the hallway through his eyes," he told the Scamanders, leaving out that he wasn't actually in the hideout to see it. Janena had heard enough. The tightness in her jaw eased only as she stood, but her wand hand twitched in restrained fury. She demanded of Harry, "Show me." Her words carried such finality that Gurion let her take over. She led the way through the echoing corridor, her boots sharp against the stone floor, and when Harry opened the secret room to show her the view into the hallway, her eyes flashed dangerously. The portrait, suddenly alert, muttered nervously as her presence sent faint ripples of magic through the air. Without another word, she turned and marched into the dorms, straight to Harry's bed. The warmth of the room felt swallowed by her stormy mood. She pulled out her wand and began casting, the light shifting between hues of violet and amber as detection charms bloomed in the air. When she stopped, the sudden silence was broken by a sharp gasp as she picked up the entire bed, one-handed, flipping it as easily as one might turn a page. Beneath, a small yellow gem gleamed faintly, pulsing with soft magical light. A sharp yank of her wand and the gem shot out into her hand, faintly sizzling. Her lips pressed thin as she turned on her heel, but before leaving, she performed the same spells on the other beds, her movements clipped and furious. Nothing, no other gems. Her anger deepened, and she swept from the room to Lyra's dormitory with both students following in nervous silence. On Lyra's bed, they found the same yellow gemstone buried beneath the frame. The discovery turned Janana's expression from rage to pure, icy disdain. The other beds were also checked in their room, with no results from them. "Go do whatever you had planned for the weekend," she told both Harry and Lyra, her tone deceptively calm, but with power beneath every word. "Gurion and I will take care of this." With that, she stormed off, her robe snapping behind her like a flag in a storm, something probably Severus would love to add to his repertoire of scary effects, leaving her husband to give the children a small, apologetic smile before following. Harry didn't have any plans for the weekend, and though Lyra had a training session with Ransom on Sunday, there wasn't much to do until then. Darshini hadn't written since his near-death experience with the troll, but Harry resolved to practice regardless. The next occlumency lesson wasn't until the following weekend. Since they had nothing better to do, they decided to spar by the lake. The air was bright and brisk, the sunlight glittering off the water in long shimmers of gold and silver. The tiny beach around the lake felt secluded, framed by reeds whispering in the breeze. Harry found himself smiling as Lyra circled him, her daggers in hand, eyes sharp and calculating. It was quite fun to spar like this with her, he thought as he let her parry several thrusts toward her chest and face with his spear. The rhythm between them was instinctive, almost like dancing. It was different from dueling with magic. It was closer, rower, and far more dangerous. Every swing and counter had weight, and though neither intended serious harm, the closeness of each strike sent adrenaline surging through him. After swapping who led the attack several times, they both dropped to the sand, breathless and laughing. The scent of lake water and pine hung in the air. As they rested, they spotted two figures crossing the field toward them. The distance was too far for details, but the posture of the first, confident, head high, was unmistakable. Gwenog Jones. And beside her, taller, darker, and as graceful as a hunting cat, walked another woman with long black hair and a warm tan complexion. Harry and Lyra shared a look and nodded silently. The other must be Brooke, in a different disguise than they had seen before. As they approached, Harry called, "Brooke, right." The tall brunette smirked. "Actually, I'm Gwen." She gestured toward the one who was clearly Gwenog. "She's Brooke. I just want to try out this body since Brant is out of town and it's not getting any use." Harry blinked with confusion. "What?" Lyra groaned. "We get enough of this with Fred and George." The woman wearing Gwen's face laughed, bright and melodic. "Also, I spoke to Brant. He's surprised you figured out that I'm one of the Harpies and wants to know how you did it." Lyra shrugged. "I just figured he would have Brooke watch after us while he was gone, and he seemed particularly friendly with all of you. Also, you," she pointed to Gwen, "or whoever normally looks like you, made a reference to Brooke saving Harry at the wedding after he took you out in the practice match." The one who looked like Gwen turned on the tall brunette. "You did what?" The taller woman smiled guiltily. "Yeah, I guess I did try to taunt him with that. Oops. This is too confusing," Harry said, rubbing his temple. "I guess you're telling the truth, but I'll still call you Brooke and you Gwen until you look like who you're supposed to look like." "Fine," the tall brunette sighed, pulling a silver flask from her pocket. "I just want the rest back when we leave." She tossed it to her twin. Then she pulled another smaller flask and drank deeply. Her skin began to bubble and ripple. The transformation was grotesque and fascinating at once. Her face melted away like wax before reforming into Gwenog's familiar features, the hair shifting from sleek black to deep red brown. When it was done, she smiled. "See, the real Gwenog." "Great, now you look the same, but at least you're dressed differently," Lyra said dryly. "The rest of the team is coming later for your Quidditch practice," Brooke informed them. "We came early because of your letter. Who do we need to hurt?" Harry grinned despite himself. "I don't think it's gotten to that point yet, but I wouldn't object to locking her in a room with some angry bludgers. However, we may need something that doesn't come back to us. We need something for Dolores Umbridge." Brooke let out a low whistle while Gwenog muttered a word that didn't sound like it was English or remotely polite. "While I don't think anyone needs a reason to want to put a beating on that bee witch," Gwen said, "I think you should tell us why you both, in particular, want revenge." Harry and Lyra launched into their story. They didn't spare a single detail. Umbridge's cruel lessons, her humiliating taunts, her twisted sense of authority, the trap she'd set for them, the cursed detention she had given Fred and George, and their current assignment. By the end, Gwen's hands were clenched into fists, and Brooke looked ready to hex someone. "It seems like you both have everything well in hand," Brooke said finally. "You could probably just keep ignoring her for now. Though I'm guessing you want to strike back anyway." Both siblings nodded. Gwenard grinned. "Looks like you have the choice of helping them and being Brant's cool other half, or the mature, responsible adult and telling them to turn the other cheek." Brooke pursed her lips, pretending to weigh the decision. Then she smiled slyly. "I have an idea. Hopefully it will keep your hands clean, but stick it to that wrinkly toad in a way she won't expect. Though it might not work, and we would need to leave school between now and your Quidditch practice. Does that sound okay?" Harry looked at Lyra. She had started this. It was her call. "Let's do it," Lyra said, eyes gleaming. Brooke leaned over and whispered into Gwen's ear. As the plan unfolded, Gwen's eyebrows rose higher and higher until she was grinning ear to ear. "That may just work," Gwen said approvingly, as Brooke handed her a small medallion bearing the Black family crest. Brooke drew a miniature broom from her pocket, sleek and black as polished coal, then mounted it and shot toward the Hogwarts gates in a streak of motion. Gwen turned back to them. "Stay here," she ordered. "I need to find a teacher who can permit me to take you on a field trip." Then she, too, drew a black broom and rocketed toward the castle. While they waited, Harry and Lyra resumed sparring, the rhythm of combat calming their nerves. By the time Gwen returned, both were sweaty and winded. "I would have expected you to use a club," she teased Harry. "I guess I could, but I like my spear. Where are we going?" "To the ministry. Do you have your brooms?" Harry and Lyra pulled them from their pouches, shrinking charms fading as they expanded in their hands. The three of them flew to Hogsmeade, where they ducked into a pub and took the flue to the Ministry of Magic. When the fireplace spat them into the grand atrium, Harry blinked against the swirl of green sparks. The smell of annoyance and bureaucracy filled the vast space, lit by enchanted orbs that hovered high above. Memos in the form of birds and paper airplanes zipped around the offices above, with the occasional owl flying out of a small space with daylight at the top of the ceiling. Waiting for them was a familiar woman, the disguise Brooke had worn at the abbot's winter party. She looked impatient. "We need to move quickly." "I checked us all in at the visitor's desk already," she said as she tossed a small metal badge toward each one of them. "I've confirmed our target is still there, but it's near the end of the day, and he might leave soon." Harry stuck the badge to his lapel, seeing quickly that it had his name and school project written on it. They sprinted toward the elevators, attracting no small amount of attention. Several ministry workers stared at the sight of Harry Potter, the Black Princess, and the captain of the Holyhead Harpies racing through the atrium with a mysterious and unknown woman. Inside the elevator, Harry asked between breaths, "Who are we going to see?" Brooke grimaced. "Do you remember Henderson Drake?" The name hit Harry like a brick. The man who had almost outed his childhood magical accidents in public at the abbot's winter soiree. "That's why you're wearing this face?" Harry asked, and Lyra's expression darkened as she remembered, too. "Exactly," Brooke said. "So I'm sure he could have revealed some epic accidents you had as a kid, but truthfully, we all had some screw-ups. I had some spectacular public magical flares myself. You mentioned your assignment is about Muggleborns breaking the statute of secrecy with accidental magic, and who better to help us find special cases than Henderson Drake?" Lyra's eyes widened. "Oh. You want him to give us dirt on accidents the Toad made as a kid?" Brooke and Gwen both smiled knowingly. Harry shuddered. "I can't imagine her as a child. She must have been horrible." They exited the lift into a long corridor lined with polished brass plaques. "We may need your temper for this," Gwen told him. "If he refuses, use the memory of that party. But don't mention Umbridge by name. Most people are terrified of her and wouldn't cross her even to help Harry Potter." "When I left, I found out she was born in 1961, Brooke added, "so we'll start there." At the end of the hall, they reached a door labeled Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes. Inside, a young man at the front desk was tidying up, his wand sweeping papers into neat stacks. He groaned when they entered, then froze as he recognized Harry. "Mr. Potter," he squeaked. "How may I help you?" Harry smiled thinly, suppressing irritation. "We were looking to speak to Henderson Drake." "Right away." The man bolted down the corridor behind him. Moments later, he returned with Drake, who looked both surprised and nervous. Recognition dawned in his eyes as he spotted Gwennog and then Brooke's familiar borrowed face. He shook hands all around. "It's good to see you again, Mr. Potter. I wasn't expecting to after that unfortunate party moment. How can I help?" Harry kept his voice calm, formal. "My sister and I have a report for class on accidental magic by children and its effects on the statute of secrecy. You were the only one I knew who'd worked with such cases." Drake visibly relaxed. "Although it's no longer my department, I can still help. Anything in particular you're looking for?" Lyra answered smoothly. "We wanted to look through records in the 1960s. Drake frowned. "Why then?" Neither of them had a planned response for the question, but Brooke came to their aid and jumped in effortlessly. Since their project focuses on breaches before proper containment procedures were developed, they need material from before your time. Flattered, Drake puffed up slightly. "Ah, yes, those were rougher times. Truthfully, you could probably use some from the last few years as well, since I was promoted. The man who replaced me didn't get any training from me at all." Gwennog added, "All the same, the wealth of information from before your time in the department would be better. I'm sure you had some influence that carried over." "You would be right," he smiled. He turned to the secretary. "Wilson, can you escort them down to the records rooms for what they need?" The man seemed to have mixed feelings about the assignment, but led them diligently out of the office and to a different set of elevators. As they rode down, he seemed to start to say something to Harry, but then stopped. "Got something to say," Gwen said menacingly. "I don't want to pry," he deflected. "What is it?" Harry asked curiously. "It is about you," Wilson started slowly, then got a nod to continue from Harry. He looked to Brooke. "You weren't wrong about Mr. Potter. My boss has credited some of your more exciting moments for his rise in the ministry. Drake got promoted from one that basically went from accidental magic to a magical catastrophe." He waited again for a nod from Harry, then said, "I heard that the Great London Blackout of 1986 was because of you." Brooke laughed in surprise. "Oh, wow, that was you, Harry." Harry's face darkened. "My stupid cousin stuffed me in the clothes dryer and turned it on." Wilson winced. "Merlin's beard, I'm sorry. My sisters once rolled me down a pier in a barrel. I froze part of the lake." Harry gave a humorless chuckle. "Kids shouldn't have magic forced out of them like that." Wilson nodded gravely as they entered the archive. Rows upon rows of files filled the air with the scent of dust and parchment. The 1960s section stretched endlessly down one side. Lyra started to sprint toward the U's, but Gwen caught her arm. "Let's start broad," she said. "Gather all the big ones. We can sort later." Wilson helped Harry search, pulling files and chatting nervously. "I'm sorry again for what happened to you. It's not just me. We all grew up thinking you lived in some tower of gold or went on adventures like in those silly books. I never thought the stories were true, but that you were still doing something similar." "Do you have a copy?" Brooke asked. "My little sister has a few of them," he said. "Are you the only boy in the family?" Gwen teased. "Yeah, but it's okay. At least the little one doesn't bully me." "I bet she'd love for you to get her books autographed," Brooke pushed. His eyes widened. "You would do that," Harry sighed, but saw both women nodding quickly and silently behind Wilson. "Of course, you've been a big help." The young man dashed off eagerly to fetch the books, calling behind them that he would be back soon. As soon as the door closed, Gwen said sharply, "Go. Now, look only for Umbridge." They scattered and started poring over the U sections every month in the 1960s. In August 1964, they found their first hit. The report was so thick it barely fit back into its folder. Brooke scribbled notes furiously while Gwen flipped pages. By the time Wilson got back, they had found nearly 30 events that needed obliviators summoned to fix the memories of Muggles impacted by the child terror of Dolores Umbridge. When Wilson entered, they were calmly reviewing harmless reports, and Harry signed each of his books with one of his non-magical pens. They thanked him graciously, then took the flu back to Hogsmeade, soot-streaked and victorious, carrying the knowledge of the monstrous child Umbridge had once been, and that she hadn't really changed since then. Back in the Hogsmeade pub, they pored over their notes again, scoffing repeatedly at some of the disasters the minister's senior undersecretary had caused. Some of the records were so ridiculous that even Brooke had to cover her mouth to stop from laughing out loud. A few were darker, the kind of incidents that would have had any other child sent to St. Mungo's for evaluation. "So you know what to do now?" Gwen asked Lyra, her elbows resting lazily on the table as she looked at the girl across from her. Distribute all of them to other students to use in their reports. Lyra repeated the plan back to Gwen, her voice quiet but sharp with focus. Nothing about umbrage from us. Get others to draw her anger. Find a way for others to take the blame for the distribution as well. She tried to hide a mischievous grin as she added the last bit, though the glint in her eyes betrayed her enjoyment of the scheme. Gwen let out a satisfied hum. You'll do well in politics someday. Thanks for the help, Harry told them sincerely. Really, I don't think either of us could have come up with something that didn't involve her falling down a flight of stairs or something. Brooke's laugh was low and throaty, and Gwen grinned wide enough to show teeth. Don't thank us yet, Gwen smiled. Get back to the school. You have Quidditch practice in 20 minutes. Prepare for bludgers. The two kids smiled, already brimming with renewed excitement, and took off through the dreary streets of Hogsmeade. Outside the pub, the chill air hit their faces, sharp and crisp, and Harry asked his sister, You looked like you had a plan for distributing the notes. Lyra reached into her robes and pulled out a silver flask, the metal glinting under the dim lamplight. I snagged this polyjuice from Gwenog. It's a blank, we just need to add some hair to it, and it will all lead back to someone else. The look they exchanged carried the kind of mutual understanding that needed no words. Both smiled at each other before saying at the same time, Crab. Then they both burst into giggles, running back toward the castle through the night, their laughter echoing faintly through the cold air as they planned their mischief. Back in the pub, Gwenog looked at her teammate as her polyjuice wore off, the features melting away slowly until Brooke's true face began to emerge. You know, that new little cousin of yours lifted my polyjuice flask. Not like you stopped her, Brant's betrothed replied as she began braiding her hair, her tone calm and teasing. You noticed and just let her do it. Gwen shrugged, a small smirk tugging at her mouth. How much trouble could she get into in the next 2 months before it expires? Gathering a sample of crab turned out to be a challenge. Not only did they have to hang out in the Slytherin common room, but they also found out how diligent the snakes were at cleaning up all traces of themselves. Every time they left a room, every one of them would sweep away any evidence they had been there. Harry noticed it was almost ritualistic, the way they covered their tracks. The place carried an air of polished paranoia where everyone suspected everyone else of plotting something. It made the air in the dungeon thick and heavy, as everyone was just waiting for someone's plotting to come to fruition. It wasn't until Tuesday evening that a solution presented itself. Harry made his entrance into the Slytherin common room after dinner and went back to the dueling arena to have a few mock snake fights with the other students as an excuse for being there. The hiss and crackle of minor spells echoed through the cool stone chamber while others watched from the shadows, some whispering about how easily he handled serpents. And the small crowd dispersed. He walked back to the couch where Tracy and their other friends normally sat, spreading out parchment and pretending to work on homework while keeping an eye on Crab across the room. He waited patiently, head bent low, quill tapping rhythmically against the page. As he was waiting, Daphne came by and sat down next to him, looking far too pleased with herself for no apparent reason. "What you doing?" she asked in a sing-song kind of voice with a strange smile on her face. "Homework," Harry replied, keeping his tone flat. "Why are you doing it here?" she pushed, leaning closer with mock curiosity. Harry sighed, the sound more like a quiet growl, and grabbed the owl feather on the necklace at his chest, activating its magic to silence the area around him. The background chatter of the common room fell away instantly, replaced by a soft pressure in the air. "I need one of Crab's hairs," he said plainly with no subterfuge at all. Daphne looked a bit shocked at the bluntness of his statement. "I don't think I'll ask why, but what will you do if I can get it for you?" "Moderate favor," he replied. "Up to a month's detention worth of trouble." She seemed to ponder his offer, her blue eyes flicking toward Crab and then back to him, clearly amused at the potential chaos. Then she stood up and walked over to where Crab was sitting, holding out her hand like she was about to collect a debt. Vincent looked angry and annoyed, but glanced over in Harry's direction and grumbled before rolling up his sleeve and placing his gloved arm on her waiting hand. She made several large wand movements before his glove changed purple with stripes of silver sparkles. The air shimmered faintly around his arm as the color deepened. He flinched slightly as the magic hit the bare skin under his sleeve, and then, before his startled eyes, the spell traveled up his arm like glowing veins until it burst across his collar and onto his neck. "Hey!" he yelled. "Too much." "Oh, I'm so sorry," she said with sarcasm dripping from every word before flourishing her wand again and shooting a spell at his head. The burst of magic hit with a flash, knocking him backward as the color faded from his skin. Crab groaned, clutching his head as his friends laughed at him. Daphne made another jerking movement with her wand at the same time and pocketed it swiftly, her expression turning back to calm satisfaction as if nothing had happened. She strolled back to her spot and plopped onto the couch with Harry. Without saying a word, she reached into his pocket and placed a small clump of coarse brown hairs into his palm. "If you ever want to tell me what this is for, I'd love to know," she whispered into his ear, her tone playful but edged with curiosity. Harry stared at her reckless act, both impressed and slightly alarmed at how casually she had just assaulted a housemate, but gave her a small shrug. "Chances are you'll find out without me needing to tell you. Sometime between Wednesday and next week, I'd guess. I would like some tutoring on snake summoning," she whispered next, as if bartering came naturally to her. "Not for my owed favor, just because we're such good friends." "Sure," Harry smiled, unable to help it. He stood and walked over to one of the terrariums with a red marker on it, showing that the snake inside was venomous. Other Slytherins nearby shifted uneasily as he approached the glass, their curiosity mixing with fear. He hissed at the occupant, "Section, you will help me and my friend. If you strike at us, I will kill you before you can take a breath." Section the snake was black with a red belly, its eyes like chips of wet coal. It cowered in the corner, tongue flicking rapidly, and nodded slowly at Harry. In a flash, he reached inside and grabbed it, pulling it out of the terrarium. The hiss of scales against glass made several students gasp. Other Slytherins watched in fascination as he calmly held one of the most dangerous snakes in their collection, as if it were a harmless rope. "Can we go to your room?" he asked Daphne. She looked just as shocked at his actions, but without hesitation, she led him into the dorm hallways to her room, where she let him inside. He looked around at the neat room. The four-post bed had the tapestry of the stained glass window that he had given her for Christmas last year, and it shimmered faintly in the dim green light from the enchanted lanterns. There was nothing on the floor. The small desk had no clutter, and the bookshelf in the corner was organized perfectly by subject. The only thing that stood out was a glowing ice sculpture with jagged edges about 3 feet tall on a side table. It was shaped like an abstract ice crystal and seemed completely frozen with no drips, despite the warmth of the room. He looked back at Daphne and asked, "Slytherin doesn't have gender wards. Professor Snape lets us protect our own rooms," she replied, shrugging lightly. "I had help with my wards so that if I want someone out, it gets them out, and it hurts." Harry nodded approvingly, then threw the snake on her bed, commanding it, "Section, stay." Section the black snake froze instantly, coiling loosely atop her emerald sheets. "Summon your own snake," he told Daphne. She conjured a green snake roughly the same size as the living one on her bed. Harry did the same, his wand moving in a subtle, practiced pattern. The true snake gazed at both conjured serpents but didn't react, its forked tongue flicking lazily in the air. "Now have yours attack mine," he told her. Daphne's green snake struck Harry's, but it moved awkwardly, bending its body in a wide curve as if unsure of itself. The motion looked forced, hesitant, more like a puppet on strings than a predator. Harry could actually see the faint irritation in the posture of the living snake as it watched the conjured duel unfold. He went ahead and vanished both conjured snakes, then summoned another of his own in their place, this one longer but just as lean. It wound its way around one of her bedposts, the faint shimmer of conjuration magic gleaming across its scales. "Your attack moved the way you think a snake should strike," he told Daphne, moving his hand in a slow, wavy motion. "Though most will strike in a straight line, you lose power and speed when you strike in a curve. Section, kill this snake. Strike as many times as you can." Section, the black snake obeyed instantly. It lunged at the conjured serpent, fangs flashing, and bit again and again in rapid succession. Each bite came with a blur of motion, retreating to coil and springing forward once more. Harry could feel the magic in his conjuration faltering, the venom spreading, the illusion of life weakening. He vanished it before the conjured snake could completely die. "Your strikes need to be quicker and retreat just as fast," he instructed her. Daphne nodded, watching closely, her expression intent. Harry conjured another snake, the same size as the black one. "Section, fight me." "Section," he guided his conjured serpent forward. It lunged and collided with the real one, scales rasping. The two creatures struck at each other in a blur of movement, like black and green lightning. His conjuration didn't open its mouth, just hammering like a mace with its head. Harry deliberately slowed his retreat once, and the venomous snake sank its fangs into the conjured neck. He vanished it with a flick and summoned another. This time he fought faster. His conjured snake moved forward and withdrew in perfect rhythm, hammering the living one with repeated headbutts and dodging before it could counter. The pattern repeated, faster and faster, until the real snake faltered, dazed and limp, finally collapsing in a small coil of unconscious scales. "That was incredible," Daphne told him softly, her voice tinged with awe. "Just practice with smaller snakes and work your way up," Harry told her, his tone calm and instructive. "Do what they do. You're not going to be able to perform better strikes than a creature that fights with pure instinct and muscle memory. Let me know when you get to the venomous ones, and I'll get them to obey you, too." Scooping up the unconscious snake, he asked, "Do you know how to hold a snake?" She shook her head as he passed it to her, guiding her hands and fingers into the right positions. His touch was careful but firm, adjusting the pressure of her grip just enough to keep the serpent from writhing or biting should it regain consciousness. From there, he walked her back out to the common room, the murmur of conversation growing louder as they stepped out. When they returned the snake to its terrarium, the few students still lounging in the dim green light of the chamber turned to stare. Their whispers rippled across the room like the hiss of a dozen serpents, their eyes flicking between Harry, Daphne, and the venomous creature that now slept peacefully behind the glass. Back in the Scamander room, Harry and Lyra discussed their next steps. "We can't give the notes to Gryffindors or Slytherins. Neither would trust Crabbe," Harry mused. "We should sell them to Ravenclaws," Lyra said with a smile. "They would definitely want some detailed help with their work, but wouldn't expect it for free, especially from a Slytherin." "I can give copies to Theo to distribute in Hufflepuff," Harry added. "I just need you to tell him he will get approached by an unlikely source with help for the second-year History S, and not to think there is some plot going on." "Except then, he will definitely think there's a plot going on," Lyra laughed. "Just tell him the plot isn't to hurt him or the other students." "I guess that will have to do," she shrugged. "Go do Ravenclaw quickly, and I'll tell Theo to expect someone." The polyjuice that Lyra had taken contained 3 measured doses of the potion. Harry had separated them into glass flasks from his potion kit, so they didn't use them all at once. It was getting late, so he wanted to get this all done before curfew. On the 6th floor, he found a hidden alcove near the Ravenclaw common room and added one of Crabbe's hairs to the potion. Thinking it couldn't be worse than the Pinocchio's tincture, he tossed it back and drank. It wasn't worse, but it was bad in its own way. It tasted the way your finger might smell when cleaning your belly button after a 10-hour Quidditch game. There were little clumps in it that were weird to swallow, and it made him gag as he drank it. Then he felt his skin start to change. It was like the clumps that were in the potion were moving under his skin, changing it as it went. He grew and stretched, and then it got to his arm and it turned pale and sickly. When the change was complete, the arm also felt weak and hard to move. Suddenly, Harry felt his heart beat strongly and blood rush toward the injured arm. Red vapor hissed out, and the color became normal, a feeling of strength returning. "Ha!" Harry didn't know what to say. He had brought one of Lyra's gloves to cover the arm anyway, so he put on a red silk glove and left his uniform with his house crest in the small alcove where he transformed. Getting to the Ravenclaw common room, he used the eagle knocker 3 times. The head of the eagle turned to him and seemed to stare for a few seconds before speaking. "I vanish, though I stay in sight. I wear the day, I wear the night. I shift my skin to cloak my frame, yet underneath I stay the same. What am I?" Harry stared. Just like after the troll, this knocker seemed to know things and wasn't just reciting random riddles. After a moment of thinking, he answered, "A chameleon." "Yes, you are," the knocker replied, and the door opened. Hogwarts was very strange. Harry entered the room and scanned the room before spotting Alyssa with the other second-year students at a table. They were easy to spot because 3 of them still had her face and hands dyed purple and green from Snape's curse. Harry strutted over and tried to sound like a bully as he announced his presence. "Hey, firsties, working on that history assignment." One of them snapped back. "We are second year, Snake. What do you want?" "Well, I'm sure you are having trouble with Undersecretary Umbridge's assignment. I happen to have some official ministry records of some mudblood accidents." Harry felt annoyed with himself for having to use such language, but he was in it for the mission. Most of the table seemed to lean forward in interest, but Alyssa looked skeptical. "And what do you want for it?" She squinted at him. "Money, of course," Harry as Crabbe replied with a smirk. "I think 3 sickles each should suffice." He saw the reluctance on their faces, so he pulled out 1 page and dropped it on the table. They snatched it and looked over the notes. After seeing that the offer was genuine, they pulled out coin purses and put together a pile of silver and bronze to meet his price. As Harry gathered it up, he chuckled and said, "Not even a little negotiation. I would have done it for half that price." Then he took half of his notes and laid them on the table. He got up to leave, but ran smack into a furious-looking Penny. "You," she bellowed, "you are not welcome here." The whole common room had turned to look. "I was just leaving," Harry said quickly as he tried to step around her. "We got the knocker to block you. You shouldn't have gotten in at all," she replied as she stepped into his path. Harry didn't know what to do, but he tried to keep in character. "Maybe I'm just a better wizard than you," he tried on his best sneer. "Or you're just a joke yourself." He could see her nose start to lengthen as her wolf transformation began, but it was stopped when her eyes began to widen in shock, and something solid slammed into the side of Harry's face. It was cold and didn't feel like a fist. His face turned as he was knocked off his feet onto the floor. He managed to roll over to see an irate Hermione standing over him, with her bronze fist outstretched. "Get out of here, you." She was shaking with rage. Harry got to his feet slowly, dizzy from the hit. He rubbed his face as he walked in silence out of the room. Only once he was back at the alcove where he had left his robe did he groan in pain. Touching his face, he felt how raw it was as well as a little bloody. Grabbing his robe, he descended to the lower floors, getting a lot of strange looks as he went. By his Tempest spell, he had 20 minutes before the potion wore off. When he arrived at the Hufflepuff entrance, Theo was waiting there with Lyra. They both stared at him in shock. "What happened to you?" Theo asked, eyes wide. Harry grumbled, "People don't like me." "Well, you better give me what you're here to give me." Theo started to smile. Harry pulled out and passed the second half of the notes, then started to walk away, casting another Tempest spell to see he had 5 minutes left. "How much time do you have left, Harry?" Harry spun around as it was Theo who had asked him. Lyra was also looking at him in shock. Theo just smiled and mimed his lips being sealed, then walked back into the common room with the notes. "He's a bit too smart," Harry grumbled as Lyra caught up to him. They moved to an abandoned classroom to wait for him to change back. "Who hit you?" Lyra demanded to know with a smile. "Hermione did it," Harry grimaced, "with a metal fist, though if she hadn't, Penny was going to attack me as a wolf." "Yeah, maybe Ravenclaw wasn't a good idea after all." Lyra was close to laughing. Just then, the potion wore off, and he changed back. It was just as uncomfortable as before. He still had a large welt and bruise on his face from the hit after he changed back. "I'll take you to the infirmary. I'll tell them I hit you in a fight," Lyra told him. "Madame Pomfrey would know you're lying," Harry frowned. "Your hands are clean." Lyra cracked her knuckles. "Let's fix that." Harry backed away, afraid. Suddenly, Lyra's staff was in her hands, and she jabbed the Sigbin Fang into the ground, causing Harry to freeze in place, his shadow pinned to the ground. He braced himself as Lyra jumped forward and punched him in the face right where Hermione had brained him. He screamed in pain this time, but he couldn't even fall over because his shadow and Lyra's magic wouldn't let him. "Okay, let's get you to the infirmary now." Despite both of them insisting that it was just for fun, Madame Pomfrey still took 5 points away from both of them as she healed Harry's face and Lyra's knuckles. Harry offered to stay and help her with anything she needed until curfew. She agreed and had him change all the sheets on the beds and clean the bathroom. Harry was also told to come back every night that week for more work. The second years arrived at defense the next day with a kind of restless energy that filled the corridor long before Professor Lupin even appeared. It was his first class of the month, and that meant another obstacle course, which meant something much better than parchment and quills. However, the uncertainty was anxiety-inducing. Nearly half of the class came dressed for chaos, trading their pressed uniforms for anything that might survive a fall, burn, or unexpected explosion. There were students in comfortable jumpers and rolled-up sleeves, a few in Quidditch pads, and two Hufflepuffs who had somehow acquired the older and battered keeper helmets from the pitch. One overexcited Gryffindor had even brought a sword, probably stolen from a suit of armor, the blade dull, but shining just a bit to show it still had some fight in it. The air in the hallway trembled with nerves and excitement. Groups of three began to form along the walls, laughter mixing with the clink of buckles and the creak of protective gear. Some students looked like they were preparing for war, others for a game, and a few for an utter disaster. Harry waved off Lyra with a smile, the two knowing they couldn't be in the same group this round, and wandered down the hall, scanning for a team. He didn't get far before two familiar voices snagged him by the sleeve. Alyssa and Lloyd, still purple and green from Snape's punishment, wore identical grins that made it clear he had no choice. "Did you hear what happened to Crabbe?" Alyssa burst out, her voice practically skipping over itself in excitement. Harry raised an eyebrow. He knew, of course, but he shook his head, letting her tell it. "Hermione decked him," Lloyd said with delight, eyes wide. "It was awesome." Harry's hand instinctively brushed the side of his face, the memory of Crabbe's borrowed jaw still tender. "I didn't see her at breakfast. Is she in trouble?" "Yes and no," Alyssa replied uncertainly. "Flitwick gave her detention, but it's in the library, so it's basically a reward." Harry smirked. That did sound like a perfect fit for her. "That's like punishing a house elf with more cleaning," he muttered. "Other than the obvious, what made her slug him?" he asked after a moment. He had been curious about that. She could have done it any time recently if she felt like starting a fight, so why this time out of the blue? "Crabbe insulted Penny Clearwater," Lloyd whispered conspiratorially, leaning in as if he were sharing a state secret. "She took it personally." Harry couldn't help but smile, even as the faint ache in his cheek reminded him of the irony. Yeah, that would do it. Before any of them could say more, the door to the defense classroom swung open. Professor Lupin stood framed in the doorway, his tired, kind eyes replaced with something sharp and alert, like a predator scenting the wind. "I hope Professor Snape didn't do too much to get under your skin while I was away," he said dryly. His eyes flicked to the more colorful students, who all shifted under his gaze, their still swirling faces betraying Snape's handiwork. "Anyway," Lupin continued, his lips curling into the faintest grin, "I have something today that will make you forget about any unpleasantness from last week. Which group wants to go first?" The silence that followed was heavy and awkward. No one volunteered. Harry raised his hand before anyone could stop him. Alyssa groaned audibly, and Lloyd muttered something under his breath, but Lupin gestured them forward all the same. When the door closed behind them, the familiar classroom was gone. The amphitheater, desks, and chalkboard had vanished, replaced by a wide, flat chamber with bare walls and a dark ceiling that seemed to stretch forever upward. There was no light except for a faint glow underfoot, outlining each stone on the floor. Then, without warning, a slip of parchment fluttered down from above, landing at their feet. Lloyd bent to read it aloud. "Stand in the squares." Three glowing squares flared to life, one at each side of the room. Before they could question it, the ground trembled. The tiles beneath Lloyd's feet began to crumble away into nothingness, falling into a dark abyss that swallowed sound. The three of them sprinted across the breaking floor, leaping to their squares just as the last slabs of stone fell away. They stood panting, each isolated on their own small platforms, surrounded by an endless drop. "What now?" Alyssa called across the gulf, her voice echoing. The answer came immediately. Her platform began to sink. "Alyssa," Harry yelled, pulling out his wand. "Wingardium Leviosa." Her platform steadied, but as soon as he spoke, his own began to drop, the glow dimming beneath his feet. "Get Harry," Alyssa shouted. "I'll catch yours," Lloyd obeyed, his wand trembling slightly as he cast the levitation spell on Harry's square, while Alyssa directed hers toward Lloyd. The three of them stood frozen, wands outstretched, an uneasy triangle of light keeping them all suspended. Harry could see sweat dripping down Lloyd's forehead, the boy's arms starting to shake. "We can't do this forever," Alyssa called, her voice strained. Harry made a quick decision. Let me fall first. I'll cast cushioning charms. Recast on Alyssa, then follow me in 10 seconds. There was a brief, fearful silence, then 2 nods. Harry took a breath and jumped. The air rushed past him as he fell. He cast Spongify over and over, the words echoing in his ears, until he struck the bottom, soft, springy, and absurdly colorful. He blinked, realizing he had landed in a ball pit. Plastic spheres in every color rolled around his boots. Moments later, Alyssa and Lloyd fell beside him with startled yelps. "A ball pit," Lloyd said, voice full of disbelief. "Wizards know about ball pits." Harry brushed a blue sphere off his shoulder and shrugged. "Apparently." A doorway lit up at the far end, glowing with an amber outline. They waded through the pit, the balls squeaking and shifting underfoot until they reached the passage. The hall beyond was lined with suspended metal columns, long and narrow, hanging like wind chimes. Each one shimmered with a rough, sandpaper texture. Harry reached out and brushed one with his fingertips. It vibrated faintly, humming in response to his touch. "I've got a bad feeling about this," Alyssa muttered. "It could be worse," Lloyd replied as he drew his wand again. They crept forward, steps cautious. When they were halfway through, a gust of enchanted wind stirred the columns, and the entire hall came alive. One column swung wide, scraping against Alyssa's arm and shredding her sleeve. She screamed, clutching her skin where it burned red and raw. "It's worse," Alyssa yelled. Harry reacted instantly, raising a shimmering shield charm. A column struck it with a deafening clang that rang like a gong. Sparks showered the floor. Lloyd's voice joined the chaos, casting a transfiguration that turned the middle of one swinging column to wood before splitting it clean in two with a cutting spell. The half that fell grazed his ankle, drawing blood. Alyssa, gritting her teeth, raised her wand and cast a sterilization spell on the metal that hit her, then scoured her wound with quick, shaking precision. She tore the rest of her ruined sleeve off and burned it with a flick of her wand. Lloyd did the same, muttering a Scourgify charm on his leg before limping forward. Harry led the way now, shield held high, while the other two covered his sides, knocking away any columns that swayed too close. When they finally reached the end, panting and bruised, they found a great iron door with 3 keyholes. "Stand back," Harry said, raising his wand. "Alohomora." The charm struck the door, and a sharp crack of blue electricity shot up his arm. He yelped, jerking back and shaking his hand. Lloyd reached out cautiously and simply turned the knob. The door opened with an easy click. Alyssa burst into laughter. "I bet other groups are going to waste an hour trying to unlock that before they even touch it." The next room held a single object, a large, battered trunk with 3 heavy locks. Harry froze the moment he saw it. Lupin had warned them about that trunk. It was the one that contained his boggarts. The middle latch clicked open, though the chest stayed closed, chains still wrapped around it many times. A faint, low buzzing began to seep out. Harry's blood ran cold. The sound crawled under his skin, paralyzing him. Alyssa and Lloyd went equally still, caught in the same invisible hold. Lloyd broke free first, shouting "Colloportus." The trunk sealed shut with a sharp snap and the buzzing stopped. They all stood gasping, pale and shaking. "Did you hear that growling?" Lloyd asked breathlessly. Harry shook his head, pulse still hammering. "Not growling, it was buzzing like it was right next to my ear." "I heard a scream," Alyssa said softly, eyes wide. "Right before it stopped. I remember that voice from somewhere." Harry swallowed. "That's the boggart of Freeze. The second one, I think." Lupin mentioned it in class. Before they could dwell on it, Lloyd's light found another door, this one guarded by a stone gargoyle crouched low to the floor. It was grotesque, with a bulging stomach, jagged wings, and a grin full of uneven teeth. They took formation without needing to speak, Harry in front, the others close behind. When he stepped within 10 feet, the gargoyle's mouth split open, and a jet of fire roared out. "Pratigo!" Harry shouted, his shield shimmering to life in time to meet the blast. He swirled his wand inside the shield to keep from getting tired out. The flames poured over it, golden-orange lights spilling around their group. Behind him, he felt a cool tingle as one of the Ravenclaws cast a freezing charm to thicken the air and dampen the heat. The fire sputtered and died, and the gargoyle's belly shrank as if deflating. They watched, breathless, as it began to swell again. Harry cancelled his shield and barked the fake incantation. "Tell him." Bursts of raw force cracked against the statue's head and body. Alyssa and Lloyd joined in, their spells slamming into its chest, until one of Harry's blows shattered an arm clean off. The gargoyle gave a low, grinding groan, then spread its wings and soared into the darkness above, disappearing into shadow. They exchanged cautious looks, then stepped through the door that it had guarded. The familiar amphitheater classroom reappeared, serene and well-lit, as if nothing had happened. Professor Lupin sat calmly at his desk, a book in one hand and 6 sealed black flasks on the table beside him. He looked up when they entered, gave a faint, knowing smile, and tossed them a slip of golden paper that glided through the air like a tiny magic carpet, landing on Alyssa's lap. Madam Malkins, this coupon entitles the bearer to 1 basic garment repair or replacement. Hand deliver or owl in your damaged clothing with this coupon and receive your replacement within 2 days. As they waited for other groups to return, students trickled in one by one, most with static-filled wild hair, soot-streaked faces, or torn sleeves. Some had burns, others bruises, but all carried the same mix of exhaustion and exhilaration. Each student with a ruined outfit received a golden coupon like Alyssa. When Lyra entered, she looked shaken. Her group trailed behind her, equally dazed. She sank beside Harry, tucking herself into his side like she always did when something unsettled her. "I heard my father in that box," she whispered, voice barely audible. Harry stiffened. "He's dead," he said quietly. "He had his arm torn off, remember? He couldn't have lived through that. It was just a boggart." She nodded faintly, eyes distant. "What did you hear?" "Buzzing. It froze me completely." Lyra frowned as though she didn't like his answer, but said nothing. When everyone was finally seated, Lupin stood, his voice calm but commanding. "Good work, all of you. First, Elise Sweetleaf, Lloyd Hickories, and Ginny Weasley, please come forward." The 3 cursed students shuffled down. The colors on their faces and hands shimmered in the torchlight like bruised oil. "I designed those abrasive columns specifically for the students Professor Snape had cursed," Lupin said matter-of-factly. "Out of 6, only 3 of you thought to sterilize the columns and clean your wounds before moving on." He handed them each a flask of black potion. "Drink. It will remove the curse." Ginny drank first, snatching the potion from Lupin like she was dying of thirst, coughing as the potion hissed faintly. A second later, the swirling colors lifted off her skin like smoke and vanished. The others followed, relief washing across their faces. "For those who did the same without being cursed, 2 points apiece," Lupin continued. "For those who didn't, Professor Snape will be receiving your unsterilized robes and samples for further instruction." A few groans rose from the seats, but Lupin didn't acknowledge them. He went on briskly, -5 points for anyone who didn't reach a platform as the floor crumbled, 2 for anyone who did something to brace their fall. 10 points to every member of a group that lasted more than 30 seconds on the platforms. 5 for destroying a column, 1 point for each deflected. -2 for every time someone tried to unlock the electric door after the second attempt. 5 for closing or locking the chest. He paused, his tone softening slightly. "That chest contained the boggart of freeze. Consider that your preview for November." He snapped his fingers, and the ceiling above shimmered. 7 gargoyles descended in a line, still functional, and each marked with 1 or more numbers. One was still whole, decorated by multiple numbers to show that many groups didn't damage it. Other gargoyles had only 1 number on them, showing minor signs of damage. Only Harry's group was missing a limb completely. One last gargoyle plummeted and shattered at Lupin's feet, charred black. Harry turned to Lyra just in time to see her grin smugly. Lupin pointed. 30 points, he said, gesturing at her broken gargoyle, then at Harry's. 15. Others in the group received between 0 to 10 points. As the room filled with laughter and groans, Lupin clapped his hands once. "For Friday, your homework is simple. Think of the funniest thing imaginable, something so ridiculous it could shatter your worst fear." Dismissed. The students filed out, chattering about what they had faced, every one of them feeling a little more alive than when they'd walked in. After lunch, Harry and Lyra arrived with a nervous sort of excitement to history with the former child terror turned adult menace, Dolores Umbridge. The tension in the room was thick even before she appeared. Her pink cardigan and the smell of sickly sweet perfume wafting through the doorway like poison gas. Harry could feel the nervous twitch in his fingers as they took their seats, the air heavy with the knowledge that she delighted in humiliating students whenever she could. Both he and Lyra had filled their reports with the magical accidents they had copied from the ministry records, carefully omitting any trace of the real sources. They were counting on the variety of incidents to distract her enough to give them a passing grade. Umbridge clapped her stubby hands together, the sound sharp and final. "Do not hand in your work just yet," she said with a little smile that made everyone's stomach twist. "I want to hear directly from a few of you. Some of you need to learn a lesson on the spot." Her eyes fell immediately on Lyra, and her grin widened like a cat spotting a mouse. As the rest of the class filtered in, the students whispered anxiously to each other, shuffling parchment and quills. The tension snapped when Umbridge's high-pitched voice filled the room. "Let's have some volunteers," she trilled. A Gryffindor boy, clearly one of the brave but foolish sort, raised his hand. "I read about a Muggle-born boy who vanished the clothing off several adults in public," he began, his voice shaky but determined. "A whole team of Obliviators took a week tracking down the witnesses." "Good, good," Umbridge said with full sweetness. "Now, how about—" She paused dramatically, scanning the room as though picking the perfect prey. Her gaze stopped abruptly and her head snapped toward Lyra like a striking snake. "Miss Black." They had expected it. Lyra's lips parted, but no words came. Her hand trembled slightly on the parchment. Umbridge tilted her head. "Tusk, Tusk. I know it's a matter of public court record how you had so few magical outbursts that your father discarded you," she purred, relishing every word. "But I do know who you now call family and what kind of escapades he had." They had not expected her to do that. Harry's blood went cold. He saw the effect it had on Lyra instantly. Her hair crackled with sparks of fire, strands lifting as raw magic hissed around her head. The air near her shimmered with heat, the energy pressing outward like a pulse of lightning. Students scrambled to move away from her desk, chairs scraping loudly. Umbridge's grin didn't falter. She looked delighted as she gripped her wand at her side. Harry knew a gentle touch wasn't going to stop this. He reached under the desk and jabbed Lyra sharply in the leg with his quill. She gasped, snapping out of her haze, and turned to glare at him. But when she saw his calm expression and small nod, she steadied herself and turned back to Umbridge. "Harry was responsible for the 1986 London blackout," she said coolly without revealing why it happened. A ripple of shock swept through the room. Students gasped and whispered, heads swiveling between her and Harry. Umbridge's smile faltered. She had been expecting tears, possibly violence, not composure. Lyra's tone was smooth as silk. "I'm sure that is the kind of thing you were thinking of." There was a small, dangerous silence. Umbridge's nostrils flared before she abruptly turned her gaze away. "Anyone else?" she said stiffly. Lloyd Hickory's, looking like a boy walking into a duel, raised his hand. "A Muggle-born had a tantrum during her parents' tea party," he said quickly, "and caused the cups to sprout legs and wings. They ended up flying all over the neighborhood. It took 14 Obliviators several hours to capture the teacups and modify the memories of the Muggles who saw." Umbridge blinked as she knew that she had done something like that, but refused to acknowledge that it was her that Lloyd was referring to, then dismissed it with a little wave. Yes, very messy." She turned again, and a Hufflepuff girl spoke next. "A Muggle-born toddler, angry that her parents got them a puppy instead of a kitten, lashed out with her magic. She turned the dog into a creature that was half dog, half cat, and would meow with a very deep and loud voice. It got loose in the countryside and took a month to catch it. Many Muggles saw the disfigured monster." Umbridge's face twitched. "A Muggle-born did that." Harry and Lyra exchanged the faintest smirk. None of the reports had identified blood status, but they had made sure everyone they gave to the other students did. That was their assignment after all. One by one, more students read their assignments. Each story was more absurd, more chaotic, and more damning than the last. They watched with amusement as Umbridge turned more and more red as she began to boil over. Finally, a Ravenclaw girl stood up. "A bratty Muggle-born once destroyed a candy shop because she wasn't given free sweets. The jars of candy exploded and the building caught fire. The Department of Magical Catastrophes had to intervene as it was a fire the Muggles couldn't put out." "I was not a brat," Umbridge shrieked, her face pinker than her outfit, slamming her stubby hands onto her desk. "Those Muggles were being mean to me." The silence that followed could have shattered glass. Every student in the room froze, eyes wide. Then from the back, a hesitant Slytherin voice spoke. You're a muggle-born. No, Umbridge screamed, face mottled pink and red. My parents are wizards. Where did you get these stories? No one answered. No one even moved. The entire class sat motionless, watching her unravel. Finally, Alyssa raised her hand, and despite Harry and Lyra's ploy to use Crabbe as a fall guy, said clearly, they were official and publicly available ministry records. Umbridge's expression curdled like spoiled milk. Leave your assignments on your desks, she barked. Out, out, all of you. The class didn't need telling twice. Chairs scraped, parchment fluttered, and the room emptied with the speed of an evacuation. A few Hufflepuffs muttered angrily about how cruel she had been to Lyra, public record or not, but even they fell silent as they passed the professor's desk, afraid she might lash out. When the door closed behind them, Harry and Lyra exchanged a single look of satisfaction. It wasn't a victory exactly, but it was close enough. That night, Harry returned to the infirmary. Madame Pomfrey immediately set him to work cleaning the ward. The air was filled with the smell of potion ingredients, antiseptic charms, and the faint hum of magical energy. It was quiet, except for the occasional soft groan from a bed somewhere down the room. Students came and went like clockwork. A Slytherin boy with a burn on his hand. 2 first-year students with skinned knees from tripping on a staircase that liked to move without warning. Even a Hufflepuff who had accidentally hexed his own tongue purple. House elves also popped in and out, their movements quick and purposeful as they collected bottles and jars. Harry realized, as he scrubbed and polished, that Hogwarts sustained hundreds of small injuries a day, most invisible to those not paying attention, most of which he wouldn't bother with magical healing or even think about using. When he was nearly finished, Madame Pomfrey called him over to where she was reattaching the index finger of an older Gryffindor boy who claimed it was severed tripping over a loose cobblestone in the floor. The boy was pale, eyes squeezed shut, his other hand trembling. I need you to learn how to sterilize a wound, Pomfrey said briskly, pointing at the messy line of newly sealed flesh. It's different than sterilizing an object. You must channel the magic only while speaking the incantation. Pleasant thoughts, mind you, not joyful ones. Carnum sanctifica. Now try. Harry took a breath. He focused on a quiet memory, something small and gentle, walking along the beach on his island, the waves slow and soft, the air cool against his skin. He raised his wand. Carnum sanctifica. Magic flowed through his wand like a soft breeze. He felt it travel down, washing away something invisible, scattering it like dust. It was oddly delicate. He tried again. Each repetition felt lighter, cleaner, until the wound looked smooth and faintly glowing. Madame Pomfrey checked his work, nodded approvingly, and sent the older boy on his way. Good work, Mr. Potter, she said. That spell will serve you well when you finish your troll leg after you have removed all the parts inside. Whatever you felt just now, remember that it will feel far more disgusting when you use it on the leg. Harry grimaced but nodded. Thank you. I didn't see that part in the book. Most know it from their trade schools, she replied. Now, some of the other spells you'll need are situational. I can only demonstrate them when the opportunity arises. Are you in any rush? Not really, he said, but I'd like to finish soonish. Pomfrey's lips curved slightly. Then when the time comes, I'll send an elf to fetch you. It might be during class or in the middle of the night. Is that all right? Harry nodded eagerly. Good. I appreciate your help, Mr. Potter. Come back whenever you have free time. There's always more to be done. Harry smiled faintly. Yes, ma'am. Chapter 35. The Evening Oracle. Chapter text. When Harry arrived at the Great Hall in the morning, the staff table was missing the splotch of pink that was Dolores Umbridge, nor were the majority of the rest of the staff present. That alone made the Great Hall feel like it had been shifted slightly off balance, as if someone had reached in overnight and nudged the entire castle half an inch to the left. While students were generally more attentive on days when all the teachers were present at breakfast, the same amount of whispering speculations were abundant about how few were there today. Conversations drifted like thin fog across the room, rising and falling in anxious hums between the clatter of plates. The only teachers at the table were Septima Vector, Bethesda Babbling, and taking up 2 spots Rubeus Hagrid. All of the core teachers and a few others were missing. Their empty seats created strange pockets of absence, subtle but noticeable, like holes punched in a tapestry that everyone had looked at every day until now. By now, everyone at school had heard of Umbridge's freakout and the reasons why. The older years had replayed the rumors like dramatic theatre. The first years had passed along exaggerated recreations involving everything from exploding quills to crying portraits. Even the portraits themselves whispered to each other as students entered the hall, some of them trying to guess which professor might be secretly celebrating the recent downfall of the Pink Menace. Many other portraits decried the attack on a professor, regardless of who it was. It was assumed that these were portraits of people who had been painted or died before Umbridge entered the world to impact their lives. Harry looked around the room and smiled a little about the perfect execution of their plan and how none of it could be linked back to him or Lyra. The satisfaction bubbled under his ribs like warm butterbeer, just subtle enough to enjoy without drawing attention. Then he glanced at the Hufflepuff table and spotted Theo, and a bead of sweat fell down his face. Theo knew it was he and Lyra who distributed the notes. All it would take was one unlucky conversation or one small slip, and everything could still fall apart. He was pretty sure Theo wouldn't rat him out, but wasn't positive. Theo liked them well enough, liked Lyra a bit more, respected Harry because of their initial meeting, and generally avoided drama. But pressure did strange things to people. As he stared at the former Slytherin boy, another Hufflepuff sitting next to him noticed him staring and pulled on Theo's sleeve to alert him to Harry's attention. The ripple it caused down the bench was almost eerie, like one organism reacting instead of dozens of individual students. When Theo turned to Harry, he looked confused, but then something that looked like recognition crossed his face, and he waved Harry over. Harry grabbed a sausage from his plate, partly because he was still hungry, partly because it felt wrong approaching another table without something in his hand. He casually crossed the room, sitting next to him as space was made by other puffs giving them space on either side. It felt almost ceremonial, the way the students shifted aside without speaking, the way they watched him with steady, unreadable eyes. It was protective, maybe, or simply the strange, methodical precision of the Badgers when they chose to close ranks. Thea reached into his robe and pulled out a letter, saying, "I think I'm supposed to give you this." Harry blinked in confusion, then pulled the paper open. Theo did not elaborate. He simply returned to his breakfast as though nothing out of the ordinary was happening. Someone down the table slid a jug of pumpkin juice toward him. Someone else nudged aside a dish so that Harry had room to sit comfortably without brushing elbows. It felt like coordinated choreography with no conductor. The note was written on normal paper from a typewriter and had the following written on it. The holder of this paper recently had some of their memory removed, probably related to something you have done. There will be a time when they might expect a similar favor to be done in return. Do not try to remind them of whatever has happened. And the ink of the message vanished, and the paper disintegrated into tiny pieces and fell to the floor like grains of ash drifting apart on a light breeze. No color, no smell, just a soft wisp of something fading away. The sea of Hufflepuffs started to merge back from the empty spaces around Theo, effectively pushing Harry away from the table. They did not speak. They did not ask questions. They simply shifted in the sleepy, gentle, unyielding way that Hufflepuffs did when they made a collective choice. Harry walked back to his breakfast spot, silently admiring the unity of the Badgers. They seemed to know at least partially what had transpired, but had gone so far as to have someone erase Theo's memory linking him to anything relevant. It was a kindness, yes, but also a warning. A quiet message that Hufflepuffs protected Hufflepuffs, and that interfering with one of them, even accidentally, came with consequences. He sat down, still digesting it, and Lyra leaned in. What was that about? He shook his head. I think they scrubbed Theo's memory. Lyra's eyes widened. All of it. No, just the part involving us and the notes. Lyra chewed on her toast thoughtfully. Well, that's actually kind of brilliant. It's terrifying is what it is, Harry muttered. But brilliant. They finished breakfast with wary looks between them and the Hufflepuff table, as though the two of them had stumbled upon a secret society living right under their noses. When they arrived at Transfiguration, Professor McGonagall was absent, just as she had been for breakfast. Instead, there was a seventh-year student standing stiffly at the front of the room. the kind of stiff that came from being told very firmly that under no circumstances was she to improvise or soften anything. She refused to answer any questions about McGonagall's whereabouts, repeating only the phrase, "Professor McGonagall has given explicit instructions for the lesson." It did little to ease anyone's nerves. She started them on instructions for a switching spell. This was a strange bit of transfiguration magic. It didn't actually do what one might imagine the spell would do, switching the location of two objects. Instead, it changed both objects so that they would become a copy of the other through transfiguration. It was just form and appearance, not any other attributes of the objects. It was a skill meant to refine precision, control, and patience. Three things the second years lacked in equal measure. After a very thorough explanation of the spell, the class began working on switching the forms of a button and a muggle coin. It was an all-or-nothing spell, so you couldn't even see partial progress as you worked. It was either absolutely perfect or unchanged entirely. Harry stared at his button and coin for the better part of 20 minutes, silently willing them to cooperate. Lyra kept muttering the spell under her breath and flicking her wand in increasingly frustrated motions. Arthur Bell looked moments from transfiguring his desk into firewood in frustration. No one completed a successful switch in their entire year by the end of the class. By the time they left, the entire room was buzzing with the exhausted frustration of students who had tried very hard to accomplish absolutely nothing. In their charms class, Professor Flitwick was present, despite also not being at breakfast. He waited for everyone to enter before speaking. "First of all, I've been told that in a couple of minutes, those of you who did not properly sterilize and clean during Professor Lupin's obstacle course will receive your curses. Do not be alarmed." Quite a few students were alarmed, despite the warning from their professor. Harry saw a Gryffindor nearly choke on a mint she had in her mouth. Another student pulled their sleeves over their hands and a hood over their face, as though hoping to hide from the last fate of students with purple and green skin. So instead of continuing the lesson, Flitwick just sat down on the mountain of textbooks he lectured from, pulled one of them out of the side, and began to read. The class fell into an uneasy quiet. Students kept glancing around the room as though waiting for fireworks. A few minutes later, there was a small shriek from Melly as her hands started growing dark fur until they looked like she had gorilla hands. She held them up helplessly, mouth open, fingers twitching as tufts of fur sprouted all the way to her elbows. Then came Carlin, who had black spots appear on his face that started moving around randomly like ink blots with a mind of their own. He yelped when one of the spots drifted across his nose. 9 other students got various effects on their bodies that included small horns, a clown nose that couldn't be removed, and comically long eyelashes. The eyelashes brushed the table when that unfortunate Ravenclaw leaned forward. After they were settled down and the initial panic faded, Flitwick called everyone to attention again. "Since none of you are curse breakers, do not bother trying to remove what has been done to you. It will only make it worse. Though you should rest easy, as Professor Snape is probably enjoying himself and won't be as bad in his normal classes." That comment actually had several students relax. Snape's reputation kept shifting between terrifying, oddly fair, sarcastic, and ruthlessly helpful, depending on the day. Today, apparently, he was expected to be in a decent mood. "As for my class," he continued, "we are going to start with a special cleaning spell, used to remove oil from surfaces without damaging them. Typically, it is used in kitchens for washing dishes before using soap. Sometimes a scouring charm can damage the surfaces it is used on. Can anyone think of another application?" "Tools," a Hufflepuff asked. He got a nod from Flitwick. "Clothes, so it doesn't damage the fabric," a Slytherin asked. He also got a nod. "Skin," a Ravenclaw wondered aloud. "Yes," Flitwick acknowledged his student. "Skin actually produces oil and will leave small traces of it on different surfaces. This is a good spell to know in connection to your lessons with Professors Snape and Lupin to keep from leaving smaller traces of yourself around. Skin oils can't really be used in potions, as they mix too quickly with the environment, but it is a good spell to learn all the same." The small professor gazed out at the classroom with a piercing gaze as he seemed to be searching for something among the students. When he didn't find it, he went back to his instructions. The spell was easy to learn, and he gave the students spray bottles with oil and a bowl of flour. They needed to spray the oil on different surfaces and then practice the spell. When they thought they had gotten rid of the oil, a little flour was sprinkled on the spot to see if all the oil had been removed. As Harry worked, he spotted Colin with what he remembered was the other Muggle-borns in their year, all clustered at one table. Curious, he went over to see what was going on. Colin saw him and gestured him into the circle. Colin pulled Harry into the circle, whispering as black spots continued to move around his face. "This spell is crazy. It erases fingerprints." Harry's stomach dropped. He watched the demonstration with growing dread. The other Muggle-borns were clustered around the demonstration like a support group discovering a crime scene. A thumb pressed against the table, oil left behind. Flour dusted over it. A perfect print. Spell cast. Print gone. Flitwick appeared next to them. "Oh, congratulations. I see you've all discovered one of the lesser-known uses for the charm. I do hope that none of you have needed to erase fingerprints from anything." Harry froze so thoroughly that he nearly forgot how to breathe. His mind spun through possibilities. He felt where the freeze started in his shoulders and quashed the feeling, replacing it with an occlumency-reinforced emotion of calm. They left prints on the copied records, on the old parchment, on the envelopes. In the stacks of papers they handed out. On the envelopes they gave out while disguised as Crab. In the ministry, too, Flitwick glanced at each Muggle-born face, then let his eyes sweep across the small circle and moved on. Harry exhaled silently. If they had his fingerprints, they wouldn't be trying to catch students in the act this way. He was safe, or at least not caught. Yet. In potions, no one had cauldrons on their desks, so it looked like they were set up for a lecture. This alone put the class on edge, since a potions lecture without practical work usually meant one of two things. Either Snape was in a mood where he wanted to make them squirm under pure silence, or he had something planned that required them to sit very still and make no sudden mistakes. Snape didn't start right away. He just sat at his desk, the jaws of the basilisk skeleton behind his desk, framing him in the maw of death, as he just gazed out on the second-year students for several minutes, until there was so much silence that it got quite uncomfortable. The room had that odd, cold stillness that came before a thunderstorm, the kind that prickled across the skin and made everyone instinctively check their posture. A few students shifted slightly on their stools, then froze again. Even the torches seemed quieter, their flames lapping the air without their usual crackle. Professor Snape rose from his desk, the chair scraping softly against the flagstones as he stood. His dark robes whispered across the floor as he moved to the front of the class, each step deliberate, each sound calculated. Harry caught a glance from Lyra across the room, and they exchanged a smirk, silently acknowledging how cool and scary Snape was trying to look, though neither of them dared let the smile fully bloom. Snape had a remarkable talent for sensing amusement in his vicinity. "Put your quills away," he said quietly, though the steel in his tone cut through the murmurs at once. "Today's lesson is just a lecture. It will not require you to write anything down, though I expect you to remember everything. Nor, for that matter, will it require idiotic enthusiasm. You will need only your ears, and perhaps a functioning sense of self-preservation." A few students instantly shoved their quills so fast into their bags that one snapped and splattered ink on the desk. Snape's eyes flicked to the mess, then away, as if silently promising to remember the offender for later punishment. He paused, letting the silence stretch just long enough to make them uneasy. Then, with a wave of his wand, several potions appeared on his desk. They materialized with soft pops and clinks, and a few students leaned forward, trying to identify the bottles. Some of the liquids glowed faintly, others swirled like small storm clouds inside glass. One had a cork that seemed to breathe slightly, rising and falling as though the potion inside were alive. "Today, we will discuss restricted potions, those that are forbidden at Hogwarts, not only because of their danger, but because of their temptations." His eyes flicked toward a cluster of Slytherins who immediately looked away. Most of them were conceived by wizards who sought the easy route to achievement, affection, or escape from failure. In short, the kind of thinking that plagues this entire school. Harry couldn't help it. He felt Lyra's mental eye roll from across the classroom. Snape's deep disdain for anything he considered lazy or sentimental was practically a core part of his personality. Neither of them had to worry about that, but they still had to deal with others who did. The first is the serpent's quill. He gestured toward a tall bottle filled with a glowing white liquid and had small stars floating through it. This is a favorite among lazy students in centuries past. One sip, and anything you write essays, exam answers, love letters, all will become as eloquent, persuasive, and grammatically flawless as you could possibly manage. The problem: it is hard to turn off, and you will speak and write only what you think is eloquent. For children, what you imagine are beautiful words are merely some trashy novels pretending to be noble. You will sound like idiots. A few students laughed nervously. One Ravenclaw made a choking noise, as if trying to swallow a giggle, and Snape's eyes snapped in his direction. The boy went still at once, hands flat on his desk, as if hoping that stillness alone could save him. Snape's expression did not change. The potion is banned, naturally. Two of its ingredients are powdered ghost orchid, harvested only from burial grounds, and the ink of a cuttlefish killed by moonlight. Anyone found attempting to brew it would be expelled, and then likely haunted. A shiver passed through the class. He did not mention what would do the haunting, and the idea of being followed around by some plant or cephalopod spirit did not appeal to anyone. He turned slightly, pacing along the front of the room. The second Amex, he gestured to an open tumbler of purple liquid that pulsed like a heartbeat. This is a third cousin to a love potion. It does not create love, but erases its memory. A single sip, and the drinker forgets the person who caused their heartbreak. Sounds merciful, doesn't it? His voice took on a thin, cruel note. Except, of course, that it cannot distinguish between grief and affection. The potion's victims often forget why they ever cared for anyone at all. Leaves the heart empty and the mind compliant. A few students shifted uneasily. The idea of losing memories of affection, of having all the warmth drained out of you, felt colder than the dungeon air. He looked pointedly toward a few of the students in class. Some of your parents likely used it. Few remember doing so. There was a ripple of murmuring, quickly silenced as he moved on. With a flick of his wand, the next potion began to glow. It was a tiny eyedropper with a gray solution inside. Harry thought it looked almost harmless, like something meant for dry eyes, not for anything more nefarious. The third potion, he continued, was once thought a harmless academic aid. Claritas Noctis sharpens the mind and holds off sleep, allowing the brewer to study for days without fatigue. For the first few hours, it works brilliantly. Then, when the body begins to protest, the mind refuses to acknowledge it. The drinker begins to see the words on the page writhe. The ink twists into shapes. The parchment whispers its answers, until they cannot tell what is real. I remember my first year as a professor, and the exact desk in this room where a seventh year once sat, swearing the pages of her potions textbook were singing to her. One Gryffindor let out an involuntary laugh of disbelief before slapping both hands over his mouth. Snape's glare slid over him like a shadow. The boy sank lower in his seat. A few nervous chuckles broke out. Snape's eyes snapped toward the offenders, and the laughter died instantly. He pointed to the next, sitting in a tall beaker, viscous white liquid. Next, and perhaps the most insufferable of the lot, is the potion of perfect recall. A deceitful brew, subtle in its appeal, applied like shampoo. It grants temporary photographic memory, but only by draining other recollections to make room. Students who used it often passed their exams, and then forgot their own names for 3 days. It is banned here, though it remains regrettably popular with certain private tutors who believe memory is the same as knowledge. He stopped pacing, turned, and rested both hands on the desk, leaning forward slightly. His voice dropped to a soft, dangerous calm that made Harry, strangely, sit up a bit straighter. And then, of course, there is another potion you may have heard whispered about. He paused long enough for the air itself to seem to hold its breath. The torches flickered, as if reacting to the tension in the room. The polyjuice potion. Several students stirred, trying and failing to look indifferent. Harry and Lyra had recognized the grey sludge in the sharp glass on his desk at the very beginning of the lecture, but had clamped down on their reactions quickly, recognizing another trap like Flitwick's class. The professors must have managed to piece together that someone had impersonated Crabbe and given out all the notes, but didn't know who. Yes, Snape said, as though the word itself left a sour taste. A complex and highly dangerous brew, not just because of the time needed to brew it and its ingredients. even though they are unpleasant, but because of the idiocy it invites. Students have been known to attempt it to cheat on exams, infiltrate rival houses, or spy on those who wish to remain unbothered. One mistake, however, and a single drop of fluxweed too old, or lacewing not stewed long enough, and the transformation becomes at least partially permanent. Imagine spending the rest of your days with just half your face as the person you envied. Worse, the potion is designed for humans only. An ant leg in the nail clipping you sample, or a dog hair used accidentally, and the results are amusing, but only to me. A few more students shifted in their seats. Someone in the back made a strangled noise that could have been a laugh or a hiccup. He smirked briefly at the last statement, then straightened, eyes narrowing as he scanned the room. Harry felt the gaze pass right over him, linger just a little, then move on. Snape was fishing, testing, playing with tension like a cat tapping at a mouse hole to see if anything scurried. And before any of you entertain the notion that you could hide such a potion from me, do remember that I can tell the difference between ordinary brewing fumes and those of a forbidden concoction. Fluxweed has a distinctive bitterness. Lacewing has a sweetness that lingers on the skin. He let his gaze sweep over the front row, lingering, perhaps just a fraction too long, on a student who tried to look bored. The boy swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing like a cork in water. Snape gave a soft, humorless smile. If I detect either scent again, I will know precisely what you are brewing, and I will enjoy watching your expulsion. The silence was absolute. Someone's chair creaked softly, sounding unnaturally loud in the quiet. "Now," Snape said, voice suddenly brisk again, "you may take out your quills. For the remainder of the lesson, you will start an essay on why discipline, not talent, is the foundation of magical success. 24 inches. Due Tuesday. Anyone who complains will be added to my list of potential volunteers for live testing of Amex." A soft groan rippled across the room, though no one dared let it be louder than a breath. Students fumbled for parchment, inkwells, and quills. Even those with shaking hands moved quickly. Snape had mentioned volunteer testing enough times over the years that everyone suspected he had actually done it once. As quills began to scratch against parchment, Snape moved back to his desk, robes whispering like silk in the gloom. He sat with the poise of someone who had long ago mastered stillness. His expression was unreadable, but there was a faint glint in his eye, the quiet satisfaction of a hunter who had scented the faintest trace of prey. Harry bent over his parchment, pretending to focus while keeping Snape in the corner of his vision. Beside him, Lyra wrote steadily, her face blank with concentration. Yet he could tell, from the set of her jaw and the slight tension in her fingers, that she was also waiting, watching, wondering if Snape had caught the faintest whiff of grey sludge from the flask in her pocket several days ago. If he had, he was playing a very long game, as he normally called Harry out on his mistakes immediately so they could be corrected. At dinner, most of the staff were at the head table, including Umbridge. She didn't look unhappy, but she certainly wasn't smiling. The tightness of her jaw made it seem like she was chewing on a lemon, but trying to pretend it was custard. Without any sort of announcement, the students were left to gossip and eat. Harry and Lyra just traded shrugs and went back to their food, each pretending not to watch Umbridge out of the corners of their eyes. The great hall vibrated with nervous energy. Students leaned close across their plates, whispering behind hands, behind cups, behind stacks of mashed potatoes, sending tiny ripples of speculation up and down their tables. Even the ghosts drifted slower than usual, as if savoring the tension. Nearly everyone seemed to be avoiding looking directly at the staff table, but everyone was also absolutely looking at the staff table. Halfway through the meal, there was a small commotion as 24 owls forced their way into the hall and began dropping newspapers on tables without any discernible recipient, except one that fell right in front of Dolores Umbridge. The flurry of wings and indignant hoots filled the hall like a gust of sudden winter wind. One owl nearly collided with the floating candles, causing a few students to duck and yelp as wax spattered onto the table. Lyra managed to snatch one of the falling papers from the sky before it hit the table, and people around her cluttered around in shock at the headline. The paper wasn't the Daily Prophet. It had come from an organization called the Evening Oracle, Special Edition. Professor Umbridge on probation. By Manson Gray, the headline glowed in embossed silver ink as though wanting to shout the news across the entire school. Everyone reading the story took a look up to the staff table, where the pink-clad professor was turning red while reading the newspaper with clenched fists. Her knuckles went white, and a faint quiver worked itself up her arms like she was containing a scream by pure force of will. After glancing at her, the students went back to reading the article, but the atmosphere around the tables had sharpened, like every student was now reading with the intensity of someone hunting for treasure. The newest member of the teaching staff has wasted no time setting up her own way of doing things at Hogwarts, School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Appointed by the ministry in the wake of the previous Professor Binns being petrified as a ghost during the basilisk debacle of the previous year. Most people assumed that it couldn't get much worse than the ghost with an obsession with goblin wars. Most were wrong. There were quick chuckles and a few snorts from around the room as students got to that last line of the first paragraph. Even some of the portraits lining the walls leaned forward as if trying to get a better view. At the meeting to start the new year, the professors adopted a policy of student unity for the new year in preparation for the tournament coming in the following year. For the most part, the other professors have followed this rule, though a first strike for Dolores Umbridge is that she has not. This past afternoon, the professors and the disciplinary members for the Hogwarts Board of Governors met to discuss issues with the Undersecretary's professorship. During the meeting, she tried in vain to explain that she was exacting necessary discipline on certain students while encouraging unity among the others. Harry could practically hear Umbridge sputtering through the paper like a kettle about to boil. While this might be excused as a first-time professor's mistake, she has also used shock-induced sleep deprivation as a punishment in detention and set out on a crusade to target particular students, tracking their movements and sleeping patterns through enchanted gems in their beds. She also sought to shame students in her classes by trying to imply that accidental magic by Mugglemorns should be criminalized. The collective gasp that followed that line was nearly loud enough to stir the floating candles. A first year clutched her pumpkin juice so tightly that some sloshed over her knuckles. Even the Slytherins appeared outraged, though theirs was a more calculating outrage, like the kind that was done just to match the attitude in the room and not appear different from the others. That's where this story gets fascinating. An unknown individual obtained records from Undersecretary Umbridge's childhood of situations where memories had to be modified and auras needed to be called due to her outbursts. She grew up in a mixed Muggle and wizard region of the country due to her grandfather being from a long line of squibs and her parents inheriting that home. Most of her magical outbursts ended up being minor breaches of our secrecy. Not that any of that is an issue, and why we have dedicated departments of the ministry devoted to covering these incidents up. However, it was poetic justice that her incidents were revealed in such a manner when she was intending the assignment to shame others in the same way. Lyra let out a slow breath through her nose, almost sounding like she was purring. A few students around them exchanged looks as if witnessing history being written right in front of their treacle tarts. The disciplinary committee of the Board of Governors decided today to put her on probation for her actions and her reaction to the stories of her youth coming to light in public. The school is still looking for the culprit responsible for this breach of her privacy. It has been revealed that someone posing as a student infiltrated the school and disseminated information to other students. The information on Undersecretary Umbridge that the culprit gathered was, the story went on to reveal all the incidents that Harry and Lyra had gathered, but then halfway through, Lyra spied one particular entry. At 8 years old, Dolores Umbridge pushed another Muggle child into a pond, but her magic held the child underwater for far too long before an adult managed to jump in after, nearly killing the Muggle. Lyra's breath caught sharply. She grabbed a dinner roll and flung it at Harry's forehead with the grace of someone who had grown up dodging snakes. It hit him with a soft thump, causing Cedric to choke on the potato he was eating. Harry blinked, rubbing the spot, as Lyra pointed furiously to the section of the article. Harry jumped ahead of where he was reading to where Lyra had pointed. The particular event confused Harry greatly. The two of them had read and reread all the information they had gathered before giving it out to the other students. That particular story hadn't been on their information sheets. Brooke and Gwen wouldn't have seen it either. Harry continued to read through the reports, finding two more that hadn't been in their records as well. One was from when Umbridge had been 9 years old, and the other from when she had been 10. They hadn't gotten that far along in the years. They were looking for information by the time Wilson had come back to have Harry sign his books. That realization settled into Harry's stomach like a cold stone. Someone else had shared information. Someone who either had access to more records or had noticed the holes in their research. It made the whole thing feel strangely alive, as if dozens of invisible hands had moved behind theirs. There was quite a bit of shouting that started up at the staff table as Dumbledore began to escort Professor Umbridge to the room behind the staff table, the room going silent as the door closed behind them. Most of the staff looked very concerned with the article, though Snape, Vector, Lupin, and the Scamanders seemed quite at ease. When Umbridge was gone, Professor Lupin pulled out a bottle of wine and charmed it to pour glasses for the remaining teachers. Cedric suddenly twitched as he was reading the paper, his hand moving quickly to the prefect's badge pinned to his chest. After a moment, he stood up and announced to the table, "House meeting in the common room now." The tone of his voice left no room for argument. The Scamanders stood immediately, some with their dinner plates still in hand. Other prefects began to make similar announcements, and Ravenclaws began forming long lines as if planning calculations on the walk. Even Gryffindors paused mid-bite, confused but obedient to the sudden shift in atmosphere. Conversations layered over one another, speculation bouncing from table to table like bewitched rubber balls. Several students tripped over benches, too distracted by their newspapers to watch where they were going. On the way out, as Harry and Lyra walked together, another owl swooped into the room and deposited another small scroll into Lyra's hands. Quickly opened it to read, "If there's any left, dump it in the lake." G&B, then the note turned to dust in her fingers. Lyra hissed softly, amused. They didn't waste any time. As they kept walking back, Harry told Lyra he'd sneak out and dump it later tonight, and Lyra could update Gwen and Brooke. She nodded, the last speck of dust falling off her palm, watching it vanish like smoke. Neither of them said it aloud, but they both felt the same thrill. Their plan was no longer just their plan. It had grown teeth and wings and maybe a few extra claws. But for tonight, all they needed to do was keep ahead of whatever came next. Everyone gathered around the fire pit in the common room for the house meeting. The newspapers circulated as students chatted about the various incidents from Umbridge's youth. A small fire crackled loudly in the middle, sending tiny sparks drifting up the darkened fake sky in the ceiling, and the shifting glow gave the room a warm, flickering intensity that made everyone's expressions look sharper than usual. Some students sat cross-legged on cushions, others on the stone benches, and a few hovered near the back like they wanted to listen without being seen. The buzz of conversation rose and fell in uneven waves as people pointed at lines in the papers and whispered theories that contradicted each other every few seconds. Finally, Gurion and Janina entered the room and took their place on the far side of the fire pit. Their presence alone made the crowd fall into a semicircle, as if the house instinctively knew where to place itself around its leaders. Janina's expression was composed, thoughtful, while Gurion's had that calm, stern patience he used whenever he had to deliver news no one was going to enjoy hearing. "I know you all have questions, but first we need to tell you what you don't know," Gurion began. His voice carried easily across the room, not loud, just steady. Despite a lot of the dislike for Professor Umbridge, most of her actions do not break rules. What earned her the sanctioning she received was targeting particular students and breaking school rules by using house elves to violate the privacy of students. A ripple of muttering spread through the group, sharp and frustrated. Someone near the back swore softly under their breath. Another student pulled their knees to their chest as if suddenly cold. Harry's eyes narrowed. That's how she had gotten the gems to monitor their beds into the dorms. The realization slid into place with the unpleasant clarity of a puzzle piece he didn't want to fit. He continued, "As a result, all of her actions, Even the ones not technically breaking the rules are being watched more closely by the other professors. She also is not allowed any command of house elves outside of her quarters in the castle. The statement brought a sense of relief to some students, visible in the way shoulders loosened and a few sighs escaped. Others looked uneasy, as if unsure whether the restriction would matter or if Umbridge would find some loophole anyway. Lyra leaned slightly toward Harry, just a fraction, her expression thoughtful but tight at the edges. Janena spoke. "Now, do you have any questions?" There was a bit of silence, the kind that stretched thin like a rubber band about to snap. Then Patricia asked, "The newspaper. I've never heard of the Evening Oracle. Where did it come from?" "No idea," she replied quickly, "but Gurion and I travel the world and don't know this area well. I only know of the Daily Prophet, but I'm sure there are plenty of smaller newspapers in the area." A few students exchanged looks at that. Greg just shrugged. Another muttered something about secret organizations. The uncertainty in the air thickened just a little. Luna raised her hand and was called on. "Actually, there are no periodicals in magical Britain, Iceland, Denmark, or France called the Evening Oracle." Half the room turned toward her, half turned toward the paper in their own hands. That got mixed reactions from the students. Cedric opened the copy and looked through it again, frowning slightly as he ran his thumb along the corner of the headline. "Other than the Umbridge story, there's only some recent Quidditch scores and a couple of puzzles." It's like someone created the entire paper just for this one story. It would have been someone at the meeting, too, right? Murmurs rose into a low rumble. Someone whispered that it must have been a professor. Someone else said maybe it was an older student. A first year suggested ghosts, earning a few tired groans. "Don't look too much into it," Gurion replied as if it were an order. "The point you should be taking away from this is that Professor Umbridge's behavior and antics should improve. If anything else occurs, report it to us immediately." His tone suggested that looking too deeply into it would only raise questions they were not ready to answer. Janena nodded in agreement, her fingers tapping lightly against her thigh as if counting an unheard rhythm. They probably wouldn't have to wait long. There was another history class the next day. And the thought of facing Umbridge again, after the entire school had read her childhood disasters, settled into the room like a cold breeze, dimming even the firelight for a moment. Lupin greeted them at defense class the following day with tea and cakes on all the desks. Some students started eating and drinking right away, though some were more wary. When the ones who were indulging saw some of their classmates and the professor weren't eating, they stopped and looked afraid at what might result from their actions. The room had a soft morning light drifting in through the tall windows, the kind that made everything look slightly hazy and gentle, which somehow made the tension feel sharper. The steam rising from the teacups curled lazily into the air, but no one dared breathe too deeply. "Honestly, it wasn't my intention to frighten you, but let's take advantage of the situation. First of all, -1 point to everyone who started to eat and drink right away, +1 to anyone who abstained." He then snapped his fingers, and an elf appeared. A few whispers later, and the elf vanished, reappearing half a minute later with a small pouch. The pouch looked harmless, made of soft grey fabric, but when Lupin took it, he handled it with the same care one would give a fragile potion or a creature that bites. "You all needn't worry about anything in your food or drinks when in the Great Hall there are quite a few precautions to keep anything from spoiling your meals. Outside, however." He reached into the pouch retrieved by the house elf and brought out 5 vials, though they were all clear liquids with different colored corks. A wave of his wand, and 5 teacups from the students' desks flew toward him and then hovered in place. Another swish, and they became clear crystal. The cups shimmered in the sunlight, refracting tiny rainbows across the students' robes. He then put a drop from each vial into the cups. Water flowed from his wand into each cup, and 2 of them changed color to light blue and light green, while 3 others remained clear. The elf returned with a pitcher, which Lupin poured into all 5 cups, showing that it was pumpkin juice, regularly served at every meal, but Harry had never found it appealing. The blue and green cups turned darker in color, completely overtaking the orange color of the pumpkin. The next cup began bubbling, the 4th cup turned solid like cement, and the cup cracked, and nothing happened to the 5th cup. A few students recoiled when the cement cup split apart. Someone in the second row dropped their fork in surprise, the clatter echoing loudly around the room. Lupin gave no reaction to the small chaos he had caused. He only gestured toward the cups with the calm certainty of someone used to danger. Different liquids react in different ways to some common poisons. Pumpkin juice is highly volatile when combined with more dangerous potions as well. The last cup was dosed with veritaserum. It is odorless, colorless, and tasteless. There are ways to detect it, but I'm not teaching that just yet. The best thing you can do is to clean your cups, vanish anything remaining, and then sterilize them. The class all proceeded with these steps without further instruction. There was a frantic quality to the way they scrubbed, flicked their wands, and sterilized every inch of their cups, as if any hesitation might doom them instantly. Harry found himself doing it faster than he intended, and Lyra beside him handled her cup with an almost surgical focus. Now, I just wanted to have tea and give whoever spread the information about Professor Umbridge a sweet reward. Not because of what you did, but how. It was a very nice, non-violent way to deal with someone you don't like. I doubt it was any of you, and I know your other professors have been trying to trip you up into admitting fault, but I really don't care. That garnered a lot of shock from the students. A few turned to stare openly at Lupin as if they expected him to retract the statement. Someone in the back whispered, "He really said that," and another whispered back, "He really did." Hesitantly, they all began to eat. So now that we are relaxed, I hope you all did your homework and thought of something funny to be used against a boggart. That soured the mood immediately. A swish of his wand, and the door to his office opened. His boggart trunk started to float out. It made a soft scraping sound as it slid across the stone floor, like something inside was shifting even before the lesson began. A cold ripple moved through the room as the trunk thudded onto the ground. "Have any of you learned any occlumency?" he asked. Two Slytherins, a Ravenclaw, Harry, and Lyra raised their hands. "That won't help you," he told them all. "Miss Black, please come down." Lyra hesitantly stood up and approached the front of the room, a cucumber sandwich in hand. She looked like she regretted bringing it, but refused to put it down. Harry watched her throat bob as she swallowed hard, and he could almost feel her pulse quickening from across the room. Professor Lupin banished his desk to the back wall of the room and placed the chest in front of it on its end. "I will let out a stage 1 boggart. It will reach deep into your mind and change into something that will cause you to flee. It is not something you will be able to resist, not at first." Lyra pulled her wand anyway, the glow of orange fire blooming at the tip. A small wave from Professor Lupin's wand, one of the locks on the trunk opened, and the lid opened, revealing nothing. Curiously, she took a few steps forward, then a few more. Just as she was about 10 feet away, a large red rock flew from inside the trunk. It whistled through the air with a sharp crack of sound, and before it could even land, Lyra had begun to run in the opposite direction. The room gasped as one. It landed behind her as she dove under her desk, panting with the sudden burst of adrenaline. When she peeked out, there was a glowing white shield in front of the rock, and one of Harry's arms was around her with his wand outstretched in the other. "Ridiculous!" Lupin yelled, and the rock turned into a cluster of balloons, which were blown back into the trunk, where it closed and locked. Harry had seen the terror in her eyes as soon as the red rock appeared, and even though he didn't feel fear from the boggart, he jumped to defend Lyra, just in case something else came out. His heart was pounding, not from fear, but from the speed at which he had reacted. He wasn't sure he had even thought about it. 5 points to you, Miss Black. 2 more for you, Mr. Potter, for your quick defense. Can you tell us what it was like? I don't need to understand what you are afraid of, only how it makes you feel." Lyra looked shaken and glanced at Harry, then at the professor. "I don't understand. I'm not afraid of them anymore. I have stood right next to them just a few months ago, but I felt like a little kid again." She looked at Harry. It felt like just after that first time. "Be warned," Lupin announced to the class. "Overcoming a fear you once had does not mean you were never afraid of it. Even something you knew years ago could be brought to bear on you when encountering a boggart. Who wants to go next?" No one volunteered. A quiet dread settled like dust over the classroom. Someone coughed. Someone else shuffled their feet. Everyone will take a turn today. Today's class isn't about fighting the boggart. It is about experiencing it. Still, no one stepped forward. "Fine, then if none of you want to show courage, we will just do this alphabetically. Ryan Adamson." The Hufflepuff got pats on his back from those of his house as he marched forward robotically. When the chest opened, a large dog paw emerged from the darkness with a growl. Ryan had already started to run away. Lupin didn't even bother banishing it with the spell from before. He just closed the trunk around the boggart. More and more students approached the boggart, all to flee in terror within moments of their fears being manifested. Most of them were just sounds, screams, growls, thumps, something terrifying about them to that student. Others were animals, people, or strange shapes. It wasn't always clear what the fears were, but they had their effect. Some students came back to their seats trembling. Others tried to pretend they were fine, though their pale faces told the truth. Harry felt a slow heaviness settle over the room, like every person was dragging their own version of dread behind them. Finally, it was Harry's turn. He stood in front of the classroom and the box clicked open. For a moment, all Harry could think of was that he felt small and weak. Then he heard a voice say, "Let the hunt begin." He knew the voice. It was Dudley. His cousin would often say those lines when Harry hunting would begin. Harry didn't think he was ever afraid of his cousin, but something connected in the deep recesses of his mind and told him he needed to run now. He turned on his heel to start to move, but stopped. He didn't need to run. He wasn't scared at all. In the next moment, the feeling of being small and weak vanished. He turned back to where Lupin's boggart trunk was and saw Dudley, Piers, and Nigel on their bikes just sitting there like they were about to attack. They looked small and weak. It was surreal to look at them like that. He didn't have any more time to ponder what was going on as Lupin called out, "Ridiculous!" And as the light from his wand hit them, the three boys' faces became painted like clowns, and their bikes turned into unicycles. They rode around in a circle before disappearing back into the chest. As soon as they were gone, Harry started laughing. "You weren't afraid of them," Lupin said curiously to Harry in front of the class. Harry shook his head. "I felt like I needed to run, like I used to, but then I remembered that I never was afraid of them. I would run from them because it was a game. Even if I got caught and they beat me up, I was never afraid." "Interesting," he mused. "Take 10 points." Harry went to sit back down as Lupin approached the trunk and began to perform several spells on it. Lyra had a cup of tea and biscuits waiting for him when Harry got back to their table. He munched on the biscuit until Lupin finished his checks. "We will need to stop for the day," Lupin told the class. "As I mentioned before, laughter is a powerful weapon against a boggart. Mr. Potter's outburst at the end has weakened the boggarts in my trunk a little bit. The one you all encountered is now not strong enough to continue the lesson. I will need to feed it a bit of fear over the next few days before we can continue the lesson next week. Class is dismissed." The students filed out slowly, and as soon as they were back in the hallway, Harry was bombarded by questions. He tried to answer as clearly as he could. "They used to bully me," Harry told them. "I used to run away from them, but I wasn't afraid of them," he added. "I felt the overwhelming feeling to run, but no fear." Students murmured to each other before someone somewhere said, "Well, of course, Harry Potter has never run away in fear of anyone." That didn't sound right, Harry thought. He must have felt fear to run away before, but nothing came to him. The only thing that came to mind was the other day, right before Lyra punched him to cover up Hermione's beating and the look in her eye before she paralyzed him. Still, that wasn't exactly fear, just the instinct to not get punched in the face. Their entire year of students walked in a clustered group down the hall to history class that day. No one wanted to be the first one into the room where the enraged pink professor, who was the scorned Dolores Umbridge, was waiting for their next lesson. The corridor felt too narrow for so many nervous bodies pressed together, and their chatter was hushed and jittery, filled with half-whispered predictions about her mood. While she had been relatively harmless so far, they had no idea what to expect after the newspaper article had been published, announcing her punishment for her actions against Harry and Lyra and her outbursts in class. No one trusted that a public humiliation would make her gentler. If anything, most expected her to be twice as spiteful. None of them was expecting what they found when they finally reached the door. Inside the room, in the large amphitheater-style classroom, down on the stage, was their professor. She was sitting at her desk, smiling pleasantly at their entrance. The sight of the smile alone made several students stop short. It was too calm, too soft, too deliberate. Nearly every child ignored their previously assigned seats to try and sit as far away from her as possible, expecting another outburst. The scrape of shoes and the thump of bags echoed as they scrambled around, but she remained still, observing them with prim patience. Seeing that she wasn't correcting their seating choices, Harry and Lyra sat together near the middle row, as they had been in the middle of the herd of students that had entered the room. They exchanged a quick, wary glance, an unspoken understanding that this was not normal. The most timid students who had been at the back of the group, last to enter the room, ended up sitting in the front. They stared at the professor like deer staring at a wolf who had suddenly picked up knitting needles. Still, she just smiled pleasantly at the students. There was no malice in her expression, just a pleasant smile. That made it worse. It was the kind of smile that said she was imagining something awful and enjoying the secret. Finally, when everyone was sitting, she spoke up. I have been aware that some of my teaching methods and other actions this past month have been upsetting to the students in this school. She paused to clasp her hands as she continued to smile. Harry squinted as he noticed a momentary tremor in her hands, the tiniest shake, like she was trying to choke down bitterness. I have been reminded of an expression my mother used to tell me. You can trap more flies with honey than with vinegar, she used to say. I have been exposing your sweet, innocent minds to the horrors of this world and forgetting that you are still children. I plan on revising my lesson plans to a more appropriate level that will not frighten you as much. So let's start again from the beginning. The room felt thick with disbelief. Even the air seemed to hesitate. She took a deep breath, and her hands twitched slightly again. It was subtle, but Harry saw it, and Lyra saw it too. A tension under the surface like a fault line waiting to crack. Good afternoon, my precious little learners, she trilled, her voice floating upward like syrup trying its best to become steam. Today, we are going to have a very special discussion about a crucial topic, the dangers of interacting with muggles. Her tone made the final word sound like she was revealing the name of a disease. Several students flinched at how sweetly she said it, as if she expected applause. Now, she continued, lifting her stubby hands, let us remember that muggles are simple little creatures. They cannot help their limitations, bless their hearts. But because of what they are, we witches and wizards must be very careful around them. They bruise so easily, emotionally and physically. A few students shifted in their seats. Someone let out a nervous cough. Harry mouthed a silent, here we go. Umbridge clapped her hands lightly. The sound was sharp and soft at the same time, like a doll's hand against a drum. Example 1. Long ago, a witch in the countryside displayed a tiny spark of accidental magic during a Muggle holiday festival. Oh dear, she tesked. The poor Muggles, having no understanding of even the most basic magical glow, believed she was a demon and chased her with pitchforks. Now, children, what do we learn from this? A Ravenclaw near the front raised her hand. That Muggles fear what they don't understand. Exactly, dear, Umbridge beamed, giving her 5 points. And because they cannot help being frightened, we must avoid alarming them. It is our responsibility to keep them calm and content like a flock of little birds. Otherwise, they become ever so excitable. Lyra snorted softly, trying to hide it behind her hand. Harry nudged her knee gently under the table, though he was fighting back a grin himself. Example 2, Umbridge went on. In the early 1900s, a young wizard boy used his broom to retrieve a runaway balloon that had flown away into a Muggle marketplace. A noble gesture, of course, but the Muggles thought he was flying because he was some sort of circus performer. They demanded he prove it again, and poor dear, he was so overwhelmed he fainted. What do we learn? A Hufflepuff raised his hand timidly. Don't show magic around Muggles. Oh, how clever, she said, giving him 5 points with exaggerated praise. Muggles simply cannot process magical brilliance. It overloads their tiny systems. Example 3, Umbridge said with a sigh of practiced disappointment. During the 1970s, a witch attempted to help a Muggle family after their motorized wagon broke. She merely meant to fix the wheel with a charm, such a kind little thing, but the Muggles decided she must be an angel. Her shoulders lifted in faux tragedy. They refused to let her leave, demanding more miracles. Now, class, what is the lesson? A Slytherin spoke up. Don't let Muggles think you're special. Precisely, she cooed. They become attached, and attachments lead to problems. Sometimes they even view us as divine beings. To their minds and status, it's not an unreasonable conclusion, but then the obliviators must come clean up the mess. We must not confuse them with our greatness. More students exchanged looks, a few eyebrows raised. Someone mouthed what was going on, points, compliments, sweetness. Something was very wrong. Example 4, a very modern case, she continued brightly. Just a few years ago, a wizard used a levitating charm to save a child from a collision in front of a whole bus full of muggles. A bus! The muggles panicked so badly that several fainted, and one attempted to leap out a window. And what do we learn from this? A Gryffindor raised his hand. That magic around muggles can create mass panic. Yes, indeed, that and no muggle life is worth the safety of our world, she said, another sugary smile curling across her face as she added more points. Muggles simply do not have the composure for such things. Harry leaned close to Lyra. She's handing out points like sweets. She's never acted this nice, Lyra whispered. She has to be planning something. Now then, Umbridge sang, one final example, a very sad one, my dears. A wizard once tried to befriend a muggle group at his school. He shared magical games with them, tiny things, little sparks, exploding snap, garbstones, and floating bits of paper. They loved it, poor dears, but when one of them slipped and mentioned it to an adult, she pressed a hand to her chest. The entire family began demanding he perform magic on command. They wanted protection spells, cleaning charms, and even healing. They treated him like a tool. And children, what is the lesson in that? Silence. Many students were staring at her now, suspicion blooming openly. No one trusted stories told in a voice that sweet. Finally, a quiet voice from the back said that muggles might try to use us. Umbridge's smile widened until it strained her dimples. Very good, she said, awarding points. You see, my precious students, muggles do not always intend harm, but they lack boundaries. They do not understand that magic is not for them, that wizards must keep a careful distance for everyone's safety. And I know you all want to be kind, you want to help, but sometimes the kindest thing is to politely keep to your own world. No one spoke. Her sweetness was suffocating, and a murmur of agreement mixed with discomfort echoed up the tiered seating. The air felt heavy, like it had been layered in fog. Well now, she finished, hands clasped. I do hope you all learned something. For homework, please write a 1-foot reflection S on why respectful distance from muggles keeps the wizarding world safe and serene. Please also read the next chapter in When Muggles Attack. The best essays will receive extra points. Harry whispered, she's bribing them. Lyra whispered back, or trying to figure out who's most gullible. Umbridge beamed at the room like a doting grandmother who had just delivered a basket of poisoned biscuits. Class dismissed, my little treasures.